Superdimensional Wizard Chapter 3321 to Chapter 3367. Madame Mayleaf looked at him in confusion. What do you think is different between the space of consciousness and the dream crystal? Magic Flute extended 2 fingers that had a metallic luster. There are 2 obvious differences. First, creatures of the consciousness civilization are in the space of consciousness for their entire lives. They do not have a physical body that belongs to them. In other words, most of the creatures of the consciousness civilization were like frogs trapped at the bottom of a well. Everything they saw and heard was shackled by the well of the space of consciousness. The furthest they could see was the boundary of the space of consciousness. They did not know that there was reality outside the space of consciousness. There was another world, and outside the world, there was a boundless void, as well as all kinds of wonderful civilizations. They were not shackled by the lifespan of a mortal body, but they also abandoned the lofty structure that a mortal body could see. The login device that Glipner introduced was more like a medium that connected the 2 worlds. Even though the dream crystal sounded similar to the space of consciousness, going to the dream crystal was not like going to the space of consciousness. It was a one-way ticket that could not be returned. You could go to the dream crystal at any time, and you could freely choose to log out and return to reality. This kind of free entry was completely different from the space of consciousness. Just from this point alone, the dream crystal was much, much stronger than the space of consciousness. Madame Mayleaf muttered, on this point, the 2 are indeed different. But before Madame Mayleaf could finish her but, Magic Flute waved his hand and interrupted her. Don't be in a hurry to refute, wait for me to finish the second point. If you have any opinions, it won't be too late. I know what you're thinking now. It's just being able to freely enter and exit reality and the dream crystal. This is not a big deal. Indeed, if this was the only difference, I would also feel that it is not a big deal, but if you combine it with the second point, then it's different. After a pause, Magic Flute mentioned the second point that he felt was different between the space of consciousness and the dream crystal. The dream crystal has its own set of energy system, which is completely different from the consciousness civilization's stream of consciousness system. The consciousness civilization naturally had its own energy system, called the stream of consciousness. The stream of consciousness was a very complicated energy system, and to explain it clearly, a few sentences would not be enough. However, if one did not care about its core and just summarized it, one could think of the stream of thought as a factory-made running program. The power of all the people in the space of consciousness was gathered in one person. This person would control the energy and then influence the material world. This is the so-called flow of thought. Magic Flute pointed at the screen and said to Madame Mayleaf, why don't you listen carefully to what Glipner is saying? She's talking about the energy system of the dream crystal. It's completely different from the school of thought, which only allows one person to transcend. Magic Flute did not immediately explain the energy system of the dream crystal. Instead, he signaled for Lady Mayleaf to listen to Glipner's explanation. At this moment, on the main display stage, Glipner was introducing a unique feature of the dream crystal. Its name was Dreaming in Wonderland. At first, Madame Mayleaf heard about the bewildering lake. Something about instance dungeons, deciphering, clearing levels, training, cultivation. It seemed to be related to everything. But when she thought about it, she couldn't figure out the hidden lines and patterns. It wasn't until Glipner mentioned that the rewards for clearing the dungeon were various items and abilities that Madame Mayleaf had a rough idea of what was going on. You mean to say that the reward for clearing the Wonderland is an energy system unique to the dream crystal? Madame Mayleaf asked. Magic Flute nodded. Yes, but I didn't say that. It was Glipner on stage who said it himself. According to her, this ability is exclusive to the dream crystal. It's different from other energy systems. Madame Mayleaf thought for a moment. I admit that the energy system of Dreaming in Wonderland is different from the flow of thought of the consciousness civilization. But, what about it? Is there anything worth paying attention to? Magic Flute said, the dream crystal can be freely entered and exited and returned to reality. This means that a unique energy system like the dream crystal can be researched in reality. Isn't this worth paying attention to? Madame Mayleaf listened to Magic Flute's answer and felt confused. This is too jumpy. How did you connect the 2 together? Gleitner just casually mentioned that the abilities of the Wonderland could form a system. How did Magic Flute connect the dots and replicate it in reality? Are the two really related? Moreover, do you believe whatever Gleitner says? Maybe Gleitner is just here to sell the login device and deliberately exaggerate. You haven't seen it with your own eyes. How can you be sure that what she said is true? Perhaps those so-called immortal realm abilities were just some clown tricks. Facing Madame Mayleaf's doubts, Magic Flute seemed to have expected it. His eyes flickered and he lowered his voice. Don't forget, I'm not alone. What do you mean? Madame Mayleaf was about to question him. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. She stretched out a trembling finger and pointed at Magic Flute's chest. Could it be, it's awake? Magic Flute nodded and stretched out his big hand that was covered with a black and gold luster, gently stroking his chest. With Magic Flute's touch, the originally tight skin on his chest seemed to have been pressed on a switch. A crack split open from the center and slowly spread to both sides. The scene in front of her was like a mini automatic door on Magic Flute's chest. Now, the door was opened. As the mini door opened and closed, a strange space was revealed. The space was filled with an unknown colorful fog and various glowing gelatinous blood vessels. These blood vessels were finally connected to a metal heart that was constantly beating. If there was no accident, this heart was Magic Flute's energy core. Magic Flute had exposed his own heart, which was actually a very dangerous action. From the surrounding shadows, it could be seen that the singers had stopped talking. Their eyes were all on Madame Mayleaf, afraid that Madame Mayleaf would make a move on Magic Flute's energy core. However, although Madame Mayleaf's gaze was focused on the space in Magic Flute's heart, her attention was not on the heart at all. Instead, it was on a small hand on the side of the heart. This small hand was chubby, pure white like porcelain, with obvious wrinkles. At a glance, it was clear that this belonged to a baby's hand. However, this baby did not show up at this time. It was hiding behind the metal heart. Only a chubby little hand was groping around Magic Flute's heart. This hand that was constantly groping around proved that it was already in a semi-awake state. And every time it touched the metal heart, it made Magic Flute's expression reveal his thoughts and comfort, as if he had reached an unprecedented climax. However, after every climax, Magic Flute's face would become paler, as if he had aged by a year in an instant. But even so, Magic Flute's eyes revealed that he was willing to endure. Looking at this strange scene, Madame Mayleaf's eyes flashed with a complicated look. She said softly, "Close it. It has just experienced a long journey. Compared to compensating for energy, it should need rest more now." Magic Flute did not utter a word. Instead, he stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. He finally enjoyed the aftertaste that made his mind extremely comfortable. Then, he slowly closed the door of the heart. And as the mini door on his chest was closed, Magic Flute's expression slowly returned to its cold and silent state. It was as if the previous debauchery was just a fleeting illusion. After closing the door, Madame Mayleaf and Magic Flute fell into silence. It was as if they wanted to use this silence to ease the awkwardness of the strange atmosphere. 3 minutes later, Madame Mayleaf was the first to break the silence. She said, "You think that the energy system of the dream crystal can be brought to reality?" It was Miss Xianxia who gave you the hint. Miss Xianxia was the baby near Magic Flute's heart. Madame Mayleaf actually did not know who Miss Xianxia was. But according to her own guess, Miss Xianxia was most likely the body of the white porcelain singer. As for the reason, there were no more than 3. Firstly, Xianxia's white porcelain shell was exactly the same as the high and mighty white porcelain singer. Secondly, Madame Mayleaf was a person who loved to gossip, especially about her opponents, the Singer clan. She would often search for news about the Singer clan, and among them, there was a rumor that spread for thousands of years. It was about the relationship between the white porcelain singer and Magic Flute, and there seemed to be some ambiguity. This time, Magic Flute was going to the White Sun Mirror region. Along the way, he would encounter the extremely dangerous Ghost region. Perhaps the white porcelain singer was worried that something would happen to Magic Flute, so she sent her body around Magic Flute. As for the last reason, which was also the third reason, Miss Xianxia had an ability that was close to the quasi-rule level. Only the white porcelain singer could have such a quasi-rule level ability without a hollow body. Through these 3 points, Madame Mayleaf was basically certain that Miss Xianxia was the body of the white porcelain singer. Back to Miss Xianxia. Her ability was similar to Good Luck Choose One, but it was an upgraded version. As long as one asked Miss Xianxia a question, and the question could be answered with good or bad, then Miss Xianxia would give an accurate answer. For example, when they were lost in the ghost region, there were many unknown paths in front of them. They could use good or bad to eliminate them one by one. Is it good or bad for us to take this path? Good. Miss Xianxia's answer was either good or bad. Of course, there was an extremely small possibility of not answering, and the meaning of not answering was much. When it was impossible to determine whether a matter was good or bad, or whether it was good or not, or if it was beyond the scope of judgment, Miss Xianxia would choose not to answer. Relying on Miss Xianxia's miraculous quasi-rule level ability, they could find a way out in the dangerous ghost region. Because of this, when Magic Flute hinted that his guess about the dream crystal was backed up by Miss Xianxia, even if Madame Mayleaf felt that it was ridiculous, she had to believe it. Facing Madame Mayleaf's question, Magic Flute nodded. You can say that, I did get some hints. Madame Mayleaf also knew about Miss Xianxia's existence and her ability, so Magic Flute did not hide it and roughly explained the situation. Originally, Magic Flute and Madame Mayleaf had the same idea about the login device that Gleipnir introduced. However, just as Magic Flute was listening to Gleipnir's introduction of the login device, Miss Xianxia, who had used her ability for a long time in the ghost region, suddenly woke up. According to Magic Flute's calculations, Miss Xianxia should rest for 10 days to half a month before she could wake up. Therefore, her sudden awakening made Magic Flute feel that something was wrong. He could not help but guess that Miss Xianxia's awakening was not a coincidence, but some kind of omen. Therefore, Magic Flute began to look around for signs that could deal with Miss Xianxia's awakening, but he could not find it. At that time, Gleipnir happened to mention the dream crystal. Magic Flute subconsciously pushed the omen of Miss Xianxia's awakening to the dream crystal. Therefore, he asked Miss Xianxia, the existence of the dream crystal, is it good or bad for us? Miss Xianxia's answer was, good. Miss Xianxia's answer made Magic Flute very surprised. Because the us that he mentioned when he asked was not the races of the White Sun Mirror region, but the Singers and the Yusin clan. Miss Xianxia thought that the existence of the dream crystal was a good thing for the Singers and the Yusin clan, which naturally made Magic Flute feel shocked. One must know that almost everyone present did not think highly of the login device. Originally, Magic Flute himself did not think highly of it. If not for Miss Xianxia's sudden awakening, he would not have asked this question. And because of Miss Xianxia's answer, Magic Flute was very sure that the omen of Miss Xianxia's awakening was definitely in the dream crystal. Miss Xianxia used this method to remind him not to miss the dream crystal. After having this thought, Magic Flute asked the second question, and when he asked, Gleipnir just happened to talk about the unique energy system of the dream crystal. Therefore, his second question became, is the energy system of the dream crystal good or bad for the polymeric energy system that I control? Miss Xianxia gave an affirmative answer again, good. There was no third question, because Miss Xianxia also needed to recover. Previously when Miss Xianxia absorbed his lifespan, it was a method of recovery. However, just from these two questions, Magic Flute already saw the future and dawn of the dream crystal. Therefore, when Madame Mayleaf asked, Magic Flute showed that he valued the login device so much. After Madame Mayleaf finished listening to Magic Flute's explanation, she also fell into deep thought. Even though she vaguely felt that Magic Flute's omen of Miss Xianxia's awakening was too one-sided, perhaps the so-called omen was something else. But she had to say, Miss Xianxia's upgrade of the dream crystal did indeed prove that the dream crystal was different from the space of consciousness that she imagined. The space of consciousness civilization space of consciousness was not a positive upgrade for the Singers and the Yusin clan. But Miss Xianxia thought that the dream crystal, which was very similar to the space of consciousness, was a good thing for the Singers and the Yusin clan. Then there must be something that Madame Mayleaf did not consider. She previously thought that the dream crystal was the space of consciousness, perhaps she was wrong. The two were fundamentally different. When Madame Mayleaf eliminated her prejudices, and then tasted the dream crystal, her view gradually converged with Magic Flute's. Unbeknownst to Angor and Gleipnir, the logger, which they thought wouldn't gain much attention for the time being, had already caused quite a stir among the top races in the mirror realm. Moreover, the ripples caused by this phenomenon had already spread from the Sun Mirror realm to the Gaussian Mirror realm. Angor and Gleipnir had underestimated these ancient and powerful races. Since Gleipnir was able to tell about the logger's potential with just a few words, it was clear that these races were much more powerful than Angor and Gleipnir thought. However, even if they did, they would only be surprised for a moment before they accepted it as a matter of course. After all, the login device and the dream crystal itself weren't fake illusions. It had a solid enough foundation and could withstand being doubted. Naturally, it wasn't afraid of being valued. While the other races were discussing the logger, the atmosphere in the doghouse was also a bit strange. Whether it was the dog deacon or Hypolov, even though they had heard of the login device before, they didn't know much about its functions and the various aspects of the dream crystal. Now, Gleipnir stood on the main display stage and introduced the details one by one. They also had a preliminary understanding of the login device. However, with just this simple explanation, it was still very difficult to further understand the login device or give a complete evaluation. Even Hound Deacon himself couldn't give a good or bad evaluation, let alone Little Red and Hypolov. Besides, after listening to Gleipnir's explanation, Hound Deacon had more questions about the logger. As former Laplace's incarnation, Hound Deacon knew a thing or two about Laplace and her other incarnations. As far as Hound Deacon knew, Laplace and her other incarnations didn't have the ability to dream or consciousness. The direction of their research was also the opposite of these two abilities. Luigi was more interested in art and music. Even if he wanted to develop his own abilities, he preferred to study the ability to manipulate other people's emotions. Gleipnir was an expert in astrology and other miscellaneous arts. He might have studied dreams and consciousness before, but Hound Deacon didn't believe that he knew much about them. Little Laplace was also known as the Rabbit Girl. She knew a lot about attacking spells, but her other abilities were close to zero. As for research, it was basically impossible. Perhaps she would study how to arrange the bunny plushies, which would be more like playing house. However, it was impossible for her to study any academic topics. Yes, it was an academic topic. From the Canine Deacon's point of view, the birth of the dream crystal required a strong academic research before it could be carried out to create such a large world. Neither his body nor Laplace's original body walked the path of academic research. In particular, he was studying the very obscure dream and consciousness. Perhaps there were still people involved in consciousness, but who would do the research on dreams? The entire White Sun Mirror domain was far away from the interference of the dream realm. How could he study it? Because of this, the dog deacon's heart was filled with doubt. Was this login device and the dream crystal really created by Laplace? If that wasn't the case, why was Gleipnir speaking on behalf of the dream mirror? The dog deacon wanted to ask, but he didn't know if this matter involved secrets. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to ask in front of Shipolov? Maybe he should try to join the spirit bond? The dog deacon was hesitant, and on the other side, Shipolov was also curious about the login device. After all, it was created by the elders around him. However, Shipolov didn't dare to ask because of his status. As a result, this kind of silence of wanting to say something but not knowing where to start slowly spread, forming the current abnormal atmosphere. Just as the atmosphere grew more and more sensitive, so sensitive that even Luigi had the thought of breaking the silence himself, someone finally spoke. It wasn't Canine Deacon or Shipolov. It was Little Red who was looking forward to it. Little Red was also interested in Gleipnir's words. She looked at Angor and Luigi curiously. Big Brother Kitty, Big Brother Harp, Granny Astrologer said that the Dream Crystal is a new independent world. Is it true? Luigi heard Little Red's words and grinned. He was planning to break the silence himself, but it wasn't a bad idea to let Little Red do it. It's true. Luigi smiled at Little Red. Do you want to see it too, Little Red? Little Red nodded without hesitation. Yes, I want to see the new world. It's been a long time since I went outside. After Lil Red finished speaking, she inadvertently glanced at the dog attendant next to her. She was stunned for a moment before she suddenly realized something. She lowered her head and stammered, I didn't mean to go alone. I want to go with Big Brother Doggy, Mr. Canine Deacon. Mr. Canine Deacon hasn't been to another world for a long time. Little Red's tone was weak. She probably didn't think about Canine Deacon at first. However, when she saw Canine Deacon, she quickly realized that Canine Deacon was the one who didn't go outside for a long time, so she brought Canine Deacon with her. Canine Deacon heard Little Red's words and wanted to refuse. It rarely went outside, but that didn't mean it wanted to. However, when it remembered that going to the new world was the prelude to logging device, it silently swallowed the words that were about to come out of its throat. It took over Little Red's words and asked Luigi, "The dream crystal is based on dreams, so is it a dreamlike world?" Luigi didn't answer Canine Deacon immediately. Instead, he gently stroked Little Red's hair. "If you want to go, I'll give you a logging device later. You can play with it however you want." "Thank you, Big Brother Harp." Little Red smiled and thanked Luigi. Then, she looked at Luigi eagerly. "Can Mr. Canine Deacon come with me?" Luigi nodded with a smile. "Of course." Little Red smiled and called Luigi Big Brother a few times. Only then did Luigi turn to the Canine Deacon beside him. "You asked if the dream crystal is a dreamlike world? I think it's better for you to go in and understand it yourself." Luigi shrugged. "Everyone has their own definition of a dream. I don't know what you mean by a dream." Canine Deacon listened to Luigi's answer while thinking about something else. When Luigi said he would give Little Red a logging device, he used a very strange word, decision. If Luigi was the real owner of the logging device, he wouldn't have used the word decision. This implied that Luigi wasn't the real owner of the logging device. Or rather, Luigi wasn't the one who made the decision. Luigi didn't make a mistake. So, who was the real decision-maker of the login device? Laplace, Gleipnir, or Angor? The dog considered Angor because the timing of his appearance was too strange, and Laplace's attitude toward him was strange. More importantly, the creatures in the mirror realm didn't dream for many years. Angor was a human, and humans could dream. Canine Deacon glanced at Angor and looked at Luigi again. "You're right. Everyone's dream is different. Mine is different from yours. So, what about you? Is your dream the same as the dream crystal?" In the face of the Canine Deacon's question, Luigi really did think for a while before answering, "My dream world needs more music and a bigger performance stage. In that regard, the dream crystal can satisfy my needs." Luigi's answer was firm, but it didn't match the answer Canine Deacon wanted to know. Canine Deacon wanted to know whether the dream crystal was a real dream or a consciousness cloud like the mirror clans. Luigi's answer was too tricky. Luigi's dream was more of a dream, which was completely different from the actual dream it wanted to ask about. Still, it didn't make sense to deny Luigi's answer either. Since the silence had been broken by Little Red, should he change the question to another one? Just as the dog deacon was thinking about this, Luigi seemed to have seen through the dog deacon's inner thoughts and said, "Actually, if you have any questions about the login device, you can ask me directly. For example, if you think that the style of the login device is a little too old and outdated, you can tell me. I don't only have old-fashioned models here. I also have other designs, such as hair clips, earrings, and headwear. Or if you want a dog collar, we can also make one for you." Canine Deacon didn't know what to say. "I'm not interested in the design of the logins." Canine Deacon held back his urge to complain and asked in a soft voice, "Can I ask anything?" Canine Deacon glanced at Sibilov from the corner of his eyes. This was to remind Luigi that Sibilov was still there. Canine Deacon hoped that Luigi would talk to him privately or invite him into the spirit bond. However, Luigi didn't plan to do that. He was the one who controlled the spirit bond, and he didn't want to talk to Canine Deacon in private either. "You can ask anything. But I don't know if I'll answer you." Canine Deacon was speechless. "I want to know. Did the dream crystal exist in the first place, or was it artificially created?" Canine Deacon's question left Luigi speechless. Even Canine Deacon wanted to know the answer to this question. Laplace was there when Angor created the dream crystal plane, but the dream crystal plane didn't look like a newly created one. Did the dream crystal plane already exist and was discovered by Angor? Or did Angor really create a dream crystal plane from scratch? Luigi didn't even know the answer himself, so how could he answer Canine Deacon's question? He considered for a moment. I only said that you can ask anything you want about the logins. As for the dream crystal, I can't tell you much. Luigi paused for a moment before continuing, but if you really want to know, you can go to the dream crystal yourself and find the dream crystal yourself. When Luigi said this, he was not only talking to the dog Deacon, but also to Shipolov. Do you want to know about the dream crystal? If so, go to the dream crystal yourself. That's where the dream crystal is placed. He wasn't trying to fool Luigi. The underlying logic of a world could be found in every little detail of the world. If Canine Deacon was smart enough to find out whether the dream crystal was created or existed in the first place, it could easily explore the underlying logic of the dream crystal and find the dream crystal itself. The dream crystal was known as a new world, but it was still a long way from becoming a real world. In such a new world, it was much easier to explore the underlying logic of the dream crystal. However, even though Luigi felt that he had a conscience when he said those words, the Canine Deacon still felt that he was trying to beat around the bush. The dream crystal didn't allow people to ask about the logins. What was the point of asking about the logins? Did he have to ask how the logins were made? Or, as Luigi said, what were the types of logins? These questions were meaningless. Even if Luigi asked how the logins were made, would it be able to make the logins? It didn't know how to forge or perform alchemy. While Canine Deacon was silently criticizing Luigi, Luigi suddenly took out a small red flower from his pocket. While Canine Deacon was puzzled, Luigi placed the small red flower in front of it. This is an earring like logins. Your ears are quite big, so it shouldn't fall off if you wear it. Luigi smiled and said, I'll give it to you. Canine Deacon was stunned. Giving it a logins device? Was that okay? Of course, although Luigi had told Little Red that he would give it a logins device, it hadn't seen the real thing, so it didn't feel much. Now that Luigi had placed the logins device in front of it, its heart was instantly touched. Luigi told it to go to the dream crystal to find the dream crystal. So it was true? Indeed, with the logins device, it could go to the dream crystal on its own to search for those questions. Canine Deacon's heart was originally full of complaints about Luigi, but now, most of them had disappeared. The remaining resentment hovered above the logins device. Previously, it had thought that there was nothing to care about the style of the logins device. But now, when Luigi said that he would give the small red flower earrings to it, Canine Deacon suddenly felt that it had to pay more attention to the things that it didn't care about before. Aren't there many types of logins? Canine Deacon asked in a somewhat hopeful tone. Luigi, yes, but you have to buy those types or send a letter to order them. As for this free gift, you don't have a choice. You have to accept whatever I give you. Or, you can choose to refuse. Of course, it was impossible for it to refuse, but if it wanted it to accept, its heart would not be able to accept it. However, it was just a small dog, so it shouldn't be too eye-catching to wear an earring, right? Plus, it didn't go out usually, so it wouldn't be embarrassing to wear it at home. Thinking of this, Canine Deacon felt a lot better. However, while Canine Deacon was comforting itself, Luigi turned to Little Red and put on a different face. Little Red's logins device, I didn't forget about it. As for your logins device, I'll choose the most suitable one for you. Lil Red's eyes were filled with envy and anticipation when she saw the dog attendant obtain the login device. Luigi didn't let her down. He took out a pair of red fox ears from his space storage and handed them to Little Red. These are crimson fox hair clips. I picked them out for you. Luigi carefully selected the hair clips for Little Red. Since Little Red always wore a fox mask, it was a perfect match for the hair clips. Canine Deacon felt a little jealous when he saw the gift. Compared to his red flower earrings, the crimson fox hair clips were much more complicated. However, even though the recipient of such a painstaking hairpin registration device, Little Red, appeared to be very happy, she seemed to have something to say but was hesitant to do so. Little Red was a child, and her thoughts were written all over her face. Even if Luigi didn't ask, he could tell that Little Red didn't like the clip as much as he thought. Luigi thought for a moment before asking, do you not like the red fox hair clip? Thank you, Mr. Harp. I like it very much. Little Red glanced at Angor from the corner of her eyes before she continued, but I like the cat hair clip better than the fox hair clip. This way, I can keep Mr. Kitty company. Luigi and Canine Deacon didn't know what to say. They thought Little Red would use the clip to express her taste, but it turned out that she just wanted to wear the cat ears with Angor. This sounded like child's play, as if they were playing house. However, when he thought about Little Red's young age, her childish behavior didn't seem to be unreasonable. As Luigi and Canine Deacon looked at each other, Angor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly walked to Little Red. He crouched down and looked into Little Red's eyes. Under Little Red's curious gaze, Angor asked, "Do you really want to keep me company, or do you want to keep it company?" Apart from Little Infrared, everyone else was puzzled by Angor's question. Even Canine Deacon, who knew Little Red the best, was looking at Angor in confusion. Who was he referring to? Little Red looked up and blinked at him. "How did you know, Kitty?" Little Red's words proved that it really existed. This made everyone even more curious. If it wasn't imaginary, then who was it? The dog Deacon instinctively wanted to use its mind-reading ability to see what Little Red was thinking. However, when it saw Luigi and Angor standing beside Little Red, it decided not to do so. Even though he could precisely control himself and only read Little Red's thoughts, this was something that was difficult to explain. If he was misunderstood, that would be bad. Moreover, since Lil Red had admitted it, she would not hide it from him. He would just listen to her. Angor chuckled. "Because you peeked at me when you answered Luigi's question. You're looking at me, but I can feel that you're not looking at me. You're looking at cat ears." He pointed at the cat ears on his head. Little Red faltered for a moment before a look of realization appeared on her face. So that's how it is. Big Brother Kitty is really observant. Hearing Little Red's words, everyone finally understood that Angor was referring to Cat Ear's original body. Still, it was ridiculous that Angor could tell that Little Red was looking at someone else just by looking at her eyes. Still, they had to admit that Angor's observation skills were very good. But, was he really observant? Of course not. Angor did notice that Little Red's eyes were a little unfocused when she peeked at him. However, if he really wanted to use this chance to confirm that Little Red was looking at someone else, he didn't have enough evidence to do so. The real reason why Angor could tell so quickly was because of his beyonder perception ability. Maybe because Little Red was still a child, her emotions were very pure. So pure that Angor felt like he could read her mind when trying to read her mind. Combined with Little Red's eyes, Angor could tell that Little Red was telling the truth when she said, "I'm with Kitty." However, Kitty wasn't referring to him. Angor was still confused. What did Little Red see in the cat ears when she looked at him? Maybe because everyone was looking at her, Little Red felt a little embarrassed and kept rubbing her hair. After a while, Little Red explained in a low voice, "I hid something from you. Earlier, when Angor and the others were on their way to the doghouse, Little Red used her special ability to read something from Angor's cat ears. At that time, Little Red told Angor that Angor smelled cake. This information was true. When Angor was affected by Wicked Witch's blessing, his mind wandered to the orc food garden, and he saw many orcs making cakes. Little Red's ability to tell the taste of cake from cat ears was enough to prove how unique her ability was. However, the information that Lil Red had analyzed back then was not only about the cake. There was also another piece of information that she had concealed. Analysis number 2536. Little Red categorized the smells she smelled. For example, analysis number 231 meant lost, analysis number 937 meant tamed, and analysis number 2536 meant lonely. Lil Red rubbed its nose. I hid this information because it didn't want others to know about its loneliness. Loneliness had different types. Some were outward loneliness, while others were inward loneliness. What Little Red smelled from cat ears was a kind of inward loneliness. It was lonely inside, but it didn't want anyone to know about it. It wanted to pretend that it was happy and normal. This kind of inward loneliness was like a clown in a circus. To outsiders, the clown looked funny and cheerful. However, no one knew whether the clown's mask had a heart that matched his appearance. Cat ears was the same. No one could understand its loneliness, and it didn't want anyone to know about it. After Little Red analyzed the information, she followed its idea and hid it from Angor. Now that Angor pointed it out, Little Red finally revealed what it was trying to hide. It wasn't that Little Red didn't like the crimson fox hair clip. It was just that her idea was simpler. She saw how lonely it was, so she wanted to use some of her own methods to accompany it so that it wouldn't feel lonely. This kind of companionship was probably useless. After all, Angor only got a pair of ears, and they weren't permanent. They would disappear after a while. How could ears feel companionship, even though Lil Red had given an explanation? To the others, Lil Red's request was inconceivable and incomprehensible. At the very least, in Luigi's opinion, although Little Red's explanation was clear, there was really no need to custom-make a cat ear hairpin. However, Luigi didn't say no. He was right beside Little Red, and as the creator of the login device, it was only a matter of time before he decided to change it. Seeing Little Red's innocent look, Angor considered for a moment and took the hair clip from Little Red's hand. Under Little Red's puzzled gaze, Angor asked in a small voice, "What kind of hair clip do you think will make it feel less lonely and more companionable?" As he spoke, he also released a small ball of illusion energy from his finger. The magic air mass was connected to Little Red's forehead. As long as Little Red thought about it, the magic air mass could change its shape. Angor wanted to use the magic air mass to ask Little Red to design a hair clip that would make it feel more comfortable. At first, Little Red was still a little confused, but as she thought about it, the illusory magic air mass changed its appearance, and she slowly understood the function of the illusory magic air mass. "Can I design my own cat ear hairpin?" Little Red looked at Angor while manipulating the illusion aura. Angor nodded with a smile. Of course. Little Red didn't know if Angor had the right to decide the appearance of the login device. However, Angor's gentle and firm answer convinced her to trust him. Little Red became more serious after hearing Angor's answer. It began to design the cat ear hairpin in its mind using the magic aura. While Little Red was working on the hair clip, Luigi asked through the spirit bond, "Is this really okay? Will it be troublesome?" Angor shook his head. "It's just changing the appearance." "Not at all." As for why Angor was willing to cooperate with Little Red, it wasn't because Little Red could really make it feel less lonely. He just didn't want to see Little Red's disappointed look. Angor was willing to show his kindness to such a naive, kind, and adorable child. Besides, Little Red chose the hair clip so that it wouldn't feel lonely. And it was still lodging in the cat ears on his head. In other words, Little Red was working hard for him. How could Angor break Little Red's heart? If he could comfort Little Red with just a little effort, why not? While Angor was talking to Luigi through their spirit bond, the canine deacon was looking at Angor with a curious look. Canine deacon didn't say anything earlier, but it saw everything that happened. Before Angor said anything, Luigi seemed to be in charge of everything, as if he already had the right to distribute the login device. However, when Angor stepped forward, Luigi clearly showed signs of backing down. This meant that Luigi believed that Angor should have the final say in the distribution of the login device. As for Luigi, his every word and action represented Laplace, who was behind him. Luigi's backing down, especially in front of Laplace, meant that Laplace also admitted that Angor had absolute control over the distribution of the login device. This indirectly proved that Angor was the true owner of the login device. Even though this was only a piece of evidence and there was no actual evidence to back it up, based on the dog deacon's understanding of Laplace, it was basically certain that this information was correct. In other words, Angor was the one who created the dream crystal by combining dreams and consciousness. Canine Deacon was very curious about Angor's identity. Not only was Angor's identity curious, but also why Laplace was willing to cooperate with Angor. Just like how Laplace owed the wise lord a favor, did she owe Angor a favor as well? Just as the dog deacon's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, a voice suddenly appeared in its mind. "I see a lot of questions in your eyes." The cold voice sounded a little apathetic. The dog deacon was no stranger to this voice. It raised its head and looked at Laplace, who wasn't far away. And Laplace was also looking at Canine Deacon. Without a doubt, it was Laplace who spoke to Canine Deacon. Canine Deacon was hoping to talk to Luigi and Laplace privately. But now that Laplace actually did, Canine Deacon didn't know what to do. After a while, Canine Deacon finally calmed down and used the beacon Laplace left in Canine Deacon's mind to convey its thoughts to Laplace. Laplace wasn't surprised by Canine Deacon's question. She sent the message because she noticed that Canine Deacon was staring at Angor. She knew Canine Deacon couldn't read Angor's mind, but she still sent the message anyway. She wanted to help Canine Deacon, but she also hoped that Canine Deacon wouldn't try anything funny. Angor had a lot of secrets. It wasn't that Laplace didn't want to know. She also knew that the more she knew, the more dangerous it would be. She had a feeling that Angor was hiding a great secret. If the secret was exposed, it would not do her or Canine Deacon any good. It would only bring them endless danger. If Laplace could sense danger from someone as powerful as herself, Canine Deacon couldn't just ignore it. Yes, Angor is the one who created the dream crystal, and the dream crystal is related to him as well. But I'm also very close to it. You'll naturally understand this once you enter the dream crystal plane. As for Angor's identity, I can't tell you that. And I hope you won't think too much about it. It'll only do you more harm than good. Canine Deacon already knew Angor's identity, but Laplace didn't know anything about it yet. She wouldn't tell Canine Deacon about it. Laplace's answer helped Canine Deacon a lot, but Canine Deacon also understood what Laplace was implying. Angor's identity was indeed unusual. And with his identity, he would be in danger if he were to be probed. This surprised the dog Deacon, but it also made sense. If Angor was just an ordinary wizard, Canine Deacon wouldn't think that Laplace would treat him so politely. But since Canine Deacon already knew about Angor's identity, Canine Deacon could understand why Laplace and Luigi treated him so politely. Of course, this was only the dog Deacon's opinion, and there was a certain degree of deviation. Laplace and Luigi didn't treat Angor so politely because of Angor's identity. It was because there was something between them that Canine Deacon couldn't understand. And the one who witnessed this binding was none other than the will of the mirror domain. As Little Red yelled happily, she finally showed Angor the model of the recorder she created in the illusion. As expected, Little Red created a pair of cat ears. In the image shown by the illusion, the pair of cat ears looked very similar to Angor's own. They were both small and red in color. However, they were not the same as Angor's cat ears. The fur on the pair of cat ears that Lil Red pinched out was not very smooth. Instead, it was covered in fluffy blood-red fur. From afar, it looked like a red sea urchin with its fur standing on end. There was another difference. Little Red's cat ears were smaller, but there was a tuft of a hogue at the tip of the ears that was about 10 centimeters long. Is this your idea of a cat ear recorder? Angor looked at the cat ears and found them familiar. They looked like small lynx ears. Little Red nodded obediently. Yes, I like them. It will like them too. As long as it liked them, Little Red considered them as companionship. Perhaps they would help it feel less lonely. Why do you think it will like them? Could Little Red not only analyze information, but also make deductions based on existing information? Otherwise, why would Little Red be so sure that it would like them? Little Red's answer to Angor's question was not so complicated. Lil Red tilted his head and blinked. Because I like it. At first, he didn't understand what Little Red meant. After asking for more details, he realized that Little Red's love was the same thing. If Little Red believed that she liked them, it would like them too. Angor thought Little Red would give him a better reason, but it turned out to be such a simple one. Because if she liked something, others would like it too. Little Red was being too self-centered. To put it simply, it was confidence. To put it in a deeper way, it was narcissism. But when it came from Little Red's mouth, it was not confidence or narcissism. It was naivety. Naive to the point that she did not know anything about the world. That was why she could say such childish words. Of course, Angor did not agree with this reason. Still, he knew better than to spoil Little Red's joy. Instead, he went along with Little Red's words and said, I believe it will like them too. After he finished speaking, he picked up the red fox hair clip while Little Red was smiling brightly. He constructed an alchemy model in his mind space in front of everyone. Sparks flew on his palm. The flame of alchemy could not only forge iron and melt steel, but it could also rapidly change the form of substances. This time, he didn't need to forge it. He only needed to use alchemy flame to reshape the crimson fox ear clip. As for the core of the login device, there was no need to touch it. Therefore, the difficulty of reforging was not high. Moreover, the scarlet fox ear hairpin and the cat ear hairpin were not too different in terms of appearance. Even the color of the fur was the same. Because of this, Angor did not need to modify much. It was so simple that even an ordinary apprentice alchemist could easily shape it. In front of everyone's eyes, Angor's performance was not affected at all. In less than 30 seconds, he successfully changed the red fox hair clip into a silly cat hair clip. Next, Angor compared the hair clip with the one Little Red made in the illusion air cloud. After making sure that everything was the same, he put away the illusion and handed the new silly cat hair clip to Little Red. Take a look. Do you think this fits? Little Red had been looking at Angor the whole time and already saw the new hair clip. She nodded without hesitation. It looks great. Little Red excitedly took the new hairpin and put it on her head in front of everyone. Of course, she only put it on without activating the login device. After putting it on, Little Red ran to the mirror and looked at her new hair accessory. Angor was standing right next to Little Red. One was tall, one was short, one was big, and one was small. Both of them had the same red cat ears. One was real, while the other was illusory, but no one could tell anything from the mirror. They looked like a pair of father and daughter with cat ears, or maybe a brother and sister. Little Red kept twirling around in front of the mirror while showing off her new hair in a cute way. When the canine deacon couldn't stand it anymore and coughed to remind Little Red to stop, Little Red slowly returned to her seat. However, she still kept looking at the mirror from time to time, as if she was very satisfied with her new look. When Little Red was almost done, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Angor. Can you squat down, kitty? He didn't know why he was asked to kneel down, but when he saw Little Red clinging to his trousers and looking up at him with puppy eyes, Angor's heart softened and he obeyed. When Angor was about the same height as her, Little Red finally told Angor why she wanted him to squat down. Little Red shouted happily, opened her arms, and jumped into Angor's arms. Thank you, kitty. I really like it. I really like it. Angor was a little surprised. When Little Red rubbed against his neck and expressed her joy, he smiled gently and politely returned the hug. Soon, Little Red let go of him and looked up at Angor's head, as if she was observing something. A few seconds later, Little Red's expectant eyes suddenly turned into joy. I knew it. It likes it too. Huh? How could she tell whether it likes it or not? Next to him, Shipilov pointed at Angor's head with a surprised look as if he saw something. Not only Shipilov, but also the canine deacon, Luigi, and Laplace all looked at Angor's head. Angor's heart skipped a beat when he saw the strange scene. Could it be that there was something wrong with the cat ears given by the Wicked Witch's blessing? Without hesitation, Angor reached out his spirit feelers and observed the cat ears from a third person's perspective. When he saw the cat ears clearly, he was stunned for a few seconds. They really did change. Before this, the fur on the cat ears was smooth and soft. They looked neat and tidy, but they lacked some individuality. Now, the fur on the cat ears had completely exploded, just like the fur on Little Red's hair clip. The explosion didn't mean chaos. It just meant that the ears had become fluffy. Furthermore, it was suffused with a tantalizing luster, as if it had come alive. Angor was a little surprised to see this. Logically speaking, the cat ears on his head were the after-effects of the Wicked Witch's blessing, or rather, the side effect. They were illusory and could not be touched, let alone change their form. But at this moment, because of Little Red's hug, it became fluffy and glossy. This was simply unbelievable. Even Luigi couldn't help but murmur, "That's amazing." It didn't seem like a big change, but if one thought about it carefully, they would find it unbelievable. It was as if a 2D character on a page changed the hairstyle of a 3D person with a simple wave of his hand. The analogy didn't quite fit, but Luigi couldn't help but think about it. This was a change that transcended dimensions. Compared to Luigi, Laplace was more concerned about whether this change would affect Angor. The cat ears change meant that a new variable had appeared. The unknown could bring hope, but it could also bring disaster. No one could tell whether this change was good or bad. Laplace didn't want Angor to be surrounded by unknown dangers just by visiting the kennel hut. Do you feel any changes in your body? Laplace asked through their spirit bond. Angor had just recovered from the shock when he heard Laplace's question. He carefully sensed the changes in his body and confirmed, nothing. Or rather, his body in the material world didn't change at all. At this time, Luigi also returned to reality. When he heard Laplace's question, he understood her concern. Fortunately, Angor gave a normal answer. No changes. That means I'm fine. You can't say that, Laplace said. Once there's a change, there's bound to be a chain reaction. It's just that the chain reaction might not happen to you, or at least not right now. A simple flap of a butterfly's wings could cause a storm on the other side of the world. Similarly, if something changed, there would be a new effect. However, this influence might not be here, nor should it be here. Instead, it should be in the unknown. The unknown was the most uncontrollable variable. If Angor could find out what was going on, Laplace would be relieved. But the fact that Angor's body didn't change at all made Laplace even more worried. Luigi considered and made a guess. Angor's blessing should be related to his food. Could it be that the changes in the cat ears will also lead to changes in the food he makes? It wasn't a random guess. After all, Cat Ear's original body was an orc who specialized in cake making. There was a high probability that the changes in cat ears would be reflected in the production of gourmet food. Even Laplace believed that this was the most likely possibility. But if it was related to his cooking, would it be related to his cooking? Or would something even bigger happen to his cooking? Should I make a manna bread right now? Angor hesitated for a moment before asking. Laplace and Luigi stopped him at the same time. Don't. They weren't worried about Angor's cooking. If the unknown variable was related to his cooking, no one could tell what the final result would be. It might be better, but it might also be worse. For safety's sake, it was better to find a more secure place to cook his food. And the best place to do so was his heart space. Let's go back to the heart space first, Laplace said. Angor considered and agreed with Laplace's suggestion. Now was not the right time. Besides, their guesses were still too vague. They didn't even ask the most important person. Maybe they didn't even need to try. They could just ask Little Red, the culprit behind all this. Since Angor and Luigi were talking through their spirit bond, no one else knew what they were talking about. In order to help Little Red understand, Angor briefly explained the origin of the cat ears. Next, he asked Little Red the most important question. Did you know about this change from the beginning? What will it do to you? Little Red shook her head. No, I didn't know. But isn't it a good thing? It likes it. As far as Little Red knew, anything that it liked was good. Little Red's logic was simple and pure. However, they didn't live in a simple world, so the others couldn't agree with Little Red's words. However, compared to Little Red, Angor, who was in the same situation as Little Red, agreed with Little Red's words. Little Red had been telling Little Red that she didn't want it to be alone, so she gave up on the fox ears and chose the cat ears instead. As it turned out, Little Red's actions did affect it. Even though Lil Red could not explain the reason, most of the time, the things that one subconsciously said and did could be a kind of fate's guidance. Angor didn't believe that the world was too simple. But as the person involved, he was willing to believe that fate was behind all this. Being liked by it might not be as bad as they thought. Perhaps the cat ears change would cause some unknown disturbance. But judging from the current situation, it might not be a bad thing. Little Red continued, as for what kind of effect it will have? I don't know. But I can smell the change in Big Brother Kitty's ears. Little Red's words caught everyone's attention. They didn't believe Little Red's words, but they did believe in Little Red's miraculous ability to analyze smells. According to Little Red's analysis, the cat ears contained two kinds of information, the smell of cake and loneliness. Now that the cat ears changed, Little Red's information was updated as well. Maybe he could use the cat ears to determine whether the unknown variable was good or bad for Angor. Under everyone's gaze, Little Red carefully observed the fluffy cat ears on Angor's head. A moment later, she spoke slowly, the smell of loneliness is very, very lonely now. It was the smell of loneliness that dissipated. This was also why Little Red had said that it would definitely like it. What else? Luigi asked. The smell of loneliness is gone, and the taste of the cake has changed. It's more delicious. The cake tasted better? Luigi repeated in a low voice. He suddenly realized something and looked up at Angor. Angor also noticed Luigi's gaze. They both saw the same thing in each other's eyes. So, it seems that the so-called unknown variable really exists in the cooking of gourmet food? This was exactly what Angor and Luigi were thinking. However, it wasn't them who said this. It was the dog Deacon. Canine Deacon also heard Angor's explanation about cat ears and came up with the same conclusion as Angor's. Why don't you try cooking it once? Maybe you can see the difference? Angor was a little tempted by the dog Deacon's offer. To see what exactly happened, he only needed to cook it once. But after some consideration, Angor still refused. For the same reason as before, it was better to go back to his heart space just in case. Since Angor could not see any other changes for now, and Cat Ear's anger did not affect him much, the others did not continue the topic after Angor voluntarily gave up. However, the dog Deacon didn't let go of Angor. It kept glancing at Angor's body. Angor wouldn't mind if someone else was looking at him. But the dog Deacon could read minds. When the dog kept looking at Angor, Angor's mind began to wander. And this scene was also seen by Luigi. But Luigi knew that since the dog Deacon promised Laplace, it wouldn't use the skill on Angor. Luigi knew why the bird kept looking at Angor, and Luigi knew what it wanted to do. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You better stop thinking about asking Angor to help you. Luigi raised an eyebrow and blocked the dog Deacon's view. Luigi's words put the dog Deacon in an awkward position. It also meant that the dog Deacon was indeed thinking about how to ask for Angor's help. But if Little Red can do it, why can't I? The dog Deacon felt wronged. If it had a white flag in its hand, it would be waving it around already. Angor has a reason to help Little Red. But you don't have a reason to do it, said Luigi. Dog Deacon, why wouldn't I have a reason? Luigi sneered. Then tell me, what's your reason? Deacon Canine thought for a moment and stammered, I'm a deacon after all. Important people often come to see me. Without waiting for the dog Deacon to finish, Luigi interrupted, are you sure the big shot dares to meet you? Dog Deacon, even if the big shots don't come, their assistants will come. They also represent the big shots. Luigi snorted and did not interrupt again. However, his eyes were full of disbelief, and he had an expression that said, let's see how you're going to make it up. Dog Deacon, if I wear the earrings and meet these big shots, I'll be embarrassed. Besides, even if it's not a big shot, if someone like Shipolov sees me wearing flower earrings, it will be very embarrassing for me. Shipolov, who was suddenly called out by the dog Deacon, immediately raised his hand and said, I swear in the name of the Flame of Heart that I will never tell anyone. After hearing this, the dog Deacon's eyes flashed with satisfaction. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to warn Shipolov. He was very satisfied that Shipolov was so obedient. However, Shipolov was Shipolov. When the dog Deacon looked at Luigi again, his eyes became aggrieved again. Luigi completely ignored his expression and said casually, those earrings are not something that you have to wear. If someone comes to see you, you can just take them off yourself. You don't usually leave the house of everything, and you don't wear the earrings everywhere. You don't have to worry about other people's gazes. Dog Deacon's expression turned bitter. But, this will also embarrass you. You also know the relationship between us. If I embarrass myself, won't I embarrass you too? Dog Deacon secretly pointed out that they were both from the same time. Although they had parted ways now, they used to be very close. However, Luigi did not buy it at all. He still replied with an indifferent expression, others don't know about my relationship with you. What does your humiliation have to do with me? Besides, I'm very happy to see you being humiliated. Dog Deacon felt helpless when Luigi was being so stubborn. Just as the Canine Deacon was racking his brain to find a new reason to refute Luigi, Luigi spoke first. I don't care what reason you have. Even if this reason really requires you to change the appearance of the login device, I only have one thing to say to you. If you want to change, wait until the device is sold and buy yourself a new one. Luigi raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you don't have enough money to buy one? Dog Deacon did not know what else to say. It was obvious that Luigi had made up his mind. The dog deacon could only sneak a glance at Luigi, hoping that the young man would help him. However, a small interlude happened that made him completely ignore the dog deacon's gaze. The interlude was quite simple. Little Red put on the cat ear recorder, showed off in front of a mirror, and excitedly prepared to test its effect. In order to give Little Red a better experience, Angor taught the bird what to do and what to avoid in the dream crystal. Angor explained everything in detail, including how to deal with the immortal domain and how to deal with it. He also emphasized the motto, "Go offline if you can't solve the problem." However, when he was almost done, he suddenly sensed something inside his bracelet. One of Hidland's tentacles broke the bracelet space and appeared outside. Hidland quickly retracted the tentacle, but a flash of purple light still attracted Angor's attention. Instinctively, he reached his spirit feelers into the bracelet to see what was going on. As soon as his spirit feelers entered the space, he saw Hidland waiting nearby. Under Angor's puzzled gaze, Hidland floated to a cage covered by a black cloth. The purple tentacle gently lifted a corner of the cloth. A small mouse with a terrified expression appeared in front of him. Without a doubt, it was Nakbi. Nakbi had been running around in the seller's place without resting. He was already tired from all the exertion, and when he saw the curse-like spiral pattern on the fruit, he fainted. He had been unconscious for 4 hours. Now, he finally woke up. However, the first thing he saw was the purple Hidland floating in the air. This was the first time he saw a snot monster in his life, and he screamed in fear. That was probably why Hidland's cinema was disturbed, so it released its tentacles to attract Angor's attention and lured him inside. I see. Thank you for the reminder. Angor reached out his spirit feelers and touched Hidland to show his gratitude. Hydra didn't say anything, but Angor could tell that the creature was feeling a bit happy. Hidland must have noticed Angor's gratitude too. Hidland floated back to its home and continued watching the movie. Meanwhile, Angor lifted the rat cage and took it out of his bracelet. All of this happened in just a few seconds. No one noticed Angor's movement. Only Little Red noticed that Angor paused for 2 seconds. But soon, Angor regained his composure. When he did, a cage covered by a cloth was placed on the table. Little Red's original focus was still on the login device, but the appearance of the cage instantly attracted her attention. Luigi, Laplace, Shipolov, and the dog deacon all looked at the cage. Shipolov and the dog deacon didn't know what was going on, but they knew that Angor wouldn't just take out a cage for no reason. There must be something fishy going on inside. As for Luigi and Laplace, although they were a little surprised, they immediately thought of the reason when they saw the cage. Nakbi is awake? Angor nodded to Laplace. Yes. I just saw it. While speaking, Angor removed the black cloth covering the cage. As the black cloth disappeared, everyone saw the frightened little mouse inside the cage. Nakbi. Nakbi just got scared by Hidland. It took a while for it to calm down after being covered by the cloth. But now, it was scared again. It began to run around in the cage. Is that an inventor rat? The dog deacon observed Nakbi and named it. It looks like Pai Feifei. But I don't think Pai Feifei would do something like this. It looks like Pai Feifei. Maybe it's her descendant? The dog deacon looked at Luigi and tried to get an answer from him. But Luigi didn't even look at the dog deacon. Instead, he said to Angor, "You better stay away from it." Huh? Luigi stretched out his finger and pointed at Nakbi, who was about to pee in the cage. Can't you see that you've scared it? It's just new here. Don't worry. It'll recover soon. Luigi shook his head. No. You scared it. Luigi walked to Angor, picked up the cage, and placed it about 10 meters away from Angor. Then, he used his body to block Nakbi's view. Nakbi slowly stopped moving and squatted at a corner of the cage, panting heavily. The effect was immediate. Angor, who was watching from afar, did not know what to say. What's going on? Little Red, the dog deacon, and Shipolov all looked at Angor in bewilderment. They thought the rat was frightened by the strange environment. But it turned out that it was scared by Angor. Did Angor do something terrible to it? How did he do that? Luigi sighed and pointed at Angor's cat ears. Looks like the new ears didn't just change the taste of the cake. They also made the rodents more intimidating. Angor also realized what Luigi was talking about. He also thought of the deterrence of cat ears on the inventor mouse. This had actually happened before. However, Angor couldn't see the cat ears on his head. Besides, the ears were just an illusion, so they didn't have much of a presence. Angor always ignored the pair of cat ears. He didn't think about Nakbi's fear of them at all. So it's afraid of cat ears. I'm wearing cat ears too. Will it be scared of me? Little Red, who was using the dumb cat ear recorder, asked. Little Red's eyes glowed when she learned about Nakbi's fear of cat ears. She also put on an innocent and cunning look. You'll know if it's scared of you when you try. Although Little Red was the one who suggested it, he still wanted to know whether Nakabi was afraid of his cat ears or all the cat ears on his head. With Angor's permission, Little Red quietly approached the cage and moved into Nakbi's blind spot. After making sure Nakbi was no longer panting, Little Red giggled and jumped to the front of the cage. A large face instantly appeared in Nakbi's sight. Nakbi's expression froze. His entire body stiffened as he laid down in the cage. Seeing this, Lil Red was stunned for a moment. He was somewhat at a loss as he asked, It was scared to death by me? Luigi glanced at Nakbi and shook his head. No, it's playing dead. Sure enough, when Luigi pointed out that Nakbi was pretending to be dead, its stiff body softened tentatively. In the end, it turned over and curled up in the corner, shivering. Little Red instinctively wanted to get closer to observe, but as Little Red moved closer, Nakbi's trembling became more obvious. So it's scared of you too, said Luigi. It's afraid of everything related to cats. You're wearing cat ears, so it's afraid of you too. I'll take them off and try again. Without hesitation, Little Red removed the dumb hare's cat ear recorder and put it aside. She then reached out her hand and tried to touch Nakbi through the cage. This time, Nakbi didn't try to dodge. Little Red easily touched Nakbi's soft, milky white fur. Even though Nakbi still looked terrified and was trembling, he was in a much better state compared to when he was running around in the cage. Luigi rubbed his chin. Yes, it's afraid of cats. But I think Little Red is still scared of Angor even if it's wearing cat ears. Even if Nakbi pretended to be dead before Little Red, it could still come back to life once it was exposed. But when it came to Angor, it really tried to run away with all its might. It was probably because the cat ears on Angor's head were completely connected to his aura. Little Red's cat ears were only a facade. Isn't it normal for a mouse to be afraid of a cat? Why are they talking about this for so long? Canine Deacon mumbled, but I'm more curious about why Angor brought it out all of a sudden. Dog Deacon said as he tried to get closer to take a look at Little Mouse, half drunk. However, before it could get any closer, Nakabi's fur stood up again and began to run around frantically. This time, it was even crazier. Even when it bumped into the cage, it would stand up and run in another direction. Seeing this, Luigi sighed and moved to block Canine Deacon's way, as well as Nakabi's vision. Nakbi calmed down a little when he didn't see the Dog Deacon. However, his milky white fur was still standing on end because the Dog Deacon's aura in the air hadn't really disappeared. This made him very frightened. Luigi looked at Nakabi's cautious movements and looked at Canine Deacon's stiff expression. Don't mind it. Like you said, it's normal for a mouse to be afraid of a cat. Isn't it normal for a mouse to be afraid of a dog? Canine Deacon frowned at Luigi's words. But it couldn't refute because Luigi was right. Nakabi's reaction was proof enough. What a coward. Canine Deacon looked at the mouse cage and cursed under its breath. It returned to its paw pillow. If you're scared of me, won't you be scared to death if you run into snakes, owls, and weasels in the future? Luigi rubbed his chin as he listened to the Dog Deacon's ridicule. He pondered seriously and said, What you said makes sense. In the future, we really have to train its courage or prevent it from meeting its natural enemies. Canine Deacon rolled its eyes at Luigi. I'm not giving advice. Let's get back to business. Why did Angor bring it out? What's wrong with it? Canine Deacon was asking Angor, but Luigi was the one who answered. Luigi said, Didn't I just say that? Dog Deacon? When did you say that? Luigi snorted. I asked Angor a question just now. Don't tell me you forgot. Of course, Canine Deacon didn't forget Luigi's question when Angor brought out the cage, "Is Nakabi awake?" But was that the reason? Facing the dog Deacon's suspicious gaze, Luigi nodded. That's the reason. Canine Deacon looked at Angor in disbelief. Angor nodded in agreement. Yes, that's a good reason. Canine Deacon, seeing Deacon's reaction, Angor's explanation, he explained Nakabi as well as the behemoth. In other words, it's actually not that important. What's important is that it's tied to the behemoth, and the behemoth is the inventor that you all value. The dog Deacon gave a conclusion based on his own understanding of the situation. Angor did not find anything wrong with this conclusion. That was the gist of it. But after Luigi heard that, he refuted, "No, Nakabi is also very important." It. What's so valuable about it? Canine Deacon frowned. Apart from its resemblance to Pai Feifei, Nakabi had no other strong points. Not to mention its intelligence. What was so valuable about it? Luigi snickered. That's because you can't see it. Luigi dragged Angor to the side. Angor knows about it too, right? Angor? What do I know? Before Angor could say anything, Luigi added, Angor was the one who told me about Nakabi's uniqueness. Angor realized that the Riddler effect was working again. It had been so long, yet Luigi still remembered Angor's performance back then. Angor didn't know what to say. But since he was the one who performed the Riddler effect, Angor didn't want to ruin his own performance. He nodded with a smile. Seeing Angor nodding, the dog Deacon grew even more confused. He even began to doubt his own judgment. He knew Luigi was unreliable, but Angor didn't seem like someone who would lie about something like this. Did Nakabi really have something valuable that Canine Deacon didn't know about? Nakabi carefully inspected Nakabi's cage and used mind reading on it. However, apart from scared, terrified, full, and want to run laps, Nakabi didn't get anything else. It could roughly understand the first two messages, but what were "I'm so full" and "I want to run laps." Nakabi began to observe Nakabi carefully, which led the others to look at it as well. However, Little Red and Shipolov were observing Nakabi while Luigi and Laplace were scanning the cage. The reason why they were observing the cage was because they found something strange. "It's gone," Laplace muttered. "It's gone. Did Angor put it away? Or was it eaten by it? What's gone?" Canine Deacon looked at Luigi in confusion. Luigi didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Angor, as if asking for his opinion. "I didn't put it away. It must have eaten it," Angor answered. After a while, Canine Deacon finally got an answer from Angor. They had a pointed fruit with a spiral pattern on it, which was an inferior version of the orc speech fruit. It could help animals that couldn't talk. Because Nakabi was too stupid, he couldn't even learn how to speak. Therefore, they found the sharp fruit and planned to use it to help Nakabi open his mouth. The reason why Nakabi fell into a coma in the cage was because he was stimulated by the spiral patterns on the fruit. Even though Nakabi was unconscious due to the energy, they didn't take the fruit away. Instead, they left it in the cage. Nakabi was the only one left in the cage, and the spiral pattern was nowhere to be seen. Nakabi ate the pointed fruit after waking up. Angor wasn't surprised at all. Back then, he used an illusion spell to convince Nakabi to eat the fruit, which was exactly what Nakabi wanted to eat the most. Nakabi fainted, but the hint didn't end there. When Nakabi woke up, the hint took effect again, and Nakabi immediately went to eat the pointed fruit. This was perfectly normal. The only thing that surprised Angor was the size of the pointed fruit. It was almost as big as Nakabi. How come Nakabi couldn't tell that it ate it? Nakabi did look a little chubbier, and its stomach was a little bigger. But when Angor looked closer, it was just an illusion. Laplace explained, the pointed fruit is a special kind of fruit. When Nakabi eats it, the energy inside will turn into liquid and flow into its body. This was why Nakabi couldn't tell that it ate the pointed fruit, because the flesh of the fruit had turned into a concentrated energy liquid. It didn't look like it, but Nakabi's need for energy had reached its peak. Judging from the current situation, Nakabi wouldn't need to consume any energy for at least half a month. "I see." Angor nodded. As soon as they said that, Luigi couldn't help but say, whether it's full or not is another matter. What's more important now is that since it has already eaten the sharp fruit, why didn't it say anything? Luigi said as he squatted beside the cage, trying to tease Nakbi to make him talk. But no matter how hard Luigi tried, Nakbi just curled up in a corner and shivered in fear. Seeing Nakbi ignoring him, Luigi frowned. Could it be that the fruit of the beast language is fake? Correction. That pointed fruit is a lower-level fruit of the orc fruit. It's not the real orc fruit, Laplace corrected him. I'll correct you too. There are so many people around, including cats and dogs. Even if it can talk, it's too scared to do so. Luigi would have refuted if Dog Deacon was the one who said that. But since Luigi was being pressured by both Laplace and Angor, he had no choice but to raise the white flag. What should we do then? Angor considered. Leave it to me. Luigi looked at Angor's expression and knew what he was going to do, so he quickly stepped aside. Next, Angor snapped his fingers. A thin layer of magic mist instantly appeared around the cage and completely covered it. However, the illusory fog this time was different from before. It was one-sided. In other words, Nakbi couldn't see the outside world, but Angor and the others could see through the mist and see Nakbi inside. With the cover of the fog, Nakobi's stiff body began to relax. It didn't think that the mist was just a paper lake, and it couldn't protect itself from those who would really hurt it. It just felt that if it couldn't see the people outside, then it would be safe. It was purely deceiving itself. But it wasn't surprising. The pointed fruit Nakbi ate only helped it talk, not improve its thinking. Considering its current intelligence, it was already good enough that it was able to guard itself against outsiders. Under the cover of the mist, Nakbi slowly turned into a rat cake. From this, it could be seen that Nakbi had completely let down his guard. However, this wasn't enough to make it talk. Angor needed some external stimulation. And the best way to do that was to use Nakbi, or Behemoth. However, Behemoth was still studying in Paluzzo's base, so Angor couldn't summon it here. So, he decided to use illusion to create an illusion of Behemoth. Angor raised a hand, and the mist around him rolled out, revealing a gray-furred mouse. This gray-furred mouse with a tuft of golden hair on its head was Behemoth's illusion. As soon as Behemoth entered the cage, Nakbi was awakened by the commotion. The originally limp rat cake also became stiff again. It timidly raised its head and looked in the direction of the movement. It was stunned by what it saw. When it saw the familiar figure walking toward it, Nakabi's beady eyes turned into small puddles and began to fill up with water. When Nakabi saw Behemoth's appearance, tears began to flow out of its eyes like water. Nakabi stood up, mumbled something, and lunged at Behemoth. However, what it pounced on was nothing but empty air. Angor already removed the illusion of Behemoth when Nakabi approached. Using Behemoth's emotions to trick Nakabi wasn't going to go overboard. It was better to treat it as a dream. Besides, their experiment was over, and Nakbi had spoken. Angor heard Nakabi mumbling something when it was about to attack Behemoth. Although Nakbi had only said a few words in a low voice, his words were unclear and his voice was obviously childish. But it was speaking Paluzzo's language. It was Paluzzo's language because Nakabi was born in Paluzzo's language. Even though Nakabi couldn't understand the language itself, it had already memorized it in its mind and became the center of Nakabi's language. Under the stimulation of the sharp fruit, the Paluzzo's language automatically replaced Nakabi's previous mouse language and allowed Nakabi to express its emotions and thoughts in Paluzzo's language. Angor couldn't understand Paluzzo's language at all, but everyone else here could. Luigi said, what it said just now, if translated, probably means miss. Canine Deacon jumped out and explained, yes, it means missing. But it added something else, which can be translated as missing you. Luigi rolled his eyes at Canine Deacon. That's more like it. Missing you and missing you are two different things, Canine Deacon said. You can miss anything, but you're the only one who misses you. Luigi opened his mouth but couldn't think of anything to say. Little Red, on the other hand, spoke up for Luigi. That's not right, brother doggy. That humph is a way to address itself. If you want to translate it. Little Red tilted her head and considered carefully. You can translate it like this: Ratty misses you. Ratty was Nakabi's way of expressing I, which meant I miss you. Luigi and Canine Deacon looked at each other and didn't say anything. It seemed neither of them wanted to accept the other's opinion. Laplace made the final decision. Little Red's translation is the most complete and accurate. Little Red's thoughts were similar to Nakabi's, not only because of their similar age, but also because of their naive way of looking at things and their similar simple words. But even Laplace didn't expect Nakabi to call itself ratty. Was it trying to be humble and not trying to act cute? Little Red's complete translation made everyone look at her. Little Red felt a little embarrassed being stared at. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh right, I smell a very strange smell on Little Rat." Her words successfully diverted everyone's attention. Compared to the sample translation, this one was more interesting. Little Red's ability was unique, and in a way, it wasn't inferior to Canine Deacon's. If Little Red said she smelled something strange, then it must be something else. Strange smell? What do you mean? Angor looked at Little Red curiously. Judging from Little Red's tone, the smell must be something special. Could it be that Nakbi was hiding some kind of secret? Angor always felt that his act of pretending to be the Riddler was too abrupt. If there was really something special about Nakbi, then his abrupt action at that time might have been a kind of omen. Luigi was also looking at Little Red expectantly. Unlike Angor, Luigi was sure that Nakobi had something special about it. He just couldn't figure out what it was. Since Little Red could sniff out more information, they might be able to get something from Little Red. Little Red considered for 2 seconds and carefully chose her words. The smell on Nakobi's body is very complicated. I won't talk about the ones I don't think have any meaning. For example, analysis number 656, ignorance, analysis number 799, cowardice. Both ignorance and cowardice were already shown on Nakobi's body, so there was no need to go into detail. What really puzzled Little Red was, "It's a smell I've never analyzed before," Little Red said with a serious look. "So I don't have a specific number." Little Red came up with the numbers herself. Each number represented a general piece of information. The smell Little Red detected from Nakobi's body was something she didn't know about. Little Red didn't have a specific number, but based on her previous experience, she figured out something like this: sleeping bloodline of the lost ones. Sleeping, lost ones, and bloodline. These were the 3 pieces of information Little Red found. However, they all supported each other. Or rather, they were one. This was why Little Red came up with something that sounded logical but also seemed to be wrong: sleeping bloodline of the lost ones. Sleeping bloodline of the lost ones? When Luigi heard the analysis, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. Without waiting for Lil Red to speak, he muttered to himself, as expected, Nakbi has a hidden bloodline. Luigi looked at Angor and Laplace. When Behemoth named himself Naxu, we guessed that Naxu was the bloodline information of an inventor rat, right? That was because the extremely clever inventor, Pai Feifei, had once given itself a name, Nakvi. Behemoth had never seen Pai Feifei before, and without knowing Pai Feifei's old name, he had also given himself the name Naxu, which was very similar to Naxu. There must be a hidden connection that outsiders did not know about. At that time, Luigi had guessed that the Invention Mouse clan might have bloodline information. Many powerful races were born with this knowledge. Not only could they speak, but they also knew a lot of information about the outside world. Why did this happen? In the words of wizards, it was genetic information, or bloodline information. Just like the abyssal elemental dragon, it was born to use unique elemental attacks. Even if no one taught it, it could still use it well. The ratio and weight of its energy was more reasonable than many elemental sorcerers who had studied elements for their entire lives. The knowledge of using elemental energy was engraved in the bloodline of the abyssal elemental dragon. Even a newborn dragon whelp could directly use it. It could be said that the information passed down from one's bloodline was the most essential and powerful knowledge of a race. A race with such information was either not weak, or had a powerful ancestor. Otherwise, there was no way to engrave such information in the bloodline of future generations. Perhaps the Invention Mouse clan's ancestor was a powerful being. And this powerful being left a lot of information in the bloodline, which was passed down from generation to generation. Otherwise, where did the names Naxu and Nakvi come from? It had to be the information hidden in the bloodline. Could it be that Naxu referred to the Invention Mouse clan's comfort zone, which was why it was named Naxu? Luigi did not believe such a story. He preferred to believe that it was a gift from the bloodline. However, only an Invention Mouse with a purer bloodline could find such information from the depths of its bloodline. Among the current Invention Mice, only Naxu and Nakvi, two of them, managed to find traces of their ancestor. This was only Luigi's thought before he came to the doghouse. But now, Little Red's words seemed to have given Luigi a shot of confidence. Wasn't the sleeping vestigial bloodline hinting that Nakvi was hiding a mysterious bloodline that they had never discovered before? If it was a hidden bloodline, it meant that there was a powerful being among the Invention Mouse clan's ancestors. Otherwise, how could there be such a bloodline? Angor knew what Luigi meant, but he was still a bit confused. No matter how he looked at it, Naxu did not seem to have a powerful bloodline. But Little Red's information made him doubt himself. Did Naxu, or the Invention Mouse clan's ancestors, really have something powerful enough to pass down information in their bloodline? Angor was not as excited as Luigi. Instead, he calmed himself down and asked Little Red, "Can you tell me what you think? If you think this information is special, there must be something special about it, right?" Little Red found 3 key words: sleeping, legacy, and bloodline. None of them were strange words. Angor believed that there must be a corresponding number for each of them. After all, even a subjective word like lonely had a corresponding number. How could these 3 words not be included in the numbers? But if they were not, why did Little Red say that they were special? Little Red seemed to understand what Angor meant. You're right. These 3 words all have their corresponding meanings. But they don't exist in Rat Clan. Why? Angor was puzzled. Because just like what I said just now, these 3 words can't be looked at separately when placed in a mouse. Instead, they are a mosaic and supporting whole. They were integrated information. It was precisely because they were one and the same that Little Red did not have such a short sentence that could express multiple meanings in her analysis of numbers. Little Red's analysis, on the other hand, was more of a single word. Angor nodded. I get it. But it's rare to see an integrated information. But I don't think it's strange either. Therefore, Little Red felt that something was strange, or rather, abnormal. Where exactly was it? Little Red considered for a moment. These 3 words are one, and they should be analyzed as one. But I've never analyzed them as a composite. Let's split them up and talk about them one by one. Angor nodded noncommittally. Splitting them up was not a big deal. All he needed to do was to put them back together in the end. Little Red said, the first piece of information we've analyzed is hibernation. Sleeping was not the same as sleeping in general. Sleeping was not a living being, but an energy. An energy that lay dormant deep inside Nakbi's body. According to Little Red, this energy was as still as a pool of stagnant water, and it was difficult to wake it up. But to say that it was dead was not correct. There was still a small chance of connecting to the outside world. Therefore, it could not be called deathly stillness, but silence, or perhaps deep sleep. The second one is, left behind. Little Red didn't immediately give an analysis. Instead, she asked, just now, Big Brother Harp mentioned Nakbi, Naxu, and Nakvi. Does Big Brother Harp think this is a kind of inheritance information? Yes. Luigi nodded and briefly told Little Red about Nakvi and Naxu. Little Red asked, where's Nakbi? Didn't it name itself? Luigi shook his head. Nakbi was named by Behemoth. Naxu. After hearing this, Little Red touched her chin, lowered her head and whispered, I actually think that Brother Harp is right. The reason why they have the same name may be because of genetic information. But now I know that Nakbi hasn't been enlightened yet, so I don't know if it's true. If I can see Naxu, I'll be sure. But Naxu isn't here right now. It's fine. Behemoth isn't far from here. If it's necessary, I'll bring it here later. Luigi regarded Behemoth as his future poetry writing tool. Therefore, it was good to know more about Behemoth for his poetry writing career. The way to understand was to let Little Red analyze Behemoth's information. Since Nakbi was analyzed, how could Behemoth not be analyzed? Little Red said, then let's wait until we see Naxu. Let's go back to the left behind information first. The so-called left behind actually referred to the genetic information in the bloodline. Little Red originally wanted to use Nax as an example, so she took the initiative to ask. But she didn't expect that she was one step behind. Nakbi's name was given by other invention mice and could not be used as evidence. Therefore, she could only put this example aside. However, even without this example, Little Red could still say with certainty, there must be genetic information hidden in the bloodline of Ratty. It's just that it hasn't discovered it yet. The remnants that Little Red had analyzed were the basis of her confidence. Moreover, I can vaguely feel that the information left behind by Ratty is very deep. It's like a huge abyss, and there's an incomparably rich foundation hidden inside. At this point, Little Red patted her chest. Even Lord Ghost Deacon doesn't have such a powerful foundation. It's like a towering mountain that can't be seen. Simply put, the hidden genetic information in Nakbi's body might be very huge. It was so huge that all aspects were left out. It might even contain an entire cultural foundation. However, no matter how deep this foundation is, it hasn't been stimulated, so we can't make any more comments, Little Red added with some regret. However, it was extremely difficult to activate it. Don't forget, the 3 words were one. There was the word sleeping in front of left behind. The foundation had been consumed by silence. If they wanted to activate it, they had to at least wake up from its sleep. But how could they wake it up? Even if Little Red did not know the way, she could guess the difficulty of it. It was definitely not easy. Perhaps, this generation would still not be able to wake it up. Perhaps, they would have to wait for the next generation of invention mice, and the next generation after that. Only by chance would they be able to wake up the sleeping foundation. Little Red said, the last word is bloodline. Bloodline, in combination with the previous legacy, actually referred to the inherited bloodline left behind by the ancestor of the invention mice. It also needed to be activated, and the difficulty of activating it was as great as genetic information. Logically speaking, legacy and bloodline could be said together because they were similar and complementary. The reason why Little Red separated them was that under the information about bloodline, there was something that made her feel the strangest. In other words, the reason why Little Red felt that Nakbi's aura was strange came from the smell of this bloodline. Luigi asked curiously, is there something wrong with its bloodline? This time, Little Red nodded solemnly. Yes, and it's very wrong. Why did Little Red say that? It was because she smelled a smell that did not belong to the ordinary from Nakbi. Does not belong to the ordinary? Everyone was stunned. What kind of description was that? Only the dog Deacon and Laplace seemed to have thought of something. They looked at each other, and finally, Laplace said, if it doesn't belong to the ordinary, then it's extraordinary. But I don't think Little Red will be frightened by the extraordinary. Therefore, eucalyptus should be another word that corresponds to the ordinary. After a pause, Laplace continued, in the ordinary world, there's actually no such concept as extraordinary. For most ordinary people, there's only one thing that's above the ordinary world, and that's divine authority. Luigi murmured in a low voice, if it doesn't belong to the ordinary world, then it's a god? Luigi raised his head and looked at Little Red. You mean, deep in Nakbi's bloodline, there's the smell of a god? Little Red neither nodded nor shook her head. She only said softly, I'm not sure if it's the smell of a god or not. But the feeling it gives me is indeed as described by Big Sister Hare. It's above the ordinary world. It is some kind of indescribable aura that makes people want to worship it. With this kind of aura that made people want to worship it, it could indeed be a god. The first demigod spell that many gods in the world of gods learned was to plunder faith. Prostrating oneself in worship was a method to obtain faith. However, it could not be said that it was definitely a god. It could also be an ancestral spirit or an ancestor. If an ancient elder of a family suddenly appeared in front of the younger generation of the family, the younger generation might also have the thought of worshipping it. This was a default mechanism that was passed down from generation to generation. After all, your bloodline came from your ancestors, and it was normal to be respectful to your ancestors. So Nakbi has the bloodline of a god? Luigi rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. His eyes kept darting around as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, he opened one hand and clapped his other hand. Wait, didn't we talk about behemoth before? Behemoth. And behemoth, doesn't it correspond to a god? Behemoth. Luigi looked at Angor and Laplace, as if he was asking for approval. Now that Luigi mentioned it, Angor also remembered something. Previously, they had discussed why Xianxia gave himself the name Behemoth. At that time, Laplace had mentioned a rumor. According to legend, there was an ancient beast deity named Behemoth in Drauna Plain. However, this behemoth disappeared a long, long time ago. It seemed that he had already fallen. Since it happened tens of thousands of years ago, most of the useful information had been erased by time. Even Laplace himself couldn't tell if it was true or not. Therefore, Laplace mentioned the name Behemoth in passing. He didn't really believe that Xianxia had anything to do with this legendary deity. Luigi had the same thought as Laplace. He just thought it was a coincidence and didn't think too much about it. But now, Little Red clearly said that there was something strange about Xianxia's bloodline. It might be the bloodline of a god. Luigi couldn't help but think about it. Behemoth was the name of the beast god of the Drauna Plain. Xianxia had given himself the name Behemoth out of the blue, and Behemoth had disappeared tens of thousands of years ago. Now, Xianxia had the bloodline of a god in his body. Considering all the information, Luigi came up with a conclusion that he believed was credible. The invention rats were probably the bloodline of Behemoth. Maybe they weren't the direct descendants of Behemoth. After all, if they were, they wouldn't be so weak. Most likely, they were collateral descendants, or descendants of Behemoth whose bloodline had been diluted countless times. Luigi told Laplace his theory. Both Angor and Laplace believed the old man's words, but they were still doubtful about it. Because Luigi's inference might be logical, but there was no evidence in the end. No matter how convincing it was, they couldn't believe it completely. However, if they really wanted to look into it in the future, Luigi's theory could be used as a main research direction. As he pondered, Little Red's words pulled him back to reality from his floating imagination. I've never heard of Behemoth before, but I think you're right, Brother Harp. What? Why? Angor asked out of instinct. Little Red said seriously, because, Brother Harp said before, Behemoth is the outer god of the Drauna Plain. I also believe that Xianxia's bloodline may have come from the Drauna Plain. How did Little Red know that Xianxia's bloodline came from Drauna Plain? Angor's. Little Red's answer surprised him. She didn't know how to determine the bloodline of creatures from Drauna Plain. The reason why Little Red thought that Xianxia might have the Drauna bloodline was because of another detail that he had overlooked. Pointy fruit. Pointy fruit also came from the Drauna Plain. Pointy fruit was a special kind of fruit that could grant people all kinds of magical abilities. And these abilities basically came from the gods of Drauna. There was a rumor that the reason why the sharp fruit could give the creatures that swallowed it great power was because the sharp fruit actually contained the blood of gods. Eating the sharp fruit with the denser god's blood was, the stronger one's ability would be. As for the sharp fruits cultivated from the diluted god's blood, their ability would also weaken with the dilution. However, no matter how weak the fruit was, there must be some information left by a god inside. Don't forget, Xianxia. He just ate a pointy fruit not long ago. Even though Laplace had said that there was no hidden danger in the fruit, it still contained the power of the Drauna god. Logically speaking, since Xianxia had eaten the sharp fruit with a special power, it should have a repelling aura on its body. For example, Angor's illusion covered the entire doghouse. From the outside, the doghouse looked exactly the same as the furniture created by the illusion. However, they knew very well that the surrounding illusion energy and the convergence energy in their bodies were two completely different things. Just in terms of the nature of their energy, they were completely different. Similarly, when Xianxia was in an abnormal environment or ingested energy from another world, its smell would be different from the energy around it. With Little Red's ability, she should be able to smell the difference easily. Besides, Xianxia just ate a pointy fruit, so Little Red couldn't possibly miss the difference. But I tried. I can't sense anything strange from Xianxia, Little Red said. Little Red said, under normal circumstances, after Xianxia swallowed the sharp fruit, it would take a long time for it to completely digest the energy from the other world. But now, I don't smell any disharmony. This means that Nakbi has digested the energy of the sharp fruit, or should I say, assimilated it. This was very unusual. Even if Little Red had done it herself, it would have taken her some time to completely assimilate the xenogenic energy and cover up her presence. Nakbi didn't have Little Red's sense of smell, yet it was able to make the strange energy disappear so quickly. It wasn't trying to cover it up. In Little Red's opinion, there was only one possibility. Nakbi also possessed the bloodline of the Drownaplane, and it was a relatively high-level bloodline. This was the only way he could quickly assimilate the energy of a lower level. This was why Little Red agreed with Luigi's theory. Luigi thought that Nakbi had the bloodline of Behemoth, and Little Red noticed that Nakbi had the bloodline of Druna, which was suspected to be the bloodline of God. When the two crossed, didn't it mean that Nakbi's bloodline was the bloodline of Druna? Maybe the bloodline didn't come from a behemoth god, but there was a high chance that it belonged to an outer god. Little Red's words brought Angor back to reality. Before this, Angor's theory about Luigi's identity was too vague. Now, Little Red gave him some evidence. It might not point to the behemoth god, but it was close enough. Besides, if someone insisted that Nakbi had something to do with the behemoth god, he would support it with both hands. So I'm right. We're going to hit the jackpot this time. Luigi rubbed his hands excitedly and looked at Nakbi with great anticipation. Fortunately, Nakobi was covered by the illusory fog. Otherwise, Luigi's agitated emotions would probably scare it away. Unlike Luigi's excitement, Laplace was still very calm. He was even a little disgusted by Luigi's excitement. He could not help but pour cold water on Luigi's excitement. If the invention mouse really has the bloodline of the behemoth god, then they must have reproduced for many generations. Paifeifei is definitely not the first generation. It's been so many generations, and no invention rat has ever shown its ancestors' glory. You think you can do it? Laplace's words were a bit of a spoilsport, but they did help Luigi a little. On the other hand, Angor agreed with Laplace. Awakening the bloodline of a god and possessing it were two different things. For example, most of the beasts in the wildlands had the bloodline of a wild god in them. But even so, not all beasts could revert back to their ancestors and attain glorious divine power. Besides, even if they could awaken their bloodline and gain divine power, they still wouldn't be able to display the glory of a wild god. Even humans, if they could trace their bloodline back to their ancestors, might have some special bloodline in them. However, they were still mediocre. Only 1 in a billion would be able to turn the world upside down. Angor believed that Luigi was celebrating too early. Luigi agreed with Laplace's words, but he had his own ideas, which were based on Angor's words. Angor pointed at his own nose. My words? Yes. Luigi nodded. Didn't you say that fate is a strange thing? We can't see it clearly from our point of view. But what if we look at it from another perspective? Maybe Nakbi was created so that we could meet Behemoth? You think that it was Nakbi who triggered the power of fate and allowed us to meet the Behemoth by chance? Angor nodded. He did say something like that. He always felt that meeting Nakbi and Behemoth was a great coincidence. He even planned to take them to see Dodoro later so that Dodoro could see whether he was affected by fate or not. Luigi said, since the encounter of Nakbi and Behemoth may have been driven by fate. Then is it possible that Nakbi, Behemoth, and us met because of fate as well? So, I, or you, are the hands of fate that unearthed their glorious bloodline? Otherwise, would fate have simply used our hands to make them meet? That's too weak. Luigi used Angor's words to explain his own logic. Angor could understand, but he couldn't accept it. He always thought that fate was too coincidental, so he didn't feel anything. He was just being cautious. After all, he was already exposed by the Book of Kale. Luigi, on the other hand, believed that he was the main character in his own world, and that he could play an important role in other people's fates. He thought of fate as an expression, and the subject of the expression was himself. Luigi was being overly narcissistic. It was the first time Angor saw Luigi being so narcissistic when it came to music. Maybe it was because Luigi didn't care much about fate, or maybe it was because he thought that fate was too trivial. But Angor thought about it carefully. Fate was too mysterious. Not everyone experienced the arrangement of the Book of Kale. How could one understand the suffering of others without experience? Still, even though Angor didn't agree with Luigi's nonsense, he didn't intend to correct him. Because he himself wasn't sure if the hidden hand of fate really existed behind Nakbi. Since he couldn't see through fate, the only way was to rely on time. Time would tell if fate was involved, and if Luigi's words were worth it. Luigi thought that he had convinced Angor since he didn't say anything else. Luigi was quite pleased that he was able to convince Angor with his own words. However, Luigi also noticed that Angor wasn't as excited as he was. They were the ones who bought Nakbi and Behemoth together, but he was the only one who was excited. This made him a little unhappy. Was Angor being too pessimistic? Angor didn't know what Luigi was thinking. If he did, he would just shake his head and smile. He wasn't being pessimistic. In fact, he was happy to see Nakobi and Behemoth grow. But no matter how special they were still the bloodlines of an outer god. Not to mention, the bloodline of an outer god had been diluted many times over. In Angor's collection, he had the body of a demon god's direct bloodline, as well as the body of a demon god's avatar. In terms of the concentration of divine blood, Angor's bloodline was much higher. Moreover, the demon gods of the abyss were all top-notch among gods of the same level. If the outer gods of the Drowned dimension were to face an abyss demon god of the same level, they could only suffer grievances. Angor didn't know how strong Behemoth was, but he didn't know how it died. If Behemoth's descendant was so weak, it meant that Behemoth's true form wasn't as strong as Lord Flameless. In other words, Angor had more bloodlines than Nakobi and Behemoth, so he wouldn't be surprised by a small bloodline. Compared to Nakobi's uncertain future, Angor was more interested in Little Red's ability. Little Red did show off its special ability in front of them, but it didn't show off too much. But this time, the smell that Little Red smelled from Nakobi's body almost traced back to Nakobi's past life. Just a sleeping bloodline was enough to decipher all the secrets that even Nakobi himself didn't know about. Little Red's ability to analyze and gather information was only because Omniscient House asked it to analyze the Hollow Man. After witnessing Little Red's power at such a close distance, Angor's stubbornness began to change. He once considered asking Little Red to analyze the Astral Guardian, but he didn't do so for various reasons. But now, he had another idea. He planned to train the Astral Guardian to become the gatekeeper of Angor's heart. This was a relatively important position, as it controlled access to Angor's heart. Just in case, he could ask Little Red to keep an eye on the Astral Guardian. After all, the Astral Guardian came from Haunt World. Angor didn't pay much attention to Haunt World in the past. But ever since he came to the Mirror Realm, he learned a lot about it from various sources. He realized that the Haunt World he knew was probably just the surface. There were more undercurrents moving in the dark side of Haunt World. If the Astral Guardian was also involved in these undercurrents, Angor would have to rearrange his position. If he wanted to get more information from the Hollow Man, he would need Little Red's help. Meanwhile, Little Red's attention was still on Nakobi. It wasn't because Nakobi was hiding something. Instead, it was because Nakobi was crying quietly in the corner of the cage. Its black beady eyes were filled with tears. Judging from its expression and its twitching shoulders, Nakobi looked like it had been wronged. "Why, is it crying?" Little Red turned around and asked in confusion. The dog deacon hesitated for a moment. Seeing a familiar figure, only to find that it's just an illusion. Also, it's in a strange place where it doesn't know what's going on. It's normal to be scared. The dog deacon's words seemed to indicate Nakobi's situation. However, Laplace noticed that the dog deacon's words were similar to Nakobi's. It sounded like Nakobi was complaining about itself. Now that he thought about it, he could understand why Deacon K9 was acting this way. When Nakobi said in a strange place where it doesn't know what's going on, it was referring to itself as well. However, the dog deacon had already survived the most difficult period. Even though there was still a long way to go before it could reach its final goal of finding a home, at least it now had a goal and motivation to strive for. Nakobi, on the other hand, had nothing. Its emotions, its future, and its life were still a bottomless swamp to itself. Falling into this swamp meant only suffocation or something worse. At this moment, it was normal for Nakbi, who could not see any hope or sunlight, to shed tears. Everyone followed the dog deacon's words and thought of the same thing. The atmosphere became a bit more melancholy. No, it's not crying because it can't see what's going on. It's crying because it lost its roller. Huh? Everyone was speechless. Huh? Everyone present had heard the story of Nakbi, so they also knew that before Luigi bought Nakbi, it had been exploited by merchant Palucci. Luigi used the method of exhausting his physical strength to move the machine and seize kinetic energy. Under normal circumstances, Nakbi should hate the roller to the core. Why would he cry over the loss of the roller? Everyone looked at Angor with a puzzled look. Angor didn't answer with words. Instead, he answered with his actions. With a snap of his fingers, the mist inside the cage began to move. Next, a pure white roller appeared in the center of the cage. Next, he summoned a small phantom hand and tapped on Nakobi's shoulder. With tears in his eyes, Nakbi turned his head to look for the evil hand that was patting his shoulder. However, the phantom hand had already turned into smoke and disappeared. All Nakbi saw was an extra roller not far away. The moment he saw the roller, Nakbi's watery eyes stopped watering. The dim light in his eyes was replaced by a bright light. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Nakbi happily ran to the side of the roller and bounced back and forth. Even though this roller was different from the previous ones in terms of color and size, it did not affect Nakobi's liking for it. Nakobi's happy zzzzz. Next, it jumped onto the roller and began running around in circles. Everyone thought Nakobi would hate the roller. But to their surprise, Nakobi didn't like the roller at all. When he created the illusion drum, he also connected it to a mechanical music box that was also made using illusions. When Nakobi ran around in circles, the music box would emit a melodious sound. Inside the music box, a little clay doll that was dancing ballet also began to spin in an elegant circle. The strings attached to the doll's head moved a wind chime above the cage. The music from the music box brought along the pleasant sound of the wind chimes. Coupled with Nakbi's joyful running, the melancholic atmosphere in the cage instantly lightened. Angor stared at the scene. The dog Deacon opened his mouth wide, stunned for a long time, not knowing what to say. He didn't mean to be sentimental, but he did feel something for a few seconds. But now, Nakobi's reaction was like tap dancing in a soft place in his heart. The sound made by the iron plate sounded like a mocking laugh, which made Angor even more frustrated. Luigi was also stunned as he looked at Nakbi, who was happily running laps. His trembling finger pointed at Nakbi for a while, but he did not say a word. In the end, it was Little Red who broke the silence. Little Red didn't think as much as the others. She was happy that Nakobi forgot to cry because of the roller. Little Red clapped her hands and spoke to Angor, "You're so smart, kitty. It's really sad about losing the roller. Alright, now that the roller is back, and it's even prettier. And it has music to accompany it. It must be happier than before. Alright." Lil Red's childish words not only pulled back everyone's thoughts that were about to run wild, but it also made them think about the current situation while complaining. For Luigi, it must be happier than before? No, it didn't seem that happy when it was running around in the shop. If it wasn't happy about the roller, why was it happy now? For Angor's dog, it was happy because of the roller. Was it born to be restless? Or could it be that the roller had a deeper meaning to Nakbi? For example, a friend gave the roller a meaning, and Nakobi saw the roller as a friend. While Luigi and Angor were thinking, Laplace showed an enlightened look. It doesn't care about the roller. It cares about something familiar. Laplace's murmur attracted everyone's attention. Angor chuckled and nodded. Sort of. Alright. As Angor said, Nakobi just came to a strange place, and it's still confused about everything. It's still in the stage of being scared. If there's something familiar, it'll be a great comfort to its soul. Alright. And the roller is something it's familiar with. Alright. But there's one thing Laplace didn't say. Laplace only cared about the roller. Alright. Because the roller is the only thing it's familiar with. Alright. Indeed, if Nakobi had other familiar objects, it wouldn't have mattered much whether it had a roller or not. But for Nakobi, besides running laps, eating and sleeping were the only things it could do. To it, there was nothing else familiar. The only thing it was familiar with was the roller that it used to run laps. The roller was the only thing it could use to comfort its lost soul. Nothing else could compare to this sense of security provided by the roller. Except for Behemoth, of course. If Behemoth was here, Nakobe wouldn't feel sad even if it didn't have the roller. Angor continued, the unknown that Canine Deacon mentioned won't affect Nakobe too much. The reason is simple. Angor glanced at Laplace, who was standing beside him. Laplace understood and added for him, because it is too stupid. Angor nodded. Angor nodded with a smile. Yes, because it's too stupid. Yes. Considering the future, considering the prospects, and considering the unknown risks, all of these prerequisites required a brain that could think as much as possible. Nakobe's mind was too simple-minded to think that far ahead. The fact that it could think of finding solace in its heart to get rid of the fear and sadness in its heart was already its limit. Both Canine Deacon and Luigi made the same mistake, overthinking. Nakbi didn't think too much. He was a typical short-sighted rat. That was why his emotions changed so drastically in such a short period of time, from great sadness to great joy. Also, Nakobe was so scared of Angor and Canine Deacon that it trembled in fear. Why did it become so scared after the mist covered it? It was the same reason. Nakobe was too short-sighted. It covered its ears and thought it couldn't hear anything. Both Canine Deacon and Luigi realized that they overestimated Nakobe's intelligence. Luigi. Since it has pulled itself together, then let it continue running. In other words, they didn't need to worry about Nakobe anymore. Seeing Nakobe reminded Angor of his old self who used to overthink things. Angor nodded. He brought Nakobe out because he wanted to see how to deal with it. He was planning to let Nakobe join the group of TV drama watchers. But since Nakobe had a more stable comfort now, there was no need for it to do so. Besides, Angor doubted that Nakobe couldn't understand TV dramas at all. Instead of wasting its brain, it was better to let it use its physical strength. Angor followed Luigi's instructions and put Nakbi back into his bracelet. But in order not to disturb Headland, Angor created a soundproof mist around Nakobe's cage. At the same time, he also added some food and other entertainment facilities such as a soundball pool, spinning broom, colorful dance floor, and so on. These were all things that could be added to Nakobe's entertainment. All of them had one thing in common: they could generate more sounds at different frequencies. This was also to train Nakobe's voice and increase his intelligence. Angor wasn't optimistic about Nakobe's chances, but it was better to do what he could. It was better than doing nothing and letting Nakobe stay ignorant. After settling Nakobe, Angor retracted his spirit feelers and returned to the outside world. He thought Little Red would go to the Dream Crystal during this time since it took him some time to set up all the scenes. Little Red always wanted to see the Dream Crystal. If Nakobe didn't wake up all of a sudden, she would have gone there already. To his surprise, Little Red wasn't asleep. Instead, she was staring at the screen in front of her. Everyone in the room, including Luigi, Lapras, Sipilov, and Canine Deacon, were all looking at the screen. Angor looked up curiously. On the main stage, Gleipnir turned around and walked away. As she walked, she raised her head and seemed to be saying something. As Angor wondered, the screen went black for a brief moment. After the black screen, the huge display platform disappeared and was replaced by a small screen with 44 panels. Each screen was facing one of the substages. Angor only needed to click on the button to see which substage he wanted to see. However, since they were still in the preparation stage, none of the 44 ordinary booths had come yet, so there was no need to rush to switch. It was only at this moment that everyone slowly withdrew their gazes. Everyone had a trace of curiosity on their faces. Angor wondered if something happened to the main stage while he was settling Nakobe down. Angor looked at Luigi curiously. Luigi seemed to have expected this. He quickly asked Angor to give him permission to control the illusion nodes. In just a few seconds, Luigi showed Angor what Angor missed earlier. Angor was a little surprised by the result. She didn't expect that a dramatic scene would appear on the main display stage after she withdrew for a short while. The story began 5 minutes ago. At that time, Gleipnir had finished talking about the logger. According to the procedure, she should be talking about some other exhibits or research topics. However, she did not intend to continue talking about them because they did not have any other exhibits. Even if they did have something that could be sold, they could not sell it in bulk. Therefore, there was no need to talk about it on the stage. Gleipnir began to prepare to leave the stage. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in the air above the main display stage. It was the avatar. No one in the doghouse could see what the avatar looked like because the camera wasn't aimed at the sky. However, in the outside world, all the major races saw the enormous body that covered the entire display stage. Moreover, even if people did not see its body, they could tell that it was definitely a huge monster just by looking at the huge shadow it cast on the main display stage. And they were right. It was the Mirror Dragon, the largest and most powerful race in the White Sun Mirror domain. The fact that this Mirror Dragon dared to reveal its true form in front of the spirit of the giant city and all the other races meant that it must be someone important. That was indeed the case. The newcomer was the top-level existence of the Mirror Dragon clan, the Mystery Book Dragon, Xianxia. EIA didn't reveal its true form to show off its power. Instead, it was talking to Gleipnir. However, the conversation between Gleipnir and it was covered by some mysterious power. No one could hear what they were talking about. They only saw Gleipnir leaving the stage while talking. Following Gleipnir's departure, the huge shadow that was projected on the display platform also disappeared. The secret book dragon is talking to Gleipnir in front of everyone, ignoring the so-called rules? The dog deacon's expression was full of shock. As expected of the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom's overlord, it didn't care about any rumors or public opinion. However, even so, the other tribes probably wouldn't dare to question the secret book dragon. The dog deacon didn't even need to think to guess that the biggest topic of discussion in the outside world right now wasn't Arcane Book Dragon didn't follow the rules, but why would Arcane Book Dragon go to war and talk to Gleipnir? From this, one could see how powerful the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom was. If it were anyone else, they would probably have been taken down by the giant city spirit. But then again, not to mention the other tribes, even the dog deacon was very curious. Why was the secret book dragon talking to Gleipnir so urgently? Was it because of something urgent? Or was it that the secret book dragon was moved by Gleipnir's recording device to the point where it couldn't wait to talk to her? The dog deacon looked at Luigi curiously. Now, the only ones who knew the inside story were probably the Mirror Dragon race and Laplace's incarnations. The dog deacon couldn't ask the Mirror Dragon tribe, and even if he did ask, they might not tell him. So, only Luigi, who was also Laplace's incarnation, could explain. Although the dog deacon didn't say anything, its eyes were burning with curiosity and anticipation. Luigi only glanced at it and understood what it was thinking. However, facing such a burning gaze, Luigi could only shrug helplessly. His lips moved, silently indicating that he didn't know the reason either. Luigi wasn't lying. Gleipnir was obviously still talking to the secret book dragon and had no time to synchronize. Not just Luigi, even Laplace didn't know what was going on at Gleipnir's side. They could only wait for Gleipnir to find a gap and synchronize their minds to know what was going on inside. Although this wait shouldn't be long, today's highlight was already over, and Laplace and the others had already expressed their intentions. Perhaps before Gleipnir could send a message, Laplace and the others had already left the dog house. It would be difficult for the dog deacon to get this information from other places. It was very curious about this matter, and its heart was itching to find out. However, the reality was a little difficult to handle. It could only think of a way to keep Luigi and the others. However, how should he keep it? While the dog deacon was deep in thought, a faint stream of information traveled across several dimensions and entered his mind. This stream of information could not be seen by anyone, not even Laplace. Only the canine deacon could receive it because it came from the consciousness cloud. As for the consciousness cloud, it was one of the information centers that Executor Ghost controlled. When the dog deacon finished reading the message, a glimmer of light flashed across its eyes. Originally, it was still thinking of ways to make Laplace and the others stay for a while longer, but it couldn't come up with anything no matter how hard it racked its brains. However, the sudden news from Ghost Deacon made it no longer need to think of a reason. This was because the Ghost Deacon had sent him the information on the heart fire that he had previously applied for. Angor already told the canine deacon why he was here before Shipolov showed up. He also mentioned that he was curious about heart fire. Canine Deacon was not stupid. He knew what Angor was trying to say. Angor hoped that the omniscient house could help him learn more about heart fire. At most, the old man would only give him a chance to get closer to the higher-ups of the Ingji clan so that he could get closer to the Heartfire Palace. However, even if Shipilov successfully helped Angor get to the Heartfire Palace, it would still be difficult for Angor to gain the approval of Heartfire. And the only thing that could help him in obtaining the approval of the Heartfire was the House of Everything. The omniscient house knew about all the races in the Sun Mirror domain, including the secrets of various energy systems. Heartfire was the core ability of the Ingis, and the omniscient house also knew about it. It also studied Heartfire. If the omniscient house could help Angor learn more about heart fire, it would be a great help to him. The dog Deacon knew what Angor meant, but it didn't know anything about Heartfire. Ghost Deacon was the one who knew about Heartfire. Ghost Deacon stored all the energy research of different races in the omniscient house. The dog Deacon had the right to receive information from Angor's mind, but it couldn't read the information stored in the cloud at will. To obtain information about Heartfire, Angor had to submit an application to Ghost Deacon first. Before the start of the exhibition, Dog Deacon had already submitted an application to look up the information on Heartfire, but Ghost Deacon still hadn't replied. The dog Deacon thought it was over, but Ghost Deacon replied right after the exhibition ended and sent the information about Heartfire to the dog Deacon. With this information, it would be much easier for the dog Deacon to keep Laplace and the others. Angor needed information about Heartfire, and Laplace valued Angor a lot. Keeping Angor here was the same as keeping Laplace. While the dog Deacon was thinking about this, Luigi, as he had expected, proposed a farewell. The exhibition is over. We've been here for too long, so it's time for us to leave. All right. Luigi stood up, indicating that it was time for them to leave. Although Luigi said that, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to see how the dog Deacon would react after entering the dream crystal. As for why Luigi went against his will to say goodbye, that was because he could tell that the dog Deacon was curious about gossip. According to what he knew about the dog Deacon would probably ask them to stay for a while longer. Then, Luigi could use this chance to ask for some favors, or maybe get some music scores from the omniscient house. Luigi's idea was quite good. If it was before, the dog Deacon would probably follow Luigi's plan. But now, the dog Deacon didn't panic at all. He pretended to be surprised. You're leaving already? But I've just received the Heartfire information from the Ghost Deacon. The dog Deacon paused for a moment and glanced at Shipilov. I don't think Shipilov knows much about this either. Are you sure you don't want to stay longer? Luigi was also surprised. He didn't expect the dog Deacon to have such a trick up his sleeve. Luigi looked at Canine Deacon's calm expression, then at Angor's surprised look. Luigi knew that his little plan was not going to work out. As expected, Angor quickly sent a message through their spirit bond. Stay for a bit longer? Luigi didn't want to say anything, but Laplace's yes set the tone. Luigi could only rub his nose, accept his fate, and sit down again. Angor looked at the dog Deacon expectantly. The dog Deacon didn't tell him about the Heartfire right away. Instead, he glanced at Shipilov. Do you mind if I tell you about it? Shipilov didn't know what to say. He couldn't change anything even if he wanted to. I can't help you directly, Mr. Angor, and I'm sorry for that. Shipilov kept a calm expression on his face. But I can't help you directly, Mr. Angor. But I sincerely hope that Mr. Angor can get the Heartfire, so I don't mind if you tell me about it. The dog Deacon stroked his beard and thought, nice words, but I don't know what you're really thinking. The dog Deacon wanted to talk to Shipilov for two reasons. First, he wanted to show respect to Shipilov. Second, he wanted to buy some time. Now that Shipilov had given his answer, he turned to Angor and looked at Angor. You already know a lot about the Heartfire. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to get it. Dog Deacon, that's why I won't go into the basic information. I'm just going to talk about it. If you can get permission from the Injit clan and go to the Heartfire Palace, how can you increase your chances of getting the Heartfire? Angor nodded. This was exactly what he wanted to know. The dog deacon began to tell Angor the story. The dog deacon didn't give a direct conclusion. Instead, he started from a legendary story. It wasn't because the story was full of ups and downs. It was because the main character of the story was a legendary being. Angor wasn't the only one who was curious about the miraculous effect of the heart fire. Countless people had tried to go to the Injit clan to get the heart fire. Only a small number of people managed to get the chance to enter the Heart Fire Palace through various means, connections, and even threats. But even if they went to the Heart Fire Palace, almost no outsider could obtain the Heart Fire's recognition. The approval of the Heart Fire required a lot of complicated procedures and high standards. And the Injit clan was the best candidate to meet these standards. However, almost didn't mean absolute. The chances were low. But after so many years, there were always people who could get past the 1 in 10 threshold and enter the Heart Fire Palace. The Omniscient House recorded a story about an outsider who got the Heart Fire Palace. The outsider who obtained the Heart Fire was a legendary being who had visited the White Sun Mirror region tens of thousands of years ago. Tens of thousands of years ago? How long has the Omniscient House been built? And you already know about something that happened tens of thousands of years ago? Just as the dog deacon was about to do something, he heard Luigi's low voice. If it was any other time, the dog deacon would not have bothered with him. However, today, in order to stall for time, the dog deacon explained, actually, compared to collecting information about the various clans in the Mirror region today, it is easier to collect information from the past. In recent years, perhaps due to their pride or the emotions of their race, there would occasionally be situations where they put on makeup. This might not be the real situation. However, because the history from 10,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago was too far away from the present day, even if it was some erotic secret history or dark history, it would not be able to affect the current nobility class. On the contrary, it would not be glossed over and would be easier to collect. Of course, that was if the history could be recorded by future generations. The Injit clan was a large race with tens of thousands of years of history. The Heart Fire Palace had been standing alongside the Injit clan for tens of thousands of years. The Heart Fire Palace was such an important place, so it must have a recorder. If the Omniscient House wanted to collect information about the past, they only needed to find the tombs or descendants of the recorder to find copies or copies of the records. Of course, this was only Canine Deacon's explanation. Whether the Omniscient House collected information from tens of thousands of years ago using this method remained to be seen. Robbing tombs might be believable in the mortal world, but in the supernatural world, especially in the mirror domain where the convergence energy was so great that history could be recorded, there were many ways to look into the past. Still, Canine Deacon's doubts were cleared, and Luigi nodded in agreement. Next, Canine Deacon began to explain how the legendary creature obtained the Heart Fire. According to the records, this legendary creature came from another realm. He seemed to be an expert in the power of the mind. He could even use the power of the mind to affect reality. The power of the mind was the first requirement to obtain the Heart Fire. Canine Deacon once heard of such a saying. What was Heart Fire? It was a manifestation of the power of the mind that was affected by the special law of the mirror domain. The essence of the Heart Fire was still the power of the mind. Therefore, in order to get the Heart Fire's approval, one must be an expert in the power of the mind. Canine Deacon glanced at Angor. If you're not an expert in the power of the mind, I suggest you give up on the Heart Fire. Angor didn't answer because Luigi already told him this. The power of the mind was a necessary condition to gain the approval of the Heart Fire. Angor was not an expert in the art of the mind, but that didn't mean he couldn't learn it. The power of the mind. One must know that in the classification of illusion, there was a very complete school, mind illusion. Mind illusions, in other words, was to use the power of the mind to affect reality. Wasn't it similar to the power of the legendary creature that Canine Deacon mentioned earlier? Maybe the legendary creature's power was mind illusions. If that was the case, Angor barely met the requirements to learn the power of the mind. He knew a little bit of mind illusions. It wasn't much, but it meant he had the talent to learn the power of the mind. The reason why other people couldn't get the Heart Fire was that they didn't have the talent to learn the power of the mind. Angor could learn the power of the mind, which meant he had the talent to do so. Besides, learning mind illusions would not only strengthen the mind, but also perfectly fit Angwar's identity as an illusionist. Why not? Besides, even if he couldn't learn the power of the mind, he could still borrow the power of another person's mind. For example, the astral attendant that Angwar fished out from the Sea of Mirrors could use the power of the mind. Because the power contained within his wishing book was heart force. Angwar could train the astral attendant, let him regain the power of the mind, and use it to overcome the first threshold of the heart fire. There were many ways to overcome the power of the mind. Angwar didn't really care about the prerequisite of acquiring the heart fire. Possessing the power of heart is the first and most basic requirement to acquire the flame of heart. Dog Deacon continued, now, you need to consider how to gain the approval of the flame of heart. Shipalov also nodded secretly. As an Injit, he had been to the Hall of Heart Fire before. In terms of process, the dog manager was right. However, this wasn't really a secret. Didn't Dog Deacon say that there was something he didn't know? As Shipalov pondered, Dog Deacon began to talk about how to gain the approval of the flame of heart. There are countless flames of heart in the Hall of Heart Fire. To gain the approval of a flame of heart, you must find the one that suits you best. And how do you find the one that suits you best? Dog Deacon continued, the Injit's method is, to go with the flow. Go with the flow? Did Dog Deacon mean that they didn't need to do anything in the Hall of Heart Fire? Dog Deacon didn't explain right away. Instead, he looked at Shipalov and said, do you mind telling me how you found the flame of heart fire in the Hall of Heart Fire? If you don't mind, I can give you another example. Dog Deacon let Shipalov do the talking because he thought it would be more realistic if the Injit people talked about how they went with the flow from their own perspective. Of course, it didn't matter if Shipalov didn't want to talk about it. Dog Deacon had many similar records. Shipalov thought for more than 10 seconds before he finally nodded. Okay. Finding the right flame of heart fire in the Hall of Heart Fire was not a secret. After all, every Injit person had a flame of heart, which meant they all knew how to find the right flame of heart. How could something be considered a secret when everyone knew about it? Obviously not. Shipalov continued, we entered the Hall of Heart Fire to look for the right flame of heart fire. In a way, just like Mr. Deacon said, we were just going with the flow, Shipalov began to explain. Shipalov was about 3.5 years old when he entered the Hall of Heart Fire. Technically, he was still a child. To outsiders, Flame of Heart might have all kinds of incredible abilities. But to Injit children, they didn't care about the special abilities of Flame of Heart at all. Because they were too young, they didn't even know the basic worldview. Their only goal in entering the Heart Fire Palace, which was also their strongest desire, was to see. The Ingji race belonged to the Tiankin race. They were born without eyes. The children of the Ingji tribe had never experienced light since they were born. Therefore, what they cared most about was seeing. They wanted to see what their parents looked like. They wanted to see the house they lived in and the city they grew up in. They wanted to see the vast ice plains and the icy winds that blew, and the fire of the heart was the medium that gave them the ability to see. Naturally, Shipalov had entered the Hall of Heart Fire with this strong desire. The Hall of Heart Fire couldn't be accompanied by an adult. Therefore, Shipalov had entered the Hall of Heart Fire alone. Because the interior of the Hall of Heart Fire was extremely spacious and there were some stairs, in order to avoid falling, Shipalov and the other Ingji children crawled into the Hall of Heart Fire on all fours. Because he couldn't see his surroundings, Shipalov crawled around the hall. It didn't matter where he crawled. This was because before he entered the Hall of Heart Fire, his parents had told him that he could crawl in any direction he wanted. Anyway, the fire of the heart that was compatible with him would automatically find him. Back then, Shipalov didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. After he entered the Hall of Heart Fire and crawled for a while, he understood the situation. In the half an hour that he crawled in the Hall of Heart Fire, close to 10 fire of the heart approached him. The reason why there was such an accurate number was because when the fire of the heart approached Shipalov, he would be affected by the spirit energy contained in the fire of the heart and see some scenes. Whenever he could see something, it meant that there was a fire of the heart lingering around him. To find a fire of the heart that is compatible with you, you just have to see which scene you like and stay in that scene. It won't take long for you to resonate with the spirit energy in the scene. Once the resonance is successful, you will obtain the fire of the heart. Therefore, to Shipilov and the Ingji race, finding a fire of the heart that was compatible with them was indeed a matter of going with the flow. The fire of the heart would definitely come to them, and they only needed to find a fire of the heart that was pleasing to their eyes. Angor's guess was right. It all depended on the affinity of the eyes. Of course, they didn't care about what kind of power the fire of the heart represented. Or rather, they wouldn't understand it even if they did. Which scenes of the heart fire did you see? Luigi asked curiously. Shipilov shrugged. A lot. There are all kinds of scenes created by the fire of the heart. Back then, it was the first time I saw a real scene, and also the first time I saw something colorful. I was curious about everything, so I went through many scenes of the heart fire. But what do you want me to say about those scenes? At that time, I didn't recognize them at all. Before Shipilov went to the Hall of Heart Fire, he had been living in darkness and never saw the light of the outside world. Of course, he didn't know what those scenes represented. He didn't even recognize the queen of the Ingji race when she came to him. But now that I think about it, I can describe those scenes in detail. I saw an ordinary hut, a forest, and a snowy mountain, said Shipilov. Recalling the scene back then with his current knowledge, Shipilov realized that he had actually seen a lot of scenery back then. Some of them were things he had never seen in real life. For example, he saw a sparkling sea in the scene of the heart fire. But he never saw anything like that in real life. The sea was really rare in the sun mirror domain. Apart from that, I also saw some strange scenes. For example, a crooked tree with a dead body hanging on it, a glacier with an ancient beast frozen in ice, a mountain of blades standing in the dark mist, and a snowy plain filled with tombstones in the evening mist. The scene of the heart fire I chose was a gallery filled with all kinds of oil paintings. Speaking of this, Shipilov scratched his temples and said, "Actually, I don't know if I'm suitable for this gallery or not. It was just that when I came to the flame of heart scene, I was attracted by the oil paintings hanging on the wall." At that time, Shipilov didn't know what the oil paintings were. But the colors of these oil paintings were too rich. It was the first time Shipilov saw such rich colors, so he was naturally attracted. Because he lost track of time while looking at the paintings in the gallery, his heart force resonated with the heart fire that created the scene in the gallery. Dog Deacon, of course it's compatible, because only the compatible heart fire will take the initiative to find you. It's just a difference in the degree of compatibility. Also, you being attracted by the oil paintings in the gallery might be a kind of guidance of fate. In other words, under the influence of fate, perhaps this gallery was the most suitable for Shipilov's heart fire. Shipilov had thought about similar problems, so he wasn't surprised by Dog Deacon's words. On the other hand, Luigi, who had listened to the whole process, didn't care too much about whether the heart fire and Shipilov were compatible or not. He was a little curious. Do these scenes of the heart fire correspond to the ability of the heart fire? Yes. Shipilov nodded. Generally speaking, the scenes of the heart fire do have something to do with the ability of the heart fire. For example, the scenes in the ice field, the ability of the heart fire is mostly related to ice and snow. For those near the forest, the ability of the heart fire is mostly related to plants, but there are also some scenes that I can't tell if they're related to the ability of the heart fire. For example, the strange scenes I mentioned just now. The corresponding ability of the heart fire can do all kinds of strange things. It's possible to find a connection, but it's always a bit far-fetched. The same goes for the ability of my heart fire. Shipilov didn't tell Luigi what the ability of his heart fire was. Luigi was curious, but he didn't ask. After all, it was Shipilov's private matter, and it was not his place to ask. When Shipilov finished, Dog Deacon spoke again. Let's get back to the main topic. Now, you should understand why I said the Ingji people were just going with the flow to find a way to match the heart fire, right? Angor nodded. Shipilov's experience in the Hall of Heart Fire was quite casual. It was just a case of the mountain coming to me. But the heart fire should only be so friendly to the Ingji people, right? If it was so easy to gain the approval of the heart fire, why was there only one outsider who did it in all these years? Sure enough, not long after, the Dog Deacon said, however, this method of finding a compatible heart fire is only suitable for the Ingji clan. For an outsider, there was no way to obtain the approval of the heart fire. The heart fire is born from the world, but it only recognizes the Ingji people. It's like the world's consciousness gave the Ingji people a cheat. For the Ingji people, entering the Hall of Heart Fire could earn the approval of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of heart fires. They only needed to find the one that was most suitable for them. If an outsider entered the Hall of Heart Fire, the heart fire would ignore him or her even if he or she had spirit energy. Even if you went to the mountain would rather hide behind the mist than look at you directly. Is it because the method is wrong? Luigi asked, would it be better if we blocked our vision and entered the Hall of Heart Fire like the Ingji people did? Dog Deacon shook his head. You think no one is as smart as you? Someone must have tried it before. Someone even blinded a newborn baby and forced them to live in the Ice Kingdom with the Ingji people. When they were 3 or 4 years old, they were sent to the Hall of Heart Fire to look for the heart fire. Yes. But the result was the same. The heart fire didn't care about the outsiders at all. Yes. Then how did the outsider who got the heart fire do it? Did he take it by force? Yes. It was a legendary creature who got the heart fire. With his legendary strength, he might be able to subdue the heart fire and force it to marry him. However, the dog deacon shook his head after hearing this. No, when that senior entered the Hall of Heart Fire, he didn't forcefully snatch it. He used a proper method to obtain it. Yes. And that's what I want to say. Yes. As the dog deacon spoke, he glanced at Laplace and Luigi. He noticed that Luigi suddenly fell silent after asking the question. Luigi looked down as if he was thinking about something. Laplace also looked at Luigi with a serious expression. Seeing this scene, as Laplace's former incarnation, it had already guessed that they were in mental synchronization. It was likely that Gleipnir had contacted them. Since Gleipnir already had information, Dog Deacon didn't need to use all kinds of tricks to stall for time. Getting rid of the Gongzai Shan, the Gongzai Shan, the Gongzai Shan, the Gongzai Shan, Gongzai Shan, Gongzai Shan, Gongzai Shan, Gongzai Shan. Before leaving the White Sun Mirror domain, that legendary creature left behind something similar to a travelogue. It recorded his deeds in the White Sun Mirror domain, as well as his experience in the Hall of Heart Fire. Dog Deacon used the term travelogue to describe the source of the information, which was obviously ambiguous. A travelogue was a travelogue. Using the word travelogue and record at the end was obviously an excuse. But Angor didn't ask about it. The source of the information must be the secret of the omniscient house. Otherwise, Dog Deacon wouldn't be so vague. Since it was a secret, it would be rude to ask more. Dog Deacon continued, according to his record, the Heart Fire in the Hall of Heart Fire was divided into 2 types. Dog Deacon didn't tell the difference right away. Instead, he asked Hypalov, does your heart fire have intelligence? Intelligence? Hypalov shook his head. No. Dog Deacon, then do you think it's possible for a heart fire to gain intelligence? Shipalov subconsciously wanted to shake his head again, but he felt that the answer to the Canine Deacon's question wouldn't be that simple. But if it wasn't simple, he would have to admit that a heart fire could gain intelligence. But the truth was, there was no record of a heart fire ever gaining intelligence. After pondering for a long time, Shipalov asked softly, I don't know if the heart fire has intelligence or not, but after so many years, I have never heard of a heart fire with intelligence. Dog Deacon shook his head and looked at Angor. Mr. Angor, do you think it's possible for a heart fire to gain intelligence? Angor didn't hesitate at all. It's possible. As far as Angor was concerned, anything in this world could gain intelligence. A stubborn rock, a mirror, a tree, a book, all of them had a precedent of gaining sentience. For example, even a house in the Crystal Kingdom could give birth to a spirit. In the end, it even became the spirit of a giant city. Wasn't it normal for that ball of fire that possessed the power of the soul to give birth to a spirit? Dog Deacon looked at Hypalov again. Do you think it's possible for a heart fire to gain intelligence? Hypalov didn't say anything this time. The Canine Deacon didn't continue to ask Shipalov about this question. He asked Shipalov in order to explain one thing through Shipalov's mouth. In the eyes of the Ingji tribe, the heart fire couldn't be sentient. Indeed, as he had expected, Sibilov had said something similar. Now that Dog Deacon had achieved his goal, it was time to raise it. A heart fire can gain intelligence, Dog Deacon said. Dog Deacon, that legendary existence that gained the recognition of the heart fire, classified the heart fire according to whether it had sentience or not. Following the canine deacon's explanation, Angor finally understood how the legendary being obtained the heart flame. Obtained was too one-sided. To be more precise, the heart flame chose to follow the legendary being. Most of the heart flames in the heart fire palace did not have sentience. Their existence was based on certain rules, which were products of the rules. According to the rules written inside the heart flames, the Angji race was the reason for their existence. Therefore, these heart flames would go after the Angji race like a flock of ducks while ignoring other races. However, no matter how strict the rules were, there could still be loopholes. The loophole of a heart flame was that its rules were too rigid and inflexible. For example, a heart flame could be considered a robot, and the rules of a heart flame were the rules of a robot. If the heart fire did not have intelligence, they would be like ancient robots, abiding by all the rules and would not dare to make the slightest mistake. When a heart flame gained sentience, it would be similar to the new generation of robots that broke through artificial intelligence and roamed the sea of totem spirits. When it gained sentience, it might still follow the original rules at first. However, rigid rules would always conflict with a heart flame's freedom. As time passed, the heart flame would start to question the rules. When a heart flame started to question the rules, it would be difficult to get it to follow the rules again. Not only would it not follow the rules, but it could also go against the rules directly. For example, if the rules stated that the Angji race was the reason for a heart flame's existence, then I would ignore the Angji race. If an Angji race child entered the heart fire palace to look for a heart flame, then I would hide and never come into contact with it. If the rules did not allow me to form a contract with an outsider, then I would do so. I would even follow the outsider and leave the heart fire palace that was restricting my body and mind. And this was the reason why that legendary being had obtained the heart fire. Outsiders could not obtain the original heart flames without sentience. However, they could obtain the ones that had gained sentience and started to question the rules. According to the records, the legendary being from tens of thousands of years ago met such a heart flame in the heart fire palace. After communicating with it, he left the Hall of Heart Fire with this special heart fire. Dog Deacon looked at Angor. So, if you want to get a heart flame, you don't have to worry about ordinary ones. What you need to do is go to the Heart Flame Palace and look for those heart flames that have already gained sentience. However, these heart flames that have gained sentience are extremely rare. Furthermore, they can hide their tracks. Whether you can find them or not will depend on your ability. Angor nodded after listening to the canine butler's explanation. It turned out that the Heart Fire Palace had such a secret. However, after careful consideration, one could use one's heart to withstand the extremely harsh rules. However, after careful consideration, with the heart flame's top-grade rules, one could probably only obtain the heart flame's approval by relying on this kind of loophole that was out of the ordinary. As for the fact that intelligent heart flames were very rare, Angor could foresee that. For so many years, the Angji tribe had not discovered the heart fire that had gained sentience, which was enough to show how hidden it was. However, if Angor was lucky enough to enter the Heart Fire Palace, he was confident that he could find such a special heart flame. Whether it was super perception or magic illusion, he could sense the emotions of others. As long as he could detect emotional fluctuations in the Heart Fire Palace, he could eliminate the Angji tribe's children, which meant he could only find a sentient heart flame. As long as Angor could enter the Heart Fire Palace, he believed he had a good chance of finding a heart flame. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that there was only one sentient heart flame in the Heart Fire Palace, and there were no other sentient heart flames left. If that happened, Angor could only blame himself for his bad luck. Angor pondered for a moment before thanking the dog warden with a serious expression. Probably only the House of Myriad could provide such secret information. If the dog deacon did not tell him, he would probably return empty-handed like the other outsiders when he entered the Hall of Heart Fire. Dog Deacon gladly accepted Angor's thanks. Dog Deacon was trying to buy time by telling Angor about this topic. Even if Dog Deacon did not have such a reason, he would still tell Angor. Of course, it was because of Laplace. Since Laplace approved of Angor's talents so much, it could use this information to maintain a good relationship with Angor, which was not a bad thing for Laplace. Next to Dog Deacon, Shipilov suddenly raised a hand. "Mr. Dog Deacon, can I ask for a favor?" "Dog Deacon?" The Dog Deacon looked at Shipilov. His expression was conflicted and hesitant. Based on their previous conversation, the Dog Deacon could guess Shipilov's inner thoughts even without mind reading. "You want to tell this information to the Xianxia tribe?" "Dog Deacon?" Shipilov's face showed an unnatural blush, but he still nodded. "Yes, I think this is very important information. I hope to get permission from the deacon to report this matter to Her Majesty the Queen." "Dog Deacon?" Dog Deacon gave Shipilov a thoughtful look and continued in a plain tone, "I'm telling you this in front of you, and I don't think you'll hide it from me." "Dog Deacon? You can tell the leaders of the Xianxia tribe that neither your grandfather nor the Queen will care." "But..." The Dog Deacon's first sentence made Shipilov relieved, but the last sentence made Shipilov a little worried. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. "But if you want to tell the others, you should wait until Angor enters the Hall of Heartfire and obtains the Heartfire. Otherwise, it'll be your fault if Angor doesn't get the Heartfire because of you." "All right." Shipilov relaxed a little. He thought Dog Deacon would change its mind, but it was fine if Dog Deacon only told him about it later. As long as Dog Deacon could tell him, time did not matter. Shipilov nodded. "I understand. I'll wait until Mr. Angor obtains the Heartfire." Halfway through his sentence, Shipilov suddenly realized that the Dog Deacon's eyes seemed to be filled with deep meaning. Beside him, Luigi's lips also curled up. He was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had said something wrong. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized something. Dog Deacon said he would wait until Angor obtains the Heartfire. Then he could tell Her Majesty. What if Angor was not qualified to enter the Hall of Heartfire at all? Even if he was qualified enough to enter the Hall of Heartfire, what if he failed to find the special flame? Then Shipilov could not tell Her Majesty about it. Shipilov immediately realized that he had been tricked. Indeed, he could tell the Queen about this, but the premise that the Dog Deacon had set for him stopped him. He didn't know what to do. Just as a blank expression flashed across Shipilov's face, the Dog Deacon said, "Are you confused?" "Yes." Shipilov shook his head out of reflex. Dog Deacon sneered, "You don't need to lie to me. I can tell whether you're confused or not." "Yes." Dog Deacon paused and continued, "Actually, you don't need to be confused. You already owe Angor a favor, and Angor asked you to enter the Hall of Heartfire to obtain the Heartfire. Whether I'm pressuring you or not, you still have to fulfill the favor." "All right. You don't need to think too much. You just need to do your best to help Angor obtain the right to enter the Hall of Heartfire. That's what you should do." "All right. Or are you saying that you don't want to do your best to repay Angor's favor?" "All right." Shipilov quickly shook his head. "No, I'll do my best to help." "All right. Dog Deacon, if you're willing to do your best, why are you confused?" Shipilov lowered his head, pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "I understand." "All right." In other words, Dog Deacon wanted him to report to Her Majesty after Angor obtained the Heartfire. Dog Deacon had to do his best to help Angor, or the information would rot in his mind. At first, Shipilov thought about giving Dog Deacon a perfunctory answer. But after today, if he wanted to tell Her Majesty the secret about the Hall of Heartfire, he had to do everything he could to help Angor. Do his best. Shipilov didn't mind helping Angor. As Canine Deacon said, Shipilov owed Angor a favor, and it would hurt his reputation if he didn't return the favor. What if he tried his best to help Angor, and Angor managed to enter the Hall of Heartfire without being recognized by the Heartfire? What should he do then? Dog Deacon couldn't let Angor try again and again until Angor obtained the Heartfire's approval before telling Her Majesty the information, right? What do you think? The Canine Deacon looked at Angor and asked, "What do you think?" "All right." Angor shrugged. "Same as before. If I can't find the Heartfire, help me find a Heartfire and let me study it for a while." "All right." Angor was curious about the Heartfire, but he wasn't determined to get it. If he couldn't find the Heartfire, he could study its structure and fulfill his wish. Dog Deacon looked at Shipilov again. How about this? Shipilov nodded without hesitation. Sure. I'll do my best to help you enter the Hall of Heartfire, Mr. Angor. If you can't find it, I'll find a Heartfire myself and give it to you. Shipilov already thought about it when Angor mentioned studying the Heartfire. In the end, he decided to sacrifice his own Heartfire for Angor's research. His Heartfire was different from the other Ingji clan members. It was a special type of Heartfire. Even in the Hall of Heartfire, this type of Heartfire was very rare. Even if Angor really studied his Heartfire thoroughly, it would only affect Shipilov. It wouldn't affect the other Ingji clan members. Besides, the Ingji clan was one of the biggest clans in the Sun Mirror region. They had more than 100 million members, and more than half of them had Heartfire. With so many people, Angor could easily hunt down Ingji clan members and force them to study Heartfire. It was a good thing that Angor was willing to follow the rules and talk about Heartfire with Shipilov. Therefore, from Shipilov's point of view, the research of the Heartfire was something he could do. In fact, Shipilov wouldn't even mind letting Angor study Heartfire right now. Canine Deacon saw through Shipilov's plan, but it didn't comment on it. Angor didn't know what Shipilov was thinking, but he did consider forcing Heartfire. But after reading Shipilov's love letter, he gave up the idea. It was better to have someone willing to be studied. Now that the plan was finalized, the matter was over for now. Now, it was up to Shipilov to do his best. Considering the importance of the information given by Canine Deacon, Shipilov had no choice but to do his best. Angor gave the Canine Deacon another grateful look. It didn't matter if Canine Deacon helped Shipilov because of the information he already had, or if he already planned this from the beginning. As long as Shipilov was willing to pay more attention to this matter, it would be a good thing for Angor. Canine Deacon helped him a lot, so Angor didn't hesitate to thank him. While he was thanking Shipilov, Luigi asked Canine Deacon about the characteristics of the sentient Heartfire, as well as its various abilities. It wasn't that Luigi was interested in Heartfire. It was just that he had an idea, the story that Canine Deacon told him about how the intelligent Fire of Heart fought against the rigid rules and followed the outsiders out of the Hall of Heartfire gave him a burst of inspiration. Many story segments immediately appeared in his mind, such as rebelling against the heavens, finding the home of the soul, escaping the quagmire. They kept circling in his mind. He planned to collect all these ideas and write an epic poem of resistance. It would become a new chapter of his performance, but now, this epic poem only had a basic skeleton. He needed more details to fill out the flesh inside. Luigi believed that these details would fall on the main character, Heartfire. Heartflame's characteristics, Heartflame's personality, and its abilities were all fresh flesh and blood, and other Heartfire that didn't know what to do, while other Heartfires that had powerful abilities but remained silent could serve as the foundation for an epic poem. Therefore, Luigi eagerly asked Canine Deacon to fill in the blanks. Canine Deacon wanted to ask about Gleipnir's situation, but it was worried that they would leave soon. Once they left, it would be difficult to ask again. Canine Deacon turned around and saw Laplace sitting calmly beside him. Angor and Little Red were talking about how to log into the Dream Crystal again. Canine Deacon sighed in relief. Judging from the current situation, they didn't plan to leave right away. Canine Deacon could ask them later. With that in mind, Canine Deacon calmed down and began to talk about the sentient Heartfire with Luigi. Angor was also interested in the story of the Flame of Wisdom, but he soon realized that it wasn't as interesting as he thought. The story contained self-doubt, long-time endurance, resistance against the rules, and new worries after escaping from Heartfire Palace. It all sounded interesting, but it wasn't really that interesting. After all, most of the stories were psychological dramas. Canine Deacon was an informant with countless hands, so the information he read might not be accurate. Besides, the Flame of Wisdom spent most of its time in Heartfire Palace, so there wasn't anything interesting to talk about. The only thing that caught Angor's attention was the ability of the Flame of Wisdom. According to the records of the unknown legendary being, the Flame of Wisdom he obtained could create a shadow space that was always dark. The shadow space was like a sandwiched layer between two dimensions, and it was almost impossible to find someone hiding inside. Such strong concealment was also one of the reasons why this heart fire that had gained sentience had remained in the heart fire hall for so long without being discovered by anyone. Apart from that, the shadow space could also store pure energy. As long as the energy didn't mix with shadow or darkness, it could be stored here for a long time. Angor could simply release it when he needed it. Angor believed that the Flame of Wisdom's ability was very useful. At first glance, the ability didn't seem to be very offensive. It was mostly a support ability, which didn't seem to be very powerful. But on second thought, legendary beings all had their own ways of attacking. For supernaturals, they needed both offensive and support abilities. And the further they progressed, the more important support abilities became. Angor wasn't interested in the Flame of Wisdom because of its offensive ability. Instead, he was interested in its support ability, Mind's Eye. Angor wanted to use this ability to perform more precise alchemy operations. Therefore, the Flame of Wisdom's offensive ability wasn't important to him. He was more interested in its support ability. Speaking of which, the shadow space is kind of like Elmi's ability. Angor rubbed his chin. Elmi's shadow can be used as a temporary warehouse to hide people. So, does it count as a shadow space? Angor shook his head. Angor shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. He would find out when he had time to study Elmi's shadow. As time went by, Canine Deacon's story slowly became scripted. The story was completely rearranged according to Luigi's ideas. Increase the tension of the plot, reduce the psychological activities that are not sensitive, and the conflict between all the members. Luigi was happy because these could be used directly in the creation of epics. But to the listeners, this content was basically worthless. 60% was fiction, 30% was exaggeration, and only 10% was truth. He shook his head and decided not to listen to Canine Deacon's story. Instead, he continued to explain to Little Red what to pay attention to in the Dream Crystal. That's right, Little Red was preparing to log into the Dream Crystal. He already told Little Red to stay in Rabbit Town. With the help of the natives, Little Red should be fine. However, he still gave Little Red a final explanation just in case something like what happened to Barigon happened. When Little Red entered the Dream Crystal, something about her might trigger a hidden wonderland and force her to enter the dungeon. What should she do then? How should she talk to the residents of the Dream Crystal? Angor explained everything in detail to Little Red. After all, Lil Red was different from Barigon. Although Barbagon's body was small, his heart was a real adult. Facing the Misty Island Dragon Tomb, he had enough ability to deal with it. Little Red, on the other hand, was still a child both physically and mentally. If she accidentally entered the Wonderland, she might not be able to deal with it as well as Barbagon. Angor spent 5 minutes explaining everything to Little Red. When he was sure that Little Red had memorized everything, he signaled Little Red to enter the Dream Crystal. Little Red knew that she would have to stay in the same position for the next few hours, so she found a comfortable spot, the colorful ball pool. Little Red put the fox pillow on her neck, and her body slowly sank into the pool of colored balls. Following the cool sensation of the balls, Little Red activated her login device. The white tentacle guided Little Red's consciousness into an unknown dimension. A long dream bridge appeared in front of her. This was Little Red's first time seeing a dream bridge, but she wasn't surprised since Angor already told her about it. She quickly stepped onto the bridge. Ignoring the deep void outside the bridge, Lil Red walked quickly to the door of Extreme Karma and sat in front of the door. She hadn't entered the Dream Crystal yet, but through the glowing gate, Little Red could already see the blue sky behind her, as well as the floating clouds. After taking a deep breath, Lil Red rushed through the door with an unwavering momentum. In an instant, Little Red was enveloped by a sense of weightlessness. Next, Little Red's consciousness began to fall. The sky above her head was getting farther and farther away from her. She finally felt her feet touching the ground when she reached the ground, no, underground. She slowly raised her head and looked around. Nearby were towering bunny skyscrapers, and in the distance was an unfathomably deep underground cave. Everything around him was so real, even the faint fragrance in the air was so real. Huh? Fragrance? Little Red was surprised. Why is there a fragrance in the air? She turned her head and found that a girl wearing a bunny hat had appeared behind her at some point. The fragrance was coming from her body. Little Red was about to say something, but the bunny girl spoke first. Her voice was a little weak, and she even sounded a little shy. However, her words were complete. Welcome to Bunny Town. Welcome. It was little Laplace, the bunny girl, who received Little Red. Angor and Laplace discussed this matter and decided to find someone to receive Little Red. Little Red was too young, and they didn't want her to run into something she couldn't handle. Also, Angor wanted to use this opportunity to build a good relationship between Little Red and the bunny girl. As peers, they should have a lot of common topics to talk about. It shouldn't be too hard to build a good relationship. He also hoped that Little Red could help him sniff out the astral attendant's scent. Speaking of scent, Angor looked at the dream crystal again. He was curious whether Little Red's special ability still existed after she entered the dream crystal. Both Little Red and the Canine Deacon's abilities were gifts from the Mirror Realm's consciousness. If Little Red's ability could be used in the dream crystal, then the Canine Deacon should be able to do the same. With that in mind, Angor began to observe carefully. Since he already told the bunny girl about Little Red's ability, Angor didn't need to remind her. After chatting with Little Red, the bunny girl quickly changed the topic to the new body in the dream crystal. Then, from the topic of new body, it extended to the various indicators and abilities of the new body. Finally, through leading the conversation, they talked about whether there were any abnormalities in Little Red's current body. Little Red didn't hide anything from the bunny girl. She already knew about Little Red's relationship with Brother Harp from Little Red's description. Since Harp and Brother Harp were close friends, Little Red didn't mind telling Little Red about it. Besides, Little Red also wanted to know what was strange about herself. Yes, strange. Not long after Little Red entered the dream crystal plane, she realized that something was wrong with her. She vaguely felt that a voice was calling her. But the voice didn't come from the outside world. It was inside her head. Even more strange was that she could clearly tell the distance of the voice even though she knew it was inside her head. This meant that she knew where the voice was coming from. She could use the volume and direction of the voice to find the coordinates of the voice in the dream crystal. It was a mental voice, but she could locate the voice. This was so strange. Little Red explained her situation to the girl. The bunny girl immediately realized that something was wrong. A voice was calling Little Red? Didn't this mean that a new dungeon was about to be created? Thinking about the dungeon at Misty Aldragon's tomb, the bunny girl instinctively wanted to log off and synchronize with Laplace's mind. She had to tell him about the new dungeon. But before she could do that, she felt a gentle breeze around her. Along with the breeze, she also heard Angor's voice hidden in the wind. He used astronomical shift to talk to the bunny girl. There wasn't anything special about their conversation. Angor just told the bunny girl that he was watching everything. Hearing his voice, the bunny girl sighed in relief. She didn't try to log off again. Instead, she asked Little Red with a serious look, "Are you sure you heard the voice calling you?" Little Red? Little Red was young, but she wasn't stupid. She also noticed the strange expression on the bunny girl's face. When she thought about what Angor told her before she logged on, she thought of another possibility. I heard it. And the voice is right next to my ears. Did I trigger the condition for a new wonderland? Little Red asked in a daze. I don't know the details yet. I need more information before I can make a decision. The bunny girl paused and continued, Is the voice calling you a man or a woman? What's its tone like? According to the rabbit girl's thoughts, if Little Red really met the conditions for the birth of the new wonderland, then the NPCs in this wonderland would probably be special NPCs like Shizhen, Meiji, and Guqia. These special NPCs were basically Laplace's abandoned bodies. The bunny girl knew about these abandoned bodies quite well. That was why she asked Little Red about the voice she heard. She wanted to use the tone of the voice to determine which special NPC it was. She wasn't the only one who thought so. Angor, who had been keeping an eye on the situation, also came to the same conclusion. Nonetheless, Lil Red's answer was beyond their expectations. The voice in my head sounds like my own voice. Little Red hesitated and said, I'm sure it's my voice. Yes. Your voice? The bunny girl frowned. The answer was unexpected, but it wasn't unacceptable. This was because many of Laplace's abandoned bodies could imitate speech. For example, the mushroom concubine in the world's grind dungeon was mostly made of mycelium. The mycelium could not only transform into various human shapes, but it could also vibrate to mimic different voices. It could also mimic Little Red's own voice. Therefore, the bunny girl began to think about the abandoned bodies that could mimic voices. However, there were quite a few who could mimic voices. She needed to know more about who exactly it was. With that in mind, the bunny girl asked Little Red again, "Since she's calling you, can you understand what she's saying?" "Yes." Little Red nodded. "She's asking me to find her. She said, she's my puzzle." "What? Puzzle?" The bunny girl was a little surprised. Asking Little Red to look for her was normal. She wouldn't have summoned her if she wasn't looking for her. However, when she mentioned a puzzle and said that she was Little Red's puzzle, it was very strange. As far as the bunny girl could remember, there was no one among Laplace's abandoned bodies who would compare themselves to a puzzle. There was one who liked to play with puzzles, but that one had a wide range of hobbies. Puzzles weren't even one of the top 10 hobbies. Also, this abandoned body never mimicked other people's voices. The bunny girl felt that she had lost all her clues. Not only did she not know who was calling Little Red, but she also didn't know how to ask Little Red about it. This was because Little Red had already revealed all the information. It seemed that there was no point in asking now. While the bunny girl was still trying to figure out what to do, Angor's voice reached her ears again through the wind. The bunny girl pondered and asked Little Red, "Can you tell the distance of the voice?" "Yes." Little Red nodded. "Rabbit girl, then, can you confirm the rough coordinates of that voice now?" "All right." Little Red considered and looked at the deeper part of the cave. She pointed at the darkness in the distance and said, "It's here." "Here." The bunny girl looked at where Little Red was pointing and was a little surprised. She had been cleaning up the remaining cleaners and went to the end of the cave. The cave looked deep, but it wasn't that bad. It was darker inside, but it couldn't be deeper than 500 meters. Also, there were no branches or forks in the cave. If it was really a special NPC who called Little Red, then the NPC must have come from the deeper part of the cave. The bunny girl didn't mind the new wonderland. After all, the more wonderlands there were, the more complete the energy system of the dream crystal would be. However, it seemed that all the wonderlands were gathered around Rabbit Town. Most of them were natives who only had one life left. If they encountered a dangerous wonderland, it wouldn't be good for them. "Should we check it out, Miss Bunny?" Little Red looked at the pitch-black cave, then looked at the rabbit girl and asked. The bunny girl put on a serious look. "Just a moment." Little Red nodded obediently. "Okay. Sure." She didn't know what the bunny girl wanted her to wait for, but she didn't ask. As a first-time visitor, it was better to listen to the advice of an experienced player. While Little Red and the bunny girl waited, Angor used his god's view to look deeper into the cave by following the demonic aura in the air. He asked the bunny girl to ask Little Red about the location of the voice so that he could check it out himself. If Little Red really did trigger a new wonderland, there must be something strange at the end of the cave, which he could use to search for relevant information using his wonderland ability. In just a second, he moved his god's view to the deeper part of the cave. Also, with the all-around eye of detection, Angor could see every trace inside the cave. Here, he saw many man-made traces, such as murals on the crystal walls, tattered clothes, and torches that had been burned before. However, he couldn't find anything strange about them. Perhaps some residents of Rabbit Town used torches to carve the murals on the crystal walls out of boredom or a hobby. The only strange thing was a crack in the shape of a door at the end of the cave. This door mark was unusual because he found some residual pheromones in the traces left behind by other people, all of which pointed to the residents of Rabbit Town. This door mark didn't contain any pheromones, as if it was naturally formed. But Angor clearly remembered that when he was building Rabbit Town, he came to this cave before, and there was no such door mark. Based on the information he gathered, the door mark appeared not long ago, and there was no trace of pheromones, which meant it wasn't done by residents of Rabbit Town. The answer was obvious. The door mark was probably the source of Little Red's voice, which meant it was the gate to the new wonderland. With this in mind, Angor controlled his god's view to enter the gate and search for any remaining information about the wonderland inside. His vision slowly lowered. When he entered the gate, he felt as if he had entered a pure white space. The reason why it was said to be as if was because this so-called pure white space was actually a spiritual space full of information flows. It had no external material counterpart. Here, as he had expected, there was a large amount of information about the immortal realms floating around, but this information was covered by a thin layer of fog. Even with his clearance, he could only see a blurry mosaic. However, he could still read the mosaic information. To put it simply, the information of the mosaic itself was stored in this spiritual space, while the blurred information was still stored in the headquarters of Wonderland. Therefore, he could read the information left behind by the mosaic, but not the blurred ones. Of course, he could go to the Tree of Authority and search through the Wonderland Authority. That way, he could also search for the content of the obscuring information. But first, he had to find the key words in the obscuring information. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Angor considered for a moment and tried to find the key words by reading the mosaic information. Soon, the mosaic message was deciphered: Experiential Fairyland, unlocked by the experiential user after touching it. There were basically two conclusions from this row of information. First, if you want to uncover these mosaics and read the information of the fairyland, you must be the so-called experiencer who touches the door to unlock it. Without a doubt, the participant was Little Red. Second, this gate mark was indeed a newly born wonderland, and it was drawn by Little Red's appearance. However, there was one thing Angor was puzzled about. The recently born Silver Coral Island, World Grind, Misty All Dragon's Tomb, all belonged to special wonderlands. But this time, it was not a special wonderland. It was a training-type wonderland. Why did the type of the dungeon change? The common characteristic of special dungeons was that they all had something to do with Laplace's abandoned body. There must be a special NPC inside. But this time, it was not a special one. Did that mean it had nothing to do with the abandoned body? Angor was puzzled. He decided to search for the training-type wonderland in the Wonderland Authority. Using the wind, Angor sent a voice transmission to the bunny girl and asked her to wait for a while. Next, his consciousness exited the dream crystal and entered the authority tree in the depth of his mind. He locked onto the fruit that represented the authority of Wonderland and directly entered it in the form of his consciousness. In the torrent of information, Angor struggled to find the information about training type. As expected of an authority that represented the energy system, Wonderland contained too much information, and all of it was chaotic and complicated. Angor only stayed inside for 1 minute, and he already felt tired. Luckily, Angor's authority was high enough. Before he reached his limit, he found the information about training-type Wonderland. Since the keyword was relatively broad, a large number of possible templates appeared in front of Angor's eyes. Even if Angor stayed in the authority tree for a year and a half, he might not be able to analyze all of them. Therefore, Angor did not try to analyze the templates or cases. Instead, he only read the definition of training-type Wonderland. The result surprised Angor a little. Training-type Wonderlands, or training-type dungeons, had nothing to do with Laplace's abandoned body. Instead, they were related to the person who logged in. When a logged-in player's consciousness possessed a special talent, they would open a training-type dungeon. Through the training-type dungeons, the player could regain his or her talent. In other words, Little Red's consciousness was very special. She had a strange talent. However, she could not use the talent immediately after logging in. In a sense, her talent was sealed. If she wanted to unlock it, she had to go through training-type dungeons to regain the talent. The more special a talent was, the more training-type dungeons she or he would have to clear. Little Red's talent was very powerful. She would have to clear more than one training-type dungeon. Every time she cleared a trial-type dungeon, she would obtain a puzzle piece. Only when the puzzle piece was completed would she be able to unlock the seal on her innate talent. That was how training-type dungeons were defined. However, it was important to note that training-type dungeons could not be opened just because someone had a special talent. There were strict conditions to open a training-type dungeon. First, the so-called special talent had to be a gift from the world's consciousness. Mirror dragons such as Barigon and Cuculus had to have special talents as well. Otherwise, they would not have the mark of dragon god. However, their talents did not come from the world's consciousness. Even if they entered the dream crystal, they would not be able to open a training-type dungeon. Second, the so-called gift from the world's consciousness was limited to the demon realm, dream realm, and sun mirror domain. This wasn't hard to understand, because the existence of the dream crystal was the result of a struggle between the three parties. They were the demon realm, dream realm, and sun mirror domain. In other words, the dream crystal was created by the consciousness of these three worlds. As such, only the gifts from the three world wills could affect the dream crystallization crystal. If you received a gift from the world's consciousness in the wizarding world, it would not count here. Of course, there was another question. Could the gift from another world's consciousness grant a special talent in the demon realm of the corresponding world? For example, could the gift from the wizarding world's consciousness be used in the dream wasteland? The answer was, not yet. Because the dream wasteland did not exist. Without the Wonderland authority, he could not open a training-type dungeon, which meant he could not use his special talent. After receiving the information, Angor did not rest and entered the dream crystal again. The bunny girl and Little Red were still there. They were holding hands and talking to each other intimately. Children's friendship was built faster than Angor expected. This was a good thing for Angor. This way, the bunny girl would have a legitimate reason to invite Little Red to play in his heart space. Next, Angor got down to business. Just like before, Angor told the bunny girl all the information he received, including the door mark in the depths of the cave and the training-type dungeon. It did not take long for the bunny girl to digest all the information. She was surprised to learn that the dungeon had nothing to do with Laplace's abandoned body, which meant there was no special NPC inside. Her previous assumption about the special NPC's identity was just a wild guess. However, despite her surprise, the bunny girl did not forget one thing. What should she do now? Was the training-type dungeon dangerous? Should she take Little Red to the depths of the cave? Or should she go to another easier dungeon to improve herself before going to the training type? She needed to solve these questions quickly, but she did not know how to contact Angor. She wondered if she should go offline and ask Laplace to contact Angor. But before she could do so, she heard Angor's whisper again from the wind. It's up to Little Red whether she wants to go or not. If she wanted to see it, he could take her to see it. Angor always considered all aspects. When he told the bunny girl the information, he already knew what she was thinking. That was why the message had been passed on this time. Angor did not stop Little Red from going to the training-type dungeon because he learned something when searching for information about such dungeons. They were not forced to open. Unlike Misty All Dragon's Tomb and World's Grind, which required participants to join the dungeon. In other words, even if Little Red went to the entrance of the training-type dungeon, she would not be forced to join as long as she chose not to. Since Little Red could choose whether she wanted to go or not, it did not matter whether she went or not. If she went, Little Red could touch the door mark and unlock the mist in the pure white space, which would allow Angor to learn more about the Wonderland. Why not? Of course, it was fine if Little Red chose not to go. The door mark was right there, and she could go whenever she wanted. There was no need to rush. After hearing Angor's words, the bunny girl put away her relaxed expression and looked at Little Red with a serious expression. Little Red blinked her eyes. Miss Bunny, do you want to decide if you want to go or not? Yes. The bunny girl nodded. Yes. I've heard something about it. You can go if you want. It's fine if you don't want to go. Yes. So I don't have to go? The bunny girl nodded. Yes. The choice is yours. Little Red thought for a moment and finally nodded. I want to take a look. Yes. Before entering the dream crystal, Angor once told her that some of the immortal realms were terrifying. However, she did not see them with her own eyes, so she did not have an accurate idea of what they were. Besides, Little Red could always hear the voice in her head. She had a feeling that the voice would not go away unless she went there at least once. Even if it was not for curiosity, Little Red still wanted to go to the deeper part of the cave to have a quiet experience. The bunny girl did not ask why Little Red wanted to go. Instead, she led Little Red into the deeper part of the cave. Along the way, Little Red asked about the deeper parts of the cave. However, the bunny girl did not answer her questions. She only told Little Red. Little Red, there is a new Wonderland dungeon in the deeper part of the cave, and it probably has something to do with you. The bunny girl did not intend to tell Little Red about the training dungeon. After all, she could not tell Little Red where she got her information. It was better to let Little Red find out for herself. In any case, after Little Red came into contact with Door Mark, she would naturally know about the dungeon. The bunny girl led Little Red into the deeper part of the cave for about 100 meters before she decided to leave. It was too dark inside. She could not even see her own fingers. Although the rabbit girl herself was not afraid, Little Red clung tightly to her back, even trembling a little. Little Red was still a child, after all. She was not necessarily afraid of the dark, but in such a dark environment, she was still a little lost. In the outside world, as an extraordinaire, she could create light at any time, but in the dream crystal, she had lost her superpower and could not create light. She could only stick close to the rabbit girl and rely on the warmth to dispel the fear in her heart. We're not far away anyway. Maybe I should go back to Rabbit Town and bring a torch? The bunny girl thought. Just as she was about to retreat, a ray of pure white light slowly floated down from the crystal. Pure, flawless nether floating light fell out of the pitch-black wall. As time went by, more and more of them fell out of the wall. 1, 2, 3, hundreds of them. These nether floating white lights were like will-o'-the-wisps. In an instant, they covered the entire dark cave, illuminating a bright path towards the depths of the cave. The wall was transparent and smooth, while the nether floating light drifted up and down in the air. Seeing this, Little Red poked her head out from behind the rabbit girl and covered her mouth in surprise. "Miss Bunny, what's this?" White lights were reflected in Lil Red's eyes. At this moment, the fear in his heart had disappeared. The rabbit girl was also confused. When she heard the sound of wind, she finally understood what was going on. Angor was the one who created the nether floating light. Angor had been keeping an eye on them. When he saw them moving in the dark and Little Red hesitating to approach, he used his astronomical manipulation ability to create such a path of light. However, the rabbit girl couldn't tell Little Red that Angor was helping them. After all, no one wanted to live in a world with people behind the scenes. The rabbit girl considered and said, "This is the effect of a fairyland item." "Do you know what a fairyland item is?" "Yes." Lil Red looked as if he had understood something. He nodded and said, "So this is an item from the immortal realm?" "Yes." Angor already told Little Red about fairyland items before entering the dream crystal, so Little Red was familiar with them. However, Little Red didn't expect to see a fairyland item in such a way. He didn't know what kind of immortal realm tool this was, to actually be able to create such a large path of light. Little Red's thoughts were written all over her face. The rabbit girl read her thoughts at a glance. In order to prevent Little Red from asking to see the specific immortal land item, the rabbit girl hurriedly patched it up. "However, this is a one-time use immortal land item. It's not that special. You can think of it as a match. It's only for lighting." "Yes." Little Red was about to ask to see what the item looked like when she heard the word one use, but she quickly changed her mind. Still, she kept muttering, "Too expensive. Rabbit girl, when it's time to use it, it won't be a waste of money. Isn't the function of the match to light up the bright light at this moment?" As she spoke, the rabbit girl continued to lead Little Red forward. This time, with Angor illuminating the way, they moved quickly. A few minutes later, they arrived at the end of the cave. The bunny girl also saw the door mark that Angor described earlier. This door mark wasn't painted. In the dim depths of the cave, it wasn't too conspicuous. If the rabbit girl had come alone, it would have been easy to miss. But now, the rabbit girl and Little Red had come together. The door mark was Little Red's exclusive dungeon. As Little Red approached, the door mark began to slowly glow. When Little Red stood in front of the door mark, the halo it emitted had already surpassed the surrounding white light, illuminating the depths of the cave. Without the rabbit girl's reminder, Little Red already knew that the door in front of her was the entrance to the new Wonderland. This was because as she approached, the voice in her head continued to increase in volume until she stood in front of the door. Then, the voice stopped abruptly. Although the voice in her head was gone, there was a sense of urgency. It was urging Little Red to quickly touch the door mark and enter this new wonderland that was specially created for her. However, the voice in her mind did not control Little Red's thoughts. She could still make her choice freely. Little Red didn't choose to go with the flow of emotions. Instead, she paused for a moment and turned to look at the rabbit girl. "Big sister, there's a new emotion in my mind that urgently wants me to touch it. Is this something I can do?" "Yes." The rabbit girl was a senior in the dream crystal. She knew what to do and what not to do. She needed to know more about this newbie. Little Red didn't know that this was a training dungeon, but the rabbit girl did. According to Angor, touching the door shouldn't force the entrance to the wonderland, but she couldn't tell Little Red about this. The rabbit girl thought for a moment before saying, "I can't feel the attraction of this door at all. Could it be that this paradise was specially set up for you?" After deliberately muttering a few words, the rabbit girl looked at Lil Red. "If I'm not wrong, some unknown things will definitely happen if you touch it. But I can't tell whether it's good or bad. So, I can't give you any advice." "Okay. It's up to you whether you want to touch it or not." The rabbit girl threw the question back to Little Red. Little Red considered and said, "I remember Kitty Mister said that I don't need to worry too much even if I enter a dangerous wonderland. I can choose to log out of the dream crystal." "Okay." The rabbit girl nodded. "Yes. You're not a native, so you can choose to log out." "Okay." Little Red's eyes brightened up. "Since I can log out whenever I want to try." The rabbit girl brought Little Red here because she wanted Little Red to touch the door mark. However, she was still surprised when Little Red actually made the decision. As far as the rabbit girl was concerned, Little Red should go to the dream crystal first, experience the wonderland on Silver Coral Island, and then explore the mystery later. The rabbit girl had already prepared an excuse to fool Little Red, but in the end, Little Red skipped the process and entered the next stage. Little Red directly skipped the additional column and entered the next stage. How could the rabbit girl not be surprised? However, the rabbit girl didn't know that Little Red didn't do it out of recklessness or ignorance. As the person involved, Little Red felt completely different from the rabbit girl. The longer Little Red stood in front of the door mark, the deeper the connection became. She could even vaguely sense some information about the door mark. It was the same feeling she got when she was in the outside world and used her smell to analyze information. Now, as she stood in front of the door mark, she could already sense bits of information entering her mind. Little Red might not be able to decipher the information right away, but they did give her some inspiration. For example, at this moment, Little Red felt that door mark didn't have any evil intentions towards her. She even had a feeling that nothing bad would happen if she touched the door mark. It was because of this realistic inspiration that Little Red skipped the so-called process and directly touched the door mark with her hand. The rabbit girl did not know about Little Red's thoughts, but since Little Red chose to touch the screen, she did not stop her. She only reminded her, "If anything happens, choose to go offline immediately. Ask Angor when you're offline. He'll help you." "Okay." Little Red nodded. "I understand." "Okay." Under the rabbit girl's gaze, Little Red slowly reached out her hand. When Lil Red's hand touched the door mark on the crystal wall, the door mark, which was already emitting a strong light, released a dazzling white light. At this moment, whether it was Lil Red or the rabbit girl, they subconsciously avoided the white light. When the light faded away and the light around them stabilized, they looked at the door mark again. However, the door mark was no longer there. Instead, it had become a real door. A small door made of wood and iron was embedded in the wall deep inside the cave, as if it was the entrance to a secret base left by an evil organization. Little Red was also surprised by the change. She turned to the rabbit girl. "What's going on, Miss Bunny?" "What?" The rabbit girl replied, "It's a gate to the Wonderland. Maybe the Wonderland dungeon is behind it." Halfway through her sentence, the rabbit girl suddenly paused. A gentle breeze blew by, whispering in her ear. Without a doubt, Angor was sending a message to Red, and the content was simple: tell Red to touch the door handle. Angor also explained why. The door handle clearly contained information about the Wonderland. However, the information was still locked. Even Angor couldn't see it. The information of the immortal realm would only be unlocked when Little Red personally touched the doorknob. The rabbit girl spoke to Little Red in a calm manner. Normally, the entrance to a wonderland like this will contain information about the wonderland. Did you receive any information? Little Red asked. Little Red also knew what the information about the wonderland was. Angor told her that the information was directly displayed in one's mind. It was also a kind of hint about the wonderland. However, Little Red didn't receive any information about the wonderland. The rabbit girl continued, if not, try touching the door again. Maybe the information is hidden somewhere else on the door. If you still can't find it, you'll have to enter the wonderland first. Little Red asked. The rabbit girl didn't beat around the bush. Instead, she gave Little Red a direct answer. Little Red was still young, and her ability was sealed. She couldn't read any information from the outside world, so she didn't suspect anything. Following the rabbit girl's guidance, Little Red began to feel around the door. The door handle was the most obvious part of the door. It only took Little Red several seconds to reach it. As she touched the door handle, streams of information about the wonderland rushed into Little Red's mind like a flood. At the same time, Angor also used his authority to read the information about the unsealed wonderland. Special Wonderland Taste Tour, Little Garden has been opened. This wonderland is a series of experience-type wonderlands. It can only be opened by someone with a special talent. After clearing the wonderland, the talent of the participant will be unsealed. The participant can enter the wonderland once per day. No one else can enter before the participant completes the challenge. If the participant completes the challenge within the duration of the wonderland will become a permanent wonderland. If the participant fails the challenge, the wonderland chain will be closed, and his or her talent will be sealed. The duration of this fairyland is 720 hours. The countdown has already been counted in 719, 59, 59. These were the notifications that appeared in Little Red's mind. Based on the notification, when Lil Red touched the doorknob, the Wonderland experience was opened. The countdown was 720 hours, which meant 1 month. Little Red had to clear the dungeon within a month, or her talent would be sealed. Not only did the dungeon have a time limit, but it also had a limit on the number of times a participant could enter. Similar to Uriel's choice, she could only challenge it once per day. It was currently afternoon. If the countdown was reset at midnight, she could challenge it once per day, which meant she could challenge it 31 times at most. 2 clear restrictions, plus the fact that she couldn't bring her teammates with her, meant the dungeon was going to be difficult. Little Red told the rabbit girl all the information she received about the wonderland. The rabbit girl pretended to be surprised and covered her mouth. There's a wonderland like this? And it's designed to unlock your talent? This is the first time I've heard of something like this. The rabbit girl's acting was obvious, but Little Red had never seen her act before, so she couldn't tell if it was real or fake. After a while, the rabbit girl began her analysis. A series of dungeons. This isn't surprising. Your talent is strong. If it can be unsealed so easily, the consciousness of the dream crystal probably won't agree. But it's rare to see a dungeon with so many restrictions. Taste Tour, Little Garden. Taste Tour should be the title of a series of dungeons, while Little Garden is the name of this one. So, there's a garden behind the door? But what kind of challenge will there be if it's a garden? While the rabbit girl was mumbling, Angor had already begun to read the information about Little Garden. After the rabbit girl unlocked the information about the wonderland, Angor could already read some information in the pure white space. The rabbit girl could also read this information in the future, but for now, the Wonderland faction only gave it to her. As the owner of the Tree of Authority, Angor could directly read the unlocked information. Unlocking information. Among them, there was general information about Little Garden. As the rabbit girl guessed, Little Garden was indeed a garden. A large one at that. It was bigger than 10 rabbit towns put together, and it was filled with all kinds of strange flowers and plants. Little Garden was divided into 2 parts, the front yard garden and the sanctuary. The front yard garden was where the flowers were planted, and there were hundreds of thousands of flowers planted there. The sanctuary was called the answer room. Every time a trainee entered the answer room, they would enter a challenge. There were a total of 100 levels, and each level would randomly cause a mixture of different fragrances to appear in the answer room. These fragrances all came from the flowers in the front yard garden. The trainee had to identify which flowers were present in the mixture of fragrances. Once the 100th level was reached, the little garden dungeon would be cleared. The little garden dungeon wasn't difficult, but it wasn't easy either. It wasn't difficult for fragrance alchemists or people who were talented in smelling. But it was much more difficult for people who weren't sensitive to smells. From Angor's point of view, Little Red's challenge wasn't too difficult. Once a day. Looks like Little Garden isn't a dungeon that requires you to clear it, Bunny muttered. The rabbit girl muttered softly and looked at Little Red. Do you want to go in and try? Sure. Or should we go back to Bunny Town first and come back later? The bunny girl was much more relaxed now. She was worried that the Wonderland might be dangerous, but now it seemed that it wasn't that dangerous. Unlike Uriel's dungeon, which required players to clear the dungeon before leaving. This was a dungeon that could be entered and left at will, so the little girl didn't mind Little Red going in to try it out. Little Red thought for a moment and came to the same conclusion as the bunny girl. If she could leave the dungeon at any time, she could go in and check it out. She only had one chance to challenge the dungeon each day, and it would be a waste if she didn't try. With that in mind, Little Red nodded to the bunny girl. I want to check it out first. Sure. The bunny girl didn't stop Little Red this time. She was also curious about what kind of dungeon the little garden was, and Little Red could go in and check it out. However, although she didn't stop him, just in case, the bunny girl still warned him seriously, if you encounter danger or feel that something is wrong, don't force yourself when you need help. Go offline and ask Angor for help. Sure. Little Red nodded obediently. I understand. Sure. Without saying anything else, Little Red took a deep breath and gently pushed the door under the bunny girl's watchful eyes. The door on the crystal wall was pushed open by Lil Red. In an instant, a bright and beautiful light spread out from inside the door, illuminating the depths of the cave with a long light. However, the light was so bright that the bunny girl couldn't see anything inside. She could only see a sea of light floating in the air. Moreover, the rabbit girl felt a strong repulsive force. She wanted to try and see if she could enter with Little Red, but this repulsive force made her lose the strength to even lift her feet. Little Red couldn't see what was inside the door either, but she didn't feel any repulsion force. Instead, she sensed a comfortable aura that quietly tugged at her soul. It was as if there was the most delicious cake in the world waiting for her to enjoy. Little Red couldn't help but look forward and took a step forward. You must be careful. When the rabbit girl saw Little Red walking forward, she couldn't help but warn her again. Then, she watched as Little Red walked into the halo. As Lil Red entered, the door was instantly closed. The bunny girl tried to push the door open, but no matter how hard she tried, the door wouldn't budge. This was completely different from how Little Red was able to easily push the door open. As expected, this is a dungeon prepared for experiencers. Outsiders can't enter. The rabbit girl sighed. Then, she looked up at the top of the dark cave. Are you still there? The rabbit girl called out softly. Without a doubt, the rabbit girl was calling him. Almost without any hesitation, a gentle breeze whispered into the rabbit girl's ears, I'm here. This dungeon shouldn't be dangerous, right? The rabbit girl hurriedly asked. The breeze came again, circling around the rabbit girl as if to calm her restless heart. Don't worry, this dungeon is very safe. It's similar to the Uriel dungeon, but it doesn't test combat. He paused for a moment and continued, I have a general idea about the garden. If you need, I can tell you more about your situation. The rabbit girl quickly shook her head. If it's safe, then it's fine. You don't have to tell me about the garden. Let's wait for Little Red to come out. She'll tell me. It wasn't that she wasn't curious. She just didn't think she was good at acting. After learning about the garden and hearing Little Red's information, she might not be able to pretend to be surprised at the right time. Since she knew it was safe, she didn't need to ask for more details. She would wait for Little Red to come out herself so that her reaction would be more realistic. Angor knew what the rabbit girl was thinking, so he didn't continue to talk about the garden. Instead, he asked, I don't know when Little Red will come out. Do you want to wait for her here or go back to Bunnytown first? Yes. The rabbit girl didn't hesitate. I'll stay here. It was rare for the dream crystal to have a peer, so the rabbit girl didn't mind waiting here. Besides, as Little Red's guide, she didn't tell Little Red many details in the dream crystal before sending her into the dungeon. She felt a little embarrassed. It was better to stay here and wait. Since the rabbit girl had already made up her mind, Angor didn't try to stop her. However, he didn't want the rabbit girl to wait in boredom, so he used astronomical manipulation to create a simple illusion hut nearby so that the girl could rest for a while. With that done, Angor bid farewell to the bunny girl and began to focus on the small garden quest. He already confirmed that the garden didn't have any combat elements, but he still wanted to check it out with his own eyes just in case. The situation inside the garden was exactly the same as what he saw in the information. The huge vestibule garden had a sea of wild flowers growing in the mountains, as well as the soft flowers in the greenhouse that were planted in a regular pattern. There was also a kind of magical giant glowing tree that was full of all kinds of swaying fluorescent flowers. At a glance, the entire vestibule garden could simply fill the youthful dreams of all young girls with poetic feelings. It was like a dream. At this moment, Lil Red was immersed in this brilliant sea of flowers. From her expression, Angor could tell that she was carefully sniffing the flowers in the air. She must have received a hint from the Wonderland and knew that her test was smell detection. Angor didn't bother Little Red. Instead, he used the box view to scan the garden to make sure there were no hidden monsters or traps. After leaving the garden, Angor slowly ascended until he left the dream crystal and returned to reality. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw people looking at him. Apart from Luigi, everyone was more or less looking at him. Shipolov was curious about what it felt like to enter the dream crystal. Canine Deacon was still talking to Luigi about his made-up epic drama, but it also looked at Angor because it was worried about Little Red's condition. Unlike the others, Laplace knew exactly what Angor was doing. Normally, Angor would enter the dream crystal with Little Red and observe for a while before leaving. But this time, Angor stayed in the dream crystal for a long time. Did something happen to Little Red? In the past, Laplace wouldn't think of such a possibility. But after Barigon entered the dream crystal and activated the Misty Aldragon's tomb, Laplace had to think about it. Did Little Red also activate a certain dungeon, which was why Angor stayed in the dream crystal for so long? Angor also noticed everyone's attention. However, he didn't care about Shipolov and Canine Deacon's looks. He nodded slightly at Laplace, who immediately understood and took the initiative to accept the spirit bond that had been broken. Before Angor could say anything, Laplace asked, "Did Little Red meet the requirements of the new Wonderland too?" Huh? Angor was surprised. He didn't expect Laplace to ask such a direct question. However, if one thought about it carefully, one would realize that he had stayed in the dream crystal for a long time. Either something had happened to Little Red, or something else had happened. Ever since the World Grinding Day incident, the natives of the Dream Crystal all followed the rules, so it was unlikely that something happened to Little Red. In that case, something must have happened to Lil Red. Sort of. Alright. Laplace sighed in his mind. Another new Wonderland is here, Laplace sighed and asked, "Who is it?" Angor? Alright. Laplace, I'm asking, who's the special NPC this time? Seeing Laplace's inquisitive look, Angor realized that Laplace must have misunderstood something. Like the bunny girl, Laplace also thought that the dungeon had something to do with the abandoned timeline. Angor quickly shook his head. No special NPC. The new Wonderland is special. It's a training Wonderland. Alright. A training Wonderland? Laplace was a little confused. Is it related to the Misty Aldragon's tomb? It's fine. It doesn't matter. This training is specially prepared for people with special talents. Angor didn't hide anything and told Laplace about the dungeon, as well as the requirements to activate it. Laplace was also a little surprised after hearing this. She had thought of a question before. If the dog Deacon's mind-reading ability was brought into the dream crystal, what kind of accident would occur? Back then, she had only been guessing. She had never believed that the dog Deacon could bring the mind-reading innate talent into the dream crystal. But now, Angor was telling her that the talent could be brought into the dream crystal as long as it came from the will of the dream realm or the mirror realm. As long as she could clear the dungeon, she would have a chance to regain her talent in the dream crystal. This was serious news. If Little Red could activate the dungeon, then Canine Deacon, who was also gifted by the will of the world, should be able to do the same as well. Did her dream come true? Laplace tried his best to suppress his thoughts. He did not want to think about the waves that might be caused by the great deacon finding the mind-reading talent in the dream crystal. Laplace looked up at Angor. Is it hard to clear the dungeon? Not yet. I don't know yet. But Little Red's taste tour, Little Garden isn't too difficult for her. Okay. Next, Angor told Laplace about the garden. But even if Little Red cleared the Little Garden Instance dungeon, she only got a jigsaw puzzle. She still has to go to other dungeons to collect more puzzles. I don't know if the other dungeons are hard or not. The current dungeons weren't hard, but he believed that they wouldn't always be this easy. Maybe they would only get harder as they progressed. Besides, if the first puzzle dungeon already had so many restrictions, there would be even more in the future. Also, the dungeons couldn't ask for help from others. They only tested the contestants' own ability, which made it even harder to clear the dungeons. Little Red had a long way to go before she could find her talent again. After hearing this, Laplace fell into deep thought and did not say anything for a long time. When Angor and Wandong asked what she was thinking about, Laplace finally answered, I'm thinking. Little Red has already entered the dungeon. One thing is for sure, if Canine Deacon enters the dream crystal, it will activate the corresponding dungeon. We'll have to talk to Canine Deacon alone later. Laplace emphasized the word alone. Their previous conversations with Canine Deacon were almost always public. He didn't ask Shipolov to stay away. But when it came to the dungeon, he couldn't let Shipolov hear about it. If Shipolov knew that Canine Deacon might find her talent in the dream crystal, he would spread the word and no one would dare to enter the place. He understood what Laplace was trying to say. He needed to talk to the dog warden about this. However, Angor had a feeling that the stronger the talent, the more difficult the dungeons would be. Canine Deacon might not be able to find Little Red's talent in the end. Compared to Canine Deacon's talent, Angor was more worried about the weaker talents. According to the information he received, the weaker talents wouldn't appear in the puzzle dungeons. Instead, they would appear in single-use dungeons, where they could find their talent after clearing the dungeon. There were quite a lot of such talents, and most of them were gathered in the House of Everything. Since all the members of the House of Everything were voidwalkers, there was a chance for other voidwalkers to luckily get through the Eye of the Sea and obtain a talent. Even if the talent wasn't as good as Canine Deacon's talent. Canine Deacon was powerful, but in the dream crystal, the weaker talents didn't need to go through multiple trials. This was something Angor needed to consider. Laplace nodded. You're right. Let's talk to Canine Deacon first. It should know who's talented in the Omniscient House. When those talents enter the dream crystal, it's best to mark them so that we can keep an eye on them. Okay. Angor nodded. I was thinking the same thing. Okay. Just as they finished speaking, on the other side, the dog Deacon and Luigi also finished talking about the Heart Flame epic. To be more precise, Canine Deacon didn't want to talk anymore. It was almost drained dry, and Luigi kept asking if there was a higher level. How was it supposed to continue the conversation? Besides, Canine Deacon really wanted to know what Gleipnir and Ojolong talked about. After talking to Luigi for a while, Canine Deacon stopped and looked at Laplace. Laplace also looked at Canine Deacon in time. When they looked at each other, they could see the thoughts in each other's eyes. The dog Deacon was invited into the spirit bond. Because of the presence of an outsider like Sipilov, it didn't know if it should say a lot of things. It wanted to apply to enter the spirit bond, but it didn't succeed. It didn't expect to be invited into the spirit bond after the exhibition was over, which made it feel a little surprised. The dog Deacon just entered the spirit bond and didn't know what to say. Then, it heard Laplace's voice. I invited you into the spirit bond because I want to talk to you about the dream crystal. Huh? Huh? The dog Deacon was stunned. I haven't entered the dream crystal, Laplace, it's good that you haven't. Because if you enter the dream crystal, there's a high chance that a new wonderland will be activated. It'll be too late to explain it then. Huh? New wonderland? The dog deacon was confused. Although it had heard about the wonderland from Gleipnir, it didn't have any further knowledge because it didn't have any actual contact with it. It only knew that it seemed to be a special space similar to the secret mirror. It didn't know much about the wonderland, let alone what the so-called new wonderland meant. Laplace was silent for a moment, and his gaze moved to Luigi. Luigi had just finished organizing the Epic of Flame of Heart when he received Laplace's gaze. Their minds were in sync, and he understood the current situation. Without any hesitation, Luigi took the initiative to be the narrator of the Wonderland and the New Wonderland. Because they were all in the spirit bond, there was no need to worry about outsiders. Luigi explained in more detail. Even if the dog deacon hadn't entered the dream crystal, it gradually had a general idea. After about 5 minutes, Luigi explained the definition, classification, rewards, and so on of the Wonderland. Then, Luigi began to talk about the new Wonderland. Luigi used the instance that had appeared in the dream crystal as an example to talk about the randomness and unknowns of the birth of the new Wonderland. The dog deacon listened with great interest. What surprised him was that the origin of the immortal realm that Gleipnir emphasized on was actually so interesting. As long as certain conditions were met, it could be randomly born in the dream crystal. For example, as long as there was a gathering place, the Silver Coral Island could be born. Also, because he brought a mushroom from the Silver Coral Island, it led to the birth of the World Grind Day. Also, if a dragon was detected, then Misty Island Dragon Tomb would be born. The unpredictability and randomness of the birth of this series of immortal realms was really unexpected. Just when the canine deacon was fascinated by Luigi's words and wondered what kind of conditions would be met for the birth of the next fairyland, Luigi suddenly stopped, and Laplace took over the conversation. Laplace was still talking about the new Wonderland, but the protagonist of this new Wonderland was an old acquaintance of the dog deacon, Little Red. Following Laplace's explanation, the dog deacon roughly understood Little Red's current situation, as well as the definition of fairyland. Simply put, it was a special immortal realm that had to be experienced to bring a special innate talent into the dream crystal. After understanding the fairyland, the dog deacon vaguely understood why Laplace would tell him this. It was because his innate talent was also a gift of will. According to the definition of the fairyland, when he entered the dream crystal, there was a high chance that he would also have his own fairyland. So, you want me to pay attention to my own instance dungeon? Is this why you specially pulled me into the spirit bond? The dog deacon asked. Laplace nodded. Sort of. Because your innate talent is too special, the dream crystal will definitely attract a large number of new users. When the time comes, if they know that you can also use the mind-reading innate talent in the dream crystal, it will definitely cause a huge reaction. So, in order to reduce the repercussions of this matter to a minimum, and also for your safety, I'm telling you this. The dog deacon understood and nodded. Although he did not know why Laplace was so confident. He was so confident that the dream crystal domain would definitely become popular. However, according to Laplace's logic, if the dream crystal domain really became popular, and if it displayed the ability to read minds in the dream crystal domain, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. The leaders of the various races would definitely not tolerate it. Then what should I do? The dog deacon asked. Do you want me to temporarily not enter the dream crystal, or do you want me to continue living in seclusion after entering the dream crystal? The so-called living in seclusion was just like how he was now, living alone in the house of everything and never leaving. In this case, no matter how heaven-defying his abilities were, he could not use them, so there was nothing he could do. Laplace shook his head. There's no need for that. You only need to do one thing, and that is to keep your identity a secret after entering the dream crystal. Don't let anyone recognize you. The dog deacon's eyes flashed with confusion. How can I keep my identity a secret? As long as I enter the dream crystal, people should be able to recognize me. Or, is it that there are other dogs in the dream crystal that look like me? Laplace shook his head again. What I mean is that you don't need to be so obsessed with your dog body. When you came to welcome us, didn't you use your human body? When the time comes, as long as you use your human body and enter the dream crystal, you just need to disguise yourself, and you won't have to worry about being recognized. The dog deacon was stunned for a moment. The dream crystal will show me whatever I use to log in? Laplace said, you can only do this the first time you log in. But you can't change your appearance at will either. The dream crystal will record your appearance, but it must be your real appearance. In other words, the dog deacon could not enter the dream crystal as a stranger who had nothing to do with it. It could only use an appearance that was already engraved in its mind. For example, its dog body, or its human body. Not many people had seen the dog deacon in its human form. Besides, a human body was easier to hide its features. Even if someone did see the dog deacon in its human form, it could just wear a mask to prevent people from prying eyes. This was the solution that Laplace and Angor came up with after some consideration. The dog deacon also understood how to do it. All it needed to do was to remember that the first time it logged into the dream crystal as a human body, it would be fine. Although it preferred its dog body, a human body would not affect it much. However, the dog deacon really wanted to know where Laplace got his confidence from. Why did he think that the dream crystal would become popular? So popular that even the leaders of other races would want to enter the dream crystal? Only the leaders of other races would have to worry about Laplace's mind-reading ability. Laplace answered the dog deacon's question in a casual manner, you'll know the specific reason soon enough. For now, you just need to know that the dream crystal will become the home of most people in the White Sun Mirror region. Because this is where the will leads. Will? The dog deacon was confused. Was the will of the mirror region? Was there a world's will behind the dream crystal? The dog deacon wanted to ask for more details, but Laplace did not seem like he was going to answer. Instead, he changed the topic. Laplace was still talking about the new wonderland, but this time, it was not about the dog deacon's new wonderland. Instead, it was about the new wonderlands created by other talents. The so-called other talents suspected to possess the gift of will actually referred to some of the hollow men in the House of Everything who possessed special talents. The dog deacon spoke in a low voice, there are still some talents in the House of Everything. What do you plan to do? If you don't want them to enter the dream crystal, I can order them not to use the login device. All right. Laplace shook his head. No need. Just tell me what they know. All right. The dog deacon did not know what Angor meant, but he did not ask. He simply told Angor everything he knew. The information was confidential, but the dog deacon used to be Laplace's body. In a way, he and Laplace were one. Since they were one, it did not hurt to share information. Following the dog deacon's explanation, Angor quickly recorded the appearances of the talents and their information in his memory book. Dream Gate could be used as a marker to mark the talents. If any of them entered the dream crystal, Angor would be able to receive their information immediately through his memory book. When that happened, he just needed to take note of the situation and come up with a plan. After recording the information of these talents, Laplace had come to an end. The dog deacon finally found a chance to ask the question it was concerned about. What did the mystery book dragon say to Gleipnir when it suddenly showed up? Why was it in such a hurry to chat with her in front of everyone before Gleipnir left the stage? Both Angor and the dog deacon looked at Laplace curiously. He was also curious about what the arcane book dragon and Gleipnir were talking about. Laplace glanced at Luigi and signaled him to answer. Luigi understood right away. Before I answer, I need to correct Meatball about something. Dog Meatball Deacon? Question mark. Luigi continued, the mystery book dragon did not ask the question before Gleipnir left the stage. To the arcane tome dragon, it was only here at the gathering, saw Gleipnir, and casually chatted with him. The mystery book dragon was already at the top of the pyramid in the Sun Mirror domain. It did not care about what other people thought. Even if this was a gathering of many races, it would not affect it at all. And since it did not care, it did not care about other people's opinions either. It only did what it wanted. What did it have to do with other people? Luigi's answer left the dog deacon speechless. It did consider this possibility before, but it did not think that the mystery book dragon would do whatever it wanted. Now it seemed that the dragon really did not care about other people's opinions at all. Luigi continued, as for what it talked about with Gleipnir? Isn't it obvious? Gleipnir was talking about the login device on the stage. What else could the mystery book dragon talk about? It must be the login device. Dog Deacon, the mystery book dragon cares about the login device too? Luigi nodded. What else? Luigi paused and continued in a teasing tone, that's why I'm asking you. Have you lost your basic judgment after staying in the doghouse for so long? You seem to be looking down on the login device. See? The mystery book dragon couldn't wait to talk to Gleipnir after hearing about the login device. Your taste has really deteriorated. Dog Deacon. You said the mystery book dragon was not in a hurry. That's not the same. The mystery book dragon cares a lot about the login device. Luigi straightened his back and showed his double standards to the best of his ability. Dog Deacon did not bother to refute. However, if the mystery book dragon really talked to Gleipnir because of the login device, then the device might really be something else. Angor's voice came from their spirit bond. Did the arcane book dragon really chat with Gleipnir just because of the login device? Even Angor felt that something was off, let alone Dog Deacon. Angor was confident about the dream crystal. However, no one had ever been to the dream crystal before. Gleipnir also did not use too much strength when talking about the login device on the stage. Angor could not believe that the device attracted the mystery book dragon's attention. Earlier, Luigi brought the login device to Cuculus and even asked Cuculus to go to the dream crystal. Yet, Cuculus did not seem to care much about the dream crystal. The secret book dragon must have already talked to Cuculus about the dream crystal, and its thoughts would most likely be influenced by Cuculus' thoughts. Would the mystery book dragon really care about the login device under such circumstances? Luigi, it's because of the login device. Wait. Luigi suddenly stopped talking. At the same time, Angor noticed that Angor was staring at him. Plas also frowned. What's wrong? All right. Luigi did not answer right away. After half a minute, he looked up and muttered, Gleipnir just contacted us. All right. What did she say? All right. She was invited to the outpost of 100 Dragons' Divine Kingdom. She also told the mystery book dragon about the phantom domain. The mystery book dragon wants to meet us. Luigi gave Angor a you-know-what-I-mean look. Angor quickly realized that the phantom domain was referring to the woe puppet. Angor was not surprised that Gleipnir told the mystery book dragon about this. He was also not surprised that the mystery book dragon wanted to meet them. However, he was still wondering why Luigi and Laplace were still showing such complicated expressions when they knew what was going to happen. It was as if they were trying to tell him something. Laplace spoke up in a soft voice, Gleipnir just sent us another message, which might help you and Dog Deacon. All right. You still remember assimilation, right? Laplace didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked Angor another question. Angor nodded. Yes. It's the skill of Nightshade. Cuculus got it as a reward for defeating Flan's Nightshade. If Cuculus could really pass the trial of the statue, he would be able to obtain the first immortal realm skill of the dream crystal, assimilation. However, Cuculus had yet to succeed in his challenge. He had gone offline after failing to challenge the statue and had yet to come online again. Angor didn't understand why Laplace suddenly mentioned assimilation because Cuculus didn't come online. Laplace, since you still remember the assimilation ability, then you shouldn't have forgotten that you once asked me if the assimilation ability was really obtained by Cuculus, would it be able to affect reality? Angor nodded. Indeed, he did ask Laplace this question. Moreover, he remembered that when he asked this question, Laplace replied almost immediately, it's very difficult. Even if assimilation landed in the form of knowledge, it might not be applicable to reality because we have different bloodlines. All right. After saying that, Laplace muttered, if it can really affect reality, then the mirror realm creatures will probably rush to the dream crystal like a flock of ducks. Angor didn't think Laplace's answer was too firm, but he didn't refute it. Deep down, Angor agreed with the idea of different bloodlines. Nightshade was an abyss monster. It might have dragon blood, but the dragon here referred to abyss dragons. Cuculus was also a dragon, but abyss dragons and mirror dragons were completely different creatures. This is similar to the Eastern dragon and the Western dragon recorded in the holographic tablet. Although both are called dragons, they are essentially two completely different creatures. Since they were different races, their bloodlines must be different as well. Could a mirror dragon learn Nightshade's bloodline talent? That was impossible. This was something Angor and Laplace agreed on. Angor didn't understand why Laplace brought it up again. Laplace, it's good that you remember. I know you're confused right now. In fact, I'm confused myself because Gleipnir just told me that Cuculus has already entered the rhythm of assimilation. Under Angor's shocked gaze, Laplace added, not in the Misty Island Dragon's tomb, but in the real world. Has the real world already begun to assimilate? This meant that Cuculus had already begun to learn the assimilation ability and had made some progress? How was this possible? This had already overturned their previous consensus. Laplace was also surprised. She already knew this, but she still couldn't believe what she just heard. Cuculus had actually replicated the Black Nightshade's assimilation ability in reality. This meant that the dream crystal had begun to affect reality. He already knew that the dream crystal could affect reality. For example, Uriel's real body could enter a fairyland in his dream. Even so, he still couldn't help but be shocked by Marcus' condition. But Cuculus failed the first time he tried to challenge the statue. How did he get assimilated in the real world? It's true that he didn't learn all the information, but he did learn a lot about assimilation. The knowledge poured into his mind and affected his talent without him noticing. According to Gleipnir's message, Cuculus hasn't fully acquired the assimilation ability yet, but he can already see the basic form of it. Black Nightshade's assimilation talent was a special concealment ability that allowed the creature to blend with its surroundings. Even its aura and aura would be perfectly matched with the environment. But now, Cuculus had entered a semi-blended state with the surrounding environment without even realizing it. His presence was greatly reduced, and if one did not observe carefully, they might not be able to discover him. This was the assimilation ability Cuculus learned. He didn't even notice it at first and used it without realizing it. There was still a big gap between it and the complete version of assimilation. But from the perspective of learning, Cuculus had already learned the basics. Once he learned the basics, it would only be a matter of time before he fully grasped the ability. So that's why Arcane Tome Dragon contacted Gleipnir? Yes. Laplace nodded. Yes. Yes. Angor now understood why the book dragon talked to Gleipnir as soon as it arrived at Crystal City. It must be Cuculus who leaked the information. Cuculus told the secret book dragon that he could use assimilation. Given how knowledgeable Arcane Book Dragon was, it only needed one glimpse to know the whole picture. It could easily determine the infinite potential of the Dream Crystallizer. This was why Cuculus couldn't wait to talk to Gleipnir while the other races were still waiting. It wanted to learn more about the Dream Crystallizer as soon as possible so that it could seize the opportunity to obtain the login device. Angor sighed in his mind. I thought the ghost domain would be the trigger for the login device to become popular. But now, as long as the story of Arcane Tome Dragon gets out, I'm sure it'll attract a lot of people. After all, no one would complain about having more talents. Laplace nodded in agreement. Indeed. But it's only a temporary attraction. Yes. Cuculus learned the assimilation talent because of the Misty Island Dragon's tomb. Only dragons were allowed to enter the Misty Island Dragon's tomb. Even if other races entered the Dream Crystallizer, they would not be able to learn the talent. Once more people learned about the truth, the attraction would naturally decrease. That's true. But who can say for sure that other races don't have similar wonderlands? Because of Barigon, the Misty Island Dragon's tomb also showed up. If Paluxiu went there, they might see a wonderland version of Pippi Castle. Laplace said, what you said can only be confirmed after more races enter the Dream Crystallizer. For now, only the mirror dragons will benefit from it. But it's good to have the mirror dragons. If we want to promote the login device, we need the help of the mirror dragons. Angor nodded as well. Cuculus assimilation was an unexpected move. Even though they did not know what was going to happen next, they could tell that it was a good move. It was because of this that Arcane Tome Dragon was so eager to communicate with Gleipnir and invite them to the 100 Dragons Divine Nation for an exchange. Originally, it would have taken a week or even half a month to complete the task. Now, he had almost reached the finish line in just one afternoon. If this wasn't a good move, then what was? But then again, once a Wonderland skill is used to affect the real world, it's hard to predict what will happen next. No need to think too far into the future, Laplace said. Even if it was a set plan, it could be changed by accident. Not to mention the distant future, there were too many variables in the middle. Angor knew what Laplace meant, so he nodded in agreement. While they were talking, Canine Deacon listened to their conversation with a puzzled look on his face. Logically speaking, Dog Deacon could understand what they were saying, but they only talked about logic and didn't talk about the details, which confused Dog Deacon. For example, the ghost mosquito incident Angor kept talking about. From their tone, it was clear that this ghost mosquito incident was not a good thing, but as for what exactly was bad, they did not say a word, and did not reveal any details. Also, Canine Deacon could understand Laplace's Wonderland skill affecting the real world. Something learned in the Wonderland was reflected in the real world. In Canine Deacon's opinion, this was perfectly logical. Wasn't it normal to learn something to improve one's power, even if the knowledge came from the immortal realm? What was the big deal? As long as it was knowledge, it did not matter where it came from. Anyway, the Canine Deacon understood every word of their conversation. But it did not understand why Laplace and Angor were so surprised. Furthermore, even Laplace had a look of astonishment on his face, which was something that the Canine Deacon couldn't understand. Canine Deacon knew Laplace well. She always had a calm mind. Even if a landslide happened in front of her, she would not show too much emotion. However, because of some unclear words, he revealed an expression of shock. There was definitely something wrong with this. Were there any hidden clues in the details? Canine Deacon was very curious. It even wanted to use mind reading to answer the question. However, when considering Laplace's identity, Canine Deacon suppressed its curiosity and put on a humble attitude, hoping that Angor and Laplace could help. Angor and Laplace exchanged a glance but did not say anything. Besides, Canine Deacon was both Laplace's predecessor and the new deacon of Omniscient House. Angor did not know what to say and what to avoid for now. So he chose to keep quiet and let Laplace do the job. Laplace considered and said, "The ghost mosquito incident is not a good thing. You don't need to look into it, and you don't need to check it in your mind. You'll find out soon enough." Alright. As for assimilation, Cuculus used it. I can share that with you. Luigi already told Canine Deacon about the accidental triggering of the Misty All-Dragon's tomb. He also knew that Barigon was the trigger. He just did not tell Canine Deacon how the Wonderland worked. This time, Laplace explained the rules of the Misty All-Dragon's tomb, including the restrictions, challenges, and rewards. He also mentioned that the first statue Cuculus challenged was the Abyss Nightshade. After Laplace explained everything from the beginning to the end, Luigi finally understood that his previous conjecture was completely off the mark. It was not learning knowledge. Instead, it was loading the ability of the Abyss Dragon into the body of the Mirror Dragon. Moreover, before the loading was complete, Cuculus had already used the power of assimilation in reality with his incomplete knowledge. This was simply inconceivable. Canine Deacon had never entered a dream crystal before, so it could not say whether it was good or bad. But now, Canine Deacon could competently say that with the ability to affect reality, the dream crystal's potential and value would not be worse than the flower seeds and monuments brought by Hansen and Songster. In fact, it might even be better. Canine Deacon was looking forward to entering the dream crystal even more. After telling Canine Deacon what happened, their business in Canine Deacon's house finally came to an end. Luigi already asked when should we leave in their spirit bond. Laplace said that he could leave at any time. He did not mind either. He could leave or stay for a while. If he wanted to stay longer, he would like to see what the Canine Deacon's dungeon was like. Of course, that was if Arcane Book Dragon did not urge him. No need to rush. Gleipnir can handle Arcane Book Dragon's invitation on her own. Besides, she planned to talk to Arcane Book Dragon alone for a while. Gleipnir planned to discuss the trade with the Arcane Book Dragon for a while until they reached the bottom line she could get. When Laplace came over, she would use Laplace's identity to squeeze out the final bottom line. This was the only way to maximize her profit. Gleipnir did not want them to enter the dream crystal so soon. She even told Laplace that Angor and Shipolov could go to Injit to deal with the heart fire first. It would not be too late to find her after that. Since Arcane Book Dragon's invitation was not urgent, Angor decided to stay a bit longer. He could leave after witnessing Canine Deacon enter the dungeon. Canine Deacon was also curious about the Dream Crystal. When Angor told him that he and Laplace wanted to enter the Dream Crystal with him, he agreed without hesitation. However, Canine Deacon did not forget about the matter at hand. Little Red had already entered the Dream Crystal and was not awake yet. If they all went in, Shipolov would be the only one left outside. That was not safe. Laplace looked at Canine Deacon's concern. Don't worry. Luigi will stay outside. Huh? Canine Deacon was surprised. Why won't Luigi go in? Even if he does, he won't be in the same place as us. He's trapped in a fairyland dungeon and can't get out yet. There's no need for him to go in with us. 3 minutes later. Angor, Laplace, Canine Deacon, and Little Red all went to take a nap. Luigi and Shipolov were the only ones left in the doghouse. Shipolov wanted to ask what was going on, but he didn't know how to ask. In the end, he could only mutter, "Did they go to the Dream Crystal Plane?" Yes. Luigi nodded. They're going to familiarize themselves with the environment. We'll wait for them to log out and leave. All right. Luigi was simply stating his intention. But Shipolov perceived from his words that he was being represented. Shipolov could leave the doghouse on his own, but Luigi was implying that they should wait for him and leave together. If they left together, it meant that their next stop would be the Injit clan's base. Their goal was clear, which was to find a way to obtain the Heart Fire. Shipolov would be the one to persuade General Oleg. After all, he still owed Angor a favor. He had a good relationship with General Oleg, but he didn't know how to explain it. It would be best if he could come up with a foolproof plan. Shipolov fell into deep thought. While Shipolov was lost in thought, Luigi turned his attention to the display platforms. Now, the main display platform had been temporarily closed, and the remaining 44 display platforms were starting to have people on them. Up until now, there were already 13 display platforms with people standing on them. The popularity column also started working again, showing the current popularity on every display platform with people present. Among the 13 display platforms, the one with the highest popularity was the one in Unfallen City, which had reached a shocking 20% of the popularity. 20% wasn't a small amount. There were 13 display platforms to share 100% of the popularity. If one display platform could reach 20%, the other 12 could only reach 80% in total. The reason why Unfallen City was the most popular was that all the races were paying attention to the rules announced by the city. Buluo's Royal City's announcement of the God's rule was just a general discussion, not a detailed discussion. Especially the 18 decrees in the God's rules. This was related to the immigration policy. Many immigrants with dreams in their hearts were very concerned about the relevant decrees. Thus, it created a situation where the popularity of King City did not fall behind. Luigi glanced at Buluo City's display platform and returned to the main interface. He wasn't interested in the immigration policy of Buluo Royal City because in terms of origin, he was a member of Buluo Royal City. Although Luigi didn't have a sense of belonging to Buluo Royal City. In the end, Luigi chose to watch the display from Teluga City. In other words, the Teacup Head was a display platform for the Tlu people. Their display platform's popularity was less than 1%, and it was truly at the bottom of the 13 display platforms. The reason for this was that Teacup Heads had yet to perform any effective demonstration. The purpose of their appearance on the stage was to find clues about their hometown. By offering a reward, he hoped to get the help of the people at the gathering to retrieve their blank memories. Every time they had a gathering, Teacup Heads would set up a bounty show. Everyone was already used to it. Those who had clues would have told Teacup Heads long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. And those who didn't would never watch Teacup Head's display. This was why Teacup Head's popularity was at the bottom of the list. Luigi didn't want to watch Teacup Head's display because he had a clue. Every time Teacup Heads put up a bounty, they would show off their traditional culture that was deeply engraved in their hearts. Floral art, dance, music, etiquette, and so on. Teacup Heads didn't have any memories of their ancestors or any clues about their hometown. The only way they could think of to find their hometown was to show off their traditional culture and hope that someone would find it familiar. Luigi had watched their performances for many years, but he had never found them familiar. However, Teacup Head's performance was really good. Especially when it came to music. Even a master like Luigi had to admit that Teacup Head's music style was unique in the entire Daylight Mirror Zone. This was why Luigi watched Teacup Head's display. His passion for music was not to be let down. While Sipalov and Luigi were minding their own business outside, something else was happening inside the Dream Crystal. Inside a room in Bunny Building, Laplace and Laplace were sitting on the sofa. Angor and Laplace sat on a sofa and looked at each other with curious expressions. A tall, handsome man was sitting on the sofa in front of them. He was wearing a white tuxedo with dark silver embroidery. Coupled with his short silver hair and handsome face, he looked as elegant as a noble. Yes, this handsome young man was Dog Deacon. He should be called him now. Before entering the Dream Crystal, Dog Deacon returned to his human form as per Laplace's request. He also tried his best to maintain his human form before entering the Dream Crystal. In the end, he successfully entered the Dream Crystal in human form. But, why are you so obsessed with your ears and tail? Angor looked at Dog Deacon in silence. Dog Deacon's human form was perfectly fine. The only strange thing was the set of dog ears on top of his head and the fluffy tail that dangled behind his back. In this world, dogs had their own customs. These dogs didn't allow humans to do anything. You can't blame me. I'm used to keeping my ears and tail in my human form. Before entering the Dream Crystal, I tried changing my ears and putting away my tail, but I couldn't control them. Dog Deacon liked to scratch his dangling ears when talking. Plus, he sounded like he was being wronged. Instead of looking like a handsome man, he turned back into a dog-like man. Angor pondered for a moment and nodded. He had a general idea of the reason. The Dream Crystal didn't support face changing. Some people could enter the Dream Crystal by changing their form because such a form already existed in their consciousness. Dog Deacon's consciousness had a canine form and a human form. Dog Deacon's human form had dog ears and tail. No matter how hard Dog Deacon tried to change it, the Dream Crystal only projected the original form of his consciousness, so he could only look like this. Of course, there was still a way to change his image and his consciousness. As long as the canine Deacon maintained his true human form for many years, he would be able to enter the Dream Crystal with his true human form after imprinting his memories into it. However, the prerequisite was that this was the first time Dog Deacon entered the Dream Crystal, and he didn't have the body to create the Dream Crystal. Dog Deacon had already created this half-orc body, and he couldn't change it anymore. He had to keep it as it was. Laplace, fine. It doesn't matter. I just need to wear a mask to hide my identity. If Dog Deacon ran into someone he knew, they might be able to recognize him just by looking at his dog ears and tail. But it was only a possibility. As long as Dog Deacon didn't admit it, no one could say anything. If worst came to worst, Dog Deacon could just put on a hood and a loose robe to completely cover his appearance. Of course, the prerequisite for this concealment was that Canine Deacon had found his mind-reading talent in the Dream Crystal. Thinking of mind-reading, Laplace looked at the dog warden. Do you feel like you're being summoned in your mind right now? Yes. Judging from Little Red's situation, Dog Deacon should be able to sense something if there was a training dungeon. Dog Deacon pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't feel anything. Huh? Nothing? Laplace frowned. Dog Deacon didn't have a special training dungeon. Just as Laplace was puzzled, the Dog Deacon suddenly said, even though I don't hear any calls, I feel like something is wrong with me. Huh? Not normal? What do you mean? Angor asked. Laplace also looked at the dog warden with a puzzled expression. Dog Deacon nodded. I don't know why, but as soon as I entered the Dream Crystal, I had a strange idea. Okay. Basically, the world is so big, and I want to see it. Well, it was not a strange thought. At least, Angor did not find it strange. However, the Canine Deacon was sure that he would never have such a thought. The reason was, he liked to stay at home. Dog Deacon never went out of the multitude room, but he didn't die of boredom because he didn't like to wander around. Instead, he preferred to stay at home. Perhaps other people wouldn't understand, but the dog deacon was very clear about its own situation. It could find its own unique pleasure in staying at home. Because of dog deacon's obsession with staying at home, when he had the thought of the world is so big, I want to see it, he felt very strange. Let's not talk about whether it's normal or not. Let's talk about reality first. Dog deacon continued, if I really want to see the world, I can do it in the real world. There's no need to go to the dream crystal. Can you really walk around freely in the outside world? Angor complained in his mind. Dog deacon. Would he really dare to leave the multitude room when all the major races were watching him? Dog deacon shook his head. I can't go to the White Sun Mirror domain, but it's not my only choice. I can go to the material world. Dog deacon. The material world is much bigger than the mirror domain. You can go anywhere you want. Dog deacon. Pausing for a moment, the dog deacon continued, furthermore, according to what you said earlier, the dream crystal domain is still in a semi-developed state. 99% of the regions are unchanging crystal domains. Is such a scenery worth my time? Dog deacon. Dog deacon's words were harsh, but he was telling the truth. Considering the current state of the dream crystal, it was impossible to find any beautiful places to visit. The only places that could be visited were the fairyland. For example, Silver Coral Island was very beautiful. However, Dog Deacon didn't know about Silver Coral Island's scenery. His I want to see the world was definitely not referring to the fairyland dungeon. Now that he thought about it, Dog Deacon's idea was indeed strange. Laplace looked at Angor. Is it possible that this idea is similar to Little Red's call, and it's a prelude to the trial? Dog Deacon. I don't know. Angor considered and looked at Dog Deacon. How about this? Don't worry about whether it's strange or not. Just follow it and see where it leads you. Dog Deacon. Dog Deacon pinched the buttons on his sleeves and thought for 10 seconds. It didn't give me a specific purpose. It just wants me to go out. Dog Deacon. Then we'll go out and see. You decide where you want to go. Okay. Angor didn't wait for Dog Deacon's reply. He stood up and pushed the door open. There was a long corridor outside, and at the end of it was the exit of the bunny building. Laplace considered and followed Angor out of the door. He was right. Whether it was a prelude to the trial or not, he would know by taking Dog Deacon out for a walk. Seeing that Laplace had left, no matter how uncomfortable the Dog Deacon felt, he still stood up and followed the others. They soon arrived at the entrance of the bunny building. When they arrived, both of them took a step back and left it up to the canine warden to decide what to do and where to go. I don't know where to go either. Dog Deacon considered. How about you two help me decide? Okay. Angor and Laplace didn't say anything. They only stared at Dog Deacon. Seeing this, Deacon Canine understood that it was impossible to get them to make a decision. They decided not to say anything and just follow Dog Deacon around. Dog Deacon had no choice but to mumble, let's walk around then. Maybe we can learn more about this place. Okay. The Dog Deacon started to look around as he slowly strolled around. Angor and Laplace followed behind without saying a word. They just let the Canine Deacon mumble to itself. Dog Deacon knew that he had to rely on himself now, so he didn't try to talk to them. Instead, he just walked around and did whatever he wanted. After strolling around Rabbit Town for several minutes, Dog Deacon became more and more curious about the dream crystal. The dream crystal was desolate, but it felt so real that Dog Deacon couldn't even tell that it was a dream. As such, what he wanted to know the most right now was more information about the dream crystal plane. Dog Deacon knew that he wouldn't get any answers from Angor or Laplace, so he stopped one of the new residents and asked about the dream crystal. And this new resident's understanding of the dream crystal was actually very limited. However, he did give Dog Deacon a clue. If you want to know more, you can go to the library. There are many records there. Library? Library? After Deacon Canine received this reply, he also felt that it was worth going to take a look. Angor and Laplace didn't care where Dog Deacon was going anyway. Going to the library to read was a good idea, and Dog Deacon could also stay at home and learn more about the dream crystal. Thinking up to this point, the dog deacon followed the new resident's directions and headed towards the library without hesitation. Under the guidance of a passerby, dog deacon soon saw a small house standing behind the bunny building. It looked like an ordinary house. If the passerby didn't tell him that it was a library, dog deacon would have thought that it was just a normal house. At least, he couldn't find anything that had anything to do with a library from afar. When dog deacon approached the small house, he still didn't sense any bookish smell. Instead, he discovered a secret. The house didn't feel real to him. Instead, it looked like all the rides Angor created in the kennel building. Are these all illusions? The great deacon asked in confusion. Canine deacon tried to get an answer from Angor, but Angor remained silent as if he had made up his mind not to speak. Seeing that Angor did not want to talk, the dog deacon sighed and gave up the idea. Dog deacon quickly walked to the entrance of the library. A guard at the door was about to ask about the dog deacon's identity. But when he saw Angor and Laplace standing behind the dog deacon, he quickly changed his mind. Instead, he opened the door for the dog deacon and welcomed them inside with great respect. As dog deacon walked past the guard, he heard the guard whispering, "Welcome to the Illusion Library." Illusion Library? The dog deacon paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with understanding. Dog deacon was right. This place was different from the bunny building. The bunny building was real, while this library was just an illusion. Angor was probably the one who created this illusion. With this thought in mind, dog deacon strode into the library with big steps. From the outside, dog deacon couldn't sense any bookish smell at all. Inside, however, there were only three things: bookshelves, books, and lamps. Not only were the walls made of bookshelves, but there were also long ropes hanging from the ceiling, each of which was tied to a stack of books. Inside the library, dog deacon felt like he was standing in a sea of books. Dog deacon already knew how powerful Angor's illusions were, and he couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion. Dog deacon knew that the library was an illusion, but he didn't feel like he was in any way faked. Every bookshelf, every book, everything felt so real. Dog deacon touched a random book nearby and felt the coldness of the book cover. He could also smell the faint scent of ink coming from the book. While dog deacon searched among the bookshelves, Angor and Laplace stood at the door, watching dog deacon while chatting. "Laplace, if we just let him go and don't interfere at all, can we really find the dungeon?" Angor shrugged. He shrugged. "I don't know." However, when he said that the world was so big and he wanted to see it, his mood was indeed very suspicious. Taking the initiative to let him go might be the only choice now. Laplace knew the dog deacon very well. It was indeed not a dog that liked to go out. It was very strange to suddenly have the idea of sightseeing. But, come to think of it, even if what you said is true, are we going to keep following it? Laplace was a little hesitant. The Dream Crystal Plain is very vast. If Canine Deacon really wants to explore it on foot, he might not be able to find the border even after decades or centuries. Angor considered. Little Red's training dungeon is not far from where Little Red was born. Following this pattern, the Dog Deacon's instance dungeon should not be too far away. It might even be near Rabbit Town, perhaps, it might even be inside Rabbit Town. Laplace suddenly had an idea. If Dog Deacon's training dungeon was inside Rabbit Town, could it be inside the library? The library was part of Rabbit Town, and it was Dog Deacon's first destination after leaving Rabbit Building. Thinking of this, Laplace asked in a low voice, "Do you think he really came to the library to look for information, or is this the pull of fate? Destiny?" Angor frowned a little. He guessed at Laplace's idea, but he did not feel that it was right. This was because Dog Deacon came here under the guidance of the new residents, and not because of his own inner desires. He didn't come to the library on his own. But if he could do it by plucking the strings, why would he go straight? But Dog Deacon's mother might not be so lucky. In short, destiny wasn't always in the right direction. Sometimes, it was possible that Dog Deacon could use something he or she overlooked to create a disturbance. For example, the guidance of the new residents might be an indirect force. Angor didn't deny Laplace's idea. When he was being arranged by the Book of Destiny, he wouldn't have noticed the traces of destiny at all. The power of destiny was a strange thing. It could affect details and even affect one's thoughts. Everything Angor thought could be affected by destiny. With that in mind, Angor spoke in a low voice, "Wait a minute. I'll check the library." Angor closed his eyes and raised his consciousness in front of Laplace. In an instant, his vision changed from naked eyes to God's view. His consciousness, which felt like he had ascended to a higher dimension, gave him a 360-degree scanning ability without any blind spots. Using the omniscient view, he began to inspect the items in the library inch by inch. Several minutes later, he exited the God's view and shook his head. "Nothing. Did you check everything?" Laplace paused for a moment, then pointed at the dog warden. "Have you checked the book in his hands?" Dog Deacon's book. Angor looked up and saw Dog Deacon flipping through the pages of a leather book with rough edges. It seemed Dog Deacon was already immersed in the book. "He picked it up not long after you closed your eyes, and he's been reading it since then." "Do you know what that book is?" Laplace asked in a low voice. Angor shook his head in confusion. He created all the books in the library with illusions, so he knew the name, shape, and content of each book. However, he had no recollection of the book in the Dog Deacon's hand. It was not that the library did not have leather books, but there were none with such rough edges. After all, the rougher the edges were, the more likely the words inside would be damaged. Angor built this library for the sake of popularizing science and helping the natives to pass their time. There was no need to make old books. The books here were all new, the writing was also brand new and clear. If there was no news report, he would definitely not be able to see such a serious leather-bound book by his hand. He was aware of this and diligently responded to it. Since it was impossible to collect books with such serious rough edges, then where did the books in his hands come from? Did a native bring it out from Silver Coral Island and put it in the library because he didn't think it was useful? He looked at Laplace and asked, "Where did he get this book from?" Laplace pointed at a floor-to-ceiling bookshelf to Dog Deacon's left. Angor followed the direction and saw a floor-to-ceiling bookshelf. His mind went blank for a second. The books in this bookshelf were basically all books that recorded information about the dream crystal. He remembered that Dog Deacon came to the library to look for information about the dream crystal. And it just so happened that there was an extra leather book in the information bookshelf he was looking for. Angor remained silent. He could already vaguely feel some kind of strange power stirring up this pool of muddy water. This force was probably what Laplace referred to as the pull of fate. Angor looked at Laplace. "Maybe you're right." Okay. Angor closed his eyes again and entered God's view. This time, he didn't look at the other books in the library. Instead, he looked at the extra leather book in Dog Deacon's hand. He didn't find anything unusual. But when he focused on the book, he finally noticed something. The power of the immortal authority was locked inside the book. The power of this lock was exactly the same as the lock in the pure white space in Little Red's dungeon. It was a special kind of seal. Angor couldn't see what was inside the book unless he unlocked it. This was why he didn't find anything strange when he scanned the book. Looking at the familiar seal, Angor confirmed that Laplace's guess was correct. The dungeon that belonged to the Canine Deacon was hidden inside this extra book in the library. Dog Deacon came to the library because of fate's view. Angor sighed in his mind and began to reflect on his blind confidence. He thought for a while and looked at the book again. According to what he knew, the trial would appear as soon as the seal was unlocked. It wasn't hard to unlock the seal. Back then, Lil Red had reached out to touch the door on the crystal wall and unlock the seal. This book was about the same. As long as the Dog Deacon flipped to the last page and touched the illustration on the last page, the seal would be unlocked and the dungeon would be opened. At this time, the Dog Deacon had already flipped through more than half of the book, and was not far from the last page. Angor wanted to explore the book further, but he didn't have enough time. He thought about it and exited God's view. Angor opened his eyes and nodded to Laplace. "You're right. There's a training instance in that book." Angor didn't wait for Laplace's response and walked to Dog Deacon. Angor stopped the dog warden before he could turn to the last few pages. "Wait a minute." "Okay." Fortunately, although the trial dungeon had a summoning and guiding mechanism, it did not have the intention of forcibly opening it. Angor's shout stopped Dog Deacon from turning the page. Under Dog Deacon's puzzled gaze, Angor quickly explained, when you reach the last page of the book, you might find a trial similar to Little Red's. Okay. Dog Deacon? He found a trial just by flipping through a book. Was the appearance of the Dream Crystal's wonderland so magical? Angor didn't care about Dog Deacon's thoughts. The Illusion Library isn't a good place to do such a trial. Okay. Dog Deacon was surprised. What do you mean? Okay. At this time, Laplace's voice came, it means that you have to take this book and leave the library. Go outside and find a deserted place where you can start the dungeon again. Okay. Dog Deacon looked at the book in his hand, then at Angor and Laplace. He nodded in confusion. Okay. It didn't matter whether Dog Deacon understood or not. They quickly left the library under Laplace's urging. The book was also taken out of the library. When they reached a secluded corner of Rabbit Town, Dog Deacon spoke in a low voice. Actually, I don't have to open the trial today, Angor. Whether you do it or not, we need to find a place to lock the door first. Okay. In other words, they had to find a suitable place first. Dog Deacon, where are we going then? I don't think there's anyone here. Okay. Angor looked around. They were at the back of the last bunny building. Since the World's Grind dungeon was located in this bunny building, there was no one around, let alone behind the building. If they opened the trial here, no one would notice them for at least a month or two. And the trial would probably be over in that time. So, this was a good choice. With that in mind, Angor was about to agree to Dog Deacon's request. But at this moment, Laplace suddenly said, actually, we don't have to open the dungeon outside. Not outside? You mean inside the bunny building? The Dog Deacon paused for a moment, then pointed at the gigantic rabbit building. Laplace shook his head again. No, I mean, to Silver Coral Island. Yes. The trial dungeon was not forced to open, which meant they could take the book anywhere they wanted to. Since it was anywhere, why did it have to be in the outside world? Could they open a trial dungeon inside a dungeon space? Silver Coral Island was a dungeon space, and it was vast but sparsely populated. There were also several uninhabited islands in the sea. Wouldn't it be more remote to open a trial on a random island? More importantly, even if they couldn't open the trial dungeon, they could still try it. It was rare to find a dungeon that was not forced to open, and they could take the entrance with them everywhere. It would be a waste not to try it. They could find a secluded place and test whether the dungeon could hold a new trial. Such an opportunity would not last forever. Angor's eyes lit up after hearing Laplace's words. It was true. Even if they couldn't open the trial dungeon, they should at least try. Angor accepted Laplace's suggestion. They quickly changed their route and arrived at the entrance of Silver Coral Island. The Dog Deacon had previously heard that the entrance to the Silver Coral Island was in a pond. In his imagination, the so-called pond was a large lake. Not to say that it was boundless, but at least it was a small ocean. But the truth was that it was only a small pool of water about 2 or 3 meters wide. Canine Deacon was puzzled. The entrance is in this pool? Yes. Yes. Angor explained, the pool is so deep that you can't see the bottom. But the entrance isn't at the bottom of the pool. You just need to swim 1 or 2 meters and you'll find it. All right. Angor gave a simple explanation. But when he mentioned the entrance, he couldn't help but look at Canine Deacon. To enter the Silver Coral Island Instance Dungeon, there was another prerequisite, and that was to be kind and pure. Angor and Laplace didn't need to worry about this. He just didn't know if Canine Deacon met the requirement. Laplace cleared his throat and said, if Meatball can keep its original mind, then it's qualified for the test. You should be more concerned about whether the book can be brought into Silver Coral Island or not. All right. While Angor understood what Laplace was trying to say, the dog attendant pointed at himself with a puzzled look. Me? Keep my original mind? What's wrong? All right. Keeping your original mind is the prerequisite for entering Silver Coral Island, Laplace explained. Laplace calmly explained, if your original intention is gone or messed up, then Silver Coral Island probably won't welcome you. All right. Hearing Laplace's words, the Dog Deacon's heart skipped a beat. Although what Laplace said was the prerequisite to entering Silver Coral Island, the dog deacon felt that there was a deeper meaning to it. Could it be that Laplace proposed to come to Silver Coral Island, to test me, or to remind me to keep my original mind? Canine Deacon tried to fill in the blanks. But it was all in vain. Laplace didn't mean to test Canine Deacon at all. Whether Canine Deacon forgot its original mind or not was none of his business. If the dog deacon really forgot his original intention and couldn't enter the Silver Coral Island, Laplace wouldn't have any distracting thoughts and would directly take the dog deacon to the world-grinding sun. World grind was dangerous for new residents, but it was much easier for someone with a cheat like Angor. Moreover, there was no threshold to enter the world grind. The space inside was also very large. It was very easy to find a secluded place. However, the canine deacon did not know what Laplace was thinking. After filling in the blanks for himself, he said to Laplace with a serious expression, "I will prove myself. I have never forgotten my original intention." After saying that, the dog deacon didn't even wait for the others to demonstrate, and jumped into the water with a coochie. Laplace? What was he doing? Laplace looked at Angor in confusion. "Where is it?" Angor shrugged. "I don't know. But it jumped in already. Let's go." Next, Angor and Laplace jumped in as well. They arrived at a sunny beach at the edge of Silver Coral Island. Canine Deacon was among them. Angor and Laplace looked at Canine Deacon first. To be exact, they were looking at the dog deacon's hand. When they saw the furry leather book still in the dog deacon's hand, Angor and Laplace both sighed in relief. The book was not excluded, which meant the first step was a success. Next, they would have to see if they could open a training dungeon in the paradise. If they could, it would be a dungeon within a dungeon. Or should they say, a Matryoshka doll dungeon. Angor put aside his unnecessary thoughts for now. The most important thing now was to find a secluded place with fewer people. On one side. After patrolling, Laplace pointed at a reef beach on the sea. "Let's go there." "Let's go." The sea outside Silver Coral Island was huge. Even with omniscient sight, Angor still couldn't see the end of it. In this vast sea, there were not many islands, but there were quite a few shoals and reefs. The reef beach Laplace pointed at was about 1 nautical mile away from the island. On these offshore reefs grew a special kind of sea-spotted oyster and sea-ringed flower. The former was a very delicious ingredient, while the latter could be made into ornaments that would not wither for years. When placed at home, it could even purify the air. Because of these two specialties, the residents of Rabbit Town liked to go to the reef beach to harvest them. Also, there were many wooden boats around the beach. "Sure. We can use boats here." Angor nodded in agreement. Rabbit Town had not entered the economic era yet. They were still on the path of public wealth. They did not need to pay anything to use the boats as long as they were not seen by their owners. The boats were simple and crude. They had no sails, and they could only be used to sail near the sea. However, they could not travel far away. Angor and the others found a free shared boat. They pulled the rope at the front and dragged it to the beach. With the slogan, "Let's go," they stepped onto the boat and slowly sailed away with the ebbing sea current. The residents of Rabbit Town had to bring oars with them if they wanted to travel to the sea. However, Angor did not have such a problem. He simply controlled a gust of wind and pushed them toward the reef beach. On their way, Laplace looked at the leather book in the dog deacon's hand. "Meatball, you read this book, right?" "Huh?" The dog deacon nodded. "Yes, but I'm not done yet." "Okay. Laplace, it doesn't matter if you don't finish it. I just want to know what this book is about." "Okay." The other books in the library were all made up by Angor himself. Some of them were taken from famous works of wizardry or entertainment from Earth, and some of them were brought to the library by Angor. The leather book in the dog deacon's hand was not a product of Angor's illusion. It was a real book, one that was added to the library. Since it was an extra book, what was the content of it? Laplace was very curious. Did the book simply copy Angor's strange books? Or did the authority of Fairyland create a new book? Even Angor, who was controlling the wind, looked at the book curiously. He was too focused on reading the information in the book that he did not pay much attention to its content. He only saw some illustrations on the pages. Was it a picture book? Since Laplace was asking, the dog Deacon did not dare to hide anything from him. Besides, the book was just a common picture book. The content of the book is actually a fairy tale. The main characters of the fairy tales are all kinds of human-like animals. The place where these animals live is called the verdant rainforest. Oh right, the book is called Fairy Tales in the Forest. Fairy tales. The dog Deacon then told Angor about the fairy tales it saw. For example, there was a golden python named Goldcake. In order to make all the animals in the forest happy, the python would often find ways to fulfill their wishes. However, the way it fulfilled their wishes was always different from other people's real wishes. For example, Angor the lion wanted to lose weight in pursuit of his beloved lioness, so he told Goldcake about his wish. Goldcake agreed to help Angor without hesitation. Goldcake's way of fulfilling Angor's wish was to shave off Angor's mane. Without the mane, Angor lost a lot of weight. Also, Sister Black Raven wanted to drink some orange juice from a small bottle. To fulfill her wish, Goldcake thought for a long time and told Sister Black to keep throwing pebbles into the bottle until the water inside slowly overflowed. Then Sister Black would be able to drink the delicious orange juice. Sister Black Raven followed Goldcake's instructions. The result was, the pebbles were full, but she still did not get to drink the juice. All in all, it was a bunch of cute little creatures. Cute stories that happened between small animals. Moreover, each story was accompanied by an illustration. Through the illustrations, one could clearly see the appearance of the small animals. Of course, all of them were turned into cartoons. For example, Goldcake's golden python had a pair of cute eyes in the illustration. It stood in the middle of the story with the word snake on its head. Sometimes, it would even wear a hat, which made it look like a cute little python. The same went for the other animals. They were cute, and did not wear their heads. After listening to the story, Angor and Laplace exchanged a surprised look. They did not expect the content of the book to be such a fairy tale. When Angor heard the fairy tale from the dog Deacon, he immediately thought of a dark fairy tale. He had seen a lot of such stories before. Besides, Greya loved dark fairy tale style movies. Angor had made a lot of them for her. For this reason, Angor was not afraid to think in the darkest direction when reading fairy tales. But this time, the Forest of Fairy Tales was a very normal fairy tale, full of fantasy and love. It was a fairy tale suitable for children. Although Angor was sure that the content of the book was pure, he still could not help but think deeper. Why did the fairyland create a book? And why did it have to be a fairy tale? Did it mean that the dungeon was going to be a fairy tale? Angor told Laplace his thoughts. Laplace nodded in agreement. That's possible. Otherwise, the authority of the fairyland would not create this book just to show you a fairy tale, right? Alright. The dog Deacon had already entered the Silver Coral Island dungeon, but he still did not know anything about it. He considered and asked, if the dungeon is related to the Forest of Fairy Tales, how will it be presented? Alright. Laplace considered for a moment. It's hard to say. Maybe you're asked to act as an animal. Or maybe you're asked to find a key clue through a fairy tale? Alright. Laplace looked at Angor and waited for his opinion. After all, Angor knew more about fairyland than she did. However, Angor had no idea about it. Still, he suggested an idea of his own. Little May's dungeon was to identify the fragrance of flowers. In a way, it corresponds to her talent. If the canine deacon's trial matches its ability, then it's very likely to be something related to mind reading, said Angor. Alright. He shrugged again. But I don't know how reading minds has anything to do with fairy tales. Alright. Laplace nodded. She agreed with Angor's explanation, but she could not connect mind reading with fairy tales. As Laplace pondered, the wind stopped blowing, and so did the wooden boat. They had arrived at the reef beach. It was a reef beach about 100 meters in length and width. Judging from the dense holes and strange stone buds on the reef, they were sure that this was a living reef. The odd-shaped reefs were probably the remains of corals that built reefs. Compared to normal reefs, living reefs may be more fragile, but they can attract more clams and shells. This reef beach was covered with a large number of sea spot oysters, circle after circle, like an unknown mysterious totem. In addition, the sea spot oyster was often associated with the sea ring flower. When the brilliant flowers bloomed, it added a touch of fantasy to this mysterious totem. But for Angor and his companions, it did not matter whether this place was beautiful or dreamy. They came here to activate the trial dungeon, not to enjoy the scenery. Angor looked around to make sure there were no other new residents nearby. He then used God's view to check the bottom of the reef beach. He found a relatively sturdy spot and spoke to the dog deacon. "Let's do it here. Let's go." The dog deacon did not know what Angor was doing, but since Laplace agreed with Angor's idea, he did not mind. Of course, Laplace would not object. The dog deacon followed Angor's order and walked to the center of the reef beach. Then, under everyone's gaze, the dog deacon slowly opened the fairy tale of the forest. Instead of going to the last page to trigger the trial dungeon, the dog deacon started from the first page and memorized it. According to Angor and Laplace, the content of the fairy tale of the forest might be related to the trial dungeon, so the dog deacon decided to memorize it carefully. Of course, since the dog deacon was so serious about memorizing the content, it meant that he was going to enter the trial dungeon. He did not plan to enter the trial so soon, but Angor mentioned Little Red as an example. Now he knew that Little Red had entered the trial dungeon, and the process she went through was not too difficult for her. This meant that Little Red would be able to clear the trial faster than expected. If Little Red knew that he was in the dream crystal but did not dare to activate the trial dungeon, it would be very embarrassing. If Little Red already cleared the trial dungeon, and he did not activate the trial dungeon for a long time, it would be even more embarrassing. With this in mind, the dog deacon's competitive spirit suddenly rose up from the bottom of his heart. He did not want to be looked down upon by Little Red. Of course, this was just the dog deacon's imagination. With Lil Red's personality, it was impossible for her to look down on others, especially the dog deacon. However, reality did not affect the dog deacon's mind. In short, the dog deacon chose to enter the trial dungeon right now, which was why he carefully read the fairy tale of the forest before entering. Of course, Angor did not object to Canine Deacon's decision. He wanted to know what Canine Deacon's dungeon was going to be like. Also, would the dungeon be related to the forest of fairy tales? Angor stared at the Canine Deacon in confusion, waiting for his next move. Although the forest of fairy tales looked thin, there were still a lot of pages inside. Canine Deacon had to read carefully in order to memorize every detail. 10 minutes later, Canine Deacon finally finished reading the contents of the fairy tale of the forest. He turned to the last page. On the last page, there were still words on the left and an illustration on the right. But this time it was not a fairy tale. It looked more like the prequel to the second volume of The Forest of Fairy Tales. All the friends who lived in the green rainforest had their own unique and precious qualities. Sometimes, they would run into some unexpected situations, but that did not stop their innocent minds from shining. However, for some reason, such cute little fellows have provoked the witches in the tower. At noon one day, the old witch rode on her crooked broom and flew above the green rainforest. "Oh, look at those upside-down eyes of hers. She's angry. She's angry. But I don't know who she's angry at." The angry witch picked up a wand made of unknown bones and pointed it at the creatures below. Mysterious magic particles were absorbed into the moist air and were inhaled by the creatures below. Then, the friends who inhaled the magic particles started to spin around in circles as if they were drunk, crooked and staggered. With a plop sound, the rainforest friends all fell unconscious on the ground. When they woke up, the witch was already gone. They looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. They thought that the matter had passed just like that. But suddenly, a little hippopotamus screamed because it saw its own face in the reflection of the pond. It screamed, "That's not me. That's not me. I'm not a little hippo." The little frog croaked, "Who are you if you're not a little hippo?" Little hippo stared blankly for a moment. Pointing at its own nose, it said blankly, "Hey, who am I? How could I suddenly forget who I am?" Not only the little hippopotamus, the other little guys also asked the same question. Seeing this, my dear experiencer, I believe you have already guessed the answer. Yes, the magic cast by the Witch of Wrath had messed up the souls of the rainforest companions and stuffed them into other bodies. Little Hippo is not Little Hippo, Gold Cake is not Gold Cake, Sister Black is not Sister Black. Furthermore, not only were their souls disrupted, they were also deprived of their original cognition. They only knew that they shouldn't stay in their current physical bodies, but they had completely forgotten who they used to be. When the little fellows lost their memories and were confused, a door suddenly opened. These were the words on the left page, briefly describing the current situation and leaving a suspense. The illustration on the right was of a large door. The gate stood on the surface of a lake, surrounded by lake water that was as still as a mirror. In the distance, there was a dense forest. One had to admit that the gate standing on the water appeared out of nowhere. It was as if the gate was meant to be used together with the words on the left. Dog Deacon hesitated for a moment. Following Angor's instructions, he gently raised his hand and touched the door in the illustration. As soon as he touched it, the door in the illustration released thousands of rays of light. In an instant, the light broke through the limit of two-dimensional space and rushed into the three-dimensional world, forming a similar door in front of Dog Deacon. A sea breeze blew by and carried away the light mist. The only thing left was a 2-meter-tall door standing in the center of the reef beach. As soon as the door appeared, all of a sudden, strange information flooded into the canine deacon's mind. If this happened in the outside world, Dog Deacon would probably be shocked. Luckily, Laplace had already taught him about this before, so Dog Deacon knew that this information was a mechanism of the Wonderland dungeon. It was called Wonderland Intelligence, Wonderland Information, or Wonderland Hints. Currently, there were only 2 sentences in Dog Deacon's mind. The door to the verdant rainforest is about to open. Adventurer from another world, are you ready to accept the request of the rainforest companions? If Dog Deacon didn't read Fairy Tale of the Forest before, he probably wouldn't understand these 2 sentences at all. However, if he combined them with the words on the last page of the book, it would make a lot more sense. Meanwhile, Angor also used his authority to peek into the Wonderland's information. If Dog Deacon could figure it out, so could Angor. Judging from the current situation, Dog Deacon's trial was probably related to the story on the last page of Fairy Tale of the Forest. The souls of the animals who lost their memories entered the bodies of other animals. Now, Dog Deacon clearly stated that the adventurer would accept the request of the rainforest companions. In that case, the task of the Dog Deacon was very obvious. It was most likely to help these small animals find their own bodies. But how to help them find their own bodies? In fact, the method was already out in the open. Their souls were exchanged, and their memories were blocked. However, there was one thing that wouldn't change: their personality and logic. Based on the short stories in Fairy Tale of the Forest, Angor could analyze each animal's personality. After that, he could communicate with the animals who exchanged their souls. Through their habits, he could basically determine what the animals used to be. To put it bluntly, Angor was going to do a psychological profile of each animal. In a way, Dog Deacon's mind-reading ability also worked. Dog Deacon knew what Angor was thinking, so he didn't hide anything from Dog Deacon. He told Angor all the information he received from Wonderland, as well as his personal analysis. My next trial quest is to find new names for the animals who exchanged their souls. Laplace, your analysis should be correct. This also corresponds to your special talent. But there are 2 things you need to pay attention to. Dog Deacon, 2 things? Laplace nodded. First, even if you find new names for the animals, you can't exchange their souls. Therefore, there is a high probability that in the later stages of this dungeon, you will be required to find a way to exchange souls. Second, in this story, the Wizard Witch of the Tower is definitely not an irrelevant side character. If you want to find a way to exchange souls, you need to go through the Wizard Witch. Maybe you'll have to deal with the Wizard Witch of the Tower later. The 2 points that Laplace had mentioned were definitely not empty. They were definitely real. He rubbed his chin and spoke in a low voice. Judging from the current situation, the trial quest's content seems to be closely related to the trainee's special ability. If Dog Deacon had to face the Wizard Witch of the Tower in the verdant forest, there would probably be a mind-reading quest. He looked at Dog Deacon and said, on the last page of Fairy Tale of the Forest, there are 2 sentences at the beginning. These cute little creatures somehow provoked the wizard witch of the tower, and she's angry. She's angry. But we don't know who she's angry about. These two sentences seem to be a foreshadowing. Maybe Dog Deacon was going to solve this puzzle. How to solve it? According to the rules of the trial quest, Dog Deacon had to do a psychological profile of the wizard witch of the tower. Laplace also agreed with Angor's suggestion. Unlike other dungeons, the trial quest followed a certain logic. It would focus on the trainee's talent. Therefore, it was possible that Dog Deacon was going to analyze the wizard witch's mind. However, this was only a guess. Whether it was true or not, Angor would have to wait until Dog Deacon entered the quest. Laplace patted Dog Deacon's shoulder. It shouldn't be too hard since you already know what it's about. Go. The canine deacon nodded. It also wanted to try and see if it could complete the psychological profiling mission without using its mind-reading ability. With that in mind, Dog Deacon quickly stepped into the gate without hesitation. As Dog Deacon entered the gate, the information about the real quest appeared in his mind. Special Wonderland Mind Listening Traveler, Verdant Rainforest Chapter has been activated. This Wonderland is a series of trials. It can only be opened by trainees with special talents. After clearing the Wonderland, the trainee's talent will be unlocked. Trainees can enter the Wonderland once per day. No one else can enter before they clear it. If the trainee passes the trial within the duration of the Wonderland will become a permanent Wonderland, and be integrated into Silver Coral Island. If the trainee fails, the Wonderland chain will be closed, and the trainee's talent will be completely sealed. This Wonderland will last for 720 hours. Current countdown, 7:19, 59, 59. Angor also saw the information. It was similar to what Little Red told him. There were only two differences. One was the name of the dungeon, and the other was the fact that the trainee would be integrated into Silver Coral Island. Little Red only told him that the trainee would become a permanent Wonderland after clearing the trial. However, Dog Deacon told him that the trainee would be integrated into Silver Coral Island. Maybe it was because of the training they opened on Silver Coral Island, but then again, what was the difference between becoming a permanent Wonderland and being integrated into Silver Coral Island? Angor couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. Anyway, Little Red and Dog Deacon's trials were inside the dungeon and outside the real world. They would know the difference after they cleared the trial. After entering Verdant Forest, Dog Deacon was still digesting the new information and didn't move. Angor shifted his attention away from Dog Deacon and told Laplace about the new dungeon. Laplace, judging by the name, it's another puzzle-type Wonderland. Also, it's Verdant Rainforest this time. Will it become Red Volcano next time? Also, the official name of the dungeon is The Traveler Who Listens to the Heart. Does this mean that the canine deacon will be a traveling profiler in all the subsequent chapters? Dog Deacon has a strong mind-reading ability. It needs to collect all the puzzles to unlock its ability. That's normal, Angor agreed. By the way, Canine Deacon, we're going to solve the dungeon next. Do you want to see how it goes? Okay. In other words, if Laplace was curious, Angor could use an illusion to show Dog Deacon's solution process. Laplace thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. I know it. Once it starts to devote itself to something, it will forget all the disturbances in the outside world. Okay. In other words, Dog Deacon won't give up until he reaches his goal. Judging from the time limit, the dungeon was going to be quite difficult. Dog Deacon wouldn't be able to solve it in a short time. He didn't know how long it would take to watch the live stream, so he didn't need to. He only needed to know the result. The process didn't matter. If there's nothing else, let's log off, Laplace said. Great. Since Meatball is focused on the dungeon, let's go to Injit Clan and see if we can get a spot in Fireheart Palace. Okay. Angor considered for a moment and agreed. Okay. You go first. I'll check Dog Deacon's dungeon again. Angor still wanted to see if their assumption was correct. Laplace. C didn't say anything and just nodded in agreement. Before logging off, Laplace glanced at the sea around him. This was a good fishing spot. He could come here next time and see if he could catch something. With these strange thoughts, Laplace's figure slowly became transparent and finally disappeared. After Laplace logged out of the game, Angor focused on the canine deacon's wonderland again. Through Box Ting's view, Dog Deacon was already on the move. His target was very clear. It was a sea otter with its belly facing the sky and a look of despair on its face. If he remembered correctly, Dog Deacon was the sea otter from the forest of fairy tales. Dog Deacon had the personality of a little boy. However, Angor was sure that it wasn't Dog Deacon's soul that was inside Dog Deacon's body. As for who it was, Angor could ask around. However, Dog Deacon's first problem wasn't to find out the identity of Dog Deacon's soul. Instead, he needed to know how to swim to the shore. The gate stood on the surface of the lake. Dog Deacon entered the gate and landed in the center of the lake. It wasn't that Dog Deacon didn't know how to swim. He just never used his human form to swim. He struggled in the water for a long time without moving forward. Seeing that half of Dog Deacon's body was already sinking, Angor began to panic. Fearing that he would be drowned first, he began to move his entire body. In the end, with the help of Dog Deacon's fluffy tail, Angor managed to crawl out of the water. Covered in wet water, Angor finally reached the shore. As the canine deacon approached, the sea otter Xiaodi who was lying by the lake slowly poked its head out, as if it wanted to see who was approaching it. When it saw a stranger, the little sea otter froze for a moment before it suddenly stood up and let out a shrill cry at Dog Deacon. Dog Deacon could tell that the little sea otter's voice was weak inside. It seemed that the little sea otter was trying to scare Dog Deacon away, but its voice was not as strong as before. Although the little sea otter was clearly scared, its cry was still the first communication between the little creatures of Green Rainforest and Dog Deacon. Following the little sea otter's cry, Dog Deacon received a new message about the Wonderland. Green Rainforest is in danger. The brave sea otter Xiaodi has suddenly become timid and sensitive. As an outsider, you can vaguely see another soul trembling in the eyes of sea otter Xiaodi. Special Wonderland, the traveler who listens to the heart. Green Rainforest chapter, Main Quest 1 has officially begun. Through various details, I will help the already chaotic souls find their identities. After helping the confused souls find their identities, Main Quest 2 will begin. Main Quest 1, current progress, 0 of 108. Both the canine deacon inside the dungeon and Angor outside the box understood the current situation after seeing the false immortal realm prompt. Their previous guess was right. The main mission was to help the souls that had fallen into chaos find their identities again. The 0 out of 108 meant that there were 108 little creatures in Green Rainforest who had lost their self-awareness. Dog Deacon had to find their identities one by one to complete Main Quest 1. As for Main Quest 2, Angor assumed that it would have something to do with the Tower Witches. After all, finding the real bodies of the little creatures was not the end of the quest. According to the saying, there is a beginning and there is an end, Angor had to find the souls of the little creatures back to their original bodies first. Currently, the only way to solve the problem was to use alien technique. If Wang Wei could find a way to find the souls of the little creatures, he would need the help of the Tower Witches. Main Quest 2 had not appeared yet, but both Angor and Dog Deacon already knew what to do. However, the most important thing right now was to complete Main Quest 1. As a matter of fact, Angor was free to leave this place. Originally, he wanted to verify the guesses in his heart. Now that he had confirmed that their guesses were correct, he could leave without worry. Since Dog Deacon saw Dog Xiaodi, Sea Otter Xiaodi, Dog Deacon's eyes, dogs watching Xiaodi's face. Canine Deacon didn't know that Angor was watching his every move. He slowly calmed himself down and looked up at the sea otter with a smile. Next, he slowly took off his clothes in front of the sea otter. Dog Deacon was not trying to be a hooligan. He was simply telling the sea otter that he was not carrying any weapons, and that he was not a threat. Of course, this only worked on animals in Green Rainforest. Animals here were intelligent and had their own ways of checking for mistakes. More importantly, there was a short story in Forest Fairy Tale. Elephant A Fen and Hippopotamus Galen ran into two groups of people in the rainforest. One of them was a group of poachers, while the other was an innocent merchant. Maybe it was because of the enormous elephant and hippopotamus, both groups were terrified. Neither of them dared to call themselves poachers anymore. Instead, they began to accuse each other of being the real poachers. Ifen and Garen had a headache trying to figure out who the real poacher was. Suddenly, one of the groups of people took off all their clothes. Look, we don't have any weapons. That's why we're not poachers. Real poachers don't even have the courage to take off their clothes. Sure enough, when Garen looked at another group of people who hadn't taken off their clothes, they trembled in fear. However, they didn't dare to take off their clothes because they were carrying weapons used by poachers under their clothes. This story was a small interlude in Forest Fairy Tale. If one thought about it carefully, there were a lot of loopholes in the story, and it was not logical at all. Still, it did not matter. Since there was such a plot in the fairy tale of the forest to let small animals distinguish between good and bad, the dog deacon should follow suit and calm the restless soul on the other side. Things were just as the dog deacon thought. When the little sea otter saw the dog deacon, it was stunned for a long time before it said, You are a good person. A talking sea otter might be rare in other places, but in Forest Fairy Tale, even chairs, tables, and plates could open their mouths and catch you off guard. Dog Deacon was not surprised at all. He put a hand on his chest and bowed. I apologize for my impulsive appearance. It's my honor to have your understanding. When the little sea otter saw the dog deacon speak so politely, it became timid again. This time it was timid not because it was afraid that dog deacon was a bad person, but because it was worried that its words and actions were too rude and would make dog deacon think that it was ignorant. The sea otter's behavior was actually within dog deacon's expectations. There was a plot in Forest Fairy Tale. It was about a black swan that came to the Forest Fairy Tale. It was very elegant, and its words and actions were full of nobility. This made the little animals that lived in the Forest Fairy Tale feel that they were country bumpkins. No one dared to approach it, for fear that their words would not be elegant. To put it bluntly, it was a small sense of inferiority due to the comparison. Dog Deacon saw that the sea otter was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He guessed that the sea otter was feeling sorry for itself, so he put on this posture and wanted to test it. Of course, Dog Deacon did not do this for no reason. In the story, the black swan was too elegant. With this kind of contrast between elegance and rudeness, even if the little animals mustered up the courage to talk to the black swan, they would be fascinated by the elegance in just a few words. In this kind of confusion, in order to show off, or to be inconspicuous, they would say a lot of things that they were not willing to say. This was the effect that Dog Deacon wanted. If the sea otter was also so stubborn and did not want to lose face, maybe he could interrogate it and ask a lot of things from its heart. Then, Dog Deacon could slowly explore the sea otter's true identity through these inner words. However, the premise of all this was that the sea otter would be timid because of this kind of etiquette. If the other party did not care about etiquette at all, then Dog Deacon could only use another method to test it. It turned out that the little animals that lived in the Forest Fairy Tale were very simple and naive. The small details in fairy tales were very durable in reality. Seeing the sea otter's timid appearance, Dog Deacon knew that he had done the right thing this time. Next, Dog Deacon proceeded as planned. He tricked the sea otter into revealing more details so that he could find out more about the sea otter's identity. At this point, Angor looked away. At this rate, Dog Deacon should be able to easily find the true name of the sea otter's soul. Angor could have waited until Dog Deacon found the true name of the sea otter's soul. But, this was too embarrassing. Angor could guess what Dog Deacon was thinking. However, when he thought about how Dog Deacon was showing off his elegance while naked, Angor felt a chill run down his spine. More importantly, Dog Deacon's embarrassing behavior really did intimidate the sea otter. As expected of a character from a fairy tale. It had a mind of its own, wisdom, and a certain level of moral logic. But it lacked shame. The sea otter did not think that Dog Deacon was doing anything wrong. Angor was the only one who was hurt by this. Seeing that Dog Deacon had already entered his own rhythm, Angor quickly pulled away and did not want to watch anymore. The sea otter had no sense of shame, but Angor did. Angor calmed himself down and waited until his mind was no longer affected. Then, he logged out of the game and returned to reality. When Angor's figure disappeared from Silver Coral Island, he slowly opened his eyes in the doghouse. When he opened his eyes, he immediately saw Laplace looking at him. Seeing Angor's reaction, Laplace asked through their spirit bond, "How's it going?" "Let's go." Angor knew that Laplace was not asking about him. He was asking about Dog Deacon's progress in the dungeon. Just as we thought, the main quest is to find the sea otter's true name. Angor paused for a moment before he continued, as for Dog Deacon, he's doing well. Let's go. Aside from the Dog Deacon's shameful actions, Angor agreed with the man's plan. Using all kinds of short stories in the forest of fairy tales, Dog Deacon easily found the sea otter's true identity. If Dog Deacon was placed in a human world, he would be a lecturer who understood human nature very well. Being able to control the flow of events with just a few words was something to be proud of. If Dog Deacon was in Angor's shoes, Angor might not be able to get rid of the sea otter's vigilance so quickly. It was also impossible for Dog Deacon to tell the truth in the next second. Angor did not think he could do it. The fact that Canine Deacon was able to do it so easily was not only because he was shameless, but also because he had a strategy that allowed him to sit back and watch. Even if the sea otter did not like taking off its clothes or showing proper etiquette, Dog Deacon would find another way to do it in a short time. That was Dog Deacon's ability. No matter what, Angor was confident that Canine Deacon was capable enough to handle the situation. Laplace did not know what Dog Deacon did in the dungeon, but Angor's praise meant that the man did a good job. In that case, Laplace did not need to worry about Dog Deacon's safety. Instead of asking about Dog Deacon, Laplace changed the topic. Since Little Red and Meatball are both in the Dream Crystal, why don't we leave first? Or do you want to stay here and watch the stage? All right. Angor glanced at the screen out of instinct. At this time, Luigi was looking at a group of people wearing veils. They were scattered all over the display stage, holding different musical instruments, swaying and playing at the same time. Judging from the quality of the music, it was definitely a high-class concert. Angor also understood why Luigi was looking at the stage. It was probably because of the music. However, Angor was not interested in music at all. He only glanced at the screen and was about to tell Laplace that he could leave. But before he could, he noticed that the people on the stage were moving a little. Their veils also swayed a little. As the veils moved, Angor saw the face behind them. It was not a human face at all. It was an exquisite porcelain teapot. Angor quickly realized that these people were Teluga people, also known as teacup heads. Angor only saw teacup heads once before, but he did not think too much about them. But now, the stage was filled with teacup heads and teapots of different styles. Angor felt as if he was in the Teapot Kingdom. Teapot Kingdom, the name suddenly popped up in his mind and made him realize who it was. The Teapot Kingdom was where Teacup was located. There were Grand Duke Red Tea, Princess White Tea, and Earl Black Tea. Angor never saw the Teluga people in Teapot Kingdom. But at this moment, he somehow connected the two races together in his mind. Was it a matchmaking? Or was it some kind of premonition? Laplace's voice came from their spirit bond. What's wrong? Are you attracted by the Teluga people's performance? Let's go. Angor slowly came back to his senses after hearing Laplace's question. Seeing Laplace's confused look, Angor shook his head. Nothing. These teacup heads reminded me of an old friend. Old friend? An old friend? It wasn't Laplace who spoke. It was Luigi who answered. Yes, master. The Teluga people wanted to find where they came from, where they came from, where they came from, and where they returned to. However, the ancestors of the Tidian people had forgotten everything after crossing the empty Mirror Sea. The only thing they remembered was their traditional culture, which had not been washed away by the empty Mirror Sea. These traditions included music. In order to find their homeland, the Teluga people would always show their traditional music at their gatherings, hoping that someone would find it familiar. Luigi was a little surprised when Angor mentioned old friend. Did Angor think of an old friend because the music sounded familiar? Angor shook his head after hearing Luigi's question. Not long ago, he thought that the Teluga people and the Teapot Kingdom were matched. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that it was all nonsense. Old friend is not a person. It's a small rabbit, which is not the same as the ancestors of the Teluga people. Angor shrugged. I thought of it because it likes to drink tea. Luigi realized that Angor must have misunderstood something. Even if the teacup heads weren't returning to their homes, they shouldn't have anything to do with rabbit. With that in mind, Luigi decided not to ask further. Meanwhile, Angor was listening to the melodious music played by the Teluo people, which reminded him of what Luigi said about the Teluo people performing traditional music in order to find their homeland. The music didn't sound familiar to Angor. Was it possible that he was influenced by the music when he connected the Teluo people with the Teapot Kingdom, but he didn't think it was possible? Even if he did, it shouldn't be the Teapot Kingdom. He didn't hear any music when he wandered into the Teapot Kingdom. There's nothing to do here anyway. Let's get out of here. He looked at Laplace and said, "Let's get out of here." Laplace nodded. It didn't matter to her whether she stayed or left. Luigi, on the other hand, was a little hesitant. It wasn't because he loved the Teluo people's music. Instead, it was because he needed to find Oriel for his test. "How about I stay in the doghouse for now and go find you after I'm done?" The doghouse was Omniscient House's territory, but it was still safe to stay here. In Luigi's opinion, entering the dream crystal from the doghouse and finding Uriel for a test was a better choice. Angor didn't have any objections. To Luigi, leveling up was the most important thing. Laplace must have agreed, but she gave Luigi another choice. "You don't have to stay in the doghouse. You can go to Silver Forest." Silver Forest. While Angor was still wondering what Silver Forest meant, he saw Laplace's silver hair suddenly flowing like water. The long strands of hair quickly turned into a silver chain that circled in the air like a waterfall. In the end, the silver chain became thicker and smoother like a mercury mirror. Standing in front of the mirror, Angor could clearly see the reflection of a large tree, as well as a long table in the middle of the forest. There were a lot of people around the table, as if they were having a tea party in the forest. Angor looked at Laplace in surprise. "What's this?" "Laplace, Senator, you can think of it as an independent mirror that I created." To put it simply, the Silver Forest space was an independent space similar to Angor's bracelet, which was used to store items. Because it was a mirror, and it was equipped with a forest, living things would also be safe inside. However, this was an independent mirror surface and was not connected to the mirror domain. Therefore, it lacked the ability to converge. In other words, although it could hold people, it could not cultivate inside. As for Luigi, he was prepared to find a safe place to enter the dream, so he did not need to cultivate. Therefore, the Silver Forest space was the most suitable place for Luigi. However, when Luigi saw the silvery forest, he sighed. "Do we really have to go in?" Laplace said lightly, "You can also choose to stay in the doghouse." After saying that, Laplace had the intention to put away Senator. Seeing this, Luigi hurriedly said, "Forget it, I'll go." As soon as he finished speaking, Luigi closed his eyes as if he was making a very important decision. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and rushed into the mirror with all his might. After a series of ripples, Luigi disappeared from the outside world and reappeared inside the mirror. As soon as Luigi entered Sen, the people around the long table all turned around to look at him. Luigi was startled by the turn of their heads and paused. As Angor wondered what was going to happen next, the mercury-like mirror once again turned into strands of hair and slowly returned to Laplace's feet. "Let's go." Laplace spoke in a plain tone. Angor still had questions, but he didn't ask them right away. Instead, he nodded and gestured at Shipilov to follow them. Shipilov the coachman was also frightened by Sen's appearance. He only regained his senses when Angor called out to him. Then, he hurriedly followed Angor. Angor looked at Little Red and Canine Deacon, who were still sleeping. "Should I leave them a message?" "Okay." Laplace wanted to tell Angor that they could still contact each other in the dream crystal, so there was no need to leave a message here. But on second thought, she realized that Angor probably didn't care about leaving a message. Instead, she nodded. "Do as you wish." "Okay." Angor snapped his fingers, and a piece of paper appeared in the air and slowly landed on the table in front of Little Red. The letter was already filled with words, all of which were words of farewell. With that done, Angor and the others began to walk out of the doghouse. When they first came to the doghouse, Little Red was the one who showed them the way. Angor was worried that they would reach a fork in the path. Luckily, there was only one way to leave the doghouse. As long as they kept moving forward, they would not get lost. On the way, Shipilov was quite nervous. Neither Angor nor Laplace said a word, which made the atmosphere very tense. He did not dare to speak, so he could only keep his head down and follow them. What Shipilov didn't know was that Angor and Laplace's silence didn't mean that they didn't speak. Their spirit bond allowed Angor to communicate with Laplace. "Is Luigi okay?" Angor asked. Earlier, when Luigi entered the Silver Forest dimension, Angor clearly sensed that Luigi didn't want to go in. Angor even felt a little scared. Also, when Luigi entered the dimension, the people around the table in the mirror all looked at him. Angor wondered what happened to Luigi in there. Why did Luigi refuse to go in? Also, who were those shadowy figures in the Silver Forest space? More importantly, he could tell that Luigi wasn't in the Dream Crystal right now. Since he didn't log in, what was he doing in the Een Forest space? Laplace seemed to have guessed Angor's thoughts. "Don't worry about Luigi. He's only afraid of going in because he doesn't want to see one of my avatars." Laplace briefly explained the situation in the Silver Forest dimension to Angor. The people around the table were all Laplace's avatars. These avatars included the elemental avatar that Laplace summoned to help Angor open the box, as well as the condensed avatar, the phantom avatar, and the divine blood avatar. Angor already saw the elemental avatar, so he didn't need to talk about it. Condensed doppelganger referred to condensed doppelganger or converged energy doppelganger. It was a pure energy doppelganger that was filled with the mirror domain's unique converging energy. A phantom avatar was a type of avatar that could move freely in the void. Usually, Laplace used it to send messages. However, with the Dream Crystal, Laplace's ability to send messages was weakened. The God's Blood Doppelganger was a doppelganger created by Laplace when he was researching the power of the gods. Because this doppelganger was infused with the blood of the gods, it was unique and even deviated from the concept of the original body. If it was damaged, it could not be repaired. These avatars had similar personalities to Laplace, but they were different in some ways. For example, the fire element avatar highlighted Laplace's passionate and hot-tempered personality. The water element avatar highlighted Laplace's calmness and serenity. But generally speaking, their personalities were similar, and they were all similar to Laplace. The divine blood avatar was the only one that was different. Perhaps because it contained the blood of gods, the avatar's personality was influenced by the original god's characteristics. The divine blood and the divine blood avatar came from a faraway plane. The gods here are different from those in other places. The gods they worship are more pragmatic. Laplace paused for a moment, as if he was considering how to explain. They don't have any elemental gods or war gods. Laplace continued, instead, they have more practical gods. For example, the god of Fawn, who helps with the development of agriculture, the god of love, who protects the miracle of love, and the god of fortune, who is worshipped the most. There are also gods like the god of sea, who protects the sea, the god of cleansing, and the god of books, who protects the library. Anyway, there are many gods here, but none of them are as grand as we thought. Angor pondered for a moment before replying, these gods are more concerned with satisfying the needs of the common people rather than fighting and fighting. From this, Angor was sure that this world was peaceful. Yes. That world is very peaceful. In fact, it's so peaceful that it's a little strange. Maybe there's something else behind it? Laplace shook his head. Never mind. That world is too far away. Don't think too much about it. Anyway, the divine blood and the divine blood avatar came from that world. The original avatar of the divine blood avatar was a god of rigor. Angor didn't know what to say. A god of rigor? How could someone like that be worshipped as a god? That was ridiculous. But come to think of it, people living in peaceful worlds often regretted inadvertent mistakes. For example, a letter they forgot to reply to, a date they didn't make it to, or a meeting they thought they would meet again. These mistakes often caused irreparable consequences that could affect a person's life for the rest of his or her life. Therefore, in this kind of situation, it seemed normal for people to pray for a god of rigor to fill in the gaps. Laplace continued, because of his divine name, the avatar's personality was affected. Laplace's doppelganger was a person who liked to nag and check everything thoroughly to make sure that there were no regrets. Laplace continued, Luigi didn't want to enter Silver Forest because he didn't want to see the avatar. Actually, a long time ago, Luigi and the god's blood doppelganger lived in harmony. However, there was one time when Luigi was inspired and wrote a short poem in the Silver Forest. After that, the god's blood doppelganger changed. The avatar was a perfectionist, and Luigi's poem happened to be imperfect, which made the avatar very uncomfortable. She believed that staying in the same place as Luigi would make something imperfect. In order to correct these imperfections, every time she saw Luigi, she would ask Luigi to repeat the poem he wrote recently. Whenever she found something wrong, she would ask Luigi to change it again and again. Laplace sighed. You know how bad Luigi is when it comes to writing poems, Angor nodded. He could already imagine Luigi's miserable image being changed again and again by the avatar. Most importantly, Luigi himself did not feel that his poems were bad. Every time he thought that he had improved his poems, he would end up making them worse in the eyes of the god's blood clone. To put it bluntly, Luigi didn't know his own limits. In Luigi's opinion, the avatar was being too picky. But the avatar thought it was for Luigi's own good. In the end, Luigi decided not to come to Silver Forest and went their separate ways. Since they couldn't work together, Luigi didn't want to see the avatar at all. Angor nodded. So, he's being lectured by a clone right now? Yes. Laplace nodded. Sort of. But I've already talked to the Divine Blood avatar. He's in a hurry to meet Uriel. It shouldn't be long before they let him go. Poor guy. Poor guy. Angor silently lamented Luigi in his mind. Soon, they walked out of the long corridor and entered the office of the Omniscient House. Previously, when they had arrived, the Office of Affairs was bustling with people coming and going. Now, although there were still many people in the Office of Affairs, most of them were gathered in the center. There was a circular screen in the middle of the room, which was divided into 44 parts. There were 44 boxes. And each box represented a different display platform. Whether it was the investigators in trench coats or the staff in tuxedos, they were all gathered in the middle, looking at the display that they liked. Angor wasn't too surprised. There were two important things to be done during a gathering of multiple races. One was to display something, and the other was to gather the leaders. The latter was something that most people couldn't attend, while the former was a grand event for everyone. It was normal for people to watch the displays. But Angor was a little confused. Wasn't it a bit messy to put all 44 displays on the screen? Also, how do you listen to the sounds? Soon, Angor found an answer to his question. They didn't listen to the sounds at all. They were all reading lips. Generally speaking, reading lips wasn't a great skill. But it depended on the situation. The races in the White Sun Mirror region included humanoid forms, beast-like forms, strange forms, there were even gaseous forms. With so many different forms, even if they spoke the same language, the positions of their voices would be different, and the final lip language would be completely different. For example, there was a type of serpentine creature that used its tongue to create waves in the air. Different serpentine creatures had different sizes and lengths of their tongues, which also changed the position of their voices. Most people wouldn't be able to read the lips it used. Even Laplace would have a headache if he were to go up against them. But Angor saw that more than one investigator and worker were watching the serpentine creatures with great interest, which meant they could read the creatures' lips. He had to admit that the investigators and workers of the House of Everything were very professional. This also showed that the House of Everything was definitely the best place in Daylight Mirror domain when it came to information search. A tall man in a wine-red tuxedo noticed Angor's gaze and glanced at them. Judging from his uniform, he should be an employee of the House of Everything. He hesitated for a moment and wondered if Angor's group was the client. Several seconds later, he gave up on the show and strode to Angor's group. He smiled and asked if they needed help. Angor was about to ask him to leave when Shipilov stepped forward. I need help. All right. Angor glanced at Shipilov but didn't stop him. Meanwhile, Angor and Laplace stood aside. Shipilov walked over to the staff member and whispered a few words into his ear. The staff member was stunned for a moment. He frowned as if he had just heard a difficult request. He did not give an answer for a long time. It was only when Shipilov repeatedly assured him that he nodded hesitantly. Well, please wait for a moment. All right. After saying that, the staff member walked to the side. Shipilov finally turned around and gave Angor and Laplace an apologetic look. Laplace didn't say anything, while Angor nodded to show his understanding. Shipilov didn't try to hide his voice when he was talking to the worker, so Angor and Laplace both heard what he said. What he had told the staff was that he hoped the staff could help him check the entrance of the house of all things. He wanted to see if his childhood sweetheart, Xianxia, was waiting for him outside. Back then, the reason why Shipilov came to the house of everything was not only because he wanted to make a request, but also because he wanted to avoid Xianxia's passionate suitor. Even though Shipilov had tactfully and bluntly rejected Xianxia more than once, she was like a piece of plasticine that could not be shaken off, stubbornly sticking to him. It was as if she was certain that Shipilov didn't like girls. Shipilov couldn't do anything about it. He really didn't have any feelings for Xianxia. However, due to Xianxia's special status, Shipilov didn't dare to make too much noise to her, so he had to find a way to stay away from her. Wherever Xianxia went, Shipilov would run to another place and never see her again. Earlier, Shipilov heard from Angor that Uncle Ku told Angor that he and Xianxia would be waiting for Shipilov at the entrance of the House of Everything. Therefore, Shipilov asked the staff of the office to help check if Xianxia was still waiting at the door. It's also because of the fact that they are helping to investigate someone. They are already walking on the edge of breaking the rules of the House of Everything. That's why the staff members are hesitant about whether they should help or not. In the end, Shipilov says that he just came out from the ghost deacon and dog deacon's deacon room. He submitted an extremely secretive request that is highly likely to be coveted by others. You don't want me to do this either. After hesitating for a while, the staff member still chose to help Shipilov. It would take some time for the worker to confirm whether Xianxia was waiting at the entrance. Angor looked at Shipilov. Speaking of which, the exhibition lasted for a long time. It's not easy for Xianxia to wait for you at the entrance. All right. At least on the surface, he seemed to be quite sincere. Shipilov quickly shook his head. No, I don't think it's about sincerity. It's crazy. All right. Shipilov hesitated and continued, this isn't the first time I've done something crazy like this. For example, I was sleeping soundly in a small room in the military camp. When I woke up in the morning, a woman suddenly sat beside my bed and told me in a loving tone that she had already made breakfast for me. Her heart was burning with passion as she burrowed into my bed. All right. That woman is Xianxia. All right. Also, I went to the cafeteria with my comrades. Everyone else's plates were normal. Mine was the only one that was made of gold, and all the food was made of top-quality supernatural ingredients. She bribed the chef in the cafeteria to send her food from a luxurious hotel in the city. Yes. Also, when I was training, she changed the water in my water bottle to frost flower dew. Shipilov gave several examples in a row before he looked at Angor again. You can put yourself in my shoes, mister. Do you feel happy when you're in the middle of a chase? Angor didn't know what to say. He was just joking. How did he end up talking about someone else's character? Still, he didn't think it was a big deal. But if he put himself in Xianxia's shoes, he would feel suffocated. What Xianxia did was trespassing on his privacy. But if he really did like Xianxia, he could forgive her for what she had done, even if she had crossed the line. Shipilov sighed. But the point is, I've already rejected her many times. That's it. Xianxia still came to him, and she thought she did a lot of good things for Shipilov. But in Shipilov's eyes, she was just trespassing on his privacy. Angor didn't know what to say. He didn't have any experience in love, nor did he encounter. Wait, he did encounter something similar. When Angor was still living in Gru town, his maid, Ori, once mentioned that there were a lot of sweet love letters sent to him in his mailbox. Angor did not notice it at all. His older brother, Leon, took them all away. Leon told him that he was too young to look at such things, and that he would have to wait until he grew up. Angor was only 11 or 12 years old at that time, so he didn't care about them. But after Angor entered the wizarding world, the love letters never came back. After becoming an alchemist, he also heard that there were some crazy admirers who even moved into the small house he used to rent in the apprentice town in order to woo him. However, Angor never saw any of them in person. Back then, he was living at Phantom Island, where no outsiders could come in. Later, he moved to a ruin outside and rarely talked to people. Anyway, Angor also had many admirers, but they were all kept away from him. The real reason was the difference in status. Angor didn't have any admirers who were on the same level as him. Angor felt sorry for Shipilov. Both Shipilov and Xianxia belonged to the stratum, so their status was close. Even the elders would be happy to see them having feelings for each other. Under these circumstances, Xianxia was still a crazy admirer, and Shipilov was indeed in a lot of trouble. Even so, Xianxia still went too far by sneaking into Shipilov's house in the middle of the night without anyone stopping her. Shipilov sighed. Xianxia. She did get punished for breaking into my room, but it wasn't a big deal for her. General Oleg didn't want to offend her because of her special status. Fine. Shipilov didn't explain how special her status was. He only looked more helpless. Sometimes, Shipilov felt like giving up his identity and leaving the Ice Kingdom for a new world of freedom. However, the honor of his family and the rules of a knight prevented him from making such a ridiculous decision. All he could do now was to find a way to stay away from Xianxia. As Shipilov sighed, a worker in a wine-red tuxedo came to him. "Sir, we've confirmed that the lady you mentioned wasn't at the door." "All right." After a short pause, the staff member added, "According to the information we received, the lady was indeed at the entrance of the House of Everything at the beginning, but about half an hour ago, when the Longhua people went on stage for their demonstration, she was taken away by an Ingji man." "All right." After the staff finished speaking, he bowed to Shipilov and left. After listening to the staff's explanation, Shipilov heaved a long sigh of relief. It's good that they left. Now that Shipilov no longer had anything to worry about, he led Angor and the others out of the office. Next, they had to go through 2 long corridors from the office to the reception area, and then leave the reception area. On the way back, Shipilov lamented, the one who took Xianxia away should be Uncle Ku. Uncle Ku is the only one who can stop her from causing trouble. All right. So you're saying Uncle Ku's a big deal, aren't you? All right. He always thought that Uncle Ku was a butler or servant of Xianxia family because Uncle Ku sounded like he was in charge of the family. But judging from Shipilov's tone, Uncle Ku did not sound like that at all. Shipilov nodded. Uncle Ku's identity is more important than Xianxia's. I'm not qualified to talk about it. All right. In other words, it was a military secret. Angor changed the topic. When the Naganua went on stage, Uncle Ku took Xianxia away. It must be because of mirror and barrier breaker. Yes. Shipilov nodded and said, that should be the case. No one would have thought that the Changhua tribe would be the one to win the show this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Shipilov seemed to have thought of something and quickly added, also, the Dream Mirror's login device is another big explosive point. All right. Angor shook his head and chuckled. You don't have to. All right. Shipilov scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed. Angor didn't really mind. He would soon find out whether the recorder was good or not. Now that the mystery book dragon showed up out of nowhere and showed interest in the recorder, many of his plans had to be carried out in advance. For example, he planned to tell Gleipnir about Xianxia after the meeting ended when he went to the 100 Dragons' divine kingdom. But now, he already talked to the mystery book dragon. With the dragon's keen observation skills, it wouldn't take long for the leaders of all races to know about this. When that happened, the recorder would become the core of his plan to deal with Woe Puppet, and it would be known to all races. Therefore, Angor didn't mind at all. It wouldn't be long before people's opinions about the recorder changed. It didn't take long for them to reach the reception area. Under the watchful eyes of the receptionist, Angor and the others disappeared into the omniscient house. When they returned to the misty cloud soil, Angor felt the air was fresher than it had been in a long time. The interior of the omniscient house was too complicated. The space was divided into many pieces, each connected by a winding tunnel, which made the place look like a Rubik's cube filled with spider webs. There was no danger inside the omniscient house, but Angor still felt pressured when he was outside. He felt better. However, thinking that the cloud soil wasn't really in the outside world, but in the body of the giant city spirit, he still couldn't completely relax. The yard of the omniscient house was much more crowded than before. Most importantly, the main display was over, and people could watch the sub-displays whenever they wanted. Many races began to communicate with each other in private. The omniscient house was the intelligence center of the daylight mirror domain, so it was normal for many people to come and go. As Angor and the others walked out of the yard, a group of people in black robes entered the omniscient house. Angor didn't pay much attention to the crowd at first. However, one of the people in black robes noticed Angor's presence and looked back at him. By the time Angor realized it, the person had already entered the omniscient house. Who was that? Angor didn't see the person's face, but he could feel the way the person was looking at him. That's the human we met on our way here, Laplace said in a plain tone. That's the human we met before. Huh? Human? Angor was surprised. A man with a ponytail wearing a tight-fitting uniform appeared in his mind. You mean? Rice God, Blood Hunter? Blood Hunter? Laplace nodded. Yes. Yes. Angor didn't pay attention to the man, but Laplace's senses were fully activated. He quickly saw the man's figure. It was the man who called himself Rice God. Rice God? Angor muttered in a low voice. Angor had a good impression of Rice God. Maybe it was because he met an old friend in a foreign land, but Rice God was kind to him and even gave him a contact badge, saying that Angor could contact him if he needed help. Therefore, it was normal for Rice God to turn around when he saw Angor. However, Rice God only glanced at him and didn't call out to him. Why? One had to know that when he met the Rice God for the first time, the Rice God took the initiative to run over even though they were separated by a great distance. Was it because of the people who came with him? Angor looked back at the door of the omniscient house. Rice God and his people had already gone inside. The door of the omniscient house was a kind of teleportation mechanism that would send people to different reception areas. Angor couldn't catch up with them even if he tried. Angor shook his head and stopped thinking about it. They were just strangers who met by chance. Inside the reception desk of the omniscient house, the black-robed man slowly took off his hood, revealing a flawless face. If Angor was here, he would immediately recognize the man's identity. It was Rice God. Rice God politely declined the hospitality of the receptionist and only asked, "Where are the other black-robed men who came with me?" After learning that the others were assigned to the reception desk of their respective races, Rice God nodded and did not ask any more questions. Instead, he turned around and walked outside. He needed to quickly go to the office to meet the others. After leaving the reception desk, Rice God quickly moved forward in the long corridor. In the silence, only his footsteps could be heard. Suddenly, he heard a buzzing sound in his ears. Do you know that man just now? There was no one around the Rice God, but the sudden voice didn't surprise him. Rice God slowed down his pace and spoke indifferently. What does that have to do with you? Why is it not related to me? Don't forget that it was your human companion who messed things up last time. That was why there was such a big mistake in the gem fair. The buzzing sound should have sounded simple and honest, but this time, it carried a hint of anger. Rice God, although those people belong to the same organization as me, they belong to another faction, which is tit-for-tat with me. Buzzing, I know. You said before that you're a conservative, and they're extremists. But it makes no difference to us. We only know that you are both humans. Rice God was a little silent. He did not know how to refute. It was really difficult for an outsider like the Air Clan to understand the internal disputes between humans, especially when they were from the same organization. In the end, Rice God chose to ignore it. Instead, he replied, I don't expect you to understand the disputes of the Dark Blood Church because it is not important. As for the human you just asked about, he is not from the Dark Blood Church at all. He is just a human I met by chance at the gathering. He will not participate in this hunt. So you don't need to care about him. Buzz, not from the Dark Blood Church? Rice God nodded with certainty. All right then. Since you are sure that he will not participate, I am relieved. The buzzing sound gradually became softer, like a person who was about to fall asleep murmuring in a whisper. You're going to sleep again? The God of Rice turned his head and looked over his shoulder. Through the vision of the Rice God, one could clearly see that there was a small pocket at the shoulder of the black robe. A rather burly puppet was clinging to the edge of the pocket. Ignoring the muscles on the doll, it was actually quite cute, just like a Terra doll. Yes, the person who spoke to the rice god was this puppet. He was a very special member of the Xianxia clan. However, the Xianxia puppet's eyelids were drooping as if it was about to fall asleep. The house of all things is safer. There's no need to worry about being spied on. I'm going to take a nap. The Xianxia clansman made a buzzing sound. Rice god, you can sleep if you want, but before you sleep, I want to ask you something. What is it? The god of rice, why did you say that you would be relieved if he didn't participate? That sounded reasonable at first. But after thinking about it carefully, one would realize that something was wrong. The god of rice knew something about the Xianxia clansman. It was not weak at all. In fact, it could be considered as one of the top 10 young Xianxia clansmen. Don't be fooled by the fact that it was muttering about the extremists just now. If the extremists were really involved, it wouldn't care at all. But the god of rice god said that it would be relieved if Angor didn't participate. What did that mean? Did they think that Angor could change the situation if he joined? The god of rice god asked the question. The Xianxia puppet grumbled, I don't know if he can change the situation or not. But those two beside him aren't easy to deal with. I don't know the silver-haired woman with strange eyes. But I can sense a strong threat from her. She's a good person. The other one is a knight from the Xianxia clan. I saw him in the Xianxia clan ceremony. He was standing near the supreme commander of the Xianxia clan. He must be a high-ranking member of the Xianxia clan, or his child. Although I don't think the Xianxia tribe will participate in this hunting event, but if they really do, and bring those crazy Xianxia tribe soldiers, then our mission will be declared a failure. Do you have any other questions? If not, I'm going to sleep. The god of rice opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He thought there was something unusual about Angor, but it was the people beside him. However, this human compatriot of his was also very capable to be able to reach such a high level in a foreign land like the White Sun Mirror region. It seemed the badge he gave Angor wouldn't be of any use now. When the rice god thought of this, he felt very gratified. As a fellow human, he didn't want Angor to die in a foreign land. Now that Angor had someone to rely on, the god of rice god sighed in relief. The tunnel became quiet again. The darkness was about to dissipate, and the exit in the distance was illuminated by white light. The god of rice knew they were about to reach the office. He stopped thinking about Angor's matter. Next, he would follow the other Xianxia clansmen to the House of Everything. It was said that there was an investigator in the House of Everything who could smell information. Perhaps he could use this investigator to track down the criminal merchant who took away the blood of gods. With this in mind, the god of rice looked at the exit with more eagerness. Angor didn't know that the god of rice was still glad that he had such a good backer. At this time, he had already forgotten about the rice god because he had followed Shipilov to the temporary station of the Xianxia tribe. Since they were above the clouds, there were no buildings to hide them. Just like other places, the Xianxia clan's temporary base was covered by a thin layer of mist. Everything was hazy when walking through the mist. But even so, Angor could clearly feel the murderous aura in the air, which was completely absent from other places. When Angor was still immortal, he once went to the military camp at Vichy Harbor. The atmosphere there was similar to the Xianxia clan's base. Even if he couldn't smell blood, he could still feel the aura of the soldiers. It was a kind of spiritual power similar to faith. However, it wasn't a temptation. Instead, it could burn one's blood and aura. Of course, with Angor's current ability, it was easy for him to block the spiritual influence. Compared to the murderous aura in the air, Angor was more concerned about the various heart flames floating in the air. Although the Xianxia soldiers were doing their own things in the outpost, they were extremely well behaved. Even if the sky fell down, they would still be disciplined. However, the only thing that they were disciplined about was their physical bodies. Their eyes, the fire in their hearts, were flying everywhere. These heart fires were like the eyes of a warlock, scanning all the beings that came and went. Since it was a routine gathering of many races, many outsiders would come to the Xianxia clan's base. Normally, the heart flames would only give Angor and his group a quick glance. However, this time, they were brought in by Shipilov. Shipilov didn't have a high status in the military camp, but he had a powerful background. Besides, he was very close to General Oleg, so the outsiders brought here by General Oleg naturally attracted the curious gazes of the Ingji clan. Because of this, Angor could clearly sense that the heart flames floating in the air were all staring at them. If it was a real person staring at Angor, Angor wouldn't feel anything. But now, the heart flames, which represented the eyes of the Ingji clan, were peeping at him in all kinds of ways, which gave Angor an indescribable feeling. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. Shibalov noticed Angor's awkward expression and quickly apologized. "They're just curious, that's all. It's not like, they mean no harm. Besides." Shibalov hesitated for a moment before saying in a low voice, "Moreover, a large number of them are laughing at me." "Angor? Laughing at you?" "Yes." Shibalov nodded. "It's about Xianxia." Xianxia, the proud young lady, had condescended to the front lines just to chase after Shibalov. This matter had long since spread throughout the barracks. To the soldiers who rarely entertained themselves, this was already the most interesting gossip. As a result, wherever Shibalov went, there would be people secretly looking at him with heart fire. Sometimes, Shibalov felt that his life had become a joke. Angor gave Shibalov a thoughtful look. "You're not having it easy either." "All right." Shibalov forced a smile. "I'm used to it." After a pause, Shibalov put away these troubling thoughts and got to the point. "By the way, I should apologize to the two of you first." Angor and Laplace looked at Shibalov and waited for him to explain. "According to the military rules, I can't take the two of you directly to General Oleg. I need to ask the general for instructions first and get his approval before I can take the two of you in." "All right." In other words, Angor and Laplace would have to wait outside the city for a while. They could only go to General Oleg after Laplace asked for permission. Neither Angor nor Laplace had a problem with that. After all, this was the Ingji tribe's territory, and the Ingji tribe followed the military rules. Anyone who violated the military rules would be guilty of the most heinous crime. Even if Shibalov had some connections, he wouldn't be able to use them here. But they didn't mind waiting for a while. Soon, Shibalov led them to the center of the Ingji clan's territory. There was a large, round, fluffy tent built in the style of the Ice Kingdom. This tent was where Oleg and the other core members of the Ingji clan stayed. Outside the tent, there were rows of stalls. There were some outdoor stalls and some small tents. However, the stalls here only sold the core products of the Ingji clan. To put it bluntly, the products of the Ingji clan's government. Unlike the stalls in the outer area, the goods sold by merchants were different. Shibalov said goodbye to Angor and Laplace and prepared to go to the main tent to ask for permission from General Oleg. Before Shibalov left, Angor stopped him. "If General Oleg wants to know why we're here, you can tell him first." "All right." They would have to explain everything later if they just asked for permission. It was better to let Shibalov tell General Oleg and see how he would react. Shibalov considered and nodded. "All right. Then, can I tell General Oleg who you are?" "All right." Angor nodded. "Of course." "All right." Angor wasn't famous in the Sun Mirror Zone. At most, he would tell General Oleg that he was a member of the Dream Mirror. Nothing else was valuable. As for Laplace's identity, Shibalov couldn't tell him at all. He had to guess. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to tell them anything. Therefore, Angor and Laplace didn't care about their identities. Even if their identities were exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. With that, Shibalov entered the main tent. But before he left, he found an Ingji soldier who would act as a guide for Angor and Laplace. If they were interested in the stalls or things here, they could talk through this guide. They didn't have to look for it on the spot or beat around the bush. Angor planned to check the progress of the two missions in the Dream Crystal while waiting for Shibalov to come back. But since Shibalov had arranged a guide for him, he decided to put the matter of entering the Dream Crystal aside for now. He followed the young guide to check out the Ingji's products. Angor was chatting with Woof Woof when the Ingji went up to the main display platform, so he didn't notice what the Ingji posted. But he remembered Shibalov mentioning the fragrance seekers earlier. According to Shibalov, there were many research labs in the Ice Kingdom, and some of them would be showing off their research results. In the southern wizarding region, even if biological modification experiments weren't taboo, they rarely talked about them in front of others, let alone selling their products in public. Angor was curious about the difference between the Ingji's experiments and the ones in the southern wizarding region. Angor looked at the young guide with a question in his mind. The guide was a well-proportioned black-haired girl who was about 1.8 meters tall and wearing a tight black uniform. She was wearing a dark red eye patch, and a milky white flower was floating beside her. This flower was her heart flame. "My name is Tatiana. Honorable guests, if there's anything you need, you can ask me directly." Her voice was a little hoarse, but it was quite recognizable. Angor didn't hold back and told her about the biological modification experiment he wanted to see. Tatiana nodded and said, "I understand. Please follow me." Tatiana turned around and left as soon as she knew what they were looking for. She did not ask any unnecessary questions either. His valiant demeanor was completely that of a soldier. Tatiana led them to an area behind the main tent, which was also a trading area. However, there were no outdoor stalls here, only small tents. Tatiana pointed to a few tents not far away. "These tents are the finished products area. They are the cases that General Oleg talked about on the display stage before. They are also the products of a few 5-star laboratories that can produce results in the biological transformation experiments in recent years, and the quality rate is higher than 70%. Tatiana seemed to assume that Angor had seen the cases on the stage. She skipped a lot of details, which confused Angor a lot. "What cases? What's a 5-star laboratory?" Tatiana hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you have any questions, sir?" Angor smiled awkwardly and told the truth. "I'm sorry. I didn't see the cases on the stage. Can you tell me more about them?" Tatiana glanced at Angor. Her face was expressionless, but Angor sensed something strange from her using his super perception. Most importantly, the Injit clan's display was quite popular. Normally, no one would come to the Injit clan without seeing their display. Because of this, when Angor came to the Injit clan's territory as soon as the main display ended, Tatiana assumed that Angor had already seen the cases and came here to look for the hottest products. But she did not expect that Angor did not even look at the cases, which surprised her. However, her military upbringing allowed her to quickly suppress her strange emotions. She nodded gently. All right. All right. Tatiana did not waste time. She went straight to the main questions that Angor was concerned about. First of all, what was a 5-star laboratory? There were many laboratories in the Glacier Kingdom, and the government also supported the establishment of such laboratories. As long as you had knowledge, a research topic, and a complete team, you could apply for a laboratory from the government. If your laboratory made some achievements and had a certain influence, the government would give you a corresponding rating. The rating was based on the importance of the experiment, the degree of completion, the number of experiments completed, and the degree of influence of the experiment. It could also be seen as the importance of the laboratory itself. There were 5 levels in total, from 1 to 5 stars. The higher the importance of the laboratory, the higher the star rating. Currently, there were only 8 5-star laboratories in the Ice Country. Only 2 of the laboratories were sold to the outside world. The other 6 laboratories were all exclusive to the Ice Nation and were not sold to the outside world. These 2 laboratories were Anatoly's and Valerie's. This time, more than 60% of the biological modification products that appeared at the gathering came from these 2 laboratories. Secondly, what was the case that Oleg was talking about? In fact, the case described by General Oleg was the main product of Anatoly Laboratory and Valerie Laboratory. The division was biological core and biological modified weapons. As he listened to Tatiana's description, he immediately thought of something. So this is the Ingis for you. Even your biological modification experiments are going for war. As expected, Tatiana's explanation confirmed his suspicion. Biological armies and biological modified weapons were all used for war. They might not be very strong, but they were very versatile. The former could be used as cannon fodder, while the latter could give ordinary soldiers supernatural attacks. They were made for military use. In the tents that Tatiana had pointed out, there were the finished products of the biological core and biological modified weapons. Tatiana looked at Angor. Her eyes couldn't be seen, but Angor could tell that she was asking him if he wanted to take a look inside the tents. As a matter of fact, Angor wasn't too interested in war research. He thought the creatures here were modified. They were related to supernatural organ transplants and bloodline research. He didn't expect them to go in such an unorthodox direction. However, if he had to say something, he was a little interested in biomodified weapons. Since he didn't have anything else to do, he considered and nodded. Let's go then. Let's go. Tatiana was a woman of action. After receiving Angor's permission, she quickly led them to the first tent. The tent looked small, but as expected, the space inside was expanded using a special method. The tent was about the size of a small plaza, and there were many glass cabinets for display. Inside each of the cabinets were biological weapons of different sizes. There were also many people around the cabinets. Angor might not be interested in the research, but these products were still useful to most races in the Sun Mirror domain, especially those who were not good at fighting. These two products could at least serve as a form of protection for their people. Because of this, there were a lot of people here. Everywhere was packed with people. Angor didn't want to push his way through the crowd at all. He already had the idea of retreating. Tatiana led Angor and Laplace into a small passage on the side. Let's go this way. There are more test subjects inside, and fewer people. Tatiana explained. Angor quickly realized that Tatiana was talking about the so-called back door. The passage wasn't long. There was a small door at the end, where two tall Ingji warriors were guarding it. It was worth mentioning that the heartfires of the two Ingji warriors were respectively a huge pincer with a long mouth which was about 5 m long and a hammer which looked even bigger than a person. The two Ingji warriors held the flames in their hands and looked extremely powerful. Just the appearance of the heartfire was enough to stop most people. Angor thought that Tatiana would at least talk to the two guards before letting them in. However, the two guards opened the door and let them in as if they didn't see them at all. Angor was surprised. Was Tatiana someone important in the Ingji race? Even to the point where they didn't even need to inform him and could directly enter through the back door, Tatiana was leading the way, but her heart fire allowed her to see everything clearly. She could clearly see Angor's confusion. Are you curious about why there's a separate space here? Yes. Yeah. But I'm also curious about those two Ingji warriors. Did Shibalov tell them to let us in without asking anything? Yes. Tatiana considered and nodded. Sort of. Angor was puzzled. Sort of? He didn't want to tell Tatiana that she was using her identity to get in, so he simply made up an excuse about Shibalov. But Tatiana said yes? This made him very puzzled. But soon, Tatiana explained, they don't know who you are, but when Shibalov brought you to the outpost, they saw it from inside the tent. They saw it with their Ingji. Yes. Tatiana also explained how to use Ingji. She flicked her finger, and the Ingji flame split into two. One side was a flower, while the other side was a falling flower. According to Tatiana, this was an ability that Ingji gained when he reached a higher level of Ingji fusion. It could be seen as a clone of Ingji. With the main heart flame by his side and the avatar heart flame floating in the sky outside, he could act as a guard in the tent and use the heart flame to see the situation outside. Furthermore, the heart flame doppelgangers could also communicate. This meant that although the guards looked serious and were doing their job, the heart flame doppelgangers could be chatting with other heart flames from 100 meters above the ground. The Ingji race had already developed Ingji ability and had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Tatiana explained the situation to them. Tatiana led them to the end of the path. They turned a corner and saw a wider space. The layout of the space was similar to the one outside. Glass cabinets of various sizes were everywhere, and inside them were slumbering creature models. But unlike the crowded space outside, there were only a few people here and there. They could only see a few people standing in front of the cabinets. Judging from the energy aura of these people, they were not weak. Tatiana explained in a low voice, this is also a display space. But it's not open to the public. The display of the troop types outside was for ordinary guests, But this special space was for the core members of the various clans, as well as the big buyers. This was also the reason why the two guards didn't stop them from leaving earlier. Anyone who could be escorted to the station by Shipilov must be someone important. This special display space was originally prepared for people with extraordinary identities. Tatiana, dear guest, what kind of units are you interested in? I can show you around. Alright. Tatiana quickly realized that Angor didn't pay attention to the cabinets. She quickly added, there are combat, support, and special combat units. Which one do you want to see first? Alright. Angor wasn't interested in creatures anyway. Wizards didn't need them in their battles. He didn't make a decision. I'll just look around. Alright. Tatiana wasn't stupid. She knew that Angor wasn't interested in them. She nodded and didn't say anything else. Following his first impression, Angor walked toward a large glass display case. The glass display case was the largest one in the entire special exhibition space. Angor saw it as soon as he entered the room, so he chose to check it out first before checking it out. As he approached, the blurry figure he saw in the distance slowly became clearer. Inside the cabinet was a creature that looked like a troll. However, the creature's head didn't look like a troll's. It looked like a slimy worm. The giant demon's body, giant demon armor, and giant axes, but with a worm's head, it looked strange and disgusting. The cabinet was specially made, so Angor couldn't sense its true power. Still, he knew that it was a combat unit. As expected, Angor found a description at the bottom of the cabinet. According to the description, this was a combat unit called Great Axe Soldier 2. The first generation of Giant Axe warriors had powerful strength and long-lasting fighting ability, but they lacked the ability to adapt to battle. The second generation of Giant Axe warriors, on the other hand, had their original stupid brains transplanted with the brain of a creature called Brainworm. Although their intelligence was not increased by much, their combat intuition and adaptability were greatly improved. It was a powerful combat unit, and it could also be used as a siege unit. Angor wasn't interested in the Great Axe Soldier's body. However, he was curious about the Brainworm. Why did it improve the soldier's adaptability in battle? Tatiana shook her head. I don't know. But I can ask for you. Alright. With that, Tatiana summoned her flame of heart. Just like before, a petal appeared. As soon as the petal appeared, it floated in the air and was carried away by an unknown force. Half a minute later, Tatiana used her flame of heart to ask an Injit scholar who knew about the brainworm. The brainworm is a kind of worm that has intelligence but isn't very strong. It isn't strong, but it can become the king of worms by deceiving people. Tatiana paused and explained, it's like the queen of ants. It doesn't need to work. It only needs to reproduce and enjoy the services of other ants. Brainworm. The brainworm became the king of worms through deceiving people and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. From this, it could be seen that its intelligence was quite high. It also had the ability to camouflage. The ability of parasitism. In the eyes of the Ingji scholars, all creatures with the ability of parasitism could be regarded as natural materials for transplantation. The Great Axe Soldier was perfect in every aspect. Even the creatures that made up the Great Axe Soldier all had strong adaptability in battle. However, they couldn't use their adaptability in battle due to their lack of brains. Now, with the help of the brainworm, the Great Axe Soldier immediately underwent a qualitative change and became the most popular creature unit in this competition. Tatiana shared all the information she obtained with Angor. However, Tatiana's information was obviously simplified and didn't contain any important information. Still, it wasn't hard to figure out that this information was academic. And all academic knowledge was knowledge. Knowledge was the most valuable resource in both the Southern Wizarding region and the Sun Mirror region. At least, it was more expensive than the Great Axe Soldier itself. Next, he asked about the origin of the body that made up the axe-wielding weapon. This was the first time he saw a brainworm, and the body of a troll was also the first time he saw it. It looked like a troll, but there was something different about it. Tatiana remained silent for a moment. She seemed to be communicating with a scholar outside through the flame clone. A minute later, she gave him her answer. Her answer surprised him quite a bit. Angor thought that the axe soldier's body was a monster captured by an Injit warrior. But he was completely wrong. The body of the giant axe warrior was a kind of artificially cultivated body. According to Tatiana, the Ingji scholars used a special method to extract the flesh and blood from the demon's body, and then used this flesh and blood to cultivate a complete body. Tatiana sounded a little confused when she spoke. She was only repeating the story and had no idea what it meant. Angor was still puzzled when he heard about the method. Did the Frozen Kingdom enter the age of cloning? It sounded like bioamplification technology, or what scientists on Earth called cloning. Angor didn't know much about cloning. He only glanced at the hologram tablet. It seemed that the method involved abandoning the DNA of an egg and combining the DNA of a somatic cell with the shell of an egg. This was called asexual cloning. And this cloning method seemed to fit Tatiana's description of extracting flesh and blood elements to cultivate a body. Could it be that they were really using cloning technology? Angor's expression became more and more strange. Even Tatiana could see that Angor was thinking about something unknown. Before Angor could think further, Laplace's voice came from their spirit bond. Are you thinking about how to cultivate flesh and blood elements into a body? Laplace pulled Angor's wandering mind back to its original place. He hesitated and nodded. I think it's an incredible technique. Huh? A technique? You want to learn it? Laplace asked in a soft voice. Angor didn't deny. The hologram tablet recorded the cloning technology, but it was just a general idea without any in-depth research. If there was a chance, Angor wouldn't mind learning it. If he could learn it, he wouldn't have to search for a suitable arm like Nausicaa's. He could just use the cloning technology to cultivate a new arm. Laplace saw Angor's interest and shook her head. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. It's not a technique. Huh? Cultivating flesh and blood elements? It's not a technique? Angor was surprised. What else could it be? If he wanted to cultivate a body, he had to use bioamplification technology. Otherwise, how could he achieve asexual cloning? Laplace spoke in a soft voice, growing a body with only the genes of a person's flesh. It sounds like a fairy tale. And for such a ridiculous story, if it's not about technology, then what do you think is going on? Huh? If it's not a technique, then it has to be an unknown power. Angor suddenly realized what Laplace meant. He looked up at Laplace. You mean, a mystery item? Yes. Laplace nodded. Yes. I once heard that the Injis have a mystery item related to flesh and blood. If I'm not mistaken, the Injis were able to cultivate a large number of biological soldiers because of this mystery item. Yes. The so-called troop class was definitely not one or two biological soldiers. If he wanted every biological soldier to reach the same height, it was obviously not advisable to just hunt or capture magical creatures. Besides, excessive hunting could lead to the extinction of the creatures, which could lead to a supply cut. When purchasing biological soldiers, the buyer must have already prepared a strategy and war plan. Such a plan could last for a long time. If the supply was suddenly cut off, all the previous efforts would be wasted. If the Injis didn't want to sell their products, they would have to pay a certain price. If he wanted to deal with his own buyers, he had to try his best not to cut off the supply. If he really wanted to cut off the supply, he had to make an announcement in advance. From all these details, Angor could tell that the maintenance of biological soldiers could not be achieved by killing. If the Ingji race did not have biological cloning technology, then to maintain the long-term output of biological soldiers, it could only be related to mysterious items. If you don't believe me, you can ask Shibalov later. Alright. Tatiana probably would not give him an answer. First of all, she did not know anything about cloning. Secondly, the scholar who asked her would not tell him anything. After all, most Injis people did not know who they were. The mystery item was related to the core interests of the Injis. Angor nodded. Even without asking Shibalov, he already believed half of it. Furthermore, based on the current situation, the Overmind might have been a clone as well. If that was the case, then the Injis biological modification research was all based on a certain mystery item. The scholars only needed to use their imagination and initial energy. The rest would depend on the effect of the creation to determine whether or not they could produce it. If that was the case, Angor would not be able to steal some knowledge from the Injus biological modification technology. Tarkiana did not know about Angor's thoughts. She was still doing her job and showing Angor around the other creatures. Angor already lost interest in these creatures after learning about the inside story. But since Shibalov was not coming out, Angor decided to keep looking. Instead of looking at the combat-type creatures, Angor wanted to check out the support and special creatures. In most supernatural worlds, there were more ways to attack than support. The wizarding world had many support spells, from cantrips to spells. However, there were also different types of support spells. Healing spells, which could heal wounds, and Spellbreaker Eye, which could reveal the truth of time and space, were all support spells. There were many different types of support. Angor wanted to know what kind of support these creatures had. With that in mind, Angor checked out 3 different types of support creatures. They were the Bao Ent, the Roaring Ice Bear, and the Flower of Death. Among them, the Baizhua Tree Man could be understood as a medic, and could release a lot of recovery methods. Baizhua in the language of the Ingji tribe meant bone 100 schools of thought. The Baizhua Tree Man was indeed the same. The Ingji scholars had transplanted a lot of organs that could provide life force, so that the Tree Man's life force could reach the extreme. It was a big healer on the battlefield, and not only was it full of blood, but it also had a strong recovery ability. It was a strategic troop class. It came from the Anatoly Laboratory, a 5-star research institute. But even if the Anatoly Laboratory wanted to produce a large number of Baizhua Tree Men, it was not an easy task. Still, Angor did not really care about the Bao Ent. As a strategic-level creature, it was useful in battles. However, it was a bit too wasteful for personal use. In order to fully utilize the Bao Ent's power, it had to be placed on the ground. However, wizards did not only fight on the ground. In fact, the ground was the most restrictive environment for wizards. According to the label given by the Injus, the Roaring Ice Bear was a creature that combined both combat and support abilities. However, the Roaring Ice Bear was usually not used for combat. Instead, it was used for its support ability, which was to shock small soldiers. The Roaring Ice Bear's vocal cords were specially modified, which allowed it to shock enemies within a large range. The so-called shock, if big, was to break one's state of mind; if small, it was to leave one at a loss for what to do. The Roaring Ice Bear was very useful for clearing out small soldiers. Of course, it could also be used for riding. Could it be considered a special vehicle? However, just like the Bao Ent, it was also restricted to the ground. As for the third one, the Flowers of Nirvana, Angor found it quite interesting. Just like the Bao Ent, the Flower of Death was a modified plant creature. It looked like a walking grass. However, the grass on its head was replaced by a budding flower. The Flower of Death had no fighting ability and weak mobility. However, it had very strong spirit power. According to the standard of wizards, the Flower of Death's spirit power was around 18. Anyone with a spirit power value above 10 was considered a talent. 18 was already the best talent among talents. Even Angor did not achieve such a high number when he first took the test. If he only had a strong will, it wouldn't be of much use. There were many examples in the wizarding world of high will, but in the end, they couldn't even reach the level of intermediate apprentice. Interestingly, the Flower of Death's spirit power value was also linked to its ability. It had a very interesting ability. Once the flower on its head bloomed, it would automatically generate a magnetic field effect with it as the center. Within the field, it would perform a spirit test on all living creatures. If the total spirit power of the target was weaker than the flower, the target would be affected by the magnetic field and lose their memories. As long as the magnetic field did not disappear, the target would remain in this state. In other words, if the Flower of Death was placed on a battlefield of mortals, its blooming flower would turn everything around it into empty space. Even on a supernatural battlefield, the effect could affect many supernaturals. It could be said that this ability was equivalent to a supermodel on the battlefield. In gaming terms, it was the absolute king of crowd control. However, the value of such a powerful troop class was also very high. Just like the 100 Oaks Ent, the Flower of Death was not for sale. Anyone who wanted to buy it would have to show sincerity and talk to General Oleg face to face. This kind of transaction was understandable. With such a powerful weapon, it was enough to deal with the Yingji clan. Therefore, to prevent the Flower of Death's weapon from being used against him, Angor had to be careful. Among the three support types, Angor was more interested in the Flower of Death. However, he did not really want to buy it. Speaking of which, Angor asked Tatiana if the Flower of Death's soldiers had self-awareness. Tatiana's answer was that most of them had self-awareness. However, most of them were highly obedient, so Angor did not need to worry about them going out of control. Tatiana thought Angor was worried that the soldiers would betray him. But in fact, Angor was thinking, maybe they can enter the dream crystal if they have self-awareness? Or not. If the modified soldiers entered the dream crystal, they would probably become stupid as well. However, Angor did not care about their intelligence. What he cared about was that most of the modified soldiers contained organs of various creatures. In fact, it might even have the organs of a dragon. If that was the case, would they trigger the screening mechanism of the Misty Island Dragon's tomb after entering the dream crystal? Also, with so many organs, would they be able to trigger other wonderlands in the dream crystal? For example, the Mirror Dragon triggered the Misty Island Dragon's tomb when it entered the dream crystal. Would these soldiers also trigger other wonderlands when they enter the dream crystal? If they had organs of different species, would they be able to trigger more than one wonderland at a time? Angor really wanted to test it out. However, he could not do it now. Perhaps he could wait until the login device was set up so that the Yingji clan would take the initiative to bring the modified soldiers into the dream crystal. Following Tatiana's lead, Angor went to check out several special combat types. These included hive-type soldiers that could release insects, mushroom-type soldiers that could release poisonous microbes, and mole-type soldiers that could quickly change the landscape. There were more special combat types than Angor expected. There were even some that Angor was interested in. For example, there was a type of soldier called nest-building ants. Their architectural aesthetics and urban planning skills were way better than Angor's. Even 100 Angors combined could not compare to them. More importantly, the nest-building ants were born with a natural sense of aesthetics. If the nest-building ants worked together with the mole-type soldiers, they could quickly create a large group of buildings that could be arranged both above and below ground. Huge underground cities, exquisite and magnificent above-ground cities, Angor was very envious of them. Now that the dream crystal had many things to do, what it lacked was this kind of construction talent. Unfortunately, even if the mole-type soldiers and nest-building ants were brought into the dream crystal, they would not be able to use their abilities. It was unlikely that Angor could build a city in the dream crystal in a short time. Still, their aesthetics could be used as a reference. Of course, Angor did not plan to buy them yet. He planned to use the instigate method again and let the Yingji clan bring their own soldiers into the dream crystal. After looking around the private display space for a while and seeing that Angor did not want to buy anything, Tatiana left with Angor and Laplace to go to the next place. It was the biomodified weapons produced by Valerie's lab. They were now in a different tent, but the process was still the same as before. There were too many people in the exhibition area, so Tatiana led them to the VIP area. There are many laboratories that research biomodified weapons, which is why biomodified weapons are even more popular than biological soldiers. The best ones include Gordo Lab, Chikov Lab, Ruck Lab, and Valerie Lab, which is allowed to participate in this exhibition. Tatiana did not forget to explain while leading the way. Valerie Lab might be a 5-star lab, but there were other labs that were better at biomodified weapons. However, such biomodified weapons were prohibited from being sold to the outside world. So you're saying that Valerie's lab is allowed to sell modified weapons because their products are inferior to other labs? Tatiana hesitated for a moment before replying, "No, that's not it." "Then why?" Tatiana asked. Tatiana hesitated and said, "I don't know much. But I think it has something to do with funds and shares." Tatiana did not go into details, but Angor could imagine something. There must be a conflict of interest behind this. After all, every lab had an insatiable desire for funds. How to get the biggest share was definitely beneficial to the outside world. However, the research of a lab was basically a strategic resource. If they wanted to sell it to the outside world, they must first get permission from the government. Valerie Lab was able to stand out from the other major labs and gain the approval of the government. There were not only interests involved, but also political strife behind it. This was probably why Tatiana did not want to talk about it. After all, there must be flaws when strife was involved. This could be considered as a family scandal. Tatiana changed the topic and said softly, Valerie's lab actually has a lot of top-level biomodified weapons, but they are not shown to the public. If you want to buy them, you have to get the Queen's permission. Although the biomodified weapons here are not top-level, they are still worth mentioning. They are definitely better than the normal extraordinary weapons, alchemy weapons. Angor realized that Tatiana was going to say supernatural weapons. But maybe she realized that Angor was a human wizard, so she changed the term to alchemy weapons. In Tatiana's eyes, it was just a casual mention. As an alchemist, Angor decided to take a closer look at the alchemy weapon she was talking about. Soon, they arrived at the new VIP space. At first, he thought this place would be smaller than the ones he saw before. After all, there were trolls among them, which meant that the weapons on display should be smaller. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he noticed that this place was not only larger than the previous one, but also bigger than the previous one. Also, the biggest display case he saw was placed here as well. Without a doubt, he was attracted by the biggest glass display case and quickly came to it. There were already quite a number of people watching in the surroundings. They were whispering and pointing, and their eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. From afar, he could vaguely see a red pillar inside the glass case, which seemed to be holding up the sky. This reminded him of the stone monkey myth John told him when he was young. It was said that the monkey was born from a stone, and its weapon could turn into a pillar that reached up to the sky when it revealed its true form. When Angor saw the red pillar from afar, he wondered if it was a stick that could change its size. But when he got closer, he realized that he was wrong. It was not a pillar, but a dagger. Yes, a dagger. And it was a short dagger. It was pressed at the bottom of the screen. Its true form was probably the size of a normal human's hand. The reason why it looked like a red pillar was because the dagger was bleeding continuously. The blood gathered into a towering blood pillar. Inside the blood curtain, one terrifying face after another was revealed. There were also monsters struggling to break out of the pillar. They gathered densely in the blood pillar, circling, twisting, roaring, as if they were going to attack the outside world at any moment. He finally understood why the onlookers were whispering to each other with fear on their faces. No matter how strong Angor's heart was, he still couldn't help but feel uncomfortable when he saw the strange sight of the strange creatures struggling against each other. He frowned and stopped looking at the creepy blood pillar. Instead, he looked at the description below the display case. From the description, Angor learned that the dagger was called Fakote's dagger. Fakote was a dragon-feasting necromancer in Injit mythology. Since it was only a myth, it must not exist. Fakote's dagger was named after Fakote, but its main material was not a necromancer. Fakote was a walking snail who loved to eat humans and monsters. The name Fakote was just a dream. Through the bones of the walking snail and the fusion of some unknown biological organs, this sharp weapon was finally created. Just its appearance alone was very frightening. However, there was no detailed description of the dagger's effects. It only mentioned that it had a powerful deterrent effect and unparalleled control over one's body. Did it leave it out on purpose? Or did it forget to do so? Angor looked at Tatiana curiously. Tatiana quickly understood and explained in a low voice, weapons are different from soldiers. If the information is leaked, it may cause damage to the buyer. So there is no specific information. After a short pause, Tatiana added, if you would like to know more, I can help you ask. But even so, the answer may not be complete. To put it bluntly, Tatiana could help, but she could not guarantee the authenticity of the information. Angor did not answer right away. Instead, he asked another question, can I do it myself? Tatiana was surprised. You know how to do it? Angor nodded. A little, but I'm not sure if I can do it. As an alchemist, he definitely knew how to use alchemy eye, or Narda's vision. Narda's vision allowed him to insert information from the outside world into a server in his brain. Through the server terminal, he could calculate a general information. This was what alchemists called identification. It did not mean to identify something out of thin air. Instead, the alchemist used his or her knowledge to construct an algorithm and perform calculations. However, such an algorithm was more useful for identifying alchemy items. The weapon in front of him was obviously still alive, so it could be considered a biological weapon. Angor was not sure if he could get any information from it. Tatiana considered. Well, I don't know. This is the first time you asked this question. How about this? I'll go ask the person in charge of Valerie's lab. While speaking, Tatiana summoned the floating heart flame and tore off a petal right in front of Angor's eyes. She tossed the petal into the unknown space. Angor saw this and asked curiously, "Isn't there a heart flame clone? Where's the previous one?" Tatiana answered matter-of-factly, "The previous one accepted a patrol mission." A patrol mission? Angor was surprised. Tatiana's people were right there. How could the clone accept a mission on its own? Tatiana nodded and explained, "It's just a patrol in the air. If there's an emergency, just notify the commander. It doesn't need to go there in person." Well, he had to admit that the heart flame of Injit was quite useful. Not only could it be used as an eye, but it could also be used as a clone to multitask. About 2 minutes later, Tatiana received a reply. "I've asked the person in charge of Valerie's lab. He agreed to let you use identification. However, the energy of identification cannot enter the cabinet because it might trigger the evil property of the weapon." Tatiana did not know what evil property was, but Angor's understanding was that it was afraid of triggering the weapon and releasing it. He used some dangerous moves. Angor understood. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. They were guests, after all, and Angor had to agree to the request of the host. However, if the energy of Narda's vision could not reach the real thing, it would greatly distort the information it gathered. Angor was already worried about whether Narda's vision could identify the weapon. Now that it was being disrupted, Angor was even more uncertain about the effectiveness of identification. With some hesitation, Angor still used Narda's vision on Fisket's dagger. As Angor's eyes glowed faintly, various information began to appear above Fisket's dagger. The information included materials, generations, supernatural, domain, and so on. However, most of the information was only. Soon, Angor compiled all the information he saw with Narda's vision and entered them into the server in his mind space. As the server was booted up, all kinds of complicated information were simplified, the core information was purified, and a special algorithm was activated. In the blink of an eye, a piece of calculated information appeared above the server. With a simple thought, the information was collected in Angor's mind. As expected, there was a huge flaw in the identification of Fisket's dagger. Since he could not touch the weapon directly, he did not even have any information about its material, which led to a major error in the final analysis. Using the remaining information and the algorithm's deduction, Angor could only deduce 1/10 of the information. According to the information he obtained, Fisket's dagger should have a summoning effect, which meant that the strange monsters inside the blood pillars were summoned. However, it did not necessarily mean that the monsters were summoned to fight. It could also appear in a different way. For example, the monsters could be summoned to fight using the skills they had when they were alive. That was the only result Angor could get from Narda's vision. Angor did not get much information, but he could still deduce some other information from the summoning effect. For example, Fisket's dagger could summon the strange monsters inside the blood pillars. From another perspective, it meant that the monsters inside the blood pillars were still conscious. If the monsters were still conscious, there was a lot of room for them to manipulate. In other words, they could be used in many different ways. Angor's first thought was, the dream crystal. However, he only thought about it. He did not really plan to buy Fisket's dagger. The item was not suitable for him. If he really wanted to buy it, he could only give it to a bloodline wizard. However, bloodline wizards who were close to Angor all had their own ways of fighting. Adding Fisk's dagger to the weapon would only be a waste of time. As Angor pondered, he heard Laplace's voice through the spirit bond. "What's the result?" "Yes." Angor told Laplace the result as it was. Laplace did not comment on the result. Instead, he asked, "If Fisket's dagger is an alchemy item, what level do you think it's at?" "All right." Angor considered. If it's just a simple summoning effect, it's probably a mid-tier item. But I don't have enough information. It should have other effects that I haven't identified yet. Together with these unknown effects, it can barely be considered a high-tier alchemy item. Can you craft high-tier alchemy items? Laplace asked. Can you craft high-tier alchemy items? Yes. Angor nodded. All right. When Laplace heard this, he said calmly, then you don't have to look at the next biologically modified weapon. I just learned from the people beside me that the strongest weapon in the exhibition hall is the dagger of Pico. Fine. Since Angor could craft high-tier alchemy items, he did not need to look at the weapons here. As a matter of fact, Laplace was going to use Angor's heart space as a comparison since she was the one who witnessed Angor's creation. But after some consideration, she decided to skip the topic since nothing in this world was comparable to Angor's heart. Despite Laplace's opinion, Angor still walked around the hall for a while. In the end, he decided to leave. The core crafting method of the modified weapons was probably related to that mystery item. It would be difficult for Angor to learn anything from it. Angor took a quick look around. The modified weapons here were unique, but they were only as good as low-tier alchemy items. As for low-tier alchemy items, he could easily craft them. If he added Mad Hat's crown on them during the crafting process, they might even reach the level of a high-tier item. There was no need for him to keep looking around. When Angor left the hall, Tarkiana received a message from Shipilov. General Oleg agreed to meet them. Both Angor and Laplace left the hall as soon as they received Shipilov's message. As soon as they came out, they saw Shipilov standing outside the small tent. When Shipilov saw them, he first nodded respectfully and then controlled the flame of heart to look at Tarkiana. Tarkiana immediately understood. She stood up straight and saluted, expressing her intention to leave. When Tarkiana's figure disappeared into the mist, Shipilov said, "Please come with me. Let's go." Angor thought Shipilov would lead them to the main tent, but Shipilov led them in the opposite direction. Wasn't General Oleg supposed to be in the main tent? Why did Shipilov choose a different direction? Before Angor could ask, Shipilov spoke in a low voice, "We're here. The general is inside. Let's go." Angor looked up and saw them standing in front of a tent in the corner of the Injit tribe's temporary camp. This was a mini tent that was obviously smaller than the other tents. The furry fur covered the outside of the tent tightly, giving people a feeling that it was airtight. The curtain of the tent was not open, but Angor could see the yellow light through the gaps between the furs. Amidst the thick and gloomy mist, the temperature in Crystal City was close to 0 degrees Celsius. Suddenly seeing the fur tents and the dim yet warm light gave off a sense of warmth. Since they were already inside the small tent, and Shipilov told him that General Oleg was inside, he suppressed his doubts and followed Shipilov into the warm tent. From the outside, the tent was only big enough to fit 2 or 3 people. But when they lifted the curtain and entered, they found it much more spacious. Most of the Injit tribe's tents had a lot of space. Even so, it was still much smaller than the other tents. The first room inside the tent was about the size of an ordinary wooden house in the woods. The furnishings here were similar to the ones in the woods. Everything was made of wood. A square carpet was placed under their feet. There was a hole cut in the center of the carpet. Inside the hole was a fireplace with a pot of warm wine on top of it. There were 2 floor mats around the pot. Next to the mats was a small tea table with several cups on it. Judging from the traces left on the cups, someone must have been drinking here not long ago. As Angor looked around, a small door beside the window was pushed open. Someone came out from another room. The person who came was a middle-aged man with neatly combed hair. Although he wasn't wearing a military uniform, it was still a very fitting uniform. It looked like a butler's tuxedo. Angor was a little surprised because he knew who this person was. They already met each other when they entered the omniscient room. It was Uncle Ku. Didn't Shipilov say General Oleg was here? Why was it Uncle Ku came out? Angor recalled Shipilov said that Uncle Ku's identity was more important than Ksenia's. Ku's Uncle Ku was General Oleg. Angor had so many questions in his mind that he couldn't help but look behind Uncle Ku. Uncle Ku. Ku's Uncle Ku was here. Was Uncle Ku, but there was no one behind Uncle Ku. It made sense. Considering Shibalov's fear of Xianxia, if she was here, Shibalov would have already found a way to move to another place. Nice to meet you again, Uncle Ku said. Uncle Ku. Uncle Ku nodded to them with a smile. You were looking for Xianxia, weren't you? Yes. Angor didn't deny it. Uncle Ku said, Xianxia is with my main body. While speaking, Uncle Ku's body turned into a faint flame. But soon, the flame reformed into Uncle Ku's appearance again. Seeing this, and considering the main body mentioned by Uncle Ku, Angor quickly realized that this was not the real Uncle Ku. It was the so-called Heart Flame clone. Heart Flame clone could take on a human form? Even Angor did not notice any flaws in the illusion. Angor couldn't help but feel amazed by Heart Flame clone's many abilities. General Oleg told me that he has an appointment with you. He's inside. I'll take you in. Uncle Ku didn't waste time on small talk and went straight to the point. Uncle Ku pointed at the door behind him and gestured for them to enter. At that moment, a coughing sound came from the other side of the door. Uncle Ku, don't forget to bring in the warm wine. All right. Uncle Ku looked at the jug on the stove. He was planning to wait for his main body to come and enjoy it himself. But now, he couldn't keep it. Uncle Ku didn't want to leave, but he still went up and poured some warm wine for the guests. Angor, Laplace, and Shibalov had already entered the door. As soon as he stepped through the door, Angor sensed something blocking his way. It wasn't strong and disappeared as soon as he took a step forward. However, as the feeling of obstruction disappeared, the clamor of the outside world and some of the emotions in the air also disappeared. Is this a barrier? Angor looked back and saw a faint energy barrier between the two doors. It was similar to the one Laplace released earlier. However, Laplace's barrier was mobile, while this one was fixed on the small room. Angor didn't see anything like this in the exhibition hall he went to before. But this small tent had one, which surprised him. The tent itself was an extension of space, which could block most prying eyes. Now that there was a barrier here, Angor was sure that it wasn't meant to block prying eyes. It was meant for the city spirit. If they didn't want the city spirit to spy on them, this must be a secret place. Previously, Uncle Ku had left the house of all things after the Changhua clan showed up. There was a high probability that it was because of the research on breaking the mirror and breaking the barrier. Uncle Ku's Heartfire clone appeared here, and it was said that Oleg was also here. Did that mean that they were here to talk about breaking the barrier? That was why they blocked the city spirit's prying eyes. Angor's thoughts were running wild, but he didn't ask about it. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Besides, it involved the Ingji clan's decision, which was obviously a core secret. Asking about it would only make people think that he had ulterior motives. Angor held the horse's reins and looked around the small room. It was about the same size as the one outside. However, there were no windows or lamps on the walls. The only source of light came from a long table in the middle. Silver candlesticks were placed on the table, and the flickering candles illuminated a meter or two in front of the table. The rest of the room was mostly dark. Someone was already sitting at one end of the table. Under the candlelight, Angor could see that the person was wearing a military uniform with fancy ribbons and medals. There were tassels hanging down from his arms, which meant he was also wearing a cloak. However, the cloak was black, which almost blended in with the darkness in the background. In contrast to his sturdy body, Angor could see that his face was slightly wrinkled, which meant he wasn't young anymore. But even so, as he sat in the dim light, he could still feel an aura that was as sharp as a blade. This was the unique aura that had been nurtured by many years of being a soldier. Without a doubt, the man was Oleg, a one-star general of the Ingji clan. Shibalov walked past Angor and the others and came to the table. He bowed to the man and uttered some unknown words. Judging from Shipalov's reaction, the man was indeed Oleg. You didn't even put on your cloak when we were talking. Now you're wearing it. Uncle Ku walked over with a big smile with a cup of warm wine in his hand. He placed the cup on the table and asked Angor and Laplace to take a seat. Oleg didn't change his expression even though he was exposed by his old friend. He glanced at Uncle Ku and spoke in a plain tone, of course I have to show respect to an important guest. All right. Oleg stood up and held out his hand to Angor. Angor was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw someone shaking hands in the sun mirror zone. Or rather, it was rare in supernatural worlds because it involved physical contact, which could easily lead to the person's information being analyzed. Angor was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He thought that even if Oleg didn't secretly interpret the pheromone, he would at least test him like what he read in some books. But in fact, Oleg didn't do that at all. He gently grasped the pheromone and then released his hand. Oleg greeted Angor by shaking hands, but he didn't shake hands with Laplace. Instead, he nodded to Laplace with a serious expression. As for greeting, he didn't say anything. Angor wondered if he didn't want to, or if he didn't know what to say. Angor had a feeling that Oleg knew Laplace as well. Was it because of Laplace that he was acting so solemnly? But Laplace had clearly said that she had never seen Oleg before. He considered for a moment and decided not to think about it. Since Oleg didn't say anything, it didn't matter whether it was a fake greeting or not. Just treat it as if it was real. There was no need to ask too many questions. Angor and Laplace sat down side by side, while Oleg and Uncle Ku sat opposite them. Shipilov didn't sit down. Instead, he stood aside and acted as a bartender. However, Laplace was the one who did most of the drinking. Angor didn't drink. He looked at Oleg as soon as he sat down. He had already talked with Laplace through their spirit bond. Oleg should be the real one. Laplace didn't see Oleg before, but that didn't mean she didn't know Oleg. Besides, Oleg went on stage before, so Laplace easily recognized him. As for whether it was Oleg's real body or Heartflame's clone, Laplace also said that Oleg was the real one. Angor didn't really care what she said. He just needed to know the answer. Speaking of which, if Oleg's real body was here, then things were getting more interesting. This meant that Oleg, who Shipilov went to find in the main tent, was probably a Heartflame's clone, just like Uncle Ku. While Heartflame's clone was dealing with the leaders of the big organizations, Oleg's real body was talking to Uncle Ku in this small tent. According to the principle of equal status, this Uncle Ku might be more special than Oleg. More importantly, Uncle Ku's clone came to see Oleg's real body, which meant Uncle Ku's identity was even more special. And Uncle Ku's real body was with Xianxia, which meant Xianxia's identity was also special. Now that Angor thought about it, Shipilov only dared to run away from Xianxia, but he didn't dare to stay behind. Angor also understood why Shipilov didn't take them to the main tent but came here instead. Oleg cleared his throat and spoke first. Let's not talk about that now. Let's get down to business. I heard from Shipilov that you're looking for a Heartflame, Mr. Angor? Yes. Angor nodded. That's right. Do you have a chance? Oleg definitely felt that there was no chance, but he couldn't say it now. Regardless of whether there is a chance or not, even if I try my best to send you into the Hall of Heartfire, you definitely won't be recognized by any Heartfire. All right. Angor understood that Shipilov kept his promise and didn't tell Oleg about the Heartflame of Wisdom. I heard that a Heartflame from the Hall of Heartflame was taken by an outsider a long time ago. Oleg waved a hand. That's not the same. The one who took it was a legendary creature. All right. Oleg's words were indeed true. However, there was a hidden hint in his words. Only legendary creatures were qualified to obtain a Heartflame, and Angor was far from that level. If Angor didn't learn the truth from Canine Deacon, he would have been fooled by Oleg's words. But now that he knew the truth, he didn't need to care about it. Angor didn't want to linger on the topic. He took a step back. I don't care if I can get a Heartflame, but I still want to try my luck in the Hall of Heartflame. Besides, I heard that many outsiders have entered the Hall of Heartflame. Oleg, there are indeed outsiders who have entered the Hall of Heartfire, but none of them succeeded. I'll accept my failure, said Angor. Oleg hoped that Angor would understand that outsiders could never obtain the Heartfire. But Angor simply put on it doesn't matter if I fail, I still have to try attitude. Oleg and Angor talked back and forth for a long time, but neither of them managed to convince the other. Angor could tell that Oleg didn't want him to enter the Hall of Heartflame, but he didn't want to force him into a dead end. Of course, Angor didn't want to give up. A moment later. Seeing that he couldn't change Angor's mind, Oleg gave up and sighed in resignation. Oleg did not say anything after that. He lowered his head as if he was thinking about something. Angor noticed Oleg's change as well. He knew that this was the real deal. Before, they were only talking on the surface, but they could not get to the heart of the matter. To get to the heart of the matter, Angor had to remove the disguise. In other words, the following conversation would not be as peaceful as before. As expected, when Oleg raised his eyebrows again, the restraint on his face was gone. What replaced it was a kind of coldness, a very deep kind of coldness. Before this, he was still polite to Angor. Whether it was for the sake of Shipilov or Laplace, he would at least give Angor some face. But now, he looked at Angor as if he was looking at a stranger. Or rather, a stranger that he hated. At the same time, the blood aura that he deliberately suppressed also rushed out. When facing Oleg now, Angor could not only see the burly figure in the mottled light, but also the roaring blood aura hidden in the darkness, which could not be seen or heard but gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. He was being rejected. Angor could clearly feel the feeling of disgust. Maybe it was Oleg's deliberate disgust, or maybe it was just a measure. Either way, it did not matter to him. What was more important now was how Oleg was going to negotiate and end the matter, since Oleg was acting like this. As Angor thought about this, the invisible blood aura combined with the aura he gained from years of fighting on the battlefield rose crazily. It did not feel like pressure, but it was even stronger. Even Angor felt small in front of this aura. When he faced Oleg again, he slowly felt powerless, like an ant trying to shake a tree. However, this aura could not directly cause physical damage. It was more like suppressing one's mind and breaking one's mental defenses. Perhaps this was Oleg's original intention. He did not want to break all pretenses, but he could use this to break Angor's mental defenses and make Angor realize the difference between them. He did feel some pressure, but it was not too much. At least, it was not enough to affect his thinking. What do you mean, General Oleg? Angor raised an eyebrow. Oleg wasn't surprised by Angor's question. He was waiting for Angor to ask him anyway. Since we're on this topic, I'll be frank. If it was anyone else who came to find me and made such an unreasonable request, I wouldn't even meet them. But today, for the sake of this lady. Oleg glanced at Laplace and then looked back, and Shipilov's plea, I agree to meet you. However, this is only my respect for the two of them. It doesn't mean that I think highly of you. Angor listened quietly. He agreed with Oleg. If he was in Oleg's shoes and heard a stranger asking to enter the Fire Palace, he would probably react the same way. Oleg continued, there's no such thing as I must help you just because you want it. Just because Shipilov owed you a favor doesn't mean I owe you one as well. Of course, you can also use this as an excuse to ask Kipilov to beg his grandfather. But I can tell you clearly that even if his grandfather knows about your request, his attitude will be the same as mine. There won't be any difference. The Fire Palace belongs to the Injit clan. It's not for outsiders to touch. Oleg was silent for a long time after he spoke these words, as if he was adjusting his emotions. 10 seconds later, Oleg spoke again. This time, his voice had changed from impassioned to gentle, but the coldness had not changed. You said before that there were other outsiders who had entered the Hall of Heartfire. You also wanted to enter, regardless of whether you were recognized by Heartfire or not. But do you know who those outsiders are? Oleg counted on his fingers and gave 3 examples. The first example was the legendary existence who took away the Fire Palace. That's why he's so confident. We have no choice but to open the Fire Palace in front of a legendary existence. Oleg's words were humiliating, but the reality was cruel. The Ingji tribe was not weak, but they were still as insignificant as dust in the face of a legendary battle pet warrior. The legendary battle pet warrior could wipe them out with a wave of his hand. If they did not cooperate, would they be exterminated? The second example was Priest Grey Mirror in Buluo Royal City. Generally speaking, Priest Grey Mirror didn't have a high status in Buluo Royal City, but this Priest Grey Mirror was different. His mother was one of the few priests Black Mirror, and this priest Black Mirror had some kind of connection with the highest commander of Buluo Royal City, Priest Red Mirror. Priest Grey Mirror was only allowed to enter the Fire Palace because of Priest Red Mirror. And even so, this Priest Grey Mirror did not enter the Hall of Heartfire for nothing. Before he entered the Hall of Heartfire, Buluo Royal City and Bing Country signed a mutual agreement to set up an embassy. In the embassy, all laws other than the rules of the gods were exempted. Yes. Oleg didn't say it explicitly, but he was implying that Neon City paid a certain price and signed an agreement that would last for hundreds of generations before allowing this priest Grey Mirror to enter the Core Fire Palace. Oleg didn't mention the name of the third example. Instead, he sneered and said, "Experiment. Experiment. Give up your freedom, dignity, life, and personality to become an experiment. You can also enter the Core Fire Palace. Experiment." However, even if the experiment took the Core Fire away from the Core Fire Palace, it wasn't allowed to leave the Ice Kingdom. Because you didn't have freedom. In the eyes of the Ice Kingdom scholars, an experiment was no different from a lab rat. Oleg finished the 3 examples and looked at Angor again. See? You can only enter the Core Fire Palace if you satisfy these 3 conditions. Which one do you satisfy? Do you have the strength of a legendary? Do you have a powerful background and favorable conditions that can bring prosperity for hundreds of generations? Or are you willing to give up your identity and become a slave? Oleg paused and continued, "What qualifications do you have to enter the Core Fire Palace?" Yes. Oleg didn't mean to scold Angor. He was only trying to warn Angor that if Angor wanted to enter the Core Fire Palace, he must first prove that he was qualified. If he wasn't qualified, he wouldn't be able to take any detours. Kipilov's favor wasn't important enough to affect national policy. I'll give you some time to think. If you want to enter the Core Fire Palace and ask me to help you get a spot, you have to at least tell me what qualifications do you have? Yes. Oleg didn't say anything else. He just rubbed his wine glass. Angor didn't say anything either. However, he was talking to Laplace through their spirit bond. You don't seem angry? Laplace's voice came from the other side of the spirit bond. General Oleg's words may sound harsh, but he's right. I didn't think Kipilov could help me get a spot in the Core Fire Palace. I can accept it if he can get Oleg to meet me. Yes. Laplace, then what do you think now? Yes. Angor considered. I don't know. There are many solutions. Yes. Oleg only gave Angor 2 options. Do you have the strength? Do you have a background and the ability to bring benefits? Angor happened to satisfy both of them. Angor didn't have the strength, but that didn't mean the people behind him didn't. If he went all out and asked the Watcher to come to the Glacier Kingdom, the Watcher wouldn't even need to do anything. The Glacier Kingdom would offer up their spots. It was just like how that legendary wizard successfully entered the Core Fire Palace. Besides, it wasn't hard to invite the Watcher. The Watcher just didn't want to get involved in the conflicts in the south. The Mirror Realm and the south were 2 different things. Even if there wasn't a Watcher, there was still Emerald Jade. Emerald Jade wasn't a legendary yet, but she was still a half-legendary. Don't underestimate her. If Angor used some evil methods, he could even summon reinforcements from the demon realm, such as Spotted Puppy. Therefore, Angor had more than one answer to Oleg's question, "Are you strong enough?" The second way to enter the Core Fire Palace was, "Do you have a background and the ability to bring benefits?" This wasn't an unsolvable problem either. Laplace's background wasn't any worse than Priest Crimson Mirror's. Also, Priest Crimson Mirror only became Priest Crimson Mirror because of Lady Mirror. What was the full name of Neon City? Lady Mirror's Neon City. Who was Priest Crimson Mirror's god? Lady Mirror. And what was Lady Mirror's identity? One of the 3 ancestor souls of Brute Cavern, and a senior who was on good terms with Angor. So, didn't Lady Mirror's identity represent her background? How could it be worse than Priest Crimson Mirror's background? Angor's background could be easily solved. As for whether he could bring benefits to the Glacier Kingdom, that was also easy to solve. As a member of Brute Cavern, he could use his power and connections to help Brute Cavern. Couldn't Brute Cavern provide benefits for the Injit race? The answer was yes. However, Angor didn't need to involve so many people for such a small matter. Besides, he could do it himself even without Brute Cavern's help. For example, the distribution of the logins and the oral rights in the Dream Crystal were all benefits that could be enjoyed for generations. Of course, that was if the Logans could be popularized in the Glacier Kingdom in the future. Angor was confident that the Logans could be popularized in the future. However, it was still too early to talk about the Logans right now. With that in mind, Angor and Laplace began to discuss in a low voice. Angor didn't plan to use his strength to intimidate people. After all, if he wanted to do that, he would have to ask for help from the Watchers or Marue Cui, and he would definitely owe them a favor. All in all, he thought it would be more convenient to talk to Oleg using the Logan device as the center of the discussion. Laplace also understood Angor's intention. Indeed, Angor believed that the Logans could be formed. But it won't be easy now, Laplace said. The benefits of the Logans haven't been fully understood yet. Yes. Angor nodded. We'll have to wait. Yes. Although he said that he would have to continue waiting, the wait wouldn't be too long. Now that Arcane Tome Dragon was here, the time to reveal the Woe puppet was getting closer. Laplace considered. We can leave it here for now. Let's go to the station in 100 Dragon's Divine Kingdom and talk to Arcane Tome Dragon first. Okay. Angor had the same idea. If he wanted Oleg to agree, he had to first let Oleg know the great significance of the Logan device. How could he do that? They had to wait for Arcane Tome Dragon to speak up. Its voice was absolute authority. But when would Arcane Tome Dragon speak up? After meeting with Angor and Laplace and talking to them. If they wanted to persuade Oleg as soon as possible, the easiest way was to leave it here and talk to Arcane Tome Dragon first. With that in mind, Angor and Laplace exchanged a glance and made up their minds. Angor looked at Oleg. Oleg also sensed Angor's gaze. You've thought about it for a long time. Have you thought it through? Have you decided to give up? Chuckle. Angor chuckled and shook his head. No. It's too early to say that. Not giving up? So you have your own ideas, Oleg said. Oleg gave Angor a cold look. Are you trying to scare us with your meager strength? Or do you think you have what it takes to protect the citizens of Injit? Yes. Or, do you want to become an experiment subject? Yes. No. Let's put that aside for now. It's still too early to talk to General Oleg. Let's wait for a while. Yes. With that, he stood up from his seat. Yes. At the same time, Laplace was also lifted into the air by Angor's silver hair. Angor bowed to Oleg. We'll take our leave now. I hope you won't forget about the Heartfire Palace, General Oleg. Yes. That's it? Oleg was puzzled. What was that supposed to mean? Was he retreating in order to advance? Or was he threatening him? He tried to find an answer from Angor's eyes, but Angor was not looking at him at all. He even turned around with Laplace and walked out of the door. Oleg hurriedly looked at Shipilov. Shipilov looked puzzled. He didn't know what was going on either. Seeing Shibilov's confused look, Oleg had to give up for now. He signaled Shibilov to stop them first. But Shibilov did not dare to move. Stop them? Of course not. One was his creditor, and the other was a big shot respected by the canine deacon. He did not dare to act rashly. When they were about to step out of the barrier, a voice suddenly called out to them, "What's the matter?" Actually, if you want to enter the Heartfire Palace, there's still room for negotiation. Uncle Ku. It was Uncle Ku who spoke. He looked at Angor, who was stopped by him. Angor did not know who Uncle Ku was, but since Oleg did not say anything, Angor assumed the old man had the right to say something like that. If it was before, he would have kept talking to Uncle Ku, but now, he knew that Uncle Ku wasn't here yet. But now, he felt it was too early to talk. Of course, but not now. Angor turned around and walked out of the barrier with Laplace. However, before they left, a gust of wind reverberated in the ears of Oleg and the others. Dream mirror. Goodbye. Angor and Laplace left the tent and prepared to head to the outpost of 100 Dragons. But before they could leave the stall area, they heard hurried footsteps behind them. Please wait, mister. A familiar voice sounded in her ears. Angor turned around and saw Shipilov running out of the tent. The man put his hands on his trousers and bowed to Angor with an awkward expression. It's my fault for not communicating with you properly, mister. My apologies. Shipilov didn't know what Angor was thinking, nor did he see the current situation clearly. He only believed that he failed to communicate with Angor and Laplace before they left. Earlier, when Shipilov went to see Oleg, he repeatedly expressed that Angor and Laplace were not ordinary people, and that he still owed Angor a favor, so he hoped that Oleg would forgive him for this. But in the end, Oleg still showed his sharp side. Angor and Laplace even left in a fit of anger. Shipilov blamed himself for this and believed that he was the one at fault. It was his fault for not communicating with Angor, which led to this situation. So he apologized as soon as he saw Angor. But from Angor's point of view, Shipilov already did a good job. Besides, Oleg's qualification theory was actually a guide for Angor. If you want to enter the Hall of Heartfire, you must fulfill these conditions. 1. Before this, Angor thought that the Injit clan wouldn't agree to let him in. But when Oleg tore off his gentle facade and revealed his sharp aura, he found a path for Angor. This path also meant that Angor's plan to enter the Hall of Heartfire was a success. Of course, Angor wouldn't blame Shipilov for this. But there was no need to tell Shipilov about it now. It's not your fault. As I said, if this doesn't work, you can help me find a Heartfire and study it for a while. Don't blame yourself. Angor's words only made Shipilov more embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I'll lend you my Heartfire right now, mister. Not now. I don't want to become a target for everyone. At this moment, there were countless Xianxia clan members watching their every word and action. If he took Shipilov's Heartfire here, he would become the target of everyone's ire. Besides, he didn't have the time to study Heartfire right now. Even if he did get his hands on Shipilov's Heartfire, he still needed to study it a little. After Shipilov finished speaking, he realized that there must be a lot of Xianxia people staring at him. Even General Oleg might be looking at him. Only then did he come back to his senses. He said embarrassedly, I didn't think it through. Then, I'll come and look for you two alone later. No. We'll see each other again soon. Shipilov didn't know what Angor meant. Literally, said Angor. My departure this time doesn't mean that I've given up. It's just that it's not time for us to meet. Since you've chased after me, please pass a message to General Oleg for me. Shipilov nodded and waited for Angor's explanation. Tell General Oleg not to forget that we're members of Dream Mirror. Shipilov? He already told General Oleg that Laplace and Angor were members of the Dream Mirror, didn't he? Why did he have to emphasize it again? Just let him remember that. He'll know what it means soon enough. Shipilov was still a little confused, his eyes full of doubt. Angor didn't explain further. Maybe he'll come looking for us instead of the other way around. All right. Oh right, if he wants to find us, he can go to the Dream Crystal through the login device and find a girl wearing a rabbit doll hat. Of course, he can also contact Gleipnir through the register. But at that time, Gleipnir, I don't think he has time to talk to you. All right. Without waiting for Shipilov's response, Angor nodded to him and left with Laplace. Maybe it was because everyone was cramped on the 5000th level, but when Angor entered the fortress, there were fewer people than before. It wasn't too crowded on the way. Soon, Angor and Laplace stepped onto a flight of stairs that looked like a crystal pavilion. As soon as they entered, the crystal walls around them began to release waves of energy. The energy turned into a ray of light and formed an illusory number in the air. 5,000, they were now on the 5000th level. The 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom's base was located on the 4000th level. They only needed to use the energy to turn the number 5 into 4 to reach their destination. However, when Laplace was about to do so, something unexpected happened. A young man covered in a crystal shell suddenly barged into the pavilion without warning. They frowned at the sudden appearance of the young man. There was a certain etiquette when using the flight of stairs. Angor and Laplace were already inside, and it would be rude for someone else to barge in. Also, if they used the flight of stairs to change the space around them, the intruder would most likely cause the space around them to fluctuate, which could lead to their deaths. It would be irresponsible for one's own safety. Before Angor could say anything, the young man looked up with a face full of tears and fear. Sorry. I didn't mean to do this. Please, let me go to B1 first. Please, without hesitation, the young man began to manipulate the number in the air. He kept moving the number, trying to change it from 5,000 to B1. But when the number reached the 100th floor, it couldn't go down. It was as if it had been locked. When the young man saw this, his entire body began to tremble. No, it's not like that. I could have. The young man raised his head in horror and looked up. It was as if he wasn't looking at the roof of the pavilion, but something higher and farther beyond. It's the spirit of the city. Yes, it must be the spirit of the city. He found me. No, they're coming. I have to go to B1. I have to go. The young man kept moving the number in the air as if he had lost his mind. But even when he poured all his energy into the number, it didn't change the number. Both Angor and Laplace exchanged a confused look. What's going on? Just as they were at a loss and wondering if they should stop him, the sound of uniformed footsteps came from outside the crystal pavilion. Raising his head, he saw that outside the crystal pavilion, there were already guards of the Crystal Eye race wearing crystal armor. They held weapons in their hands and stared at the young man in tears. A guard captain stepped forward and bowed to Angor and Laplace. We apologize for disturbing you, honorable guests. He's a fugitive from our race. We need to bring him back and bring him to justice. Angor didn't say anything. He only looked at the young man on the ground. The young man didn't say anything. He only mumbled, "It's over." The young man tried to look for familiar faces in the crowd, but all he saw were the ferocious faces of the Crystal Eye guards. The only outsiders were Angor and Laplace. He looked at Angor and Laplace in despair. In the end, he was tied up by the guards and taken out of the pavilion. As the young man was taken away, the guard captain bowed again to Angor and Laplace to apologize to them. He also gave them a red, oval crystal the size of a baby's palm. He said it was a gift for disturbing the guests. After receiving the crystal, the guard captain left with a smile on his face. When there was no one around, Angor turned to Laplace. Did you hear that? Yes. Laplace didn't answer right away. Instead, he gave Angor a look that said, I'll tell you later. Angor nodded and didn't say anything. Laplace moved the number in the air and changed it to 4,000. As the pavilion moved, space began to change. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a new floor. When they walked out of the crystal pavilion, Laplace immediately summoned a barrier. When the barrier was complete, Laplace said in the spirit bond, now it's done. All right. According to what the young man had said before, the reason why his transformation failed was because the giant city spirit was obstructing him from behind. This meant that the young man was being watched by the city spirit all the time. If they talked, the spirit would probably eavesdrop on them. Laplace had to wait until the barrier was set up to prevent the spirit from spying on them. Laplace asked, Are you referring to the last words of the young man of the Crystal Eye clan? All right. Angor nodded. When the Crystal Eye clan youth was taken away, he seemed to have fallen into a state of shock and fear. He was mumbling some gibberish. At first glance, it didn't make any sense at all. But there were some words that caught Angor's attention. For example, I don't want to be someone else. Others might not think much of it, but Angor and Laplace both understood the underlying meaning of the words. Is he also a victim of the zombie crystal like Rita? You're right, Angor told Laplace through the spirit bond. That's possible. Yes. Judging from the young man's mumbling, Angor was sure that he would become a victim of the zombie crystal. Also, the fact that the city spirit was watching him was another piece of evidence. There was one more thing. You heard him say that he wanted to go to B1. Angor nodded. Indeed, the young man couldn't wait to enter the pavilion because he wanted to go to B1. But he didn't do it in the end. It seemed that the city spirit was behind it. I've heard of a rumor before. When Crystal City was being built, they built many hidden paths to the outside world in order to avoid being trapped in Crystal City during a war. These paths are hidden underground. Yes. In other words, the young man wanted to go to B1 because he wanted to leave Crystal City through one of the underground tunnels. If that was true, then all the necessary factors were gathered: the young man, leaving Crystal City, being watched by the city spirit, being arrested by the guards, muttering that he would no longer be himself, so he was a victim of the zombie crystal. Laplace looked at Angor and saw that the young man was lost in thought for a while. You care about him? After a pause, Laplace asked, are you pitying me? No. No. Angor shook his head. No. After hearing Grainer's complete story, he might have felt pity for Grainier, but that was only for Grainier as a person. He only met the young man for the first time, and he didn't even know the truth. How could he feel sorry for him? I'm thinking about what I told Grainier. Laplace immediately understood. You want to promote the dream crystal source among the Crystal Eye race? Yes. The Crystal Eyes tried to harm Rita and the other young men because they wanted the dead to come back to life. Earlier, Angor suggested that the consciousnesses inside the undead crystals should enter the dream crystal so that they could be reborn in another way. But this time, they wouldn't be Crystal Eyes anymore. They would be natives of the dream crystal. However, there was another problem. How to let the consciousness from the zombie crystal enter the dream crystal. Next, he asked Gleipnir to think about the problem. After all, Grainier was more eager to solve this problem than Angor did. Now that Angor brought it up again, did he find a way to solve the problem? Angor shook his head. I don't have one yet. However, the dream crystal had already been revealed to the public. Since it's out in the open, maybe we can use this chance to talk to the leaders of the Crystal Eyes. Yes. Angor believed that the arcane book dragon would help to popularize the dream crystal. Since that was the case, he might as well use this chance to solve all the remaining problems. Laplace sighed. You're thinking the same thing as Grainier, huh? Huh? Laplace said, Gleipnir also wants to resolve the matter of the Force Tower as soon as possible. Therefore, when she discussed the login device and the woe puppet with the secret book dragon, she suggested inviting the Crystal Eye Elder over. This is the Crystal Kingdom, after all, and they are the host. They can spread the news faster. All right. The arcane book dragon agreed. All right. If I'm not mistaken, the Crystal Eyes Elder has already arrived at the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom's outpost. All right. While they were enjoying their conversation, Laplace suddenly stopped talking and looked at something not far away. A black-scaled cave dragon, which had obviously shrunk in size, was looking at them. When it saw Laplace looking at it, the cave dragon quickly walked to them and spoke in a respectful tone, Greetings, esteemed guests. Greetings. The dragon was their old dragon, Quintera. Laplace nodded to show his respect. What are you doing here? Angor asked curiously. Quintera, I have been entrusted by Lord EA to wait for the two of you. Greetings. Mr. EA already knows we're here? Angor looked around curiously. If the book dragon noticed them, did it mean that Mr. EA was nearby? Quintera shook its head. No. Mr. EA is still meeting with Madam Astrologer in the station. I've been waiting here for a long time. Angor nodded. Then you must have noticed us when we reached this level, right? Yes. Quintera nodded. Indeed, Quintera noticed them right away. The reason why Quintera didn't greet Laplace right away was that Quintera used a barrier to block Laplace as soon as he saw Laplace leaving the staircase. Quintera immediately understood that they were discussing something in private. Since the barrier was deliberately set up to cover up the conversation, it must be something important. Quintera didn't want to interrupt them. Until Laplace looked at it, Quintera understood what he meant. Angor felt a little embarrassed to see Quintera waiting for them. Please lead the way, Mr. Quintera. All right. Quintera was worried that they would go to other shops first, so he quickly nodded and said, Please follow me, honorable guests. All right. Quintera leaped lightly and flew into the air. It flapped its wings and flew over the guardrail of the corridor to arrive at the hollow area of the circular fortress. Angor and Laplace knew that the entrance to the 100 Dragon Kingdom station was located in the hollow area, so they followed Quintera. When the white mist enveloped them, the familiar feeling of traveling through space brought them to another vast space. When they stood still again, they found themselves on a familiar plain. In the distance, there were layers of mountains and lush forests. Near the forest, there was also a long river. There were cloud caves above the mountains, emerald swamps in the depths of the forest, and rock temples at the end of the long river. These were the three most important places in the 100 Dragon Divine Nations outpost. Previously, they had gone to the Rock Hall. But this time, Quintera brought them to the peak of the mountain, to the sky platform covered by grey mist, Cloud Cave. The Cloud Cave could not be directly teleported. There was a special fog that concealed the spatial fluctuations. Therefore, if one wanted to go there, they had to follow a fixed route and fly all the way. The one leading the way was still Quintera. While following the trail, it also explained the current situation. The moment the secret tome dragon arrived at the 100 Dragons Divine Nations outpost, the first thing it did was bring Gleipnir to the Cloud Cave to look for Cuculus. From Quintera's narration, even it didn't know what the secret book dragon talked about in the Cloud Cave. It didn't even know why the secret book dragon went to find Cuculus first. It was even a little confused. Wasn't it Lady Marian who called the secret book dragon over? Why did it go to see Cuculus instead? Angor already knew the answer to Quintera's question. The secret book dragon went to see Cuculus mainly because Cuculus inherited the Nightshade ability from the Misty Island Dragon Tomb. A mysterious wonderland full of dragon talents was definitely more attractive to the secret book dragon than the songster and the Yusin clan. But Angor didn't say anything about it. Quintera would find out soon enough. There was no need to explain now. After talking about the Cloud Cave, Quintera suddenly realized that it had nothing else to say. Angor and Laplace didn't say anything either. The atmosphere became tense. More importantly, they were still some distance away from the Cloud Cave. It was only then that Quintera realized the benefits of having Luigi around. Although Luigi often dissed him in the past, the conversation never stopped and the atmosphere was very lively when Luigi was around. This time, Luigi did not come with him and he did not know where he went. Quintera sighed. If it was someone else, it wouldn't need to do that. But there was a real boss behind them who was on the same level as the secret book dragon. It couldn't afford to be careless in front of someone like that. Quintera tried its best to find the right topic. Suddenly, it glanced at Angor. "You like crystal shells, Mr. Angor?" Quintera asked. Crystal shells? He didn't know what Quintera was talking about until he noticed that Quintera was looking at his hand, so he lowered his head and looked at it. He looked down and saw that he was holding the gift given to him by the guard captain. It was a red, oval crystal the size of a baby's palm. A crystal shell? Angor asked curiously. Since he was chatting with Laplace, Angor didn't check the crystal carefully. He only sensed the power of fire. He thought it was a fire element gemstone. But it turned out to be a crystal shell. The crystal shell was a specialty of the Crystal Eye clan. It had magical powers. From a certain point of view, it was quite similar to the heart flame of the Yingji clan. However, the connection between the Crystal Eye clan and the Crystal Eye clan was not as deep as the connection between the Yingji clan and the heart flame. The crystal shell was more like a tool, while the heart flame was the Yingji clan's organ. Angor was already interested in the crystal shells when he read the exhibition booklet. He didn't expect to get his first crystal shell in this way. Quintera was surprised. "You don't know?" Angor nodded in embarrassment. "A Crystal Eye guard gave it to me." "Huh? A gift? Is that even possible?" Quintera didn't think too much about it. It just assumed that a guard gave it to Angor to flatter him. It is indeed a crystal shell. But it's not ranked high among the Crystal Eye race's crystal shells. Huh, Angor wasn't surprised. How good could a gift from a guard captain be? This crystal shell is called Redbud Hair. It has good fire resistance and can withstand extremely high temperatures. Quintera continued, if there are volcanoes or other features in a mirror space, you can use Redbud Hair to make an armor that allows you to explore the magma. Yes. The Redbud Hair crystal shell was quite useful. Unfortunately, there weren't many places in the White Sun Mirror domain that had volcanoes, so it could only be used to defend against certain fire attacks. However, fire attacks didn't rely on fire elements. Instead, they relied on attack. Once an attack was involved, it would have effects such as armor penetration, sharpness, explosion, and so on. Redbud Hair could only resist high temperatures. It couldn't do much against these special effects. Therefore, it wasn't useful at all. This was why redbud hair was ranked at the bottom of the crystal shell ranking. The reference price on the booklet was 80 crystals per SI. C was the crystal irace's unit of measurement for crystal shells. The specific size needed to be measured. Visually, 1 SI was estimated to be the size of an adult female's head. The redbud hair in Angor's hand was the size of a baby's fist, which was about 0.5 SI, or 40 crystals. It wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either. In terms of compensation, the guard captain had done enough. Angor fiddled with the redbud hair while injecting his spirit feelers into it. As his spirit feelers entered, the redbud hair began to soften and collapse as if it was turning into some kind of non-Newtonian liquid. Following Angor's will, the redbud hair began to change its shape. When Angor thought about armor, the redbud hair turned into a suit of armor. However, the redbud hair was so small that only Crocox could wear it. Besides, even if it turned into an armor, Angor could turn it into something else with a thought. Its mimicry ability was as good as plasticine. It would not stick to any shape at all. This is the most special thing about a crystal shell. It can mimic it at any time. Quintera explained. Perhaps it was Angor's first time seeing a crystal shell. Moreover, the mimicry method could be used to further shape the shell. For example, the hard part would be harder, the soft part would be softer, the transparent part would be more transparent, and the smooth part would be smoother. In other words, not only could the crystal shell imitate bright surfaces and solid objects, it could also imitate the appearance of all kinds of gemstones. It was precisely because the crystal shell had such a convenient mimicry ability that the crystal irace could build palaces inside the major outposts overnight. These palaces were all made from crystal shells, which could be easily turned into beautiful palaces with a single thought. Of course, the mimicry method had its weaknesses. No matter how hard or soft it was, or what kind of material it appeared to be, it would still inherit the characteristics of the original crystal shell. For example, a palace made from a redbud hair crystal shell, no matter how luxurious it looked, or how sturdy its walls were, it was just an embroidered pillow. A redbud hair palace could only protect against fire. It couldn't defend against any kind of attack, including prying eyes. To prevent prying eyes, one would need to use a watery spring crystal shell, which contained 1,200 crystals each. The watery spring crystal was naturally resistant to spirit power, which could prevent spirit feelers from prying eyes. To enhance the palace's defense, one would need a rock crystal cluster crystal shell, which contained 5,000 crystals each. Rock crystal cluster could enhance the crystal shell's defensive power. If one wanted to add a floating effect to the palace, one would need a wind crystal shell, which contained 2,900 crystals each. In short, the mimicry of a crystal shell could only inherit the properties of the shell itself. No matter how strong the mimicry was, if the shell itself was weak, it would still be useless. The redbud hair in Angor's hand was one of those redbud hair crystal shells that were known to be weak. Still, Angor felt that the redbud hair was quite good. It was not strong, but it was suitable for a certain mischievous fire elemental spirit. Yep, it was Dangros. Since redbud hair could resist fire, it could also block fire. If Angor could make a pair of gloves from redbud hair and give it to Dangros, Dangros wouldn't have to worry about setting a street on fire like what happened in St. Sem City. More importantly, redbud hair's size matched Dangros perfectly. Dangros has been running around naked for so many years. It's time for him to get some clothes. Angor was quite satisfied with the redbud hair and put it into his space storage. He would check his hologram tablet later to see if there were any nice gloves for Dangros so that he could make a new set of clothes with Earth style. Quintera, by the way, the crystal irace doesn't have all their crystal shells on display. If you're interested, I can ask Olsandro to buy some for you. Alright. Olsandro? Alright. Quintera nodded. Olsandro is in charge of purchasing crystal shells. You just need to inform Olsandro, and he can buy some special crystal shells for you. Alright. If you want, I can give you the list of special crystal shells. Alright. Angor nodded. Thank you. Alright. Even if he didn't need to buy other crystal shells, it was still a good idea to check them out. Quintera quickly began to organize the list of special crystal shells in its mind. Normally, this would be Olsandro's job. but now, Quintera took the trouble to do so. This way, it could show that it had something to do, and it didn't have to worry about the awkward atmosphere if it kept quiet. About a minute later, Quintera sorted out a list of names. It recorded all the names on a gray dragon scale. This was a scale that Alessandro shed. All information related to the scale had been removed, leaving only its recording function. Also, it would disappear after one use. He took the dragon scale and checked it with his spirit feelers. Then he sensed that the dragon scale on his hand had turned into ash. The information recorded on the scale flowed back into Angor's mind space along with his spirit feelers. The information was arranged neatly in Angor's mind and formed a list in his illusion. There were more than 20 special crystal shells recorded on the list. From top to bottom, they were listed. They were sorted by price. Angor didn't care whether he could afford them or not. Subconsciously, he looked at the most expensive crystal shell at the bottom of the list. Pure rock crystal cluster, bright yellow crystal shell with strong defensive power. 50,000 crystals per sector. The familiar defensive crystal shell and the familiar rock crystal cluster. But this time, there was an extra pure in front of rock crystal cluster. The price of one division also skyrocketed a full 10 times from the previous 5,000 condensed crystals. The most expensive one was still the defensive crystal shell. Judging from this, the crystal eyes were more interested in defense than other effects. Still, Angor was curious about how strong a defensive crystal shell could be if it could be sold for 50,000 crystals per sector. Angor looked up and asked the question in his mind. Quintera considered. The pure rock crystal cluster's defensive power is not bad. It will take me at least 2 full-strength attacks to break its defense. Angor nodded. He once discussed the strength of a mirror dragon with Luigi. Quintera was not one of the strongest cave dragons, but it was still as strong as a level 2 wizard. Its full power attack could even reach the level of a level 2 wizard. Even Sunders would have to be careful when facing such an attack. A rock crystal cluster that could withstand Quintera's full power attack, even if it could only withstand 2 of its attacks, was definitely a top-grade item. Most of the time, 1 or 2 attacks could decide the outcome of a battle. That was why it was so expensive. Angor was also tempted by the rock crystal cluster, but it was too expensive. 50,000 crystals sounded reasonable. However, that was only the price of 1 crystal cluster. If he wanted to use the rock crystal cluster to make a defensive armor, he would need at least 100 crystal clusters, which meant 5 million crystals. Instead of spending 5 million crystals on a rock crystal cluster, he would rather buy some special materials and craft his own defensive equipment. Speaking of crafting, Angor suddenly thought of a possibility. Can I use this crystal shell as a material for alchemy? Quintera considered and shook its head. Well, I don't think so. I once read a collection compiled by Mr. Dirk in the library. According to Mr. Dirk's records, the Crystal Eye race used a special method to create a crystal shell. They might think of it as creation, but in essence, it is a special kind of forging. The inside of the crystal shell is a structural chain composed of various kinds of crystal bonds. Mixing such a structure with any other material may cause the crystal bonds inside the crystal shell to collapse, and the crystal shell will lose its effect. That's why it's very difficult to reforge the crystal shell. Angor nodded. To put it bluntly, the crystal shell was an alchemy product, and anyone who tried to tamper with it would probably do harm to the product itself. To verify Quintera's words, Angor reached his spirit feelers into the space and scanned the red cinnabar. As he expected, the crystal shell's internal structure was extremely complicated and full of unknown crystal bonds. Once it was modified from the inside, the red cinnabar would lose its effect immediately. It seemed that alchemy was not possible to modify the crystal shell. But, ordinary alchemy wouldn't work, so he could try fantasy alchemy. Imaginative alchemy didn't need to destroy the material body, but directly attached it to the body. For example, the various modules outside the unbreakable heart mirror were added after the refining process. However, his fantasy alchemy was only a prototype for now. If he wanted to use it fully, he would need to polish it further. He shook his head and put these thoughts behind him. Instead, he decided to keep reading about the names of the shells. At this moment, Quintera suddenly said, although the defensive properties of pure rock crystal clusters are not bad, the types of defense are too average. If you want to buy a defensive crystal shell, you can buy a specialized version of pure rock crystal clusters based on your own needs. Specialized version? Angor nodded as if he was considering something. When he scanned through the names of the crystal shells in his mind, he did see a lot of specialized versions. Presumably, this was what Quintera was talking about. Angor moved his attention to an entry above the pure rock crystal clusters. Rock crystal cluster, teleportation specialization, flaxen crystal shell. After use, the user will enter the dead hardened state. While in the dead hardened state, the user will not be able to move. However, it can provide extremely strong spatial protection. 45,000 crystals per unit. After reading the teleportation specialization rock crystal clusters, Angor roughly understood what Quintera meant. There were many kinds of defensive crystal shells. Pure rock crystal clusters had good defense, but they were too average. Specialized versions of defensive crystal shells, on the other hand, had certain flaws, but they were excellent in their own field. For example, this teleportation specialization rock crystal cluster was not necessarily useful in battle, and its weakness was obvious. After using it, the user would be frozen like a wooden chicken and could not move. However, it could resist the spatial ripples caused by teleportation. Medium to long distance teleportations would cause huge spatial ripples. Only wizards or above could do this. They could guard the space. Because of this, if an apprentice adept wanted to teleport, they would need the protection of an official adept. However, if an apprentice used a teleportation specialization rock crystal cluster, he or she would be able to teleport alone. This was the special effect of the rock crystal cluster. It seemed that only apprentices could use the rock crystal cluster, but wizards could also use it. In fact, wizards could even use it better than apprentices. Here was an example. When a wizard was in a desperate situation, he or she would most likely use one strategy, to open a plain passageway by force. Because of this, the spatial ripples would be stronger than usual. Even if a wizard was prepared in advance, there was still a chance that he or she would get lost in the spatial ripples and end up in an unknown plane. Besides, wizards who tried to open a plain passageway by force usually did so when they were in a desperate situation. There was no way they could prepare in advance, and the chances of getting lost were even higher. If he had a teleportation specialization rock crystal cluster, he or she would be able to resist the spatial ripples to a certain extent, which would increase his or her chances of survival. In this aspect, the rock crystal cluster was very useful. As far as Angor was concerned, it was more attractive than the rock crystal cluster. Maybe he could consider buying some rock crystal clusters as a backup when he had enough rock crystal clusters. Apart from teleportation specialization, there were many other special rock crystal clusters. For example, sharpness specialization and blunt specialization. These specializations can be understood from the literal meaning, targeting penetrating power and covering power. There were also element specialization and spirit specialization, which targeted elemental attacks and spirit attacks. There was even mana specialization, which was targeted at wizards. It could be said that the specialized version of the rock crystal cluster occupied half of the world. Almost half of them were rock crystal clusters. And they were all piled up in the second half of the book. This meant that these special rock crystal clusters were all expensive. In other words, as long as a defensive crystal shell was involved, whether it was special or not, the price would always be much higher than other crystal shells. Maybe it was because the crystalline race had a common trait of being defensive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to live in a single crystal castle. After reading about the defensive rock crystal clusters, Angor looked at the other special crystal shells. Vacuum membrane, pure black crystal shell. When placed in the void or other harsh environments, the vacuum membrane can be used to isolate external pressure. 8,000 crystals per sector. This kind of crystal shell was only targeted at creatures that needed oxygen. The vacuum membrane could isolate the void and create an oxygen environment inside. It was a special kind of crystal shell. For example, it was like a spacesuit in the supernatural world. However, this kind of spacesuit could hold so much oxygen that it could be self-made. Transparent shell, colorless crystal shell. When the transparent shell covers an object, it will suppress its aura and make it invisible. It can also cover living creatures, but it must have no blind spots. 23,000 crystals per sector. This kind of crystal shell was similar to an invisibility cloak. As long as it covered the body, it could become invisible. Not only could it hide objects, but it could also suppress the aura of living creatures. From a practical point of view, this transparent shell was quite useful. The only thing to note was that to make a living creature invisible, it had to be covered with the shell. However, it would take more than 1 or 2 sectors to cover the entire body. It would take a lot of crystal shells, and the price would be astronomical. Pine coffin, light green crystal shell. It can slowly heal injuries. 1 sector. He then looked at the other special crystal shells and found that they all looked pretty good. However, if he considered all of them as alchemy products, Angor felt that something was missing. He could make something similar by himself. For example, he could make a transparent shell with his current alchemy knowledge. It wasn't difficult to make an invisibility cloak. If the Mad Hatter did a coronation, it might become a treasure invisibility cloak. Although they looked good on their own, Angor realized that 90% of them were not as good as the items he made himself. What do you think? Quintera looked at Angor. Do you want to buy one? Yes. Seeing Angor slowly coming back to his senses, Quintera asked again. All in all, they're not bad. But what's most interesting is, as far as Angor was concerned, the most interesting thing in the list, apart from the special crystal clusters for teleportation, was vacuum membrane. The effect of vacuum membrane was not useful for Angor. However, vacuum membranes were also crystal shells, and they had a common effect, mimicry. If the vacuum membrane was modeled into the shape of a palace, and then he could refine a space item with a large range, and put the vacuum membrane palace into the space item, wouldn't it become a space item that could accommodate living things? Generally speaking, if alchemists wanted to accommodate living things in their space, they would need to place void algae. The void floating weed was a very special kind of magical plant. It had the characteristics of the void, but it also had the characteristics of a plant. It could absorb free space energy to satisfy its living conditions. In other words, it could create a space in the void where living creatures and plants could live. Unfortunately, hollow weed was too expensive and rare. Angor already had 13 hollow weed in his bracelet, which could create a living space about half a square meter in size. The price of 13 hollow weed in an auction house was at least 6,000 or 7,000 magic crystals. In other words, they were much more expensive than vacuum membranes. Therefore, Angor believed that vacuum membrane could completely replace void weed's function. It was cheaper and provided a better environment for people to live in, so it was definitely the best option in terms of cost-effectiveness. Quintera scratched its chin with its paw. Hollow weed? You mean hollow weed? I've never heard of such a thing. But according to what you said, vacuum membranes can replace hollow weed. Also, I think there might be some kind of microorganism inside the vacuum membranes that can create a living space. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the vacuum membranes to be self-sufficient. Angor decided not to comment on it for now. Whether there were microorganisms or hollow weed inside the vacuum membranes, he would know when he saw them in the future. If that was the case, he might not need to buy vacuum membranes at all. He could just buy hollow weed from the crystallize at a cheaper price. While Angor was thinking, Quintera spoke in a low voice. I'll remember the vacuum membranes and teleportation crystals. I'll contact Alessandro later and ask him to buy more. Okay. You don't have to buy them now. Just keep an eye on them. For the specific situation and specific analysis, they haven't even seen the finished product yet, so it's obviously inappropriate for them to make a decision in the void. If possible, he would like to see the actual sample before making a decision. Quintera nodded. I understand. Instead of talking about the crystal shell, Quintera pointed at the top of a mountain not far away. We're here. Angor and Laplace followed the direction of Quintera's finger. Above the towering mountain, there were layers of thick clouds that looked like vortexes. They looked like funnels that were narrow at the bottom and wide at the top. They could vaguely see the darkness inside the thick clouds. Lightning bolts were slithering in the dark clouds, and lightning bolts were twisting around like vines. Hidden behind the disaster-like clouds was the cave dragon's base, the Cloud Cave. Following Quintera's lead, Angor and the others stopped at the top of the mountain. Through the long ladder at the top of the mountain, they walked step by step into the higher and grander depths of the clouds. From the outside, they might see lightning bolts dancing in the Cloud Cave. But from the inside, they couldn't see anything strange. Everything was peaceful. Below their feet were gray clouds, and at the end of the ladder was a door made of gray mist. When they reached the end of the ladder, before Quintera could lead them inside, they saw a silver-eyed cave dragon the size of a small mountain standing in front of the door. Angor was familiar with this creature. He saw it both in Crystal City and the Dream Crystal Plain. It was the owner of the Mark of Dragon, the new leader of the cave dragons, Cuculus. When Cuculus saw Angor and the others, his body slowly shrank until he turned into a mini cave dragon about 2 meters tall. He floated toward them. The creature no longer looked as arrogant as when they first met. Instead, Angor saw a hint of awkwardness in its eyes. Maybe it didn't want to see Luigi's logging device, and now it had to put down its pride again. Angor didn't bother to guess. As long as the end result was the same, it didn't matter what obstacles they encountered along the way. The bashful look in his eyes only lasted for a moment. Soon, Cuculus restrained the emotions in his eyes and gently nodded to them. "Welcome, both of you. Lady Glipner and Lord EA have been waiting inside for a long time." Although he was bowing to them, Cuculus' gaze was more focused on Laplace. "Lead the way," Laplace said. Cuculus nodded. He first gave Quintera a look, then turned and walked toward the door. "I'll be on my way." Quintera bowed to them again and said to Angor, "I'll have Alessandro bring you a sample of the crystal shell you requested, sir." With that, Quintera flapped its wings and flew down the ladder. After Quintera left, Laplace and Angor followed Cuculus into the Cloud Cave. "Where's Luigi?" Cuculus' voice came from the front. "Sleeping," Laplace answered. Cuculus pondered for a long time before asking hesitantly, "Did you go to the Dream Crystal Plain?" There was no explanation or superfluous explanation. Laplace nodded without saying anything. He didn't care if Cuculus saw him or not. Cuculus didn't look back, but he didn't ask any more questions. He must have sensed Laplace's answer. Cuculus didn't know how to communicate with Laplace. Laplace's identity was too special. It was necessary to maintain respect, but it was impossible for Cuculus to completely swallow his pride and compliment him like Alessandro. Besides, Laplace's attitude wasn't friendly at all. Even the warmest greeting would get a cold shoulder. At this moment, Cuculus was thinking about Luigi. Luigi was most likely Laplace's incarnation, but Luigi's personality was completely different from Laplace's. Unfortunately, Luigi went to the Dream Crystal. Fortunately, there were no complicated passages inside the Cloud Cave. They could reach the large space behind the cave. At this moment, a few figures had already appeared in the huge Cloud Cave. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that although the gray fog covered half of their appearance, from the silhouette of these figures, without exception, were all humanoid. The only one who looked like a dragon was Cuculus. As they got closer, the gray mist around them began to recede, allowing them to see the Cloud Cave more clearly. The environment of the Cloud Cave, how should he put it, there was nothing worth mentioning. Other than the fact that the place was spacious, there were basically no man-made objects that could be seen. The only thing that was slightly artificial was a long table in the middle of the Cloud Cave. The people he saw earlier were all gathered around the table. "You guys are here." A familiar voice sounded in the spirit bond. Without a doubt, the one who spoke was Glipner. As they got closer, the spirit bond that had been broken was reconnected. Glipner was sitting in a corner of the long table. There were several empty seats beside him, which were obviously reserved for Angor and Laplace. He nodded at Glipner from afar and followed Laplace. As he got closer, he saw other people around the table. A total of 6 people. Glipner was sitting on the same side as him, but he was not sitting on a chair. Instead, there was a 6-meter-tall crystal man who looked like a transformer. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the so-called transformer was nothing more than a crystal shell. Hidden within this gigantic crystal shell was a hunchbacked figure that was no more than 1.5 meters tall. It was a crystal race clansman wearing a cloak. From the shadow of the cloak, Angor could see that he was a skinny old man with wrinkled skin. The reason why the old man of the Crystal Eye clan didn't sit in front of the long table was that there were more complete facilities inside the crystal shell of the giant. Inside the crystal shell, Angor saw a soft sofa, a crystal-clear round table, as well as steaming hot tea and colorful fruits. This kind of treatment was much better than the long table outside, which was empty except for a few teacups. Angor did not know who the old man was, but he was sure that he was an elder of the Crystal Eye race. Behind this gigantic crystal shell, there were two human-shaped crystal shells floating in mid-air. Inside each of them was a member of the Crystal Eye race. Maybe they were the bodyguards of the elder? The old man in the biggest shell is the Grand Elder of the Crystal Eye race's Council of Elders, Hoda. Perhaps Angor's gaze was too obvious, even Glipner noticed it and introduced them through their spirit bond. At the same time, Hoda is the current prophet of Crystal Eye race, Glipner said. In terms of status, he has the most authority in the Crystal Eye race. In other words, Hoda was the ruler of a country. There was nothing more to it than the extravagance of the interior of the crystal shell. As for the two Crystal Eye race clansmen behind Hoda, Glipner said that one of them was Mercida, and the other was Bitterwood's Tower, both members of the Crystal Eye race's Council of Elders. But don't mind them. They are only qualified to attend the meeting, not to speak. That was what Glipner said. Despite that, he still nodded at the three Crystal Eye elders in greeting. The three elders also nodded at him. However, just like Cuculus, they were mostly looking at Laplace. While observing, Laplace thought. After greeting the Crystal Eye race clansman, Angor looked at the other side of the long table, which was also the focus of the meeting. There were 3 people standing there. To be more precise, there were 2 people and a dragon. One of the dragons was Cuculus. After leading Angor and the others into the cloud cave, it went to the other side of the long table. In terms of position, Cuculus was still sitting at the corner of the long table, which meant that his status was even lower than the 2 people beside him. One of them was an elegant lady about 2 meters tall who was sipping hot tea. She was wearing a long white dress, which had some unknown flickering light spots on it, like a group of floating fireflies. With her hair tied up in a high bun and her beautiful face, she looked like an upper-class lady who often attended tea parties. As soon as Angor saw her, a name popped up in his mind, Marion. Angor already saw Marion on the main stage. On the stage, Marion looked like the Queen of Darkness. She was wearing a black feather cloak, a pair of crow feather heels, and a black lace dress with multiple layers of tulle. Her purple-black lip gloss, cold eyebrows, and heavy makeup made her look even sharper. After leaving the stage, Marion seemed to have put away her Queen of Darkness aura and turned into a graceful daughter flower. Was this a contrasting character design created by Marion? Angor looked at her curiously. Marion noticed his curiosity and chuckled. "You're Angor, right?" Angor nodded. "I heard about you from Gleipnir. You're one of the main creators of Dream Mirror. More importantly, you're also a human. This is a pleasant surprise. Perhaps you've heard of me before. I'm Marion's real body, but I also inherited her preference for humans." Marion's voice was soft, but there was something magical about it that attracted Angor's attention. She was only greeting Angor, but her words seemed to have pointed out Angor's biggest question. Character design? No. The Marion on the stage was completely different from the one on the stage. The one on the stage was her real body, while the one in the cloud cave was her real body. This was also why their outfits and auras gave off a completely different feeling. Marion did not say anything else. She greeted Angor and nodded to Laplace before continuing to enjoy her hot tea. He then looked at the last person at the table, who was also the one sitting at the head of the table. Angor saw this person as soon as he entered the cloud cave. But for some reason, Angor kept looking around. He never really looked at the man. Was it because of his aura? No. The man on the main seat did not give off any aura. Or was it because his appearance was too strange to look at? No. He was not ugly. In fact, he was quite handsome. Combined with his gold-chained glasses, he gave off a scholarly feeling. Angor could only say that this man gave off a strange feeling. Sometimes, he had a strong sense of presence, but other times, he would be ignored subconsciously. His presence fluctuated, which made Angor unable to capture his aura. "Hello, nice to meet you. You can call me EA." The man stood up and bowed to Angor with a smile. His actions puzzled the three elders of the Crystal Eye race. Even Cuculus and Marion, who were beside him, were somewhat surprised. The reason was that he wasn't doing this to Laplace, but to Angor. Angor was only a human. Even if he was the creator of Dream Mirror Grass, he did not deserve to be bowed to by the great mystery book dragon. Yes, this man with glasses and a scholarly aura was the mystery book dragon who showed up on the main stage. However, the secret tome dragon had now retracted its enormous dragon body and turned into a thin man. Angor did not know why the mystery book dragon suddenly became so serious. But as the mystery book dragon spoke, Angor suddenly felt that his presence was gone. It was as if the mystery book dragon had returned to reality from an unknown dimension. He no longer gave Angor the same feeling as the others. Since the mystery book dragon was acting like this, Angor did not want to be careless. He also introduced himself in a serious manner. EA considered and smiled. "It may be my pleasure to meet you." EA's words attracted everyone's attention again, but no one dared to ask. Instead of explaining, EA looked at Laplace, who came with Angor. Earlier, the Crystal Eye elders were wondering why IA was treating Angor and not Laplace so politely. But now, IA gave them an answer. He did treat Angor with respect, but he treated Laplace with even more respect. Or rather, respect. EA stood up, walked around the long table, and kneeled in front of Laplace. "It's been a long time, teacher." Once EA's teacher was mentioned, everyone was stunned. The two elders of the Crystal Eye race covered their mouths in shock. Prophet Hoda, on the other hand, was so shocked that he stopped moving. The fruit in his hand also stopped moving. The red fruit rolled to the ground. Even the mirror dragons, Marion and Cuculus, looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. EA's reputation in the 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom was second only to Grandpa Juan. But the lofty EA actually called out to Laplace's teacher. How could they not be surprised? They might have guessed Laplace's identity, but they did not know that a knowledgeable dragon like EA actually had a teacher. Angor and Gleipnir were probably the only ones who were not surprised. Although they were stunned for a second when Aya called out teacher, they quickly understood the reason behind it. Back then, EA's talent was not outstanding. No matter how hard he worked, he was still a loser compared to other Mark of Dragon God bearers. Even the authority of the Dragon God's mark was being questioned because of EA. This went on for many years until EA met Laplace. With Laplace's help, he learned the truth about EA's talent, Book of Time. At the same time, Laplace also helped EA develop a special ability of his talent, Book of Secrets. In Laplace's opinion, it was just a small matter. However, from EA's point of view, Laplace's help not only cleared his name, but also helped the 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom to be known as Mark of Dragon God bearers. Besides, Laplace also taught EA knowledge, and it was the most important talent enlightenment knowledge for EA. From this point of view, it was reasonable for EA to call Laplace teacher. Everyone was more or less surprised. Laplace was the only one who glanced at EA and said, "I told you before that I'm not your teacher. Besides, I'm afraid even 100 of me can't compare to your current knowledge." The arcane book dragon had book as its name and knowledge as its foundation, so it naturally had its strengths. Laplace did not think that she could surpass the arcane book dragon in terms of knowledge. Perhaps Laplace did not know the saying "the one who learns is the teacher," but she had this concept in her mind. Knowledge is not everything. Besides, in terms of breadth, I'm not as good as you. EA stood up and bowed again. Besides, no matter what, you are still my teacher in my heart. What EA said sounded very sincere in the ears of the others. Even if it was not to the point of being moved, it was enough to make them sigh with regret. But after Laplace heard it, he did not have any expression. He just glanced at EA and said, "Are you addicted to reading novels again?" What a mouthful. Reading novels, most importantly, Laplace also used the word again to express it. Did this mean that EA was once addicted to reading novels too? Everyone's gaze unconsciously looked at EA. EA smiled slightly and slowly walked back to his seat. The scenes in the novels that are enough to make people cry are indeed difficult to reproduce. It needs the atmosphere and supporting characters to set it off. Unfortunately, it is difficult to have sufficient preparation to set off the atmosphere at this moment. This sentence could be considered as admitting that Laplace's ridicule was true. EA said, however, although you borrowed the lines from the novels, there is no falsehood in your respect for teacher. Laplace shook his head helplessly and did not reply. EA also did not speak, he just sat down obediently. On the other hand, Marion, who was sipping hot tea at the side, frowned slightly. I thought you changed into your human form because I was here. But now it seems that it is because of your teacher? Marion put down her teacup and stared at EA. If the main body knew, she would probably be even more disgusted. Marion's tone was teasing, but her expression did not have any intention of ridicule. EA looked at Marion. You are no different from the main body. What you think is not what the main body thinks. Bookhead, no sentiment. Marion snorted and turned her head away, too lazy to look at EA. EA also did not say much. He could guess some of Marion's thoughts. Marion, this untouchable flower, was somehow bewitched, or perhaps she had carried out some kind of self-improvement. She suddenly wanted to bloom in the warm spring. Thus, her aloofness became arrogance, her outspokenness became coyness, and she felt wronged at the slightest disagreement. But the spring she prayed for was not a real spring. At least, EA did not have that kind of strange feeling towards Marion. He could not force himself to become the spring that belonged to someone alone, to warm the untouchable flower. Noah had also spoken bluntly before, but unfortunately, Marion did not seem to be willing to believe him. Whether she really did not believe him or pretended not to, EA did not care. After all, he and Marion had nothing to do with each other on EA's side. Marion's one-sided bashfulness or dislike of him would not change EA's view of him. Just treat it as watching a junior throw a tantrum. However, some of Marion's actions had become the topic of many mirror dragons' gossip. Looking at the flash of light in Kukula's eyes, it was easy to guess that he was imagining things. Noah could not correct him in front of outsiders, so he could only shake his head in his heart. Aya didn't care about the two unsettled mirror dragons. Instead, he asked Angor and Laplace to take a seat. After everyone had sat down, Aya opened his mouth to speak. Now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. Aya turned his gaze to the giant crystal shell and looked at the hunched figure inside. Prophet Hoda, and the two elders, I hope you can listen to what I'm about to say. Now that all races are gathered in Crystal City, as the host, you should be able to communicate with each other. This is also why I invited you here. Hoda and the two elders behind him looked at each other and said in a low voice, Sir Noah, you are so serious about this matter. Could it be that, as Gleipnir said, the guests from the Kosan Mirror region are not friendly? The so-called proper business has nothing to do with the goodwill or malice of the Singers and the Yusin clan. However, we can start from where they are the starting point of the conversation. Aya glanced at Gleipnir. You don't mind if I tell you about Singer's plan, do you? Gleipnir waved a hand. As you wish, Mr. Aya. Aya nodded and looked at Hoda again. The Singers and the Yusins didn't come here just to communicate with each other, as you might think. Their plan, oh, no, it's an overt one. They put it out in the open. Speaking up to this point, Aya gently pointed at the exhibition booklet on the table. And all of this starts from the exhibition items they are selling. Aya didn't seem to be a big shot at all. He patiently explained everything from the beginning. While Aya was talking to Hoda and the others, Gleipnir was explaining the current situation to Angor and Laplace through their spirit bond. Hoda and the two elders didn't arrive long ago. They were only 2 or 3 minutes earlier than Angor and Laplace. Because of this, they were still confused about many things. This was why Aya had to explain everything to them from the beginning. As for why Hoda mentioned that the guests from the Gossen Mirror region were not friendly, it was because Hoda had just arrived at the Cloud Cave not long ago. He was certain that the arcane book dragon had come to the gathering because of the Singers and the Yusin race. After all, the items sold by the Singers and the Yusins, be it the monument, the tower, or the feather seeds, were all treasures that would last for hundreds of generations. As the controller of the giant city spirit, Hoda knew that Marion came to Paluxiu's station right after learning about the items sold by the visitors from Kosan's Mirror region. She wanted to see the effects of the Void Witness monument with her own eyes. After that, Marion quickly arranged for her dragon crows to return to the outpost. Presumably, she wanted to inform the 100-dragon divine kingdom that the chant monument and song tower had appeared here. Hoda assumed that the 100-dragon divine kingdom was also moved by these treasures and sent the mystery book dragon here to discuss them. Because of this, after Hoda entered the cloud cave, in order to show off in front of EA, he took the initiative to mention that he could act as a middleman, allowing the Mirror Dragon clan to be the first to obtain the goods of the Singers and Yusen clan. However, Hoda noticed that Aya didn't show any expression on his face. Even Marion, who was very excited at Paluxiu's station, looked calm now. Hoda didn't understand. Did the chant monument and song tower lose their attraction? Just then, Gleipnir said, any benefits you obtain are marked with a price. If you only see the benefits and don't look at the hidden price, then you might fall down and not be able to get up. As the prophet of the Crystal Eye clan, Hoda wasn't stupid. He could tell that Gleipnir was hinting to him that there was no such thing as good things falling from the sky. Whatever benefits you obtained, you had to pay a price. He was only looking at the benefits and didn't see the harm. Hoda said, but everything is marked with a price. In other words, Hoda knew that they had to pay condensed crystals to buy the chant monument and song tower. The benefits obtained through the transaction were deserved. Gleipnir said, do you think you can buy something that can change the structure of the mirror region with just a few condensed crystals? Although you paid the price of condensed crystals, can these condensed crystals really cover the price? Hoda didn't answer Gleipnir's question. Because in his heart, he did think that the two sides of the scale of this transaction were full of unfairness. But Hoda believed that this kind of unfairness was caused by different mirror regions and different values. For example, dandelions were very common plants in the material world, but in the country of the Telu people, they were expensive luxuries. No matter what Hoda thought, he understood Gleipnir's meaning. Whether it was the Singers or the Yusen clan, these foreign visitors from the Kosen mirror region weren't friendly. Hoda actually had some doubts about this, but neither Aya nor Marion refuted it. In Hoda's eyes, this was a kind of tacit agreement. Because of this, when Aya mentioned business, he immediately asked if it had anything to do with the unfriendly visitors from the Kosen mirror region. After Gleipnir finished explaining Hoda's situation, he summarized what he and Aya had talked about. After she met with Aya, the first thing they talked about was the dream crystal. Gleipnir explained the general situation of the dream crystal to Aya. Even though it was just a straightforward explanation without any subjective opinions, Aya was still very interested in it. In particular, he already knew that Kukulus had obtained the assimilation ability from the Misty Island Dragon Tomb, so he was looking forward to the dream crystal. For this reason, Gleipnir gave a login device to Aya on the spot. It was the pair of gold-rimmed glasses that Aya was wearing now. Although he had the login device, Aya didn't immediately enter the dream crystal. Was he being cautious or did he have other considerations? Gleipnir didn't know. Since Aya didn't enter the dream crystal, Gleipnir decided to take this opportunity to tell him about the woe puppet Hugh Lifa. After all, this was an important matter that concerned the survival of the entire White Sun Mirror region. Thus, Gleipnir changed the topic and told him everything from beginning to end. Although he had finished talking about the woe puppet and Hugh Lifer, he did not have time to talk about the possible role of the login device in this matter. Angor nodded in understanding. They could talk about the function of the login device later. Since the Crystal Eye Prophet was here, as long as the Prophet understood the situation and used his position as the host, he should be able to promote the device to the public soon. They were almost done talking through their spirit bond. Aya, on the other hand, was still explaining the general situation to Hoda. He even added some of his own ideas. Aya started from the conspiracy between the Singers and the Harpies, then slowly moved on to the general situation of the Kosen Mirror region. Laplace didn't know much of it. Apparently, Aya had learned a lot about it himself. For example, EA started from the origin of the name Gosen Mirror region and talked about the rise of the Singers and the Yusen clan. They became the twin stars that illuminated the entire mirror region. Because they were too dazzling, there was a trend of blindness and arrogance within the Singers and the Yusen clan. It was at that time that they changed the name of the region to Kosen. This was enough to show their arrogance. This kind of blind arrogance, if nothing major happened, perhaps they could continue to be arrogant. However, fate would not always take care of them. The mysterious item that was out of order was accidentally triggered, causing them to suffer a great loss because of their blind arrogance. Now, the Kosen Mirror region was on the verge of disappearing completely. It could be said that this was an innocent natural disaster, but it was also a man-made disaster caused by blindness for many years. Aya introduced the personalities of the singers and the harpies to the topic of Woe Puppet. Gleipnir didn't mention this before. It was all Aya's own deductions and additions. If it was someone else's imagination, they might be bragging. But EA was different. As the extremely mysterious mystery book dragon, if he could speak so sincerely, he must have other ways to prove himself. It wasn't a random mistake. Thanks to Noah's self-understanding, Angor could not help but listen to Noah's explanation even though he was the original source of information. Noah continued to narrate, starting from the accidental summoning of the Woe Puppet to the disintegration of the Kosen Mirror region. The ignorant low-level singers were even sent to the surrounding mirror regions to be the sentinels of the expedition. Prophet Hoda and the two elders of the Crystal Eye race heard this and connected the story with the conspiracy they learned earlier. So Gleipnir was telling the truth. They're not good people. They want to use this method to change the environment of the Sun Mirror region and make it their future home, Prophet Hoda mumbled. Hoda was still able to keep a calm expression, but the two elders behind him were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After all, as the host, they had already pre-ordered many things from the singers and the Yusin clan. They had even paid a large amount of condensed crystals in order to obtain the priority to build the Song Pagoda. But now they realized that even if they built the singing tower and improved the environment, it would only pave the way for the arrival of the singers in the future. How could they feel good about this? They already tried their best not to curse out loud. Actually, you don't have to be too angry. If there are no accidents, the singers and the Yusin tribe's army will not come to the White Sun Mirror region in the future, Aya said. So even if you have finished building the singing tower, you can still use it. As long as the singers didn't come, the singing tower would still work. They won't come? Prophet Hoda was surprised. Aren't they on an expedition already? How can they not come? Woe Puppet Xianxia had already begun to invade the entire Kosen Mirror region. They only had two choices. One was to accept the challenge and solve Xianxia's request, and the other was to move away from Xianxia as soon as possible. The former was difficult. Countless lives had been sacrificed, and it was confirmed that it was like a moth flying into a flame. Therefore, they only had one choice, to leave Kosen Mirror region. Since the Sentinels already came to the Sun Mirror region to launch an expedition, and the conspiracy was already out in the open, shouldn't the main force of the Kosen Mirror region arrive soon? But Aya didn't want them to worry. Under what circumstances do you think the main force of Kosen Mirror region won't come to the Sun Mirror region? Aya asked. There's a better choice, said Hoda. Aya nodded. You're right. If they have a better choice, they won't come to the Sun Mirror region. But what if there's something else? Hoda pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked up. On the other side, Aya was looking at him quietly, Marian was sipping her tea, and Kukulis was looking into the distance, thinking about something. Hoda turned around and looked at them. Gleipnir remained silent. Angor and Laplace did not seem to notice it. The two elders behind Gleipnir looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Hoda gulped and spoke in a hesitant voice, there's another possibility. The Sun Mirror region is in danger too. If the Sun Mirror region was also in danger, the main force of Kosen Mirror region would choose to stop. But was that really the case? Hoda found it hard to believe, but it seemed to be the only possibility. Hoda looked at Aya and waited for his answer. Aya sighed softly. Without hiding anything, he nodded and said, yes, you're right. Unfortunately, the sentries sent by the higher-ups of the Kosen Mirror region to the White Sun Mirror region were targeted by Xianxia. She followed their footsteps and chased them from the Kosen Mirror region to the White Sun Mirror region. When EA said this, there was a hint of emotion in his voice. Fate was so unpredictable. The Kosen Mirror region had already fallen, and the next to fall would be the White Sun Mirror region where they grew up. Although Hoda already had some guesses, when he really heard this answer, he still felt disbelief and unprecedented shock. Even when he spoke, his lips could not help but tremble. So, that disaster puppet has already entered the White Sun Mirror region? To be precise, she has come to the dark side of the White Sun Mirror region, which is the Gloom Mirror region. She has not truly stepped into the White Sun Mirror region. However, she has the ability to directly cross space and lock onto nearby creatures. Once she locks onto a creature that is slightly closer to the Ghost region, she can cross the natural moat and enter the White Sun Mirror region from the Ghost region. Therefore, don't think that the disaster puppet can rest easy in the Ghost region. Perhaps in the next second, she will lock onto a certain creature and cross space to come over. Hearing this, even Hoda, who was known as a wise man and a prophet, showed a hint of confusion in his eyes. Then, what should we do now? Hoda looked at EA, and his eyes regained their light. EA was an existence that stood at the top of the White Sun Mirror region. Furthermore, the secret book dragon's status in the 100 Dragons Divine Kingdom was similar to a wise man and a prophet. Perhaps the secret book dragon had specially called them here because he had used his extraordinary wisdom to find the solution. Facing Hoda's expectant gaze, EA remained silent. Seeing this, Hoda's eyes slowly darkened. EA did not say anything, but he sighed softly in his heart. Who has the solution? Even a huge race like the Singers and the Yusin could only retreat when facing the disaster puppet Xianxia. How could he find the solution? Furthermore, they did not even know what the disaster puppet's request was, so how could they find the solution? After a while, Hoda seemed to have finally accepted this sudden shock. The shock in his eyes returned to calmness. He raised his head and looked at Noah with his black crystal-like eyes. Honorable Lord Noah, may I ask you a question? AIA nodded nonchalantly. Since I've invited Prophet Hoda here, I naturally have nothing to hide. Prophet, you can ask directly if you have any questions. There is no need to be so cautious. Hoda asked, how did Sir Noah know about the Wolfle puppet? Did those unfriendly guests tell your excellency? Noah shook his head. No, the vanguard that came to the White Sun Mirror region this time did not know about the Wolfle puppet. They even knew nothing about the disaster in the Gossan Mirror region. They only thought that they were sentries before the expedition and did not know the truth of the expedition. They did not even know that the Woe puppet was following them. Under such circumstances, it could be said that they were lucky to be able to smoothly leave Ghost's territory and come to the White Sun Mirror region. However, after they arrived at the White Sun Mirror region, before they could even begin the prelude to the expedition, they were discovered. Not long after, they were chased by the Woe puppets and were besieged. This was also a kind of misfortune. Noah said, as for how I know about the Wolfle puppet, it was actually Gleipnir who told me about it. Hoda also looked at Gleipnir at the right time, trying to get the source of the information from Gleipnir. Gleipnir said casually, I can't tell you the source of the information, but the information is definitely true. Hoda frowned. There was no source of information, but he was so confident. Was he really going to believe it? Gleipnir naturally noticed Hoda's frown and said nonchalantly, if you don't believe me, we can go to the omniscient house to see the dog deacon. Hoda was just about to reply when AIA said, there is no need to doubt it. What she said is true. Hearing AIA say this, Hoda did not say anything else. With the secret book dragon's ability, it was very easy to determine whether something was true or false. However, after confirming that it was true, Hoda's mood became even more complicated. Sir Noah, and everyone else. Hoda said, since everyone is gathered here, I presume that you are thinking of a strategy to deal with the Wolfle puppet. What do you all think? After confirming that the Woe puppet really existed and that a disaster was imminent, Hoda's mood to find a solution began to become extremely urgent. After all, this was a major event that concerned the entire White Sun Mirror zone and would affect all the clans. As the prophet of the Crystal Eye race, Hoda did not represent just one person. He was responsible for everyone in the Crystal Eye race. Every decision he made was of utmost importance. Before making a decision, he had to confirm the attitude of the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. In particular, what choice would AIA make in this disaster? Also, as the source of the information, Gleipnir should also have some ideas. She would listen to the experts' words and then synthesize the beneficial opinions. She would then make a decision that belonged to the Crystal Eye race according to the situation. This was what Hoda needed to do now. As Hoda impatiently searched for a solution, he also felt extremely fortunate deep down. Fortunately, the Crystal Eye race was the host of this gathering. Otherwise, with the Crystal Eye race's level and strength, it would be impossible for them to be invited here and know such a secret before the other clans. The others did not know what Hoda was thinking, but even if they knew, they would not care. As the prophet of the race, it was his responsibility to consider his own race. In response to Hoda's question, AIA replied, when faced with the woeful puppet, there are only two ways to deal with it. Face it head-on, or bypass it. The so-called face it head-on was to face it head-on. However, even if they faced it head-on, it would not be a direct confrontation with the woeful puppet. The woeful puppet was a mysterious object that was out of order. It was impossible to destroy it through confrontation. They could only think of a way to complete the mission challenge set by the woeful puppet. They could make the woeful puppet fall into a deep sleep and turn it back into the state of the wishing puppet, Xianxia. This way, the disaster of the confinement space created by the woeful puppet would automatically disappear. However, it was very difficult to complete the mission challenge. Even the powerful singers and the Yusin race could not complete the mission challenge set by the woeful puppet. How could they do it? If the face it head-on method did not work, then they could only take another path, bypass it. AIA's choice of words was actually very tactful. To put it bluntly, the so-called bypass was to be a deserter. If they could not deal with it, then they could only let it go and avoid it. This was how the Kosen Mirror region did things. If they could not deal with it, then they would conquer other mirror regions and migrate to other places. As for the disaster caused by the woeful puppet, as long as it did not happen under their watch, then they would treat it as if it did not exist. So, when faced with the woeful puppet, we can only take a detour. Hoda's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Taking a detour sounded nice, but it was actually very difficult to do. The mirror space where the Crystal Kingdom was located was not the mirror space of Paluxiu, which could grow limbs and move freely in the eternal mirror sea. It was also not the 10,000 roaming forest, which could cruise in the mirror region's void. The mirror space where they lived was fixed in one place. Even if they could only move within a small area. There was no way they could drag their entire family and flee with the mirror space. This also meant that if the woeful puppet appeared and the Crystal Eye race chose to flee, then the billions of Crystal Eye race citizens would have to abandon the Crystal City that they relied on for survival and leave the Crystal Kingdom. They would fly into the void and flee in all directions like locusts. But, not everyone in the Crystal Eye race had the ability to travel through the void. It could even be said that 99.9% of the Crystal Eye race had never left the Crystal City beneath their feet, nor had they ever seen the icy plains outside. How could they survive in the endless void? Not to mention fleeing with a large group. If they really went this far, they would basically have given up on 90% of the Crystal Eye race. How could Hoda feel good about this? The Crystal Eye race had finally managed to survive until this generation. They were certain that they had begun to prosper and were slowly gaining their own voice in the White Sun Mirror region. In the end, they would be reduced to a primitive state overnight. Hoda could not accept this reality. Not only Hoda, but the two elders behind him also looked so gloomy that ink was about to drip out of their faces. Everyone lived together under the same roof. Even the most ordinary Crystal Eye race, who were at the bottom of the hierarchy, might have some connections with them if they went up in search. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were distant relatives. But now, these Crystal Eye race citizens were facing a situation where less than 10% of them would survive. Who could accept this? Who could, or rather, who would dare to make such a decision to flee? Is there no other way? Hoda raised his head and looked at Aya. His eyes were filled with hope and pleading. Didn't Sir Aya say that the woeful puppet has not come to the White Sun Mirror region yet? Then why don't we send people into the ghost region to lure it away? If we lure it to other realms, the White Sun Mirror region will not be damaged, right? Hoda's suggestion made the eyes of the two Crystal Eye race elders behind him light up. If they could really lure it away, perhaps it would work, but Aya shook her head. According to the information provided by Gleipnir, the woeful puppet has already made a few random movements in the ghost region. This means that there are already living creatures that have triggered the punishment of the confinement space. And the punishment of the confinement space can spread, and this spread is unlimited. In the end, the confinement space will definitely spread to the White Sun Mirror region. It's just a matter of time. In other words, even if they lured the Wolfle puppet to other realms now, the Wolfle puppet had already spread the seeds of the confinement space. The seed had already sprouted and bloomed. Sooner or later, the White Sun Mirror region would be eroded. Therefore, choosing this path was actually equivalent to choosing to flee. Whether they fled sooner or later, they would have to flee sooner or later. Hoda said, but in this case, we can at least stall for some time and give the various races some space to relax. Even if we still have to flee in the end, we can at least make more preparations. Aya said, if the Wolfle puppet comes later, it will indeed be more beneficial for the various races in the White Sun Mirror region. But have you ever thought about who can lure the Wolfle puppet away? And how do you know where the Wolfle puppet is? The Wolfle puppet did not have a fixed movement trajectory at all. She just randomly jumped and appeared in front of the nearest living creature. If you can't even determine where she is, how can you lure her away? Moreover, after you are discovered by her, you will definitely accept the challenge and fall into the confinement space. How can you talk about luring her away? Even if there was a way to discover the Wolfle puppet and determine her location, who would sign up to go to the ghost region? Ordinary people. One had to know that there were many strange things in the ghost region. Even if a top powerhouse entered, they could be trapped to death, let alone ordinary people. If an ordinary person entered, they would probably turn into dregs in less than a minute. Even if it was Hoda who went in, if he was slightly unlucky, he would also disappear in a short period of time. The ghost region itself was very scary. Who would dare to sign up? After signing up, who could guarantee that they would not encounter the strange things in the ghost region and would not accidentally lose their lives? It was equivalent to saying that if one wanted to complete Hoda's suggestion, one had to walk on a small path with countless forks. One could not make a single mistake and walk to the end. The probability was too low. Even if one succeeded, the final result would not be optimistic. At least in EA's opinion, this choice was unnecessary. After listening to EA's words, Hoda leaned on the crystal sofa with a dazed expression. If this doesn't work, what should I do? No one spoke. For a moment, the air became quiet. At this moment, the sound of winter broke the silence in the room. And this sound came from Jasmine putting down the teacup in her hand. It was easy for Jasmine to control the sound produced when the teacup touched the table, but she did not control it. Obviously, she deliberately broke the silence and had her own thoughts to say. But before she said it, she did not forget to diss EA, if you want to escape, then escape. Why talk about detours? After a cold sneer, Marian slowly opened her mouth. There's actually no need to continue discussing the issue of escaping. If it really comes to this, then everyone will show their own abilities and find a way to escape. The Gaussen Mirror region was dominated by the Singers and the Yusin clan. In the past, they dominated most of the affairs of the other clans. If they wanted to migrate, they would at least be responsible for the safety of the other clans. Even if they were not responsible for all of it, they would at least be responsible for a small part of it. But the White Sun Mirror region was not like this. The strongest clan in the White Sun Mirror region was basically the 100-dragon divine nation. But the Mirror Dragons were very xenophobic and independent. They did not care about the affairs of the other clans. Their general attitude was, I don't care about you, so don't bother me. Because of this, even if the end of the world came, the Mirror Dragons did not need to be responsible for the life and death of the other clans like the Gaussen clan and the Yusin clan. In the face of a great disaster, everyone could show their abilities. So, in Jasmine's opinion, the option of escaping did not need to be discussed alone. What really needs to be discussed, and what is most worth discussing, is the other path, how to face the difficulties, how to save ourselves when the world is in danger. Your Excellency Marian means to find a way to complete the mission challenge given by the Woe puppet? Hoda frowned and shook his head gently. How is that possible? Even the people in Gaussen's Mirror region can't complete it. They can't complete it, but that doesn't mean we can't, Marian said. Hoda didn't reply, because it didn't seem right no matter how he replied. If he said they couldn't complete it, he would be discouraging himself. If he said he could complete it, he wasn't that arrogant. Hoda could only remain silent. Instead, it was the secret book dragon who raised a rebuttal, or rather, raised the reason why it was difficult to complete the challenge. We shouldn't belittle ourselves, but there's one thing we need to pay attention to. No one knows what the mission challenge given by the wool puppet is, and everyone who knows the specific content has either fallen into a confined space or died. Under such circumstances, if we go to complete the so-called mission challenge, whether it's one person, 100 people, or 10,000 people, the effect is actually the same. We're all facing an unknown future. Everyone is facing the unknown, and in this way, the probability of success will be infinitely reduced. If we want to succeed, we can only rely on luck and see if we can meet someone who fits the challenge given by the wool puppet. But the wool puppet has been in Gaussian's mirror region for so long, and countless people have died to fill the hole, but in the end, what's the result? No one has completed its challenge. Therefore, in Aya's opinion, if they didn't know what the specific mission challenge was, it was definitely not a desirable option to rely on people's lives to fill the hole. After Aya finished speaking, Marian raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Then what do you think? Or do you only know how to refute and not give suggestions? Aya said, I'm not refuting brainlessly, but from various suggestions, I find out what's not feasible, and finally make a comprehensive judgment of which suggestion is the most feasible compared to other suggestions. In other words, Aya still didn't have the intention to give suggestions, and he still needed to listen to the opinions of others. After a moment of silence, Cuculus said, I'm thinking about a question. Is the mission challenge given by the wool puppet really difficult? Hoda said, it must be difficult, otherwise why hasn't anyone completed it in Gaussian's mirror region? No, what I mean is. Cuculus said, is it possible that the mission challenge given by the wool puppet is actually very simple, but no one has completed it? Extremely simple? Hoda muttered softly, how is that possible? EA and Marian also frowned, thinking that it was unlikely. Angor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke, well, it's not impossible. Everyone looked at Angor with suspicion in their eyes. Instead, he looked at the teacups on the table and asked, for example, if I suddenly want to drink Bostan flower tea, can anyone satisfy my request? Persian scented tea? Everyone was stunned and looked at each other in confusion. Angor explained, persistent scented tea is a very famous scented tea in my hometown. He dried the Bostan's Chiria chrysanthemum under the sun and added a special processing technique to make it into a dry tea. When it's soaked in boiling water, you'll be able to smell a special fragrance that will make one's heart feel comfortable. In my hometown, 1 gold coin can buy an entire warehouse of Persian scented tea. For the people from my hometown, this is a very simple thing. Even the residents of the fake continent in the south will store some Persian scented tea. It's also easy for them to get their hands on Persian scented tea. But if I ask you now, can you provide me with some Persian scented tea? Can you provide it? Angor paused for about 10 seconds. No one gave an answer. Angor shrugged. See? Dota won't work. Similarly, if the mission given by the wool puppet was for everyone to provide Bostan scented tea, wouldn't everyone present immediately fail? Everyone understood what Angor was trying to say. If the wool puppet's mission was something like provide Persian scented tea, everyone would give it easy without a doubt. There's finally a solution to the slow update of new chapters on the app that can change. Sources. Download from here. Even EA and Marian did not think that this mission would be too difficult. However, not many people could actually provide the tea on the spot. This was what Cuculus meant when he said that the mission was easy, but not many people could complete it. Everyone fell into deep thought. After a while, Hoda spoke first, if it's really like that, I don't think many people can complete it. But it's only a guess. It can't be taken as reality. This is indeed a conjecture, but the situation that Cuculus proposed also points to the core factor, what exactly is the mission challenge? EIA asked. As long as we have a way to know the specific content of the mission challenge provided by the wool puppet, we will have time to prepare. If it's really something like provide Persian scented tea, we just need time. 1 day, no, less than 2 hours, we can complete it. Even if the wool puppet's mission is difficult, even if it's asking us to challenge a legendary existence. As long as we have time to prepare and combine the power of the entire Sun Mirror domain, we can still win. Therefore, if they wanted to face the challenge head-on, the most important step was to understand the mission given by the wool puppet. That's true, but how do we understand the specific details of the mission? Marian said, "You just said that the woe puppet is randomly teleported to a person's side, and then it will drag that person into the confinement space. No one knows who the woe puppet will be teleported to. Once the challenge fails and you are dragged into the confinement space by the woe puppet, you will die for sure. Under such circumstances, there was no way to send a message to the outside world." EA was silent this time. He had thought long ago that the key to breaking the situation was the content of the mission challenge. However, as Marian said, the key was how to understand it. EA's topic guide was to hope that everyone could put forward their own ideas. However, it seemed that no one had an effective suggestion. Perhaps it was because there were too few participants that there was no way to activate the storm in their minds. Only when ideas collided would they be able to shine. However, there were still too few people participating in this conversation. Perhaps Hoda should call the leaders and wise men of the major tribes together for discussion. Just as EA was thinking to himself, Gleipnir, who had been silent for a long time, chuckled. "It's not that there is no way." Gleipnir's voice had always been low and hoarse. However, at this moment, in the silent atmosphere, it sounded so powerful. "What way?" Everyone looked at him. Gleipnir had been waiting for this opportunity to promote the login device. Now that the opportunity had finally arrived, he naturally would not show any fear. When everyone's eyes were on him, Gleipnir slowly said, "The method is very simple." Gleipnir slowly raised his hand and gently tapped the corner of his eye. The others did not understand what he meant, but EA, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly thought of something. He reached out his hand and gently touched the corner of his eye. To be precise, he touched the frame of the glasses at the corner of his eye. This pair of glasses with a long golden chain was the login device given to him by Gleipnir. Before this, due to various reasons, EA had not used the login device. However, he already knew about the incredible power of the login device from Gleipnir and Kukulis. Now that Gleipnir pointed at the login device again, EA, who already knew the function of the login device, immediately understood what he meant. EA asked, "You mean to say that we can use the login device to communicate?" Gleipnir nodded. Although the dream crystal is not so vast that it can accommodate people from all over the world, its range already covers the entire White Sun Mirror region. This also means that any living being in the White Sun Mirror domain can enter the dream crystallization platform through the login device. If the next mission challenger that the woe puppet has locked onto has a login device, it might be able to log into the dream crystal while the challenger is in the midst of the challenge and transmit the specific mission challenge to others. As Gleipnir spoke, EA followed his train of thought and followed his thoughts to see if the simulation could succeed. It had to be said that Gleipnir's suggestion was indeed very useful. At least, in EA's simulation, there were very few flaws and the probability of success was very high. However, in EA's opinion, this method might still encounter problems. How do we get the woe puppet to choose a person with a login device to challenge? EA asked the first question in her heart. Gleipnir seemed to have expected this. Without hesitation, he answered directly, "Control the entire region." Control the entire region? Everyone was puzzled. You mean to say that we have to control the entire White Sun Mirror region? Gleipnir nodded. To be precise, we have to control the void within the psychological boundary of the White Sun Mirror region. Because we can't be sure where the woe puppet will appear after entering the White Sun Mirror region from the ghost's domain, we can only set up a sentry point at a certain distance in the void. There will be people in the sentry point who will be able to challenge the woe puppet and have a login device. This way, after the woe puppet enters the White Sun Mirror region, it will be able to find the person who will be able to control the woe puppet. Gleipnir explained in detail how to control the woe puppet, as well as the placement of the people who would be able to control it. Most importantly, these people did not need to be very strong. Even if they were criminals or evil slaves, they could do it. This was because no matter what your composition was, even if you were a powerless mortal, you could still log into the dream crystal. This could also protect the strength of the major clans to the greatest extent. Marian said, "It sounds good, but if we really want to control the entire region, even if it doesn't include the distant dark void, just within the psychological boundary, the number of people needed to control it is very large. It might even reach as high as 1 million or 10 million people. With so many people, can we really make it so that everyone is wearing a login device?" Marian's worry was not unfounded. In everyone's opinion, the login device was definitely a tool that could write the history of a new era. Could such a tool with all kinds of magical functions be equipped with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people who would be able to control it? This was actually also a question. Did the Dream Mirror clan really have such a large reserve of login devices? Gleipnir naturally understood Marian's meaning and nodded without hesitation. Why can't we do it? As long as the various clans are willing to buy it, no matter how many login devices there are, we can take them out. When Gleipnir said this, he appeared to be very confident. However, she still felt cold sweat on the inside. Gleipnir already talked with Angor and confirmed that the login devices were not difficult to make. However, she still doubted that Angor could provide such a large number of them all at once. After all, Gleipnir was not an alchemist. He did not know what kind of crafting technology was required. Still, even if Gleipnir doubted whether Angor could provide enough login devices, he would not show it in front of outsiders. The others were relieved to see Gleipnir's attitude. From the looks of it, the Dream Mirror clan had enough storage on the logins. Perhaps, they had already reached the point of mass production. They did not know how. Gleipnir did it, but since Gleipnir was so confident, there was no need to doubt it. Are the login devices provided for free? A soft voice came from behind Hoda. It was an elder of the Crystal Eye clan. It was impossible to tell the gender of a Crystal Eye clan member from their appearance. However, judging from the way they dressed, it was a female. Female Crystal Eye clan members all had the word "da" in their names. This must be the Mosida Gleipnir mentioned earlier. When Gleipnir introduced the two elders, he said, "Don't mind them. They are only qualified to attend the meeting. They have no right to speak." Now, it seemed that he was right. When these words were said, everyone's thoughts were originally still on the matter of dealing with the woe puppet, which concerned the entire mirror domain. Now, they were directly pulled back to the small structure of dividing the benefits. Seeing that everyone was looking at him in an unfriendly way, Hoda quickly cleared his throat and changed the topic. "About the login devices, we'll talk about it later." Later. Gleipnir frowned and was about to say something when Marian beat him to it. She chuckled and looked at Mosida with an indifferent expression. "Why do you think the login devices will be given out for free? I'm guessing that you're thinking that the disaster caused by the woe puppet concerns the entire White Sun Mirror realm. It's righteous and virtuous. Every living creature living in the White Sun Mirror realm should contribute. And a crucial item like the login devices should be provided for free. Is this the only way to be considered righteous?" Mosida's mouth moved, but she did not say anything. However, it could be seen from her eyes that Marian's words might be what she was thinking. Marian sneered. "You can say such things to your own clan members. However, to a lone person, it's bullshit." Gleipnir did not have the burden of the entire clan. He did not need to be responsible for any clan. She was herself. Before the disaster came, she could choose to stay or leave. No morality could hold a solitary existence hostage. Gleipnir was such an existence. By pointing out this matter, Marian was not only trying to wake Morsida up, but she was also showing a business-like attitude. The matter of the woe puppet concerned the entire clan of the White Sun Mirror realm. It was not the matter of a single person. Moreover, this person had provided the key item to break the situation. Speaking nonsense at this time was pushing a good thing to the extreme. If you don't know how to speak, then shut up. After Marian finished speaking, she looked at Gleipnir. "I promise on behalf of the 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom that no matter how many login devices you buy, we will give you the corresponding amount of crystals according to your price." After Marian finished speaking, Hoda also hurriedly said, "The same goes for the Crystal Eye race." Hoda's expression was also a slap to Mosida's face. However, Mosida did not dare to say anything. She shrunk her body and hid in the depths of the crystal shell. Gleipnir originally wanted to use the topic to make a fuss, but Marian cut him off too quickly. Moreover, it seemed too late for her to enter the topic of emotions. Gleipnir looked deeply at Marian and nodded. "The price will be discussed later. For now, let's continue the previous topic." Noah cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention. "If you can provide enough loggers, we can set up a full-scale surveillance system. But there are still some problems. For example, can we really use loggers right under the woe puppet's nose? Won't the woe puppet stop you? Is there a backup plan if she tries to stop you from sending the message? Xianxia asked everything that was on his mind. Gleipnir shook his head. I don't know if she'll stop me or not. After all, anything is possible before it happens. As for whether there's a backup plan? Gleipnir did not hesitate and gave a straightforward answer. No. Again, their understanding of the woe puppet was still on paper. Everything was unknown. It was difficult to come up with a backup plan under such circumstances. After Xianxia asked these questions, he also realized that it seemed to be a little too difficult. Gleipnir's answer was also within his consideration. Noah considered and nodded. No matter what, at least we have a plan now. After all, they were going to tell all the races in the White Sun Mirror region about the arrival of the woe puppet. When that happened, there would be a big difference between having a plan and not having one. If they did not have a plan like what happened in the Gaussian Mirror region, the races would only panic and run around like monkeys. However, if they came up with a plan that involved all the races, they would at least be able to calm the people down, regardless of what the leaders of the races were thinking. Noah asked a lot of questions. In fact, he was grateful to Gleipnir and the Dream Mirror clan for releasing the loggers at this time, so that the White Sun Mirror region would not fall into despair. For a moment, Noah also felt that the timing of the release of the loggers was too coincidental. Maybe there was something fishy behind it. For example, the woe puppet was deliberately lured to the White Sun Mirror region by the Dream Mirror clan. However, such thoughts soon disappeared. He could not trust Angor or Gleipnir, but he trusted Laplace. From a certain perspective, Laplace's birth represented the will of the White Sun Mirror region. Laplace might not care about the other races in the mirror domain, but she would never betray the mirror domain and lead a wolf into her home. Meanwhile, Angor and the others were chatting inside their spirit bond. The content of their conversation actually revolved around the question raised by Xianxia: could they use the login device in front of the woe puppet? Personally, I'm partial to it. It should work. As for the reason, he came up with a fantasy answer: the mirror realm's consciousness would help him. Although the will of the mirror domain was just a kind of subconsciousness without intelligence or subjective energy, it had a sense of danger. This kind of danger was manifested in the fact that when the world was on the verge of extinction and collapse, the Panwell would definitely try to stop the disaster from happening. He wasn't just guessing. He had seen it with his own eyes. For example, the Yuan-Tian continent of the Abyss world. Back then, before the Yuan-Tan continent was about to collapse, they were already thinking of ways to prevent the end of the world. Finally, under the guidance of Pan's consciousness, Angor arrived. In the same way, the appearance of the woe puppet and the infinite expansion of the confinement space would definitely cause the will of the mirror domain to feel danger. In such a situation, if someone could come up with a plan that had a high chance of success, the will of the mirror domain would help them. Even though the will of the mirror domain couldn't directly interfere with the outcome, it could still provide certain benefits to a certain extent. Gleipnir said, "So, you think that even if the woe puppet stops the controller from entering the dream crystal, the will of the mirror domain will secretly facilitate it and allow them to successfully enter?" Angor nodded. He might be too naive to think that way, but the will of the mirror domain could indeed affect the dream crystal. After all, without the will of the mirror domain's permission, the dream crystal would not be able to attach itself to the White Sun Mirror domain. Gleipnir remained silent for a while without commenting. The will of the world was too far away for her. She could not personify the will of the world. That was Gleipnir's attitude. Laplace, on the other hand, nodded after a moment of contemplation. I don't understand the convenience of the world's consciousness, but I don't think the puppets will stop people from entering the dream crystal. The reason was quite simple. In Laplace's opinion, mystery items would not do unnecessary things. Even mystery creatures had their own internal logic to support their actions. Her function was simple: to find people who wished for treasures and listen to their wishes. Her function was even more simple: to find treasures that corresponded to their wishes. Her function was simple: to help those who wished for treasures complete their quests. Those who succeeded would receive treasures, while those who failed would be punished. Every step of this mysterious item was meticulous and had its own path of action. And the internal cause of this action was the operating logic of the mystery item. Would a mystery item with such a strict operating logic do unnecessary things? To put it bluntly, the woe puppet could be considered a robot that followed established rules. A robot only cared about whether the process followed the rules and whether the result was correct. It would not do unnecessary things. Only intelligent creatures with complicated emotions and heavy thoughts would consider all kinds of superfluous situations. Similarly, the woe puppet would not do unnecessary things outside of established rules, such as stopping people. There was a high chance that the woe puppet would give people a certain amount of time to complete their quests. During this time, the woe puppet would not stop you from doing anything. Only when you failed to complete the quests would the woe puppet punish you by sending you to the confinement space. This was Laplace's opinion, which had nothing to do with the will of the mirror realm. The result was similar to what Angor expected. The woe puppet would not stop people from using the logins. Laplace looked at Angor. If you're right, and the will of the sun mirror realm will really help you, I personally think that the will of the mirror realm will not help you when you accept the quests. Instead, it will help you after you're sent to the confinement space. The confinement space was a punishment set up by the woe puppet, but it was still within the scope of the mirror realm. As long as someone was inside the mirror realm, they could use the logins to enter the dream crystal. Perhaps the woe puppet would also be able to use the logins to enter the dream crystal after being sent to the confinement space. This way, even if the controller encountered the woe puppet, they wouldn't have to worry about being completely annihilated. They might not have a physical body, but they could be reincarnated as natives of the dream crystal. This was also a way out. While Angor and the others were discussing in the spirit bond, EA was discussing the details of the total control plan with them. EA also hoped that the dream mirror would join the discussion, but Laplace and Angor did not want to. Their attitude was clear: we'll only provide the logins. You can discuss the rest of the control among yourselves. Only Gleipnir decided to join the discussion. As for Laplace and Angor, EA did not dare to neglect them. He took out a painting from his storage space. The painting depicted a dining table filled with tableware, and an elegant butler wearing a black tuxedo was sitting beside it. The butler's face looked similar to EA's. Before he could figure out why Noah took out the painting, the butler in the painting suddenly moved. He slowly approached the painting and reached out his hand. Following a series of ripples, his hand came out of the painting. The ripples in the painting grew bigger and bigger until they affected the surrounding space. When the ripples reached their maximum, the butler slowly walked out of the painting. In the blink of an eye, the butler broke through the dimension and stood in front of everyone. Looking closer, the butler in the tuxedo looked even more similar to EA's. It was almost as if they were made from the same mold. Before everyone could figure out what was going on, EA spoke up: "This is one of my past selves." According to EA's explanation, his past self was a spirit in a painting. A so-called spirit in a painting was the same as a spirit in a giant city, a tree spirit, or a book spirit. It was a spirit in the painting. When EA introduced the butler, he bowed to everyone and introduced himself. His name was Van. His first name was Van. This was probably a fake name as well. However, no one was surprised. EA was a fake name. It was normal that his past self inherited the habit of hiding his real name. EA brought his past self Van out not to attend the meeting, but to show that he did not want to be late. He was going to let Steward Fan bring his most respected teacher to a dragon feast. To put it simply, EA and the others would work out the details of their plan while Steward Fan brought Angor and Laplace to enjoy the dragon feast. From the perspective of Prophet Hoda and the others, EA's behavior was rather rude. After all, Hoda was a guest. But Hoda did not dare to say anything. Besides, the most important thing right now was to discuss how to deal with the woe puppet. He was not in the mood to enjoy the delicious food. Angor was not hungry, but he did not want to listen to the details. It was nothing more than the coordinates of the controllers. As for the general location of the controllers, they would need to hold a meeting with all races to confirm. These things were meaningless to Angor anyway, so he did not want to hear about them. Now that EA gave them a way out, Angor and Laplace agreed to go to the so-called dragon feast. Gleipnir would stay here. If there were any important details, Gleipnir could inform them through mind synchronization. Seeing that both Angor and Laplace agreed, Steward Fan bowed to them respectfully. Please follow me. Steward Fan did not lead them away from the cloud cave. Instead, they returned to the painting. Steward Fan tapped on the painting, and a large door appeared in the painting. Through the door, they could clearly see the dining table and the exquisite tableware placed on it. These things were all drawn in oil paintings, but behind the door, they turned from a flat surface into something real. Steward Fan stepped through the door first. Angor was always cautious of the unknown, and so was the space inside the painting. He turned his head to look at Laplace. Seeing that she was not surprised by the door in the oil painting, he felt a little more at ease. Laplace went through the door first, and Angor was about to follow. However, EA's voice came from behind. Please wait. Angor looked back. Mr. Angor, I know it's a little rude, but I still want to confirm one thing. Can we really provide an unlimited number of loggers? Everyone was surprised by EA's words. Wasn't Gleipnir here? She already said enough. Why did Aya suddenly ask for Angor's opinion? And why did EA think Angor would know if there were enough loggers? Angor also looked at Noah with a puzzled look. EA considered and said, Algalon likes to study alchemy. I read the alchemy books he wrote, and I know something about human alchemy. After saying that, AIA lightly tapped the glasses she was wearing. The logger was a product of human alchemy, and the materials used to make it were also from the human world. Angor was the only human among all of them. The answer was obvious. Angor considered for a moment and nodded to EA. It's difficult to provide an unlimited number of loggers. But we can still provide enough loggers to deal with the security measures. Aya gently nodded. Knowing this is enough. After a pause, EA continued to ask, Can I ask you another question? Angor didn't say anything. He didn't enter the door, which meant he agreed. Are you an alchemist, Mr. Angor? Please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to pry into your privacy. It's my old friend, Algalon. He's planning to make something from human alchemy. She hoped that Angor could help her. However, everyone knew that Algalon was the greatest blacksmith in the entire Sun Mirror Zone. If Angor went to see Algalon, it was hard to say who would be helping the other. EA was obviously trying to help Angor. Angor could feel EA's kindness. He considered and said, if possible, I'd like to see Mr. Dirk's forging skills. Angor didn't give a direct answer, but he also expressed his intention. Aya smiled and said, there should be a chance. Seeing that Noah had nothing else to say, Angor nodded and went through the door. As Angor entered the painting, the door slowly began to close. Seeing that the door in the painting was about to disappear, Marion suddenly stood up from her seat and walked towards the door. AIA asked, Marion? Marion paused and turned around. You can discuss the details of the plan among yourselves. Anyway, we'll need to fix them when everyone is here. It's useless to listen to the rough version of the control plan. As for me, I'm always by your side. It's been a while since I last saw Fan. I miss him. After Jasmine finished speaking, she walked through the door. As soon as she entered, she heard Aya's voice. I didn't hear anything between you and Fan. Just tell me if you want some Byman's blood. Marion paused. She wanted to argue, but the door was about to disappear. In the end, she kept quiet and stepped inside before the door closed. As the door closed, the rippling painting slowly returned to normal. In the original oil painting, there was only an empty dining table and butler Fan. However, in this oil painting, there were 3 people sitting at the dining table. They were Angor, Laplace, and Marion. Steward Fan was also in the painting. However, he did not stay at the table. Instead, he slowly approached the painting. When Steward Fan reached the edge of the painting, he slowly pulled back the curtain. The dark red curtain covered both the dining room and the painting. The people in the painting had all disappeared. Only the curtain was left. As the curtain covered the painting, everyone in the cloud cave slowly withdrew their attention. However, no one spoke. After a long time, Prophet Hoda broke the silence. Mr. Angor, is the creator of the logging device? They didn't mention Angor's name in their conversation, but everyone understood what they were trying to say. Even if Angor was not the creator, he was still a key figure involved in the creation of the logging device. Hearing Hoda's question, Glepner frowned and remained silent. I see. Forgive me for being rude, Hoda said. Hoda took back his words, but the people present were not stupid. Although Gleipnir did not reply, her silence was a tacit agreement. No wonder he was one of the creators of the dream mirror. If he continued to think about it, could the creator of the dream crystal be the creator of the dream crystal? This wasn't impossible. After all, it was impossible to refine a login device without understanding the dream crystal. If Angor was the creator of the dream crystal, everyone's thoughts began to float. However, before they could settle their thoughts, Aya pulled them back to reality. It doesn't matter who the creator is now. All you need to know is that the creator came from the dream mirror where my teacher resides. Aya purposely mentioned teacher and used a respectful tone to express his attitude, as well as to warn Hoda and the others not to play any tricks. What's more important now is how to deal with the Woe puppet. The Dream Mirror clan has already provided us with an excellent plan. What we need to do now is to refine the plan and solve the possible problems. Aya pulled everyone's attention back to the right track. Hoda didn't dare to think about anything else now. Aya's glare completely deterred him from thinking about anything else. Tossing away the unnecessary thoughts, Hoda finally began to use his wisdom as a prophet and seriously perfected the plan of setting up the control. On the other side, inside the painting. After everyone sat down, Steward Fan closed the curtain and returned to the table. Please wait for a moment, everyone. I'll go upstairs and ask Avika to come down. With that, Steward Fan walked into a passage on the side. After Steward Fan left, Angor began to look around. This was not his first time in the painting space. However, this painting space was slightly different from Feng's magic painting space. Feng's magic painting was almost the same as the real world. The sun, the moon, and the stars hung high in the sky. Everything was real. Even the wind and rain were no different from the real world. Even when using Narda's vision, Angor still couldn't tell that he was inside a painting. To sum it up, Feng's magic painting was the real world inside a painting. The painting they were in now looked very real. However, when Angor looked closer, he would see all kinds of strange information popping up. For example, when he looked at the candlestick on the dining table, a row of words unconsciously appeared in his mind: vine candlestick, a candlestick made of barren copper. Due to being burned by the high temperature of the candle flame for a long time, there are irregular copper-green spots on the copper. The patterns on the candlestick were the patterns of vines. The green spots on the candlestick looked like new leaves on a long branch. It wasn't just the candlestick. The tableware beside it was the same. Telu tableware, fine white porcelain tableware, the favorite of Telu nobles. Especially the curvy teapot, which looked like the head of a Telu girl, cherished by the Telu nobles. Even the golden patterns on the teapot looked like the innocent smile of a young girl, which made people feel happy. Similarly, the dining table also had a detailed description, including the specific wood used, the length, width, height, and so on. If Angor looked carefully, he would see a similar message popping up whenever he stared at an object for a long time. These messages described the object's appearance, material, function, and so on. It was the same feeling as when he was in the magic painting space. However, as he observed the food around him, he noticed that only the objects in the paintings would show up with text messages. As for the items brought in by the visitors, they did not show any text messages. For example, Angor's robe. He stared at it for a long time and still didn't show up. As Angor stared at the robe, he heard someone speaking to him: external objects, living or dead, will not show up in his mind. Angor looked up and saw Marian, who was sitting across from him. Angor was a little surprised when Marian followed them inside. But since this was a banquet hosted by Arcane Book Dragon, he had the freedom to invite whoever he wanted to eat. Besides, Marian had been meditating on her own without bothering them, so Angor didn't pay too much attention to it. Only when Marian spoke did he finally pay attention to her. Maybe Marian saw the confusion in Angor's eyes, or maybe it was because he didn't have anything better to do, so she explained, "Everything here is made up of words. Including the oil paintings we saw outside. They look like pictures, but when EA created them, they were written words. In other words, EA's words became real pictures, so what appeared outside was an oil painting. In fact, this place was still a space created by words. Because of this, everything Angor saw here would show up with words because they were originally words. It was just that the arcane book dragon's special ability helped them become real. This was why Angor felt that this place was different from the magic painting space. One was a painting space, while the other was a word space. Angor couldn't tell which one was the winner. But he had to admit that this word space was quite interesting. So, these true nobles' favorite tableware didn't appear out of thin air? EA wrote them word by word when he was writing these words? Angor pointed at the tableware in front of him and asked curiously. Marian nodded and then shook her head. Indeed, these tableware are described word by word, but it is not necessarily EA who described it. EA only built this space. He built a skeleton. As for filling the skeleton with flesh and blood, he did part of it himself, but he also had help from others. At this point, Marian stood up and gracefully walked towards a nearby cabinet. She opened the door and took out a stack of paper and a pen. The paper and pen didn't have any description, so they must have been brought in from outside. After picking up the pen and paper, Marian sat back down at the table. Just like this. Marian picked up the pen and wrote something on the paper in front of Angor and Laplace, a pair of pure white women's gloves made of pure silk. Using a special embroidery method, the surface of the silk was embroidered with crow feather patterns. The entrance of the gloves was decorated with fluffy lace shavings. As Marian finished writing, the paper disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was replaced by a pair of lace lady's gloves. Marian looked at the gloves and put them on with satisfaction. Then she looked up at Angor. That's how it was done. Not all of the items here were written by EA, someone else might have added them. For example, Steward Fan. Steward Fan's voice came as soon as Marian finished her words. Yes, Miss Marian is correct. I did write the tableware. The main body only built the skeleton, so I took care of the flesh and blood. Steward Fan came in from a passage on the side. Marian looked over and purposely looked behind Steward Fan. It was empty, and there was no one there. Where's Avocado? Marian was confused. Avocado went to the backyard to pick some fruits. He'll be here soon. Steward Fan paused for a moment before explaining to Angor and Laplace, Avocado is the chef for the feast. Angor nodded. He didn't expect the painting space to be so big, with 2 floors and other residents inside. But now, he realized that this was a word space, so it was normal for the space to be so big. A sentence like "this is a huge castle" was enough to create a huge space. Avocado will be here soon. Steward Fan continued, while waiting, if you're interested in text props, you can try to create your own text. Angor was really curious about this kind of tool, so he agreed without hesitation when Steward Fan mentioned it. Laplace, on the other hand, wasn't interested. This was because Laplace was the one who had helped EA develop this wordspace ability. According to Laplace's description in the Spirit Bond, this ability was a derivative ability of the arcane book dragon's Book of Time talent. It was also developed by Laplace with EA's help. It was called Hidden Book. At that time, when Noah first developed the hidden treasure in the book, he had to write a long essay to construct some small things, and they were illusory small things. But now, Noah had directly created the painting, constructed the skeleton, and filled in the flesh and blood with a single sentence, which was enough to show the improvement of his ability. However, no matter how powerful the ability was, it was still Book of Secrets. Laplace already knew about it, so he wasn't interested in it. Speaking of which, back then, Noah intended to develop the ability of secrets in the book so that he could create transcendent items and creatures with his words. I wonder if he has reached that level yet, Laplace remarked in the Spirit Bond. Let's ask him. Angor looked up and asked about the limits of text creation while Steward Fan went to get a pen and paper. Supernatural items can be created, but there are strict requirements. Steward Fan wasn't surprised by Angor's question. It was only natural that people would think of supernatural items when creating items with words. What is it? First, you have to write on Mr. EA's special paper. Only special paper can contain supernatural power. Right now, you can only write ordinary items on white paper. Second, you can't describe the supernatural item directly. You have to describe each material in detail. In other words, only those who knew about supernatural materials and had enough alchemy knowledge could create a supernatural item through the combination of materials. It sounded troublesome, but it was actually quite troublesome. It was like using words to describe all kinds of materials and then alchemy them with those words. If you had the time, you could just use the materials to do alchemy. Besides, alchemy items couldn't last long because they were made of words and paper, which made them very fragile. When the power attached to them was used up, they would turn into ashes. These restrictions made the writing of transcendent items very harsh. Of course, alchemy items with words had their own unique features. However, they had too many restrictions and troublesome operations. As for whether you can create living creatures? Steward Fan shook his head. Not here. The creation of living creatures involves the law of life and the creation of life. It requires a very high standard laboratory, and the creatures created in the end are also strictly limited. And this is only a kitchen for a dragon feast. From Steward Fan's answer, Angor learned that EA had already discovered the creation of living creatures. However, the facilities here were too low-level to support the creation of living creatures. Judging from this, the book dragon's years of research were not in vain. Compared to the secret of the book which Angor first saw in Laplace's place, the book dragon had made great progress. Steward Fan didn't know that Angor was asking for Laplace's help. He thought Angor was interested in the creation of these special characters. If you're interested in the creation of living creatures, I can bring you a finished product to show you. Angor nodded without hesitation. How could he not be interested in the creation of life? Steward Fan nodded and handed Angor a pen and paper. Please wait for a moment. I'll go to the observation room and bring the living creature here. End of chapter. After Steward Fan left, Angor carefully inspected the paper and pen in his hand. The pen was made by craftsman Paluxio. It contained a unique ink pouch that did not require any ink. As long as there was enough ink in the pouch, the pen could be used for a long time. Now, the pouch inside the pen was filled with ink. The design was similar to the pens on Earth. Angor used his spirit feelers to check the pouch. The ink inside the pouch seemed to have been specially adjusted. He could vaguely sense energy inside. On second thought, it made sense. It was a creation after all. Even in a word space, ordinary ink would not be able to take shape. Unfortunately, the energy contained in the ink was an unfamiliar polymerization energy. Even if Angor noticed it, he could not analyze it. Apart from the pen, the paper was not ordinary either. Angor thought it was just paper pulp. But when he held it in his hand, he felt something brittle like air-dried dough. It could not be folded at all. It would break at any time. Of course, this was just a feeling. Angor tried it himself. The paper was difficult to fold. It would take a lot of strength to do so. Also, when he folded it, the familiar polymerization energy would come out. Without a doubt, the paper was also specially made. It probably contained some kind of magical technology. After confirming the paper and pen, Angor considered for a moment. Finally, he picked up the pen and wrote down a line of words on the paper. At the same time, Laplace and Marion also looked at him. They were curious as well. What would Angor create for his first creation? Would he follow Marion's plan and create something similar to the clothes and gloves, or would he create something similar based on the existing reference objects in the restaurant? While they were pondering, Angor finished writing the template and put down the pen. As the pen landed, the paper began to emit a faint light. It turned into sparks as if it was burning and dissipated in the air. Laplace and Marion stared at the paper. However, when the paper disappeared completely, nothing happened. There was no object, and nothing changed. Marion looked at Angor in confusion. Did it fail? Angor did not answer. It's normal. To create words, you have to have something in your mind when you write. The words you describe must correspond to what you want. Otherwise, you'll fail. In Marion's opinion, Angor was only describing the words. He did not think about the shape of the words. Without anything in his mind, he could not get a response from the words. On the other hand, Laplace did not see anything real either. However, she did not think Angor would fail. Laplace already played the game of word creation when AO Secretary Dragon first learned Book of Secrets. Because of this, she knew what the difficulties were. As far as she knew about Angor, these so-called difficulties were nothing to Angor. Angor had nothing in his mind? No. Laplace had seen Angor's alchemy skills before. Angor didn't even need a sketch to create an exquisite alchemy item, which meant he already had a blueprint in mind. For Angor, there was no such thing as mental blindness. Laplace, Angor. Angor was Marion. See? Something transparent? Or some kind of gas? With this in mind, Laplace sniffed the air. She did not know if it was just her imagination, but she smelled something sweet. Both Marion and Laplace had their own guesses, but Angor did not say anything. He only snapped his fingers. The elemental energy on his fingertips was already prepared. Along with the heat generated by the friction, elemental flame burst out and formed a small flame on Angor's fingertip. As soon as the little flame appeared, a strong aroma filled the place. This fragrance came very suddenly, like a flash flood. In an instant, it engulfed the entire space. The fragrance was very refreshing, and after smelling it, it felt as if one's whole body had become more energetic. After smelling this fragrance, Laplace's eyes flashed with understanding. Marion was stunned for 2 seconds before she opened her mouth and said, "You created fragrance?" This time, before Angor could answer, Marion already knew the answer. Because, as the fragrance was observed by Jasmine, its written information also naturally appeared in the air. Smell of the Glutton Flower King's saliva. This is the smell of the Glutton Flower King's saliva. It has a tantalizing fragrance. If you sniff it carefully, you will feel as if you are drinking a stream in winter. If you burn it with fire, the aroma will be even stronger. You will feel like you are in a garden full of butterflies. Yes. Angor was using a pen and paper to create the aroma of the Glutton Flower Lord's saliva. Since he was only writing, there was no limit to what he could create. There were already so many objects here, so he decided to create something different from what the eye can see. After some consideration, Angor chose to create an invisible scent. Without a doubt, the most familiar aroma was the Glutton Flower Lord's saliva. He sold it to Leona in the end, but Angor had already memorized the scent of it in his mind. While describing the aroma, Angor tried to recall the taste of the saliva in his mind. Finally, he received the feedback of his creation. He really created the scent of the Glutton Flower Lord's saliva. Angor couldn't help but feel a little regretful when he smelled the familiar aroma. "You look a little disappointed?" Laplace's voice came from the spirit bond. "Is it because the smell is different from what you know?" "Don't worry about it. It's normal for the smell to be different. It's hard to describe the smell with words. The aroma created by words will be corrected according to the description." Angor shook his head. He didn't explain it through the spirit bond. Instead, he spoke directly. "The aroma is the same as what I remember. It's a pity that I didn't include this part in my original description. If you burn it with fire, the aroma will be even stronger and have the effect of calming the soul. But I didn't see such an effect in practice." Angor looked up at the words floating in the air. "In fact, I didn't include this part in my description." Angor felt a little regretful about this. The most important thing about the Glutton Flower Lord's saliva wasn't its smell. It was its calming effect that could heal one's soul slowly. Back when his soul was damaged by the wall in Nether City, he had to rely on the Glutton Flower Lord's saliva to slowly recover. Besides, it was also thanks to the saliva that Angor's soul foundation was so strong. Now, the aroma in the air was familiar to him, but it didn't have any effect. Angor felt a little disappointed. Marion also heard his explanation. Perhaps she wanted to quickly get over her wrong guess, so she took over the topic and explained, soul calming, is already a supernatural effect. You can't use the paper and pen left here to write something like that. As for the words that involve transcendent effects, they will be automatically corrected. That's why this paragraph is missing from your written description." Angor nodded to show his gratitude. He already thought about this, but he still wanted to give it a try. In the end, he successfully created the text. He thought the effect would come true as well. He didn't expect the word space to be so intelligent that it could check and correct Angwar's description when it noticed a slight deviation. Although there's no transcendent effect, the smell is quite fragrant. Marian closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I like this smell. Do you mind if I copy it? Copy? Angwar didn't know what she meant. Marian pointed at the words in the air. I plan to memorize them. Next time, if I'm invited to the Arcane Library, I can copy it. Arcane Library? What is this place? Angwar didn't know what to say. Marian continued, since Noah already brought you here, I don't think you'll mind if I tell you about the library. Following Jasmine's explanation, Angwar finally understood what Arcane Library and copy meant. Copy meant that Marian would memorize Angwar's description as well as the smell so that she could copy it in another word space next time. And the Arcana Library was another text space that was different from this restaurant. This word space was located inside the library of 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom. The entrance was an oil painting at the front door of the library. After entering the painting, one would arrive at a hidden library. This library was the so-called Arcane Library. Arcane Library, as the name suggested, was Arcane Book Dragon's private collection. There were many books collected by Arcane Book Dragon, as well as books written by Arcane Book Dragon himself. Arcane Library wasn't open to the public. Only a few people had the right to enter, and Marian was one of them. Marian would often go to the Arcane Library to read. In the past, she would only bring hot tea to improve the quality of the books she read. Now, if she could replicate the smell of the Glutton Flower King's saliva in the Arcane Library, not only would it improve the quality of the books she read, it would also improve the reading environment. Angwar nodded without hesitation. Of course. Feel free to copy it, sir. The copy was only in the word space anyway. Outside the word space, there was no way to copy it. Unless one could get the real Glutton Flower Lord's saliva. Smells did not last as long as physical objects such as tableware. Not long after, the smell began to show signs of tanning, and the strong fragrance from before gradually turned into a light and elegant smell. It wouldn't be long before it dissipated completely. To prevent herself from forgetting the smell, Marian simply copied it on the spot. She borrowed Angwar's words while recalling the smell in her mind. A moment later, Marian finished her work. The word information was still the same. However, the smell was slightly different. Perhaps it was corrected by the intelligence again. Just as Laplace had said before, it was difficult to perceive smells in words, which also led to the automatic correction of smells in text creation. In order to copy the smell of the Glutton Flower Lord's saliva like Angwar did, Marian had to get it deep into Angwar's mind. Marian only smelled the saliva for the first time today, and it was already good enough that she could copy it on her first try. Marian was satisfied with the result. Maybe it was because the correction came from Marian's mind, so the direction of the correction was just right for her. There was a slight difference between the smell and the saliva, but it was more suitable for Marian's taste. Marian's expression relaxed a lot as she smelled the pleasant aroma. It would be better if there was a cup of hot tea in front of her. Marian hesitated. Maybe she should write a cup of hot tea with her own words. Although the hot tea created by the text did not have any substantial effect, the taste was no different from the real hot tea. She just wanted to taste it. With that in mind, Marian picked up her pen and prepared to write. But at this moment, familiar footsteps could be heard coming from the side of the corridor. Everyone looked at the source of the footsteps and saw Steward Fan in a tuxedo walking out from the edge of the curtain. Steward Fan came out empty-handed earlier. But now, he was carrying a glass box. If they were in the outside world, this scene would not have attracted anyone's attention. But here, not only did they see Butler Fan walking back, they also saw the dense cloud of little essays above his head. The so-called small essay was a text message that appeared through observation. However, there were so many words above Steward Fan's head that they were overflowing. Angwar observed carefully but could not decipher them. There were too many words. There were several or even dozens of words squeezed together in the same coordinate space. The overlapping words turned into a dark mass, making it impossible to tell what was inside. Such a large amount of complicated text information had all come from the glass box in Steward Fan's hand. Without a doubt, the sea of words was describing the thing inside the glass box. Considering what Steward Fan said before leaving, there was no doubt that the thing inside the glass box was the so-called living text. Everyone's attention was drawn to the glass box. What kind of living text was it? Did it need so much information to give a general description? The text messages that came out of the glass box were like dark clouds that covered the sky and the sun. When Steward Fan placed the glass box on the table, it covered more than half of the dining room. Under such circumstances, not to mention having a blind spot, one's vision would become pitch black. Angor considered and closed his eyes. 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes. The words around him were refreshed and disappeared. As long as Angor did not check the box carefully, the dark clouds would not appear again. Not only Angor, but Laplace and Marion also closed their eyes to refresh the information. Steward Fan, who was standing beside the table, seemed to have foreseen this. After everyone refreshed the box, he pointed at the box and said, "That's what's inside." Although the box was made of glass, it was not transparent. It looked more like frosted glass. They could vaguely see the shadow inside, but they could not see what exactly it was. As for the glass box in front of them, everyone could see that the bottom half of the box was a heavy and quiet shadow. It seemed to be filled with soil. The top of the soil was empty. At least, they could not see anything through the frosted glass. Steward Fan opened the lid of the box. He lifted the lid and saw a thick layer of black soil underneath. However, he still could not see anything on the soil. Either the living text mentioned by Steward Fan was transparent, or it was hiding in the soil. If it was transparent, it would not have a layer of soil. Angor believed that the latter was more likely. But the box was not big to begin with. If the living text was hiding in the soil, it would be even smaller. Is it an insect? Or some kind of mini snake? Angor muttered in his mind and tried to reach into the soil with his spirit feelers. However, before his spirit feelers could reach out, he saw something moving in the middle of the soil. Half of a pink thread poked out. When he saw the pink thread, he remained silent for a long time. Laplace was surprised as well. Yes, the pink thread was the living text inside the box. It was not an insect or a mini snake as Angor expected. It was an earthworm. The pink earthworms moved slowly in the black soil, like mini earthworms turning over, stirring up some dust and mud. "Are you disappointed to see that it's an earthworm?" Steward Fan's voice sounded in his ear. Angor shook his head. "No, I just didn't expect it to be an earthworm." Steward Fan smiled. "I chose the earthworm because I just happened to reach this step." When EA first started to create living creatures with words, he chose relatively low-level invertebrates. Starting from sponges and amoebae, he slowly advanced to hydroids and schistosomes. Now, he had just crossed over from linear animals to circular animals. The representative of the ring-shaped animals was the earthworm. Therefore, even though Steward Fan had only taken out a small earthworm, it was actually carrying generations of invertebrates. Today's earthworms were the newest product after many generations of research. They were also the most advanced living creatures created by EA. Angor was surprised by Steward Fan's explanation. He thought EA's creation of living creatures was similar to Greia's, which directly bypassed countless generations and directly entered the mysterious realm of supernatural. What he did not expect was that EA's creation of living creatures followed the evolution theory from the lowest to the highest. Steward Fan noticed Angor's expression and asked, "Are you surprised, Mr. Angor?" Angor considered. "Actually, there is a wizard in the southern wizardry region who is good at creating things." Angor briefly explained Greia's situation to Steward Fan. Steward Fan nodded in understanding. "I see. You're talking about a different way of creating things by accident, Mr." Steward Fan paused and explained, "Actually, you don't need to think too much about it. If the wizard you mentioned is really a creator, then she's either very close to, or even grasped, part of the sequence of the law of creation. As for living creatures with words, they're not real creations. They're still a long way from mastering the law of creation. After all, words are just words. They're still different from real living creatures." Steward Fan's explanation indirectly implied that Greia and Arcane Book Dragon could not be compared to each other in terms of creation. However, they were on different tracks in the first place. Greya was a real creation, while Arcane Book Dragon's word creation was more like a virtual creation. Steward Fan continued, as for why living creatures with words have to evolve from generation to generation, it's because they're still words. To express meaning with words, you must use logic. The logic of words would also be reflected in the word space. To create living creatures with words, one must follow the logic of words and write down the evolution process step by step. You saw it yourself. The words floating above the earthworm looked like dark clouds. They're not all about the earthworm. There are also its predecessors, those sponges, bloodsuckers, and so on. Words need logic, and so do living creatures. Without the reference of their predecessors, it's hard to write something interesting. Similarly, if our next step is to create mollusks such as squids and octopuses, then there will be more text information above their heads, and it will definitely include information related to earthworms. Words followed logic, and living creatures with words also needed logic to survive. Angor finally understood what was going on. To put it bluntly, everything in the text space was logic, or rather, an algorithm. It was like writing a program. To run a program, one had to write it according to a set algorithm. The more difficult it was, the more complicated it would be. But my main body has already begun to find a way to save a lot of unnecessary words. Steward Fan pointed at the gloves written by Marion. Take this pair of gloves for example. If it's written according to the original text, it'll also be a long article. But now, it can be created with just a paragraph of words, which is the result of research. I'm sure Ms. Laplace is familiar with this. Steward Fan pointed out Laplace's name. As Noah's body, Steward Fan knew that Laplace had seen the original version of Secret Book before. Laplace nodded in agreement. It was true. If it was the original version of Secret Book, it would be difficult to create a pair of gloves without writing a long essay about the creation of the world and the germination of all living things. But now, Noah could create something with just a sentence. This was his progress. He could already simplify the creation of inanimate objects. In the future, it was not impossible to simplify the creation of living creatures. After explaining the general situation, Steward Fan placed the glass box in front of Angor and Laplace so that they could study it. Angor took a closer look at the box and found the word creation to be quite interesting. This kind of interest was not reflected from the earthworms. It was black soil. The information about the earthworm was too complicated for Angor to study. He had to look at the other words. And this time, he noticed something different about the black soil. The black soil in the glass box looked the same at first glance. But upon closer inspection, Angor found two different descriptions. One of them read, black soil, a special type of soil with good fertility. It can grow. The other one read, fertile black soil, a special type of soil with signs of earthworm activity. It has excellent fertility. It can grow. They were both black soil, but due to the different tracks of earthworm activity, there were two completely different descriptions. Angor asked Steward Fan. From Steward Fan, he learned that the black soil was the first type of description. Later, as the earthworms moved in and settled down in the black soil, a part of the black soil began to change. That's right, it was not Noah who had taken the initiative to change it. Instead, it was the program that had undergone self-correction. Earlier, when Angor described the scent of the glutton flower lord, the black soil text also corrected itself. But this time, it removed the supernatural effect. In a sense, it was for the worse. But this time, the black soil text was obviously for the better. It was only one word difference, but there was a huge difference between the two. Bad meant that the black soil text was not there yet, and the black soil text could not support the black soil text. But black soil meant that the black soil text was perfecting itself. To make an analogy, the black soil text was like a rigid program, while the black soil text was moving toward intelligence. The more black soil text created, the more black soil text, whether they were living or dead, the more black soil text would be, the more black soil text would become. Wasn't this the same as black soil AI evolution? Because of this, he was even more interested in the creation of words. It would be great if he could replicate this ability in his dream crystal. He wondered if the Book of Time talent of the Arcane Book Dragon was a gift from the world's consciousness. If so, maybe he could trigger a training dungeon? Then he could use the talent to create a book of time and create a book of time-space. Angor told Laplace's idea through the spirit bond. Since Laplace already knew about the book of time talent, he might be able to tell if it was a gift from the world's consciousness. However, Laplace shook his head. No. It's a bloodline talent of the arcane book dragon. In other words, all arcane book dragons had the same talent. Although, there was only one arcane book dragon now. Angor was a little disappointed. It seemed that building a black soil text space in the dream crystal was not going to work. Speaking of which, if you want to create a black soil text space in the dream crystal, why do you need to consider the talent of the arcane book dragon? Why don't you just drag the painting into the dream crystal? It was the same as when Angor dragged the bunny building into the dream crystal. Angor was a little surprised to hear that. Laplace was right. Why did he have to think about the talent? He could use the dream whelk. Angor slapped his forehead. It seemed that he had been too focused on the training dungeon and forgot his original intention. He looked at Laplace again. Can I borrow the painting from Mr. Noah? Laplace nodded. Sure. But are you going to tell the arcane book dragon about the dream whelk? Angor remained silent for a while before he shook his head. Although the dream crystal didn't make much use of the dream whelk, the importance of the dream whelk didn't diminish. It was almost as important as the nightmare domain itself. Angor told Laplace about the dream whelk because they trusted each other. However, he didn't want to tell this to someone he just met for the first time. I see. I'll take care of the painting, Laplace said. If Angor went alone, Noah would not lend the painting to him until he got to the bottom of it. However, Laplace did not have such a problem. As Noah's teacher, Noah would respect Laplace's decision even if he had doubts. Angor thanked Laplace for his help. It's fine. I want to know if you can create a black soil text space in the dream crystal as well. Laplace's eyes flashed with interest. She was not interested in creating text objects in the outside world. However, she was very interested in doing it in the dream crystal. In Laplace's eyes, everything in the dream crystal was a source of joy. She was more than happy to fill up the modules of the dream crystal. The feeling of perfecting the laws and the world was also a kind of training for Laplace. Laplace even vaguely felt that whether or not he could break through his shackles depended on the dream crystal. This was why Laplace couldn't refuse Angor's offer. She even thought that if she wanted to borrow a word space, she would have to borrow a bigger one. This restaurant was a little too small. Maybe she should ask Noah to customize a word space that was bigger and easier for her to use? Angor did not know that Laplace already had the idea of asking Noah to make a haute couture. He was still observing black soil. However, he was not just observing for fun. He also did some small experiments. Angor took out a stack of white paper and wrote down all kinds of nutrients. He then created a plate of high-quality fertilizer by manipulating the words step by step. He planned to add the fertilizer into the black soil so that he could check whether the text would automatically correct itself. As expected, the black soil began to show some changes. End of chapter. Fertile black soil turned into fertile black soil. The cooperation between the word creations could form a positive feedback. This was actually considered a budding nomological law. If there were more and more of these words, the fusion between them would become more active. Even the evolution of a new law would be highly possible. This was why Angor was interested in the word space. If he used it on the dream crystal, would he be able to create new sparks with the underlying logic of the dream crystal? Angor was looking forward to seeing it. While Angor was enjoying his work, Steward Fan suddenly looked at the small path beside the curtain. Our chef is finally here. As soon as Steward Fan spoke, a series of buzzing noises reached everyone's ears. Angor looked up as well. A mirror dragon covered in silver scales was flying toward them from the end of the path while flapping its thin membrane wings. It looked like it was only about 2 meters tall. It was obviously a mini mirror dragon that had been shrunk. Judging from its body, it had a big belly, small wings, and a pair of dreamy, colorful eyes. It looked like a treasure dragon. What was worth mentioning was that its entire body was covered in colorless silver scales. Even in this restaurant where the lighting was not too bright, one could still feel the silver light floating in the air. The scales were like mercury flowing down the ground, floating in the void. To put it simply, it was too bright, so bright that it was almost blinding. Is that a mercury dragon? Angor muttered in his spirit bond. He had heard that most of the mirror dragons in the 100-dragon divine nation were the precious treasure dragons. There were all kinds of gem dragons under the precious treasure dragon banner, including diamond dragons, gold dragons, mercury dragons, alga dragons, ojoa dragons, and others. It was hard to tell the difference between the special gem dragons such as algorons and olojos. But for other gem dragons, one could tell them apart simply by looking at their scales. Gem dragons had gems on their scales. Diamond dragons had shiny diamonds on their scales. Gold dragons had golden scales that were easily recognizable. As for mercury dragons, their scales were so shiny that they could blind one's eyes. The dragon in front of them looked like a treasure dragon, and the shiny scales reminded Angor of the name Mercury Dragon. Yes, it is. Laplace spoke through their spirit bond. After a short pause, Laplace gave Laplace a detailed introduction of the Mercury Dragon. Come to think of it, the Mercury Dragon is considered a different type of treasure dragon. The other treasure dragon's attributes are mostly inclined towards controlling metals or minerals, and their hobbies are also related to collecting treasures. But the Mercury Dragon isn't like that. The power that the Mercury Dragons possessed leaned more towards the orthodox power of aggregation. Perhaps it was because their scales were too similar to flowing mercury. Without any treatment, they looked exactly like a mirror. Therefore, each of its scales could be seen as a stable mirror that contained multiple levels of mirror spaces. Because of this characteristic, the Mercury Dragon could throw its scales out like a mirror of life and death in a battle. The explosion was comparable to the energy produced when a high-quality mirror collapsed. To put it in simpler terms, each scale was a nuclear bomb. And the Mercury Dragon's scales were innumerable. From this, one could tell that the Mercury Dragon's fighting style was absolutely wild. In the White Sun Mirror Zone, not many races dared to fight a Mercury Dragon head-on. A single Mercury Dragon was already as strong as an entire race. However, the Mercury Dragon's scale attack was only a derivative ability created by manipulating mirrors. There were many other similar abilities. For example, the Mercury Dragons could use the mirror reflection on their bodies to project countless clones. These clones could also absorb aggregation energy and create terrifying energy shockwaves. They could also use the reflection of the mirror to create the effect of light and shadow illusions. Their illusionary abilities were also top-notch in the White Sun Mirror domain. After listening to Laplace's introduction, Angor gained a general understanding of the Mercury Dragons. Apart from their other talents, he was surprised to learn that the Mercury Dragons could also control mirages. Back at Phantom Island, the Mirage flag classified light and shadow illusions. In other words, illusions created by manipulating natural light, shadows, mist, and weather were all classified as mirages. The illusions Angor created in the Dream Wasteland and Dream Crystal all came from the power of celestial shift. However, illusionist wizards could only master mirages step by step by relying on their talent and hard work. The Mercury Dragon, on the other hand, relied on its mirror-like scales to control mirages for its own use. Was this another kind of talent? While Angor was observing, the glittering Mercury Dragon floated to the dining table. Steward Fan must have told the Mercury Dragon about today's guests when he went to look for it. Even though the Mercury Dragon saw that the guests were all in human form, it didn't show much emotion in its dreamy eyes. However, when the Mercury Dragon looked at Laplace, it showed a more serious look. Steward Fan must have told him to do so. He's the chef for today's banquet, Avocado, Steward Fan said. Good evening, everyone. The Mercury Dragon nodded to the guests. I don't know if it's daytime or nighttime outside, but it doesn't matter. If you want to enjoy the banquet here, it has to be nighttime. Compared to daytime banquets, I prefer nighttime banquets. It didn't matter if it was daytime or nighttime outside, it could only be nighttime here. It sounded awkward and illogical, but Angor didn't really care about it. There were many weirder beings than Avocado among humans, especially wizards. They all had their own strange fetishes. Avocado only liked nighttime banquets, which wasn't strange at all. Compared to Avocado's hobbies, Angor was more concerned about the faint mystery aura around the dragon. If Angor wasn't mistaken, the dragon must have come into contact with a mystery item not long ago. Or perhaps it already had a mystery item or treasure on it, which caused the mystery aura around it. It wasn't strange for a powerful mirror dragon to have a mystery item. Angor wouldn't pay much attention to it if he sensed it in the past. For example, Sunders and Rain would occasionally smell mystery items on them. Even if Angor noticed them, he would pretend that he didn't smell anything. Besides, Angor also had a mystery aura around him. He couldn't even ask for help from himself, let alone someone else. In the past, Angor would just ignore it when he sensed it. But this time Angor noticed something. The main reason was that Avocado's mystery aura felt familiar to him. It wasn't an excuse. Angor had the same mystery aura as Avocado. And Angor's mystery aura came from Witch's Eye. Did that mean that Avocado had also been blessed by the Wicked Witch's blessing? Avocado also looked at Angor and noticed a hint of surprise in the dragon's eyes. Clearly, Avocado also sensed the same mystery aura around Angor. "You're Mr. Angor, right? Steward Fan just introduced you to me. A wizard from the human world." Angor nodded and bowed to Avocado. Avocado asked, "Are you also blessed by the evil witch?" Avocado didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Avocado's question cleared his mind. As expected, Avocado's mystery aura came from the Witch's Eye. Angor nodded and didn't try to hide it. Or rather, he couldn't. His aura was as clear as smoke, and anyone could see it. How could he hide it? Angor nodded while observing Avocado. Putting aside the effects of the Wicked Witch's blessing, the side effects were obvious. The pair of cat ears were too eye-catching. Since he was also soaked in the rain, he wanted to see if Avocado had the same side effect as him. Unfortunately, he did not find anything wrong with it even after looking around for a while. Maybe Avocado received a blessing that didn't have obvious side effects? Angor didn't dare to ask. He could only admire Avocado in his mind. Avocado looked at Angor. "Judging by the mystery aura on you, I assume you received the witch's blessing not long ago?" Angor nodded. "Not long ago." Avocado said, "My blessing was received half a year ago." "You guys are quite lucky. The blessing will end next week." "I thought it would go smoothly until the end of the blessing, but you're already on the last train." Avocado kept talking. It didn't sound like there was anything wrong with it, but Angor soon realized something was wrong. What did the witch's blessing have to do with luck? Angor and Laplace only came here to enjoy Mirror Dragon's banquet, so they didn't want to listen to all the complicated arrangements outside. But now, luck was involved. Could it be the banquet had something to do with Avocado's mystery blessing? Angor and Laplace looked at each other and saw the same expression in each other's eyes. Obviously, Laplace had thought of this as well. What a coincidence, Angor's blessing was related to food, and Avocado's was related to food too. Laplace didn't waste time guessing. "So you're saying your banquet is related to the witch's blessing? Is it a gourmet blessing?" Avocado didn't dare to evade Laplace's question. "Yes, the banquet is related to the witch's blessing. But it's not a gourmet blessing. As for what kind of blessing it is, you'll find out soon enough." Avocado was going to say something before the banquet, but since Laplace suddenly asked, he forgot about it. He went straight to the point. "Next, I'll prepare the banquet." As soon as Avocado finished speaking, he waved his hand and a basket flew out from an unknown space. The basket landed on the table. Everyone could clearly see that the basket contained a pile of fruits with dew on them. Angor didn't recognize the style of the fruits. Maybe they were unique to the mirror realm, so Avocado was going to use the fruits as an appetizer. Angor looked at the strange-looking fruits. They looked strange, and the color was a little off-putting. But they smelled good. Maybe they could be used as an appetizer, just in time to see what fruits from the mirror realm taste like. However, Avocado didn't seem like he was going to share the fruits. Instead, he simply swallowed them all in one gulp. What surprised him the most was that as soon as the fruit was swallowed, the mysterious aura around Avocado began to boil like a flame that was tainted by wine. According to Avocado, the mystery blessing was about to expire. In other words, the mystery aura around Avocado was about to dissipate. But now, the mystery aura around Avocado was even stronger than Angor's. Angor even felt as if Avocado was a mystery creature in human form. Is this, the evil witch's blessing activated? Laplace asked. Steward Fan nodded at Laplace. Avocado's blessing is when he eats the fruits. Before Steward Fan could finish, Avocado's voice came from the mystery aura. Ladies and gentlemen, which part of the dragon do you like? Huh? Angor was surprised. Laplace frowned and didn't say anything. On the other hand, Marion, who was sitting opposite him, readily said, I like to eat the chest meat. The muscles are firm and close to the core. The energy is abundant and nourishing. She glanced at Angor and said, if you don't know which part to eat, I suggest you try the tail, wings, or neck. Angor didn't know what to say. Instead of explaining, Marion continued, the tail of a dragon is one of the 3 major energy sources of the Mercury dragon. It contains a lot of excess polymerization energy. It tastes good, and it can also be used as a polymerization energy core. If you want to stay in the Sun Mirror realm for a long time, Mr. Angor, you won't be able to survive without a polymerization energy core. After all, the main energy source here is polymerization energy. The wings of a dragon might not taste good, but they can increase your resistance against space, which will help you a lot when traveling through space. The neck of a dragon is the most delicious. It can directly strengthen your body. Marion gave some suggestions based on her own understanding. But Angor still did not know what to say. Was Marion going to dismember a Mercury dragon and cook it for dinner? Was she going to be so cruel? Steward Fan finally finished his thought. Eat a certain fruit, and your body's organs will multiply. End of chapter. Steward Fan's words explained the specific effect of the witch's blessing. Together with Avicto's words and Marion's suggestion, both Angor and Laplace understood the hidden meaning of the effect, the truth behind the dragon feast. Before this, Angor thought the dragon feast was a special dish from 100 Dragon Divine Kingdom made by the Mirror Dragon chef. But now, he finally understood that a dragon feast was a dragon feast. A feast of dragons. And it was the flesh of a mirror dragon. Avocado, the so-called chef, simply scraped the meat on the spot and treated it as a dragon feast. Angor didn't know what the others were thinking, but he felt his mind turning upside down after listening to Steward Fan's explanation. Even if the Wicked Witch's blessing allowed Avocado to grow his organs by eating fruits and not have to worry about his health, eating his master's flesh in front of his master was still strange and absurd. At least, Angor was expecting something like this. But now, he couldn't. Angor didn't try to hide the complicated look in his eyes. Everyone saw it. Steward Fan thought for a moment and said, proliferating organs are redundant for Avocado. Other than being a reserve organ and doing some research, they have no other use. During the half-year Avocado stayed here, its main body had already done a thorough research on its redundant organs. In other words, the research was finished, and the main body had enough reserves. Now that the witch's blessing was still a few days away, Avocado wanted to use the remaining value of the organs and end it with a dragon feast. Marion spoke up while Angor was still trying to understand Steward Fan's words. Humans like to flaunt themselves with morality. Or rather, they use morality to bind themselves. Personally, I like the feeling of being trapped in a cocoon of their own making. But I have to say, different worlds and civilizations have different standards of morality. You can't use human morality to flaunt other civilizations. Marion didn't say it out loud, but Angor understood what she was trying to say. She was implying that Angor cared too much about morality. But Angor didn't think it was because of morality. He had his own double standards. He wouldn't mind tasting dragon meat if it was any other occasion. But it was a bit strange for him to eat Avocado's meat in front of a mirror dragon while the latter watched him. This was probably Angor's way of being shy. Just as Marion's voice fell, Avocado couldn't hold it in anymore. It had already swallowed a fruit, and the flesh in its body was already churning. This kind of numb and itchy feeling was very uncomfortable. Since you don't want to talk about it, I'll just do it. After that, the mystical aura on Avocado started to surge even more. Well, it was literally surging. The airflow around Avocado rumbled slowly and finally formed a gray silhouette in front of him. A closer look, one would find that it was a beating heart. Avocado's heart was Avocado's heart was heart Avocado heart was heart Avocado's heart. The silver heart was still beating in the air, and every time it beat, it would cause the surrounding energy to fluctuate. Angor could even hearts could be seen as. From this, it could be seen how enormous and abundant the energy contained in the heart was. And this energy was almost the same as avocados. Without a doubt, this was the new heart avocado created with the help of Wicked Witch's blessing. As soon as the heart appeared, Avocado's body shrunk as if it was dehydrated. It collapsed on the chair and panted heavily. It only took a second for it to go from a plump body to a skinny one. Angor frowned at Avocado. What's going on? Wicked Witch's blessing granted Avocado the ability to create new organs, but Avocado has to pay for the energy required to create them. The amount of energy required to create different organs is also different. The heart is one of the most energy-consuming organs. But don't worry, Mr. Angor. The energy will be replenished soon. The moment he finished speaking, an obvious cyclone appeared around Avocado. The convergence energy in the air was attracted by the cyclone and finally gathered above Avocado's head and poured into his body. In just a few seconds, the skinny Avocado returned to its peak state as if it was being inflated. Avocado stood up again and stretched his neck slightly to feel his stronger body. As expected of Lord Aya's special polymerization ability. With this level of energy flowing in, I can clearly feel my body getting stronger bit by bit. Avocado almost closed his eyes because of the comfort. Steward Fan also explained, this space has the Mercury Dragon polymerization energy that was specially made for Avocado. This special polymerization energy has endless uses. Every time it replenishes a large amount of polymerization energy, it nourishes Avocado's body. This was why Avocado was willing to cooperate with Arcane Book Dragon's research. This was because in the outside world, the proliferation of organs was of little use other than storing energy. But here, not only could he store organs continuously, he could also quickly recover energy. Most importantly, he could also increase the strength of his physical body and increase his potential. So, why not? After being blessed by the Wicked Witch for half a year, Avocado had spent most of his time here. Other mirror dragons could not enjoy the special care provided by Arcane Book Dragon. It was worth mentioning that the Mercury Dragon's polymerization energy was created by Ray using Avocado's own organs. It was the result of Ray's research after consuming a large number of mirror dragon organs. The wool came from the sheep's body, and now Ray was using it to strengthen the sheep. It was a win-win situation. The heart has just appeared, so it's the most delicious time. Hurry and eat it while it's still beating. Avocado put the heart on the tray and used his eyes to ask who wanted to eat this heart. Steward Fan looked at the crowd. We plan to prepare 3 big meals and a dessert for the banquet. 3 dishes, 1 for each of the 3 guests. This meant Avocado would create 3 organs, and each guest would pick one. But the heart's appearance was an accident. Steward Fan sighed and looked at Avocado. You eat too fast. You should wait for everyone to ask for something. Avocado did not know what to say. Steward Fan continued, so, the heart will be a bonus. We'll still have 3 big meals. Steward Fan paused and looked at the crowd. Who wants to eat the heart? Do you want to eat it? Marion looked at Laplace and Angor. Angor hesitated but did not say anything. Marion curled her lips and sneered, but she didn't say anything. Laplace, on the other hand, looked at his heart and nodded. Marion, then we'll each take half. Laplace, sure. Steward Fan cut the heart on the tray into 2 halves. The energy in the heart was quickly draining away because of the cutting. If this happened outside, it would be an extremely wasteful action. But in this dragon feast, it was reasonable and fair. Besides, the heart had to be swallowed in time. Cutting it would waste some energy, but as long as one swallowed it quickly, they would not lose too much energy. Marion took over the plate with half of the heart, picked up her knife and fork, and began to enjoy the rare meal. Her expression showed that she was enjoying the meal. While eating, Marion did not forget to explain, the heart of a Mercury dragon is not a core organ. It's only the hub of the dragon's blood, and it tastes good. Too bad, it has a metallic taste. I prefer the chest meat. Marion paused and looked at Angor. However, the heart of a Mercury dragon contains special blood, which can be used to extract a part of the dragon's bloodline. If you use it with human bloodline wizards, you can also create a diluted version of Mercury Dragon's bloodline. Marian already noticed that Angor was different from other wizards. He did not fuse a bloodline. She was hinting to Angor that if he wanted to fuse a bloodline, this was a good chance. Angor did not know the specific effect of the Mercury Dragon's bloodline, but he had to admit that it was a very tempting option. Unfortunately, he already had a bloodline. The projected bloodline was too secretive. Besides, Angor and Shava were like one, which made it even harder for others to distinguish between them. It was normal for Marian to misunderstand. Even Laplace misunderstood Angor's intention. At this moment, Laplace was asking Angor through their spirit bond if he wanted to try to extract a bloodline. Of course, Angor's answer was no. Bloodlines could be fused with many kinds of bloodlines. Even if he already had a projected bloodline, he could still fuse with the Mercury Dragon's bloodline, just like the alteration branch of bloodline wizards. However, it was not necessary. He was not a bloodline wizard anyway, so he did not need to do something so fancy. Besides, according to Sunders, the projected bloodline was the best choice for Angor. It was better not to fuse with other bloodlines until he found out the hidden dangers of the projected bloodline. Even if the Mercury Dragon's bloodline was not bad, Angor did not want to try it. Marian was a little surprised to see Angor's reaction. But she was too busy enjoying her food to ask about it. Laplace had also eaten half of the heart. However, unlike Marian's expression of enjoyment, Laplace still maintained an indifferent expression throughout the entire process. After finishing the heart, he spoke to Angor through their spirit bond. Marian is right. The taste of metal is too strong. But it can improve some of my energy convergence. That's good. Maybe it won't take long for my clone to break through again. 5 minutes later, Laplace and Marian both finished their food. Steward Fan spoke up in a timely manner. Next is the main course. If there's anything you want to try, please tell me. Marian did not hesitate. As I said before, I want the chest meat. Steward Fan then looked at Angor and Laplace. I'm fine with anything, Laplace said. Angor did not say anything. Marian chuckled. Still can't let it go? Angor shook his head. We'll talk about mine later. Steward Fan gave Angor a thoughtful look and nodded. All right. Since Marian was the only one who suggested a specific part, Avocado began to grow new chest meat around her. While Avocado was growing, Angor and Laplace were chatting through their spirit bond. Marian misunderstood Angor when she said he couldn't let it go. Angor had double standards, but he also knew how to judge the situation. His own etiquette made him embarrassed to swallow the food in front of the owner of the food. However, upon further observation, even the owner of the food was eating himself. As an outsider, if he couldn't swallow his pride, that would be truly disrespectful. Therefore, if he really wanted to eat it, he would definitely eat it. The reason why he didn't mention it to Steward Fan was because Laplace had talked to him about another possibility. Although the Mirror Dragon's heart can greatly improve this clone of mine, in my humble opinion, it's better to refine it into a potion than to consume it directly. Using the Mercury Dragon's heart as the main ingredient, the potion he made would be even more powerful. Similarly, if you don't want to eat it, you can keep the food and use it as an alchemy material to make the potion. Angor had thought about Laplace's suggestion before. It was an extremely rare magic material from a mirror dragon. It was impossible to buy it on the market. Even the ancient tooth fairy could not get an organ from a mirror dragon. However, this was a dragon feast after all, and the feast was the main focus. He directly asked for ingredients, which was not only not standard, but also inappropriate. In response, Laplace replied, if you think it's rude, you can swallow it. It's the same to store it in your stomach. With his current ability, he could store the energy in his stomach. He could even project the green runes in his bloodline and prevent them from being detected by the outside world. As long as it entered his stomach, its aura would not leak out. However, the organ he needed had to be something that could be swallowed in one bite. If it was too big, he would have to chew it up even if he could store it in his stomach. If he swallowed it whole, it would be even more inappropriate if someone found out. So, what kind of small organs could be swallowed in one gulp without attracting attention? Laplace did not answer Angor's question. Instead, he looked at Steward Fan and asked, "Can you tell me about the different parts and their effects?" Of course, Steward Fan would not refuse Laplace's request. However, Steward Fan didn't speak directly in front of Avocado like Marion did before. Instead, he used a menu to list out the details of each part. End of chapter. Soon, the flesh on Marion's chest finished growing. Dense energy was now hovering above the plate, which was even denser than the energy from the heart. At least, that was what Marion sensed. If the energy from the heart could be described as vigorous, the flesh on Marion's chest could be described as aggressive. Even Angor, who was reading the menu in the corner of his eye, was awakened by the powerful energy. When he looked up, he saw a dragon made of mist floating above the plate in front of him. The appearance of this mist dragon was exactly the same as the Mercury dragon. However, it was made up of energy. Only when the energy was overflowing to the limit could it take shape. From this, it could be seen how dense the aggregation energy in the chest was. At this moment, Marion was also looking at the dragon form in the air. However, her eyes were not filled with shock, but rather with emotion. Such a natural energy-boosting supplement, we probably won't see it again. This is also the last dragon feast. In a few days, Avicto's mysterious blessing would disappear, and it would be very difficult to replenish his aggregation energy through external consumption. Even if there were other boosters, they would not be as powerful as Marion's chest. As for asking Avocado to search for another Wicked Witch's blessing, that would not work either. The Wicked Witch's blessing was purely random. The chance of getting the same one was no better than searching for sand in the sea. Besides, it was impossible to get more blessings in a short time. Because of this, it was almost impossible to hold another dragon banquet. Marion was already lucky enough to make it to the last dragon feast. She looked at Angor's hesitation and reminded him, "It's a rare chance. Don't miss it." Angor could tell that Marion meant well. Since he had already let go of his hesitation, he would not miss this chance. Moreover, after looking at the menu, he already had a target in mind. Pure scale, Mercury Dragon's Eye, Umbrella Core, and Tail Removal. He had to choose one of the 4 items. First of all, these items were small and could be swallowed in one bite. Also, he believed that the effect of these items was quite useful. For example, the pure scale was a unique scale on the body of a Mercury dragon. By analogy, the pure color single scale was probably the same as the so-called reverse scale that was commonly seen in holographic tablets. Every aqua silver dragon only had one aqua silver dragon. According to the legends, the reverse scale was connected to the Mercury dragon's lifeline. The pure scale was not as bad. Losing it would only cause the Mercury dragon to lose a channel to use its talent. It would not do any serious damage to the body of the Mercury dragon. However, it would weaken the Mercury dragon's power for a while. After all, the pure-colored single scale had a special function. It was an organ for the Mercury dragon to receive its innate ability. Or more precisely, it was the Mercury dragon's power. Since the Mercury dragon's birth, the scale's mystery, pure scale. Losing the pure-colored single scale was equivalent to losing the medium. It wouldn't harm one's life, but if one wanted to cultivate a new medium, the time and cost would be very high. It was inevitable that his ability would be reduced for a short period of time. But then again, it was precisely because the pure scale had been baptized by its own innate ability that its mystical abilities were closely related to the Mercury dragon's innate ability. The Mercury dragon's talent was the bonus of convergence energy, as well as a small part of mirage. Mirage aside, the bonus of convergence energy was a bit general. For example, by using convergence energy, the Mercury dragon could control a mirror explosion and increase the power of the explosion. In other words, the Mercury dragon's talent was more focused on offense and control. The pure scale was the Mercury dragon's mystery medium. Being in contact with the Mercury dragon's talent all year round, pure scale was also affected by the Mercury dragon's talent. This was the most unique effect in the Dragon Feast menu. Pure scale. By eating pure scale, there is a chance to analyze and inherit the inferior talents of mirror control and illusion. To put it bluntly, if Angor ate the pure scale, there was a chance to awaken the related talents. Of course, it would not be the same as the Mercury dragon's talent. It would be inferior. It was similar to eating a sharp fruit. A sharp fruit would have all kinds of abilities. However, no matter what kind of ability it was, it still came from a god. Such acquired abilities could hardly surpass a god's power. The pure scale's talent was similar to this. It might not be superior to the Mercury Dragon's talent, but it was still good enough. If Angor could analyze the mirror control ability, he might not be able to create a nuclear explosion, but even a small explosion would be as powerful as a Truthfinder spell. This was a great improvement to his combat ability. Of course, if he could analyze the illusion ability, it would not be useful. After all, he could use illusions to create illusions himself. However, this was only the effect of enjoying the pure scale. If Angor used the pure scale as a magic material to craft an alchemy item, the effect would be completely different. As far as Angor was concerned, the pure scale already had a miraculous effect. As the main material of an alchemy item, the final product would not be too bad. Moreover, if he could extract the illusion effect from the pure scale and use it with his own talent, it would be a great benefit. This was why Angor chose the pure scale as his first choice. Next was the second choice, Mercury Dragon's Eye. Angor chose the Mercury Dragon's Eye because it was similar to a natural Spellbreaker Eye. Spellbreaker Eye was a level 1 spell that could see through illusions. In the southern wizardry region, Spellbreaker Eye was a must to fight against illusionist. However, Spellbreaker Eye was a common spell that could be learned by all wizards of the 3 major branches. However, it was one of the most difficult spells to learn. The main reason was that one needed a certain amount of spiritual power to learn Spellbreaker Eye. Only when one's spiritual power reached 25 points could one be considered to have reached the threshold. However, it was difficult to increase one's spiritual power. Even Angor did not reach 25 points yet. To put it simply, if you don't have something when you're born, you won't have a chance to have it in your life. Such was the case with spiritual power. If you couldn't reach 25 points when you were born, your chances would be slim no matter how hard you tried. Of course, Spellbreaker Eye could also be learned by transplanting organs, just like Polymorph. However, similar to Polymorph larvae, the organs used by Spellbreaker Eye were almost extinct. It would be better to find a way to reach 25 points of spiritual power. Speaking of which, the Mercury Dragon's Eye was similar to a natural Spellbreaker Eye. It could see through most illusions that did not exceed the user's level. Ingesting the Mercury Dragon's Eye would give one a great chance to inherit the ability. For Angor, obtaining the Mercury Dragon's Eye was equivalent to obtaining a level 1 spell slot in advance. Of course, he was looking forward to it and considered it as one of his options. As for the other 2 options, Umbrella Core and Tail Removal, they were also options, but Angor didn't prioritize them very much. Umbrella Core and Tail Removal could be put together because their effects were similar. They were used to construct the core of converged energy. Tail Removal referred to the dragon tail which Marion recommended. As Marion said, the dragon tail was one of the 3 major energy deposits of a Mercury Dragon. The redundant converged energy contained in the tail had almost materialized and formed a special operating structure inside it. This structure could continuously attract converged energy from the outside world. In the words of wizards, this was a completed mana whirlpool. While the mana whirlpool attracted mana from the outside world, Tail Removal attracted converged energy. Once one had Tail Removal, it was equivalent to grasping the key to polymerization energy. The so-called Umbrella Core was a core formed under the belly of a Mercury Dragon. It was named because it looked like an umbrella. Like Tail Removal, the Umbrella Core was one of the 3 major energy deposits of a Mercury Dragon. However, Tail Removal needed to be swallowed into the Mercury Dragon's belly in order to take effect. Umbrella Core, on the other hand, could be used as an external organ similar to a natural alchemy item. It could be used to control converged energy without being absorbed into the body. Of course, the Umbrella Core was much more effective in absorbing and releasing converged energy than Tail Removal. However, Angor did not like the feeling of having a foreign energy core inside his body. If he had to choose between Umbrella Core and Tail Removal, he would prefer Umbrella Core. However, both Umbrella Core and Tail Removal both pointed to the same goal, studying converged energy. If Angor chose Umbrella Core, he would probably learn converged energy in the future. Angor was interested in converged energy, but he was only interested in studying it. He did not pay much attention to the unique ability of converged energy. As an outsider, it was very difficult to learn converged energy. It was already 10 times or even 100 times more difficult for a wizard to cross over to another system to cultivate the ability of another system. It was even more difficult for a wizard to cross over to another system to cultivate the ability of aggregation. Therefore, to reach a certain level, the effort and sweat required was countless times harder than learning mana. More importantly, you might not get anything in return for your hard work. Angor did not mind starting a research project in the future to study converged energy. However, he did not plan to seriously study converged energy. It would take too much time and energy. This was also the reason why he wasn't very interested in the umbrella core and tail removal. If he wanted to study converged energy, he did not have to use the mirror dragon's organs. Besides, the converged energy gathered by the organs might carry the mirror dragon's mark, which was different from regular converged energy. If Angor wanted to study converged energy, he would use regular converged energy instead of the mirror dragon's special one. In this case, umbrella core and tail removal became his best choices. His first choice was still pure scale and mercury dragon's eye. Whether he swallowed them or stored them in his stomach for later alchemy purposes, they were excellent choices. However, he still needed to think about which one he should choose. For now, he would use the server in his mind to simulate the alchemy process and see which item was more likely to be made from pure scale or mercury dragon's eye. While Angor was thinking, Laplace also made her choice. She asked Avocado for dragon neck. Marion also mentioned that the dragon neck did not have obvious effects. It only strengthened one's body. For Laplace, the dragon neck did not have much effect. However, for Laplace's clone, the dragon neck was quite useful. Together with the half of pure scale's heart, both his body and energy level were greatly improved. This could be considered as Laplace's early preparations for the advancement of his avatar. However, the real reason that led Laplace to choose the dragon's neck meat was actually something that Marion had mentioned before. If we're talking about which part of the meat is the most delicious, it would undoubtedly be the dragon's neck. It was rare to have a chance to eat mirror dragon meat, so Angor had to choose the most delicious part. Since Marion, a mirror dragon, said the dragon neck was the most delicious, Laplace naturally wanted to try it. After Laplace told him what he wanted, Avocado quickly ate the fruit and began to multiply his organs. Under the influence of mystery energy, the dragon neck was soon laid out on the plate. Unlike the dragon neck did not release too much energy. Instead, it smelled like blood. It was not a bloody smell, but a sweet smell. This kind of sweet smell was very strange, and it could easily stir up the blood vessels of everyone present. Dragon neck can strengthen one's bloodline. That's why the dragon neck can do that, Marion explained. She then gave Angor a meaningful look. Everyone's bloodline was stirred to some extent. Only Angor remained in his thoughts the whole time, as if he did not feel anything at all. Either Angor's bloodline level was so high that the bloodline enhancement method could not affect it, or Angor's bloodline level was so low that he did not feel anything. Which one could it be? Angor did not seem to have any bloodline, so could it be the latter? Marion lowered her eyebrows and buried her suspicions in her heart. For the time being, she didn't express them. After all, this kind of question involved too many things and was not very polite. If it was the former, then Marion's question was likely to be misunderstood as an exploration of privacy. If it was the latter, then it was likely that she was being sarcastic. She did not need to keep asking. She only needed to keep her thoughts to herself and observe Angor's behavior in the future. Perhaps she could get an answer. Many things could not be hidden forever. When Laplace finished eating, Avocado finally looked at Angor. Steward Fan also asked, "What will you choose, Mr. Angor?" Angor might have hesitated before. But now, after the careful calculation done by the server, he already had an answer. Mercury Dragon's eyes. Are you sure? Angor nodded without hesitation. Avocado saw this and immediately picked up the fruits in the basket and started a new round of eating. Angor's choice did not cause too much of an uproar. Angor was the weakest among them. He would not prioritize the taste and meat like Marion or Laplace. To him, making a choice with the mentality of enjoying delicacies was definitely the lowest priority. Of course, Angor's choice was based on his own strength. Among all the options, Mercury Dragon's Eyes was one of the most effective options. Angor's choice of Mercury Dragon's Eyes was not unexpected. Angor did not know what the others were thinking. The main reason why he chose Mercury Dragon's Eyes was because the Mana Breaker Eye was too difficult to learn. The improvement of one's spiritual power depended too much on luck and innate talent. Angor's spiritual power was not high. It would be difficult for him to improve his spiritual power to 25 points. It would be very difficult for him to learn the Eye of Lawbreaker through organ transplants, just like how he learned the transfiguration technique. First, the transplanted organ, the divine three-eyed Eye of Tongue Island, was as difficult to obtain as the morphing worm. Furthermore, this creature called the three-eyed monster of Tongue Island had already obtained a semi-extinct script. Anyway, the monster could not be found in the south. It was said that there might be a three-eyed monster of Tongue Island in the other three wizarding worlds and the origin world. However, this was only a rumor and could not be verified. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible to learn the Eye of Lawbreaker through organ transplants. Besides, the transplanted organ needed to occupy the position of Angor's eyes. His right eye had been replaced by Shava's eye. In other words, he could only transplant his left eye. However, if he wanted to have a complete projected bloodline, he could not easily move both eyes. Besides, Angor had a feeling that the green tattoos appearing in both his eyes would be very important to him. Even if he did not believe it, he would still treat it with caution. In short, it was impossible to transplant an eye. Since there was no way to transplant the eyes of the three-eyed demon from the Tongue Island, the chances of him mastering the Eye of Lawbreaker were slim. Now, the appearance of the Mercury Dragon's Eyes gave him another choice. He could easily turn the Mercury Dragon's Eye into a Spellbreaker Eye. Also, as an alchemy product, he could add more properties and effects to it. The final product might even exceed the limits of the spell Eye of Lawbreaker. This was why he chose the Mercury Dragon's Eye as his weapon. As for why he gave up on the pure scale, it was mainly because the mirror control and illusions that came with the pure scale were actually flawed. Mirror control was useful in the mirror realm, but Angor could not stay in the mirror realm all the time. His main battlefield was the material world. But in the material world, the ability to control the mirror was greatly weakened. Moreover, pure-colored unicorn's mirror control was only used to control explosions. The power of the explosion was related to the concentration of polymerization energy. Angor did not know how to control the power of the explosion. Besides, he could also copy the illusion effect of the scale. In this case, the scale was not worth much. Of course, the most important reason was that he could not have his cake and eat it too. If he could choose between two organs, all the flaws would be considered as advantages. Since he only had one choice, he had to insist that it was flawed so that he would not feel sad about losing the scale. Inside the small dining hall, the mystery energy kept stirring up waves. This time, Avocado's Mercury Dragon's Eye was much bigger than the previous one. Both the density of the mystery energy and the ripples in the air caused by the excess energy were much greater than the previous organs. It was not hard to understand. The Mercury Dragon's Eye focused on effect, which was different from the previous organs that focused on food. Organs with strong effects would have a higher energy content and a more complex energy structure than the chest meat and the dragon neck meat. This was why the array was so huge. However, this was not the biggest one. If Angor chose the brain of the Mercury Dragon, everyone would be forced to leave the dining hall. Consuming the brain of a Mercury Dragon would give one a chance to awaken the talent of a Mercury Dragon, which was the strongest item on the menu. Angor considered whether he should choose the brain of a Mercury Dragon, but he decided against it in the end. The more talents one had, the better. Many of them had prerequisites. For example, the Mercury Dragon's talent, mirror manipulation, was due to the countless mirror-like scales on its body and its tough skin. Did Angor have such dragon scales? Did he have such a strong body? No. Under such circumstances, even if he awakened his innate talent, what use would it be? Normally speaking, Angor would prefer to have the bloodline of a Mercury Dragon if he wanted to enjoy the brain of a Mercury Dragon. However, he did not have such a bloodline, nor did he have such a great physique. The brain of a mercury dragon was not suitable for him. He did not even consider the brain of a mercury dragon as an alternative. After the huge battle, Avocado finally grew out his special eyes that were like smoke and illusions. Along with the birth of the eye, the mysterious power was instantly absorbed. The surrounding energy was also absorbed into the eye. Everything returned to normal. Avocado's emaciated body was the only sign of the terrible effect the mercury dragon's eye had on it. It was similar to the situation when he created the heart. After Avocado sensed that his body had withered, he immediately attracted the surrounding polymeric energy. Soon, Avocado's body became plump again. However, it was still much smaller than before. The energy here is not enough for me to fully recover. I'll go out and do something, Avocado said to everyone. Avocado said to everyone and then turned to Steward Fan, I've iced the dessert in the kitchen. I'm leaving now. Steward Fan nodded. You go first. I'll take care of the rest. If it was just to multiply 3 organs, the polymerization energy in the air would be enough. However, with the addition of an extra heart, the already scarce polymerization energy became even more scarce. Steward Fan watched Avocado lift the curtain and leave the painting world. Steward Fan waited until Avocado was out of sight before he looked back at Angor. He was going to tell Angor that the mercury dragon's eye tasted bitter, especially when it was chewed up. It was best to eat it with desserts to avoid choking. But when he looked at Angor, he saw Angor wiping his mouth with a napkin. The plate in front of him was empty. That's it? Isn't it bitter? Angor did not understand Steward Fan's expression. Thank you for your hospitality, he said subconsciously. On the other hand, Marion said, I told him that the eye juice was very bitter, so he swallowed it in one gulp, without chewing. Steward Fan nodded. I see. This was a dragon feast, after all. Steward Fan did not want his guests to regret eating something bitter. Swallowing it whole was a little rough, but it was acceptable. After making sure everyone was done, Steward Fan bowed. Please wait here for a moment. I'll bring out the desserts for everyone. The desserts are delicious this time. Please look forward to them. Steward Fan kept him in suspense and turned to leave the dining room. When Steward Fan left, Laplace spoke to Angor through their spirit bond. You've stored the mercury dragon's eye inside your body? Angor nodded. I used a special energy to cover it. I'll put it in my space after we leave. The mercury dragon's eye was already inside Angor's stomach. However, due to Angor's special care, it was not digested. He had to admit that the mercury dragon's eye contained a terrifying amount of energy. Even though Angor had his green runes wrapped around the eye, he still felt a heavy weight on his stomach. Are you feeling bad? Laplace noticed Angor's gloomy mood and quickly asked, what's going on? Angor did not hide anything and told Laplace about what happened. Are you sure it's going to be okay? It's fine, Angor replied. For a short period of time, the slight weight would not affect him too much. However, if it lasted for 10 days or half a month, he would feel terrible. But they would not stay in the cloud cave for that long, so storing the mercury dragon's eye inside Angor's stomach should not be a problem. Before Laplace could respond, Marion suddenly spoke up, I heard there's a writing plant in the garden. I'm going to check it out. Are you coming? Writing plants? Angor's heart skipped a beat. He was really interested in this so-called writing plant. But after thinking about it, he still refused. Laplace would borrow the painting from Arcane Tome Dragon later, so he could check it out later. Both Laplace and Angor were not interested. Marion shrugged. I'll go check it out myself then. See you later. Marion left. Only Angor and Laplace were left in the dining hall. Angor's eyes brightened up. Marion went to the garden, and Avocado and Steward Fan were not here. Maybe he could take the mercury dragon's eye out now. Before he could tell Laplace about his idea, Laplace's voice came from their spirit bond. I think Marion already guessed that you did not digest the mercury dragon's eye. Huh? Laplace said, her sudden decision to leave is a good example. Angor remained silent. Marion's sudden decision to go to the garden was a bit abrupt. She was giving him some time to plan his next move. You swallowed the mercury dragon's eye on purpose, Laplace said. Maybe she's not completely sure. It's just a guess. It did not matter to Marion whether her guess was right or not. She could leave some space for Angor when she went to the garden. It was not a difficult task for her. If it was not, Angor would forget about it. If it was, Angor would owe her a favor. This was probably why Marion left so suddenly. No matter what Marion is thinking, there's no one around. I'm sure no one is watching us, Laplace said. You can put the Mercury Dragon's Eye into your space to avoid the discomfort caused by the strange energy. Angor considered and nodded. Okay. He lifted his hand with the bracelet to his lips. In an instant, the Mercury Dragon's Eye in his stomach returned to his mouth. Before it could even show up, it was already inside his bracelet. Even if there were other people around, they would not notice anything unusual. Taking the Mercury Dragon's Eye and Marion's guess was just a small interlude. Even if they were discovered by everyone, it wouldn't be a big deal. Laplace did not pay too much attention to it. After making sure Angor put away the Mercury Dragon's Eye, she asked a question she was more interested in. You're going to use the Mercury Dragon's Eye as the main material to craft an item? Yes. Angor nodded. Do you have a plan? Laplace asked, how do you plan to make it? Or a secret artifact? Angor did not know how to respond to Laplace's question. Crafting a secret artifact? This was really flattering. It's not that easy to craft a secret artifact. Laplace asked, but you've refined secret treasures before, haven't you? Laplace was referring to the unbreakable heart mirror. Angor, however, was thinking about Prelude to Rebirth. The Prelude to Reincarnation was the only artifact that he had truly refined with his own hands without any external enhancements. The unbreakable heart mirror was a semi-mythic artifact, but it only became a secret artifact because of the Crazy Hat's coronation. It had nothing to do with Angor's crafting skills. Luck plays a part in the creation of treasures, said Angor. I don't think I'll be lucky all the time. You're right. But I'm looking forward to witnessing the creation of a new secret artifact. Angor sighed. I hope so too. But, never mind. We'll see when the time comes. The creation of a secret artifact was not that easy. Even if Angor used the Crazy Hat's coronation, he might not be lucky enough to get a black hat every time. Still, Angor preferred to use the Crazy Hat's coronation when the time came. Even if he got a white hat instead of a black hat, it would still be good. Besides, the white hat's basic optimization might be more suitable for the Mercury Dragon's Eye. After chatting for a while, the interlude ended. Steward Fan returned to the dining hall with a covered plate. Hey, where's Miss Marion? Steward Fan looked at the empty seat at the table. Angor was about to answer when he heard high-heeled footsteps coming from the corridor. Marion walked in elegantly in her long dress. When she walked past Steward Fan, she spoke in a casual tone, I went to the garden to check out the word flower. It smells good. But it's still not as good as the glutton flower lord saliva you created, Mr. Angor. While sitting down, Marion nodded at him from afar, as if she was praising his work. But Angor sensed something else in Marion's eyes. Was she trying to tell him something? Perhaps, just as Laplace said, Marion had guessed some of his operations. Angor frowned and tried not to show any expression. It was not a big deal even if she did. Besides, since Marion did not expose him, it meant that she agreed to it. Steward Fan did not know what Angor was thinking. When Marion sat down, he spoke again, now, it's time for dessert. Avocado left some desserts for everyone. I hope you like them. As soon as he finished speaking, Steward Fan opened the lid of the plate, revealing the so-called dessert inside. They were 3 bottles of wine. The bottles were not big. They were about the size of a baby's arm. Through the transparent glass, Angor could see that they were filled with red liquid. Was it some kind of red wine? Steward Fan smiled and said, this is Moria's dragon blood wine. It's brewed with the core blood of aqua dragons. Oh, right. Moria is the name of Avocado's heritage. It was passed down from its mother. This is Avocado's experiment. It might not taste good, but it's quite effective. Try it, everyone. Steward Fan's eyes flickered when he mentioned effective. Angor noticed the change in Steward Fan's eyes, but he did not think too much about it. He only thought that Steward Fan was hinting about how powerful the wine was. When Angor took the small bottle and was about to open it for a sniff, Marion suddenly said, "I suggest you don't drink it here." Angor looked up in confusion. Marion didn't answer. She just glared at Steward Fan and said, "You should say it yourself." Angor also looked at Steward Fan. Judging from Marion's words, there must be something fishy about the wine. Steward Fan noticed the doubt in Angor's eyes. He smiled and explained, "Moria's dragon blood wine does have some side effects, but these effects are not big and can be easily resolved." Steward Fan explained the situation in a few words. Simply put, the effect of Moria's dragon blood wine was to purify the bloodline and strengthen the body. However, there were some side effects in the process of refining blood qi, which was the appearance of illusions. Illusions was an innate skill of the aqua dragon. Through illusions, it could stir up emotions, and then use those emotions to speed up the blood flow. Using its body as an oven, it could purify the impurities in its blood. And these kinds of illusions that could evoke emotions were, without a doubt, decadent scenes. Of course, ordinary decadent illusions wouldn't affect extraordinaires too much. In fact, it could be completely ignored. But what if the illusions were related to someone close to you? Don't get me wrong. Such decadent illusions did not necessarily have a romantic label. They could be scenes that made you angry. After all, anger could also trigger emotions. For example, the illusions created by the illusions were hidden in the bottom of your heart, memories that you did not want to face the most and did not want to bring up again. It was the same as digging up your sore spot and rubbing salt on your scars. Moreover, such illusions were very unruly. They would do whatever they could to trigger your emotions. They could even make up rumors. Besides, the illusions were not low-level ones. They would automatically correct their logic and plant seeds in your mind to make you doubt them. For example, if someone lied to you, but it was actually a white lie. However, you did not know the kindness of the person. The illusions would use all kinds of hints, rumors, and other means to destroy the kindness of the person, leaving only the main reason of the person lied to you. They would also make you feel that the person was full of malice. This was only a small example. The illusions came from your own subconscious mind and knew everything about you. Such omniscient illusions could accurately trigger great emotions in your mind. Such emotions were not necessarily positive. They could also be negative. Anyway, they only needed to trigger the emotions. If you were a lustful person, such illusions might also appear. After all, lust was the best way to trigger emotions. Because of this, Moria's dragon's blood reminded him not to treat the so-called dessert as a dessert. Of course, there was nothing wrong with what Steward Fan said. From the perspective of the side effects, Moria's dragon blood wine was not too strong. It was just an illusion to raise one's mood, and it would not harm one's life. After enduring it, one's vitality would be increased. No matter how you looked at it, the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. However, if Angor had to choose, he would not drink the wine on the spot. Even if the illusions were not serious, they were still related to him. Besides, the illusions came from his subconscious mind. Even Angor could not control the illusions hidden in his subconscious mind. Releasing illusions from his subconscious mind here was not a good choice. "Must I drink Marion blood wine here?" Angor asked. In other words, he was asking Steward Fan if he could bring Moria's dragon's blood wine back to drink. "Of course not. You can take it with you, mister." Since Steward Fan put Marion blood wine in a bottle, it was meant to be a gift. Angor put away the wine without hesitation. If he really wanted to drink it, he would have to go to a safe place. Furthermore, the effect of the dragon blood wine wasn't very good for him. Angor even wondered if the wine could really purify the projected bloodline in his body. The projected bloodline was filled with green patterns. If the wine wanted to purify it, the green patterns would have to be reduced as well. Could it really do that? Since he did not have to drink it on the spot, maybe he could give it to someone else? Or sell it. While Angor was thinking about whether to keep the wine or not, Marion spoke in a casual tone, "You don't have to drink Marion blood wine. It can be used as a catalyst for making potions. If you want to use it for forging, you can refine it to restore the original appearance of Mercury Dragon's blood. It's also the best catalyst." Marion sounded like she was giving advice, but Angor understood that she was hinting at something. Angor smiled but did not say anything. Marion did not mind. I'm not going to drink Marion blood wine right now. Just keep it for now. After putting away the dragon blood wine, Marion looked up and said, we ate quite quickly at this dragon feast. I think they're still talking about it outside. Shall we talk about it? I'm very interested in the dream crystal. Angor said, I think it's better to see it with my own eyes. While speaking, Angor took out 3 registers from his bracelet. One was a feather-shaped pendant, the other was a red checkered bow tie, and the last one was a crown with a silver gem inlaid on it. Since Angor had a free meal at the banquet, he had to show his gratitude. His login device was his reward. Moreover, these 3 were not ordinary logins. Angor refined them in advance so that they could not only be used as registers, but also had certain functions. The ink feather pendant was for Marion. The feather was a crow's feather, while Marion was a dragon crow, so it did not look strange at all. While crafting the ink feather pendant, he also drew a rune of light and shadow on its feathers. Normally, light and shadow runes were used by beginner and intermediate apprentices as an invisibility spell. They used light and shadow to conceal themselves. The invisibility effect was definitely not that strong, but for beginner and intermediate apprentices, it was enough. However, the light and shadow rune Angor drew on the pendant could also change the light and shadow around the wearer and change the paint on the wearer's body. For example, if the wearer felt that her dress was too plain today, she could manipulate the light and shadow to change the color of her dress. It was a kind of accessory designed for women. The effect was not outstanding, but for women who liked to look good, the function was not important. They only needed to show off their beauty. He made the ink feather pendant because he wanted to promote it during the tea party. But now, he gave it to Marion as a test. She wanted to see if this kind of gorgeous and not functional login device could really be promoted among women. The red checkered bow tie was the register Angor left for Steward Fan. Angor also drew a simple rune on this one, called Rune of Silence. The effect of Rune of Silence was not to silence the wearer's voice, but to reduce one's presence. It looked similar to the Infinite Reticence on Angor's bracelet, but it was not. Infinite Reticence was a magic array, which included Rune of Silence. However, the main effect of Infinite Reticence was to hide and distance. Reducing one's presence was an additional effect on top of hiding and distance. Rune of Silence, on the other hand, directly reduced one's presence. As a steward, hiding one's presence as much as possible in front of the host and guests was very suitable for the role of a steward. This was why Angor gave the red checkered bow tie to Steward Fan. As for the silver crown with embedded jewels, Angor left it for Avocado the Mercury Dragon. The dragon was not here, but it did not stop Angor from giving it to Steward Fan. It was the most luxurious one, which looked like the crown of a king. It was also the most time-consuming one among all the registers Angor made. The rune engraved on the crown-shaped device was Ether Expansion. The name suggested that it was not a rune, but a magic array. Ether Expansion contained 2 runes, Extension Rune and Transfiguration Rune. It could change its size according to the wearer's size. In other words, it could be a small crown worn on a human's head, or a mountain-sized crown worn on a giant's head. This kind of free change in size was the effect of Ether Expansion. Angor chose the crown as Avocado's gift because Avocado liked to stay in his dragon form. Avocado might look small, but his real body was as big as a mountain. A creature that could change its size frequently was perfect for the Ether Expansion effect. Angor explained the functions of the 3 loggers and handed them to everyone. The ink feather pendant was given to Marion, while the crown and bow tie were given to Steward Fan. He would ask Steward Fan to give the crown to Avocado later. Marion accepted Angor's gifts without hesitation. She liked the ink feather pendant as soon as Angor showed it to her. The black feather pendant was too similar to her raven feather. It looked like a miniature version of her raven feather. It was perfect as an accessory. Besides, Angor's introduction also tempted Marion a lot. As a woman, she pursued inner strength, but that did not stop her from pursuing external beauty. No matter why Angor gave her a gift, she accepted it with a clear conscience. Steward Fan, on the other hand, looked at the gift in his hand and hesitated. He did not care about the bow tie's effect. He was more interested in the register itself. As Noah's reincarnation, he already knew about the existence of the register, and he also knew how much damage it would bring to the White Sun Mirror domain. He would be lying if he said he was not interested in the register. But it didn't seem right to accept Angwar's gift just like that. Guests attending human banquets will also bring gifts to the host. It's a courtesy, Angwar said. Also, human banquets usually ask servants to give gifts to the host in advance. Now, I have to wait until after the banquet is over. That's not very polite of me. If you don't accept it now, Steward Fan, it will be even more disrespectful of me. Angwar was not lying. However, such etiquette was only for nobles. Angwar did not extend it to humans. Still, Steward Fan was tempted by Angwar's words. Steward Fan was inclined to accept the gift anyway. Now that he had a way out, he was willing to cooperate. Then I'll take it. Steward Fan rubbed the bow tie and confirmed that it was correct. Then, he took off the original bow tie and put the red checkered bow tie on his collar. On the other side, Marian also put the pendant on her smooth neck. End of chapter 3367. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.